Metaphysical fantasy, invincibility begins with the sacred body embryo of heaven. Chapter 1 9 Heavenly Visions. Destiny Void Body. Innate sacred body Tao embryo. The depths of the endless universe were filled with chaotic light and immortal mist. This side of the universe was even more vast and boundless, as if it were endless. The most powerful use heaven and earth as chess pieces, transforming all things into Tao. Year 26. 850 of the Northern Mediterranean calendar. North Underworld Tao Domain. The top Tao domain among the 3,000 Tao domains, and it is even rumored that the North Underworld Tao domain is related to the mythical immortal realm. In a world where divine light erupted and immortal mist surrounded the world, the divine island hung in the air, with brilliant halls and pavilions. This is the world in which the Holy Land of Return is located. The once strongest force in the Northern Underworld Tao domain had never revealed its true depths to the world for countless epochs. After countless years of baptism, now although it is only one of the top forces, it is recognized as the most mysterious force in terms of heritage. In the White Jade Plaza outside the Holy Land. At the moment, however, there were countless people standing, all of whom were cultivators who had come here in admiration and wanted to join the Guiyuan Holy Land. Although the return to origin Holy Land was extremely harsh in its selection of disciples, if one worships in it, it can be said that if one person wins, the chicken and the dog will rise. There was a young man in the crowd dressed in patched hemp clothes, seemingly a child of a poor family, face stained with some dirt, looks a little dirty, but the appearance is still very handsome. I believe that in a new coat, is also a good son of the turbulent world. This is, the youth looked around in bewilderment. The immediate surroundings were unfamiliar to him. At this moment, a stream of memories in his mind began to gradually merge with him, and the teenager's confused eyes gradually began to become clear. So I've traveled. In his previous life, he was a writer who was in a hurry and had been staying up all night to write, and as a result, he was so tired that his eyes went black, and then he opened his eyes again to be here. This world honors martial arts. The strong hold the sun and moon in their hands and pick the stars. The weak can only be treated as pigs and dogs. The original owner's memories are a bit fuzzy. Su Chang'e is the young master of a downtrodden family. His parents disappeared when he was young until now there is no news. Then the family was wiped out. And I don't know how long they've been wandering around. Why can't I think of any specific information about the family? Su Chang'e would get a headache just by going to recall specific information about the family. Ugh, this body even has memory problems. And according to the current situation, he didn't have an invincible background or unrivaled talent, and 3 meals a day was even a luxury. Thinking about this, Su Chang'e couldn't help but feel even more desperate for life. Dang, dang, dang. The thunderous sound of drums came from the front, and the clamor immediately died down. A long line of people began to form in front of it. At the end of the crowd was a monolith of immense proportions. This stone monument did not look like a mortal object, emitting an ancient, vast pressure. Juntian Monument. It was rumored to be one of the greatest treasures of the Holy Land of returning to the origin, which could test talent enlightenment. Those with unparalleled talent even had the chance to become the holy sons of the returning sacred land. Many people after testing. There wasn't even any cultivation talent, and the current highest level of enlightenment was only at the level of a comparable inner disciple. The talent of this class of disciples is too poor. The generation is not as good as the next. Alas, the Holy Land has produced a Yi Lintian, so I guess it must have used up all its luck. Forget it, it's a waste of time to end it early. One by one, the faces of the elders could not hide their disappointment. The silence of the returning sacred land has been too long. If someone who can stir up the wind and clouds has not yet appeared in this life, the road to immortality is also a myth after all. Suddenly, the crowd stirred. Quickly look, the heaven-suppressing monument is actually trembling. Could it be that some peerless talent has appeared? Boom! Only a brilliant pillar of light rose up to the sky, like it was stirring the wind and clouds of the 9 heavens. It is? The elders hurriedly turned their gazes to the agitation. Not bad, this kind of talent can be a new generation of holy maidens. The elders looked at the stone monument with relief on their faces. It was a woman, with a delicate figure, exquisite and stunning features, and an extraordinary temperament. She should be from a large family. Looking in the direction where the crowd was boiling, Su Chang'e was a little envious, but then he remembered his status as a traveler, so maybe his own talent wasn't so bad? He placed his hand on the stone tablet and felt it with his heart, but a few breaths of time passed and there was actually no response at all. This made Su Chang'e a bit confused. I'm a traveler at least, so disrespectful? You have no cultivation talent. Next, that elder rushed Su Chang'e away with great impatience. The other man put his hand on it. and within moments a pillar of blue light appeared. He scornfully glanced at Su Chang'e. Really? Any cat or dog has come. Rumble. Su Chang'e's heart flashed with 10,000 thunderbolts. This is called crossing the cool article? Sure you're not traveling to your death? I think I'm a generation of metaphysical fiction writers, but I didn't expect to travel through such a dog-blooded world. Other people cross over or they're born into a top family, right? Where is your own family? It couldn't be said that the original owner was thrown into the lower realms by a top family to experience the Tao heart, could it? Or maybe a random sign up to a Jedi technique or Jedi physique. What about yourself? Nothing. Nothing more than the phantom dreams of a bitter novelist on his deathbed. He was a little disheveled and wanted to turn around, to get out of here and find another way. But just then, a mechanical voice sounded in his head. Ding! Destiny selection system activated. Detecting the host's first descent into the 3000 Paths domain, a new mission is issued below. Option 1, choose Cultivation. Reward, Cultivation upgraded to the Great Sage Realm. Restrictions, cannot be upgraded again for the following 10 years. Option 2, choose the Ultimate Technique. Reward, 10,000 Paths Reincarnation Technique. Option 3, choose a Peerless Physique. Reward, Innate Sacred Body Tao Embryo. Su Chang'e froze for a moment, and then she was overjoyed. The Divine Destiny Selection System? It's strong when you hear it. Cultivation is no longer high without the potential to end up in place. Besides the limitation of 10 years, the time wasted is too much. So how long does it take to achieve greatness? The Gongfu is no longer strong enough. Talent is just a subplot. The innate saint body Tao embryo. Su Chang'e didn't know much about it, but as a peerless physique, definitely born to fit the great Tao. His heart is in tune with the Tao, and he was simply born to witness the Tao. Thinking of this, he decisively chose option 3. Ding! Option mission completed. Reward, innate holy body Tao embryo. Given that the host is using the system for the first time, this system adds one additional reward. The host's charisma value has been elevated to Xianzi. Detecting that the host already has a first physique, the Destiny Void Body. The innate sacred body Tao embryo will be the second physique. Destiny Void Body? What's that? Ding! The host's cultivation level is too weak for this system to inform. Please continue to raise your cultivation level. Too weak in cultivation to tell? What a tie system. Bad review. Just as Su Chang'e's complaint had just fallen, suddenly, a vast, divine aura shot straight up from Su Chang'e, forming a pillar of light that seemed to pierce the heavens. The winds rose in the 9 heavens, golden clouds filled the sky, and purple gas stretched for tens of thousands of miles. The golden light continued to converge into a golden shadow. Green dragon, vermilion bird, xuanwu, white tiger and other divine beasts tumbled and appeared in the clouds and mist. With an astonishing momentum, brilliant golden light poured down from the sky, seemingly blessing the living. Immortal light lingered in the sky again, and the silhouettes of gods and demons appeared. Some of them were surrounded by divine light, while some of them were swirling with demonic aura, and the sky was filled with vast silhouettes as if they were going to cover the sky. All of them all kowtowed continuously to Su Chang'e. The 4 beasts of blessing. The sun is shining. Gods and demons bow down. The scene of visions that appeared in the sky above the Guiyuan sacred ground was like triggering a magnitude 10 earthquake in this northern underworld Tao region. All the major powers were boiling over. Heavens, 4 beasts descending. Gods and devils bowing down. Isn't this kind of vision only for the legendary holy body? Look at that direction. It's the holy land of returning to the origin? Could it be that some extraordinary character has been born? I think some unimaginable secret treasure has appeared. Right? Looking at this rich aura of laws, could it be a saint body in the top 10 of the 3000 Tao bodies? In the northern underworld Tao domain, countless great figures of the inherited Tao system were all in awe. They have been cultivating for countless years. Such visions are simply unheard of and unseen. The entire world's Tao laws were boiling. Immortal light lingered and laws filled the air. In the void, golden light filled the sky. And even more so, it was constantly intertwined with the law visions that emanated 5-colored divine light. And the scene was gorgeous to the extreme. Some of the supreme elders in seclusion deep within the Holy Land were awakened, and all of them came out of seclusion at this moment. The figure quickly broke towards the mountain gate. This kind of shocking scene was not only in the Guiyuan Holy Land, but many great figures from other great powers were also startled, and all of them broke through the air and came. After all, for countless epochs, such visions were extremely rare. Chapter 2, Unprecedented in the World. Alarming the Tao Realm. Each opening its ship. Rumble. The wind and clouds in the 9 heavens spun rapidly, and the golden light was dazzling and brilliant. And Su Chang'e's entire body was covered in golden light at the moment. The sacred body bloodline allowed all of his body to successfully metamorphose, like an exiled immortal bathed in golden light, sacrosanct and inviolable, just meditating on his knees. It was as if he was attuned to the great Tao with every inhalation and exhalation. Heaven and earth seemed to be trembling and resonating, and with him as the center, the aura was surging like a whirlpool, like a crazy vortex, and all of his cultivation levels were rising. Hiss! This terrifying speed of aura absorption. It's simply a monster. The gods and demons bow down, and the four beasts bestow blessings all because of this son. What kind of physique is this? With such talent, the future is unlimited. Many figures continued to appear in the sky dome, and they were all attracted by Su Chang'e. The gazes were surprisingly consistent, all of them staring fiercely at the teenager in front of them. At the moment, his eyes were tightly closed, as if he was in a state of enlightenment. Even so, his face looked handsome and extraordinary, with well-defined features that seemed to be the most perfect work of art in heaven and earth. It's really handsome and extraordinary. Combined with this kind of temperament and talent, if there were fairies in the world, it would be nothing more than that, right? Damn! Just that little bit better looking than me. Elder brother, are you sure it's just that little bit better looking than you? It's a billion points, right? The disciples of the Guiyuan Holy Land were all horrified and shocked. With this kind of talent and appearance, it would not be too much to say that it was an immortal on earth. After some female elders saw Su Chang'e's face, their minds that were originally like stagnant water rippled quite a bit, as if a withered tree was springing up. After a long time, it was only then that the visions in the sky faded. Su Chang'e's consciousness gradually cleared, and then he called out the system interface. Host, Su Chang'e. Cultivation, Spirit Sea Realm. Physique and Bloodline, Innate Holy Body Tao Embryo. Talent Vision, Gods and Demons Bow Down. Divine Beast's Blessing. Technique, None. Fabric, None. Item, Newbie Gift Pack X1. A newbie gift pack? I wonder what goodies can be opened. At this time, just as Su Chang'e leisurely opened her eyes, the scene before him made him shiver. Where we are currently, there are a lot of people, floating in the sky, pestle and mortar on the ground, dense. All of them were looking at him with fiery gazes, with an expression as if they were admiring a rare treasure. In his previous life, at least, he was also a writer of metaphysical fiction. A small scene. First, make a good impression. A steady hand. Late generation Su Chang'e. Meet all the seniors. Su Chang'e arched his hand towards the crowd. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing a golden robe walked over. His breath was thick and incomparable, his cultivation was unfathomable, as if he had the intention of looking out of the world. Greetings to the Holy Lord. The surrounding crowd said in unison. Holy Lord? This is similar to the sect leader of the returning sacred land? Su Chang'e speculated in his heart. But later he would learn that the Holy Lord was no more than an outward disguise. The true depths of the Guiyuan Holy Land were even more terrifying than he had imagined. Holy Lord Guiyuan was smiling. His eyes were very satisfied. Well, awakening such a physique. Still not humble, not arrogant. Little friend's heart is extraordinary, and the avenues you will achieve in the future will surely be extraordinary. Su Chang'e said in her heart, did she read all those metaphysical novels for nothing? However, he still maintained a bland and humble demeanor on the surface. Senior is too kind. Little friend, do you know what kind of physique you have awakened? Holy Lord Guiyuan suddenly asked seriously, reporting back to the Holy Lord. I heard in the underworld that it's called the innate sacred body Tao embryo. The crowd's pupils contracted and they breathed heavily at the words. The innate holy body Tao embryo. In the top 10 holy bodies is even more top of the list, but also perennial stable second. It wasn't because the innate sacred body Tao embryo was too weak, but the number one ranked physique was only recorded in myths and had never been seen by the world. But what they don't know is that Su Chang'e also has a hidden physique that is far more powerful, beyond the scope of the system's parsing, jumping out of the 5 elements. This myth would be completely proven after Su Chang'e's appearance. Legend has it that the combination of the wasteland ancient saint body and the innate Tao body, born to fit the great Tao, will achieve unspeakable achievements in the future. Upon hearing this, Saint Lord Guiyuan exuded a touch of divine thoughts towards him into his body, and since he didn't sense any malicious intent, Su Chang'e didn't resist. Not long after, the heavenly Yuan Holy Lord trembled and said with an excited face, Fine, fine. Your name is Su Chang'e, right? You can directly join my Guiyuan Holy Land and immediately become a holy son of my Holy Land. Hearing these words, the surrounding elders even had their pupils contract and were breathing heavily. The legendary innate saint body Tao embryo? I didn't realize it really exists. The innate sacred body Tao embryo will become a top-grade emperor in the future. God bless my Guiyuan Holy Land. Such talent should be directly exempted from the examination. This is the second ranked of the 10 holy bodies. Apart from that mythological physique, it is even ranked first. I think it should be the top of the saints. The elders of the Guiyuan Holy Land stared at Su Chang'e with fiery gazes, as if they had seen the glorious future of the Holy Land. An innate saint body Tao embryo, which had even ranked at the top of the 10 saint bodies, is worth a saint son of the district? A figure suddenly appeared in the sky above, his voice resounding all around, his tone full of mockery. Only a blood-robed middle-aged man was seen hanging in the air with his hands behind his back, and the blood-colored aura on his body seemed like it was going to tear the heavens apart. The head of the blood demon sect? Ha 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 ha. The return to origin Holy Land has already fallen. So why don't you come to my great Qin ancient dynasty? Another figure in the sky tore through space. The visitor was a man wearing a dragon robe. His entire body was surging with dragon chi, seemingly surrounded by golden dragons, and his eyebrows revealed a powerful confidence. This person was the contemporary state lord of the great Qin ancient dynasty. At this moment, another figure kept appearing. Luoha sword sect leader. Return to the head of the first sect. Bixia sect master. Master Hua Qiangu. The crowd couldn't help but be tongue-tied. These characters are the top of the North Underworld domain, all gathered here today, but it's a rare occurrence in 1,000 years. These people were not only powerful, but their strength was also the most top-notch, and a single word could decide the life and death of an unknown number of forces. Now for the sake of this teenager in front of him are all present. Visible, this teenager's potential should be so much huge. I am the head of the Luoha sword sect, little friend Su Chang'e. If you worship the Luoha sword sect, you can obtain the secret techniques of our sect's heritage. The Luoha sword sect leader's words drew countless outcries. This inherited secret art could be quite extraordinary. It was said to have touched the realm of immortals' intent. A sword through the heavens. A sword that could cut down immortals. Only their direct lineage was qualified to cultivate this kind of secret art. Now that the Luoha sword sect had decided to teach this kind of secret art to outsiders, it was evident that the price they had paid was also great. Sword Dao I, Hua Qiangu, also have, even not only Sword Dao, I, Hua Qiangu, can also pour out my all to protect your Dao? I can fulfill any excessive request. The person who spoke was the Flower Thousand Valleys headmistress, a mature woman, exuding an aura like a peach, especially the full bosoms that were ripe for the mark. Moreover, the Flower Thousand Valley had only recruited female disciples throughout the years, so it seemed that this Su Chang'e's talent was indeed too terrifying, and even they had decided to make an exception. My great Qin ancient dynasty has the luck of the true dragon. If little friend Chang'e joins my great Qin ancient dynasty, I can use 1/6 of my national luck to help little friend achieve the great Tao. My Luoxia sect has countless fairies, and their beauty can be considered to be the top of the northern underworld Tao region. Little friend Chang'e can have both the Tao and the beauty by joining my Luoxia sect. My Guyi clan's ancestors have produced saints above them, and it is only the most correct choice for little friend Chang'e to join my clan. A bunch of power sovereigns each introduced their own clans, assuring all sorts of benefits. The people around them couldn't help but be dumbfounded at the sight of it. They might not get a chance like this even if they put their lives together. Now that these top people are actually fighting to introduce themselves, it's a real crowd pleaser. I'm afraid that such a scene alone is the only one in the history of the Northern Underworld Tao domain. I think this scene is enough for me to brag for the rest of my life when I tell others about it. Brother has witnessed the birth of a sacred body. The crowd was overwhelmed with emotion, but no one was jealous. Jealousy because the gap between each other feels like it can catch up. When the gap becomes an insurmountable moat, it can only be seen from afar but not reached. Innate sacred body Tao embryo, a legendary existence. This kind of character they were only worthy of looking up to. The Holy Lord Guiyuan was also irritated for a while. He really wanted to suppress these ungrateful things directly, but then he remembered his Holy Land's scheming, and he still forced himself to hold back his anger. Now is not the time to expose the Holy Land's underbelly. It seems that we can only report to the old ancestor. With that, a divine light in his hand flew out vaguely and fell into the returning ancestral ground. Realms are divided into spiritual body, spiritual sea, avatar, Tao Tai, violet mansion, sealed emperor, venerable, mighty, sage, great sage, supreme sage, holy lord, quasi-emperor, and great emperor. Each realm is divided into early stage, middle stage, late stage, and consummation. Chapter 3, The Great Tao Oath. The holy body emerges, the Son of God established. After the divine light fell into the ancestral land, instantly, a voice like a flooding bell rang out in the sky. You guys barged into my Guiyuan Holy Land like this. Do you not have my Guiyuan Holy Land in your sights? All the voices around the room immediately quieted. The heads of the great sects were also wildly shaken. Was this voice not that one? Such a terrifying aura could it be? It's the old ancestor. The old ancestor of our Guiyuan Holy Land is here. Click. Just then, the void of one side of the heaven and earth shattered like a mirror. A bronze lotus flower emerged from the chaos, on which sat a figure with hair and white eyebrows. At a closer look, it was an immortal old man with an even more unfathomable aura. Although his face was vicissitudes and his body was dried out, his aura caused the power of the laws around him to roar. Just by looking at the people below with downcast eyes, there was a huge pressure enveloping everyone's mind and soul. The crowd of sect masters were all pale, and they didn't dare to breathe. This one was once a ruthless man of his generation. Back then, in the first human-demon war, he alone blocked 4 demon sacred Lord Realm Cultivation ancestors, exterminating 3 and escaping 1. After killing the demon army, he was honored by the people of the Guiyuan Holy Land as the Broken Army Ancestor. We pay our respects to the old ancestor. Everyone from the Guiyuan Holy Land arched their hands in unison, their faces showing respect. In the Guiyuan Holy Land, this one old ancestor is the most fierce one. A word, immediately fight. A cultivation is even more powerful and incomparable. The crowd also didn't expect the young man's talent to actually wake this one up. Zhao Wu, you've been the Holy Lord for so many years. Are your guts even worse than a dog's? Everyone else has broken into the Holy Land, and you're still this cavalier? The Broken Army old ancestor broke into a rage. Zhao Wu was the Holy Lord's name, and the only one who could directly say the name and then yell at the Holy Lord was this Broken Army ancestor. Zhao Wu was also a bit aggravated. He knew that this was the old ancestor's strategy. After all, the strength of their Holy Land could not be exposed to the world yet, so they could only divert the attention of the crowd through this method. Still, he was a bit aggravated. It was hard to be a Holy Lord. Originally, he was only a junior disciple of an old ancestor, but as a result, he had to be made this Holy Lord. It was too suffocating. Old ancestor Broken Army seemed to have sensed Holy Lord Guiyuan's aggravation and glared fiercely. Don't give me that. He then turned his gaze to Su Chang'e, but immediately turned into a kindly elder. This operation all stunned the crowd. The speed of the change of face is simply, little fellow, you should have known my identity. I am the old ancestor of the Guiyuan Holy Land. If you worship my Guiyuan Sacred Land, you can use all of my Sacred Land's cultivation resources as you please, and my Sacred Land will do its best to protect your path. He then gave a beat to his words. His eyes revealed a divine light, looked around in a circle, and said aloud, as long as you promise, in the future, you will be the divine son of my Holy Land, and you will have the same respect as me in the Holy Land, and your will be the will of the Holy Land. These words instantly shocked everyone, and a dead silence surrounded them. Son of God? As far as they knew, this divine son had never appeared in the Guiyuan Holy Land before. As was just said, the will of the divine son was the will of the Holy Land, and the district saint's son could not be compared to that at all, not even to the returning saint lord, old ancestor. There's something wrong, isn't there? The Holy Lord Guiyuan opened his mouth with a hardened head. A disciple who had just been initiated was writing on his own head? In the future, if you piss and on your own head, you'll have to smile with it. Old man Broken Army raised an eyebrow. Looks like you have an opinion? What? The words of a few of us old guys don't work anymore? The Holy Lord of Guiyuan shuddered. A few old guys? That means those few. It made him think hard and shake his head sharply. If he still didn't agree, I was afraid that tomorrow the Holy Lord would have to be replaced. Upon hearing the conversation that had just taken place, some of the Holy Land elders who were about to speak immediately swallowed what they were about to say and fell silent. The result of the discussion between several old ancestors. If they still don't know how to behave, they are simply looking for death. Old ancestor Broken Army really does have vigor. It's just that, with the resources of the Guiyuan Holy Land, can it cultivate an innate Saint Body Dao embryo? The headmaster of the returning one sect said in a conspiratorial manner. Don't end up wasting such a holy body for nothing. Can you afford it? Little friend Chang'e immediately became a divine son when he worshipped my Holy Land. Shouldn't my Guiyuan Holy Land tilt all the resources for him as a divine son? Besides, my Holy Land is willing to give all of any resources. Can you, all of you? Old ancestor Broken Army sneered nonchalantly. The returning sect leader was silent. If Su Chang'e worshipped in the Gi sect, their sect also had many disciples with outstanding talent. They wouldn't dare to give them all to Su Chang'e. This may cause conflicts in the clan. which is not conducive to the long-term development of the clan.
As far as I know, the returning element Holy Land has never produced a divine son of God in its countless years. Old ancestor Broken Army has taken it upon himself to do this.
Isn't he afraid that the rest of the saint sons will be disgruntled? Someone echoed, the will of the Son of God is the will of the Guiyuan Holy Land? If this is the case, aren't you afraid that the Guiyuan Holy Land will be in chaos? Old ancestor Broken Army mustn't swindle little friend Chang'e.
Uttering such big words,
I'm afraid I'll be disrespected in the future. All the top sects opened their mouths to mock. They didn't want to cheapen the Guiyuan sacred ground so much. The innate saint body Dao embryo was a rare occurrence in 10,000 years, and now that it was hard to see one, they would not give up so simply. In the face of all sorts of questions and ridicule, Old Man Broken Army's face was bland. With a flutter of his sleeve robe, he showed all his righteousness and said aloud, this God's Son position was decided by several old ancestors of my Holy Land together. The Son of God and I are equal in respect. The will of the Son of God is the will of the Holy Land. All the resources of the Holy Land can be used at will by the Son of God, and the Holy Land is fully committed to protecting the path of the Son of God. He then pointed his finger at the sky. The Great Tao testifies that I would like to make an oath of the Great Tao with the heart of the Tao. If there is a single word of falsehood in this matter, in the future, my soul will be scattered and I will not be allowed to live forever. Rumble. A white thunder exploded, and the aura of the Great Tao began to fill the sky, signifying that the oath was established. The people around were completely silent. The Great Tao oath was the most severe oath in the world and was regulated by the heavenly Tao. If you break it, your soul will be destroyed. I have already made a Great Tao vow. You can also make a Great Tao vow to show your determination. This is also a good way to show little friend, isn't it? The Broken Army ancestor looked at the crowd and faintly said. The surroundings became even quieter, and some people didn't even dare to breathe. Is it possible to make something like the Great Tao oath casually? If something goes wrong, won't you just die? So you were all painting big cakes for little friend before? TSK. How does this kind of vigor deserve to be called a sect leader? The Broken Army ancestor mocked once again. It seems that you juniors are really becoming more and more useless. These juniors actually looked down on themselves before? Through the words he had just spoken, old ancestor Broken Army always felt that he had only just vented his previous breath ruthlessly. Looking at Su Chang'e to the side, Old Man Broken Army said with a serious face, how is it? Is little friend willing to worship in my holy land? There was a hint of temptation in old ancestor Broken Army's voice. This is an opportunity that is rare in all of eternity. Little friend Chang'e must consider it carefully. When the words fell, all the gazes around them looked at Su Chang'e. Ding! New quest detected. Option 1, join the Guiyuan Holy Land. Reward, Yin Yang Sword Chi. Option 2, reject. Join other forces. Reward, Thunder Flash Sword Technique. Yin and Yang Sword Chi? Su Chang'e secretly contemplated in his heart. That aside, just from the vigor of this old ancestor just now, this old ancestor definitely said every word that was true, and the others he always felt were just painting a big cake, with a powerful backer and a multitude of resources. Then he would even have a complete foothold in this world. Combined with the divine son status, he could use all sorts of resources at will. And then his cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds in a single day. Disciple Su Chang'e, I wish to worship the Guiyuan Holy Land. Su Chang'e arched his hand and bowed. Good. From this moment on Su Chang'e is my Holy Land's divine son. The will of the divine son is the will of my Holy Land. Old ancestor Broken Army was overjoyed, and his voice like a flood bell spread throughout the entire Guiyuan Holy Land. Old Man Broken Army somehow had a strong feeling. It seemed to be a picture of the future, where the heavenly pride was nothing more than a group of stars, and Su Chang'e was a brilliant sun. One person could suppress an era. The plan that their Holy Land had prepared was finally going to start running. Why did he, an old ancestor, have to do it himself? It was because the ancient existences deep within the Guiyuan Holy Land had long since sensed that Su Chang'e was more than simply an innate sacred body Dao embryo, likely related to the mythological void of fate. Gentlemen, with this matter settled, will you not leave? The Broken Army ancestor looked indifferently at the people around him, and it was clear that he had already given an expulsion order. The faces of a group of lords of power were unsightly. This time they came for Su Chang'e, and ending up like this was tantamount to a wasted trip. The main thing was that they had also lost face in front of some juniors. Elder Broken Army swore through the heavenly Tao oath, while each of them appeared to be cowering. What was this? Deliberately deceiving the juniors? If this matter were to spread, it would inevitably fall on deaf ears. The many lords of the forces coldly grunted. Although the returning sacred land was ostensibly in decline, no one knew what the true strength was, also did not put down harsh words. Feel that things have come to this point, there is really no need to stay to go. Have cut through the void and turned to leave. Some left with a look of regret, some with a grim. In their opinion, a disciple with such talent that they couldn't obtain had to be destroyed. Chang'e, you have to become strong as soon as possible. You have to have the strength to override all the heavenly pride. These old foxes have dirty minds. You will be targeted in the future. Old broken army ancestor said in a serious tone. Su Chang'e nodded slightly. This was always the case in the cultivation world. An overly powerful talent was bound to attract the jealousy and hatred of others. If you are weak, you will be torn apart by these wolves. So he had to be strong enough to crush everything. If not, he would only fall miserably. The Eucharist came forth and the Son of God was established. Chapter 4, 10,000 Paths Return to Immortality Technique. God-killing sword intent. Let's go. I'll take you to the cultivation dojo to take a look. You have to raise your cultivation first. Elder Broken Army said in a serious tone. If not, the other sacred sons fear that they will be displeased. Chang'e leads the way. Su Chang'e archly said. Old Broken Army ancestor stroked his beard in satisfaction as he looked at Su Chang'e. Avenue is hard to find, even if you get awakened such a physique. Still not arrogant and not impatient. Have this mentality in order to achieve the avenue. Gel. Only to see Old Man Broken Army waving his big hand. A golden avenue stretched out in the void, filled with golden runes and ending straight into the depths of the Holy Land. Let's go Chang'e. I'll take you to see the dojo where you cultivate. When Su Chang'e stepped onto this golden avenue, the golden avenue actually moved on its own, very smoothly. The scenery beneath his feet was constantly changing, with fairy light drifting and clouds steaming. There are many sacred mountains hanging in the air in the Holy Land, and on them there are also many golden temples standing in a haze of light. Cranes soar through the clouds like a dreamy wonderland. There are a total of 182 hanging divine islands in my Guiyuan Holy Land, and there are even more buildings and temples than I can count. There's also an ancestral land in the returning sacred land. That's where us old guys usually cultivate. The name of the Dao Palace where you cultivate, Chang'e, is the Guiyuan Sacred Temple. It's the place with the densest spiritual qi in our Holy Land. You can cultivate there with half the effort. Look, it's up ahead. Old Broken Army ancestor pointed in a direction and introduced himself. One could only see the divine light there, and the laws of the great Tao filled the area, filling it with a sense of sacredness. Among them are many halls and buildings, carved beams and painted buildings, white mist steam, dense aura, large to the martial arts arena, small to the viewing pavilion. Everything is complete. The Broken Army ancestor was done showing Su Chang'e after. Old ancestor Broken Jun took out a gong method and handed it over to Su Changshang, saying, this gong method is called the 10,000 Paths Return to Immortality skill. It is the most central gong method of my Guiyuan Holy Land, and its longevity can't be traced back, but for 1,000 years, no one else has been able to cultivate to great success, and I believe that Chang'e, with your words, will surely break this record. Old Man Broken Army once again urged him to cultivate well and left. Not in 1,000 years? Then it was there 1,000 years ago? Su Chang'e had some doubts in his heart, and he didn't know what the Broken Army ancestor was playing dumb. The space of the Holy Temple of Returning Yuan was huge, but there were no furnishings in it, and it looked a bit of a desolate state. Call out the system again. Use the newbie pack. As Su Chang'e's words fell, a magnificent treasure chest suddenly appeared in the void, emitting 7-colored divine light. Click. The treasure chest slowly opened, in which the divine aura pierced the eyes. The host is bursting with luck. Congratulations on obtaining the World Tree Seed, the Ascension Sword, the Killing God Sword Intent, and the Immortal Spirit Treasure Armor. A stroke of luck? Su Chang'e speculated that it should be a random reward from a lottery or something like that. Looking towards the 4 items, he was amused that each one had its own flavor. Extract the Sword of the Ascension. Su Chang'e murmured a sentence in a low voice, and a faint ripple appeared in the void in front of him as a long sword broke through space and descended. With a crisp sword chime, the entire sword was presented. The entire sword was about 3 feet long or so. The body of the sword was as dazzling as a mirror, and a cold light flowed from the tip of the sword, so just looking at it made people can't help but feel chilled. The hilt of the sword, on the other hand, was carved out of an unknown divine wood, and the word Ascension was engraved on it, as if it had the meaning of dominating heaven and earth. The Sword of the Ascension, a derivative war weapon of the Heavenly Tao Power Sword, which can borrow the power of the Heavenly Tao to cut through all the illusions in the world, and is the sharpest sword in the world. The Sword of the Heavens? A branch of the heavenly Tao power sword Tao?
Perhaps this sword has a great origin. Su Chang'e gripped the long sword and walked towards the diamond of the martial arts arena. He wanted to try how sharp this sword was. Swish! The sword's splendor flashed, and a sword slashed out diagonally.
The diamond was instantly cut off.
Even the anti-magic formation within the martial arts arena was affected by the sword wave and clicked and cracked.
Hiss! Su Chang'e sucked in cold air.
This protective formation was able to withstand a Zunshur realm powerhouse.
But it was actually destroyed so easily. This sword is truly extraordinary.
If I raise my cultivation later, I'm afraid the sword that cuts out will be incomparably terrifying.
Will drawing something this good use up all my good luck? Su Chang'e muttered and whispered. It's hard to tell with this luck thing. Who runs out first and who goes first? It's enough that he didn't go first anyway. Su Chang'e then continued to look at the system bar.
Extract the killing god sword intent.
Buzz. An obscure and huge aura drilled into his mind.
And he was like a divine sword piercing through heaven and earth at the moment.
Because it was the system,
the god-slaying sword intent had been born in his body at this moment. Killing god sword intent, rumor has it that during the ancient war, a sword path wizard in the immortal world, who proved the way of the sword and became the immortal emperor of the sword path, spent countless years comprehending the famous sword intent with his life's learning, and with a single thought of the gods and devils, the sword intent became a god and chopped up all the gods of the world with the overriding sword intent.
Immortal world? Ancient wars? Beheading the gods of the world?
This kind of terrifying sword intent actually exists.
So would there be something from the flood? For example, what 12-pin golden lotus? Heaven and earth Xianhuan Linglong pagoda? Su Chang'e shook his head and laughed bitterly.
If there really was a flood treasure in the future,
wouldn't that be taking off in place? Right, there's a yin-yang sword chi. Su Chang'e looked at the system mail and clicked to receive it. Extract the yin-yang sword chi.
2 streams of light drilled into his body.
One red and one blue like the yin and yang wheel. Yin-yang sword chi, the most yin and yang. Transformed at any time. Ancient frost, brilliant sun. A thought of yin and yang. The ultimate sword chi.
Yin and yang sword chi and god-slaying sword intent.
And a sword. This is making me a sword cultivator? Su Chang'e didn't think much about it. And with his physique,
it was simply terrifying. A sword cultivator with an innate saint body Tao embryo has never been heard of since the beginning of time.
I believe that with my talent and physique,
I might be able to achieve the #1 sword cultivator in the ages. He had thought of the future light. The holy body's vision was in the 9 heavens, and the god-killing sword intent was across the sky,
and in the midst of laughter, everything flew into ashes and was destroyed. He looked once again to the next item.
Extract the immortal spirit treasure armor. An armored silhouette slowly coalesced in the void, then turned into streams of light and disappeared into Su Chang'e's body. He felt that his own perception of aura had become more sensitive. Immortal spirit treasure armor, gathering the aura of heaven and earth and transforming it into an immortal aura to protect the body. It can withstand the full force of the Holy Lord's strike.
Su Chang'e nodded his head in satisfaction.
This immortal spirit treasure armor didn't even make himself feel any heavy feeling.
With such a strong defense, he wasn't afraid of any attacks. The last one is the World Tree Seed. Su Chang'e looked at the system bar. World Tree, an unrivaled existence at first listen. Extracting the World Tree Seed. As the words fell, a colorful divine light appeared in Su Chang'e's dantian, emitting an aura filled with holiness, as if it was the beginning of chaos. As his consciousness gradually entered the multicolored divine light, his eyes opened up. What came into view was a vast and boundless expanse. A shoot has grown in the center of the heavens and the earth, and it is like the Lord of the heavens and the earth. As if everything is because of it. Though it was in the shape of a tender bud, it held a small, undeveloped world on top of it. It could be imagined that if this world tree grew, the countless branches and leaves would be a world, and the world tree would be the origin that interpreted everything in the world. So that's how it is. The World Tree Seed, the legendary tree of heaven and earth, can evolve all the great paths in the world. One leaf, one world, one branch can reach the heavens. It requires me to provide enough power of the 5 elements for it to grow, and if it succeeds in growing, I will be able to control the power of 3,000 worlds, and a single force can break through the heavens and the worlds. The power of 5 elements. It's better to find it later. Su Chang'e's mind moved slightly and threw the Ascendant Sword into the World Tree Seed. The World Tree Seed can be used as a storage space. That vast and boundless heaven and earth could even hold hundreds of millions of living beings. Ding! New mission detected. Option 1, I'm strong. I know. Immediately set out to suppress the rest of the Holy Sons and establish the authority of the Divine Sons. Reward, 9 Heavenly Reincarnation Tao. Option 2, continue to cultivate and raise your cultivation level. Reward, Spirit Gathering Heavenly Vault Formation. Suchanga couldn't help but have a head full of black lines. Although his strength had now changed radically. Option 1 was not necessary. Keep practicing. The host has completed the option and the reward has arrived. Suchanga looked at the system page again. Spirit Gathering Heavenly Vault Formation, a cultivation formation from the immortal era that gathers the aura of heaven and earth for one's own use. The higher the talent of the cultivator, the more aura he or she gathers. Good stuff. What a sleepy pillow delivery. The Spirit Gathering Heavenly Vault Formation in conjunction with its 10,000 Paths Return to Immortality skill might be able to bring me gains beyond imagination. After extracting the use of the Gathering Spirit Sky Dome Formation, Suchanga was once again in the midst of an epiphany. And the old ancestor was kind enough to leave behind a trick for him to quickly enroll in the 10,000 Paths to First Awareness. In a jiffy, after comprehending the 10,000 Paths to Immortality skill, Suchanga mobilized the aura laws in his body. Suddenly, with his body as the center, a rune appeared in the space around him, divine light flowing and emitting an obscure Tao rhythm. At this moment, the aura of the entire Guiyuan sacred temple seemed like it had been summoned by something in the underworld, and it was madly surging towards Suchanga's. The aura transformed into radiant light lingering around him, setting him off like a deity from the 9 heavens. If anyone had seen it, they would have been amazed. In the sky above the holy temple of return, it was as if the wind and clouds of the 9 heavens were being stirred by this majestic aura, and the wind and clouds were turning as fast as a whirlpool. This terrifying vision also attracted the gazes of countless people. Is the divine sun cultivating? Such a terrifying aura is truly unheard of. I think it should be. Right now the returning sacred temple only has the divine sun, so I think there shouldn't be anyone else besides him. The divine sun is in possession of an innate saint body Tao embryo like none other in the ages, so such a vision isn't impossible, but it's just a simple cultivation, and the commotion caused is too exaggerated. The many disciples of the returning sacred land couldn't help but brainstorm. The aura within the holy temple was incomparably dense, even to the point where it was about to turn into substance. In this environment, with his talent a day is not too much to ask. Suchanga was completely absorbed into the state of cultivation, and he was even more unaware of the outside world's arguments. Chapter 5, Heaven's Blessing, Heaven's Destiny, breaking 4 realms in a row. I don't know how much time has passed, when a sliver of morning sunlight pours down on the earth. A bright light from the returning sacred temple shot straight up into the 9 heavens. Even this side of the heavens and earth were trembling and roaring. It seemed like a party of divine thoughts that went straight into heaven and earth blossomed like a lotus flower. The terrifying pressure even caused some disciples with weak cultivation levels to tremble. This is God. Divine thought. The divine sun just broke through a large realm after practicing for one night? This kind of talent is too terrifying. I remember that the divine sun was only at the early spirit sea stage when he first joined the Holy Land. A talent like this from a divine sun is simply 1 in a million. That's for sure. The divine sun is an innate Tao embryo. He will become a great emperor in the future. Many of the disciples of the returning sacred land showed admiration. After all, every era worshipped the strong. With the talent of their godchildren, they would definitely be characters that would transcend an era in the future. Inside the holy temple of return, Suchanga leisurely opened his eyes, and a flash of divine light flashed across his eyes. It doesn't feel too bad. The increase in cultivation has raised the yin-yang sword chi and the god-slaying sword intent in my body as well. Perhaps it was because of the acquisition of sword intent. Suchanga looked like a divine sword that stood in heaven and earth. Just standing there made people look away. The holiness of the holy body, combined with his indifferent aura, seemed like a young great emperor born in response to heaven's destiny. But this speed is still a bit slow. It's actually just a breakthrough of a large realm. Suchanga sighed in dismay. If anyone heard such words, they were afraid that they would be infuriated to death. Breaking through a large realm in one night. One should know that some people need to spend 2 or 3 years. Even some of the most gifted people need to take months. Not only does it need the right time and place, but it also needs the support of a large number of heavenly materials and treasures. Changa, a majestic voice rang out, and looking around, the person who came was none other than the broken army ancestor. Changa, you've already broken through the avatar realm? Disciple is ashamed to have only broken through one great realm. Suchanga arched his hand and said, his face showing shame. The broken army ancestor looked like he was choking for a bit, not reacting for a moment. Then he laughed and patted Suchanga's shoulder. Changa, your cultivation has progressed so rapidly, how could I blame you? Old ancestor broken army was very happy. The more he looked at Suchanga, the more he liked him. He had now taken Suchanga as his heart's flesh. Suddenly he seemed to notice something.
and he immediately curtailed his smile.
With a slight frown on his expression,
He exuded a sliver of divine thought and probed at Su Chang'e in detail.
frowning deeper and deeper, he seriously inquired, "Why do I feel that you have a hint of sword intent on you?
This sword intent of yours even makes me a little wary.
Are you stealing some forbidden art? Chang'e, you are an innate sacred body Tao embryo. Your future is unlimited.
You can't cultivate forbidden arts. You have to know that forbidden arts bring great progress and equally great side effects."
Old Man Broken Army's complexion was ironic,
but his face was filled with anxiety.
Su Chang'e was also a bit puzzled at first. Wasn't he just generating sword intent? How did it become a forbidden art?
A slight pause for thought followed. It seemed that the old ancestor was worried that he had cultivated something bad and was worried about his own safety.
Old ancestor. Su Chang'e put on a hesitant look,
but he still gritted his teeth and said,
"My innate sacred body Tao embryo is very special.
And when my cultivation level was raised to the divine profound realm, an inexplicable sword intent and sword chi was bred in my bloodline."
Su Chang'e found a reason that still made sense.
Although he also trusted the old ancestor, he couldn't tell the other party the secret that he had a system.
Could he?
By putting on a hesitant face and saying this yourself,
you'll be more convincing to the other side.
It's called a steady hand.
A false start. After hearing Su Chang'e's explanation,
Old Broken Army ancestor's pupils contracted and he breathed heavily,
as if he had heard something extraordinary.
His lips trembled a little.
This is heaven's blessing, heaven's destiny. Su Chang'e was dumbfounded.
The heavenly Tao bestowed blessings and heavenly destiny?
How does he not know that himself? God bless the Holy Land. God bless the Holy Land. Heaven blesses my Guiyuan Holy Land. Old Broken Army ancestor's emotions appeared to be agitated. Old ancestor Broken Army was known to be a curmudgeon in the Guiyuan Holy Land.
He was usually a serious person, and almost no one had ever seen him show any other emotions other than an indifferent expression.
But at the moment,
the other party looked like an old man who heard about the birth of his great-grandson and then cried tears of joy. It was only after a long time that the Broken Army ancestor was able to calm his mind down. Then he took a deep breath and said,
"Rumor has it that some people with great fortune will be blessed by the heavenly Tao when they are born. When their cultivation is improved,
they will awaken powerful abilities or acquire supreme techniques.
This kind of person is born in response to heaven and earth's destiny. That is, the destiny of heaven."
This type of phenomenon is documented in ancient texts. The way of heaven is already supreme, and these types of people are born in response to heaven's destiny. The horrors of future achievements are boundless,
unspeakable and unnameable. After saying that, Old Man Broken Army's expression was once again agitated. He had long felt that Su Chang'e was far more than just an innate sacred body Tao embryo,
and that the more mysterious power deep within his body, even beyond one's own perceptions.
Establishing Su Chang'e as a divine son now seemed like an incomparably wise choice.
I'll see what those old guys have to say.
Originally,
several other old ancestors had objections to his establishment of the divine sonship.
Now that he's shaking this up, they'll shut up immediately.
Knowing that with this kind of holy body, and this kind of great fortune,
Su Chang'e might even be able to surpass a great emperor and certify as an immortal.
In the ancient times a great battle, the immortal path had long been broken.
But Su Chang'e's appearance showed him an opportunity. Thinking of this, another burst of ecstasy spread across his face. Old ancestor you. Su Chang'e couldn't help but tremble as he watched the ever-changing complexion of the Broken Army old ancestor. The world of Shin fantasy still has those who play with changing faces? Su Chang'e actually didn't have too many ideas.
He had already read many metaphysical novels in his previous life. Owning a system and awakening a heaven-defying cultivation talent,
he was, to put it bluntly, open and shut. If you can't suppress an era. Ha ha ha. Old ancestor, I'm just too happy. I've made you laugh at Chang'e. Elder Broken Army patted Su Chang'e's shoulder, still unable to hide the laughter in his eyes.
You've just made a breakthrough. Think you'll have come to some other realization.
So I'll leave you alone. Later on, I'll ask someone to send some cultivation resources over. If it's not enough, you can feel free to mention it to me.
You can mention anything from 10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum to immortal pills of immortality.
It's guaranteed to be enough. After explaining a few words again,
the Broken Army ancestor turned into a stream of light and broke through the air,
his speed even shattering a large area of space.
Only his face was still full of smiles as he murmured to himself, such a terrifying sword chi and sword intent,
coupled with the holy body. Since the beginning of time, we have never heard of a sword cultivator with an innate holy body Tao embryo. If he becomes an immortal in the future,
it's just a small thing to crush the heavens and the worlds with a single sword.
Chang'e has progressed so much.
I'll have to find some more cultivation treasures to come and simply cut out most of the other Holy Sun's cultivation materials. From time to time, bright laughter came from the sky, echoing like a flood bell in the returning to the origin Holy Land. Many disciples of the Holy Land were looking up in confusion.
That seems to be Old Man Broken Army, right? Why are you so happy?
The Divine Sun broke the fourth realm in one night.
So the old ancestor can be unhappy? Oh, that too. Many disciples once again looked in the direction of the returning sacred hall. In their opinion,
with such a terrifying talent, the position of God's Son was well deserved. It wasn't long before old ancestor Broken Army returned once again, and he brought with him cultivation resources as high as a small mountain.
10,000-year-old Ganoderma lucidum, immortal god pill, mystical realm divine fruit, streams of light and gleam,
and the entire holy place radiated an eye-catching light.
In fact, this was only an extremely tiny portion within the treasure trove of the Guiyuan Holy Land, an insignificant drop in the ocean, so to speak. The reason why he said so in front of outsiders was because the Guiyuan Holy Land wanted to draw out the big fish.
Chapter 6 Ancient Divine Mountain emerges. Immortal King proceeds to the 9 heavens.
Terrifying underpinnings. After receiving these resources, Suchanga continued to cultivate.
Time passed, and another 10 days passed. During this period of time,
Suchanga went all out with her cultivation,
and whenever she had a spare moment, she delved into the Tao of the sword.
In his opinion,
since he had become the Son of God, he had to have absolute power over everything, otherwise he would definitely end up in a bad place.
This day, inside the Holy Temple of Return, Suchanga sat in the void.
Immortal light rose from his body, the runes of the great Tao intertwined, and the 10,000 paths resounded in unison as his body blossomed with a bright and dazzling light. All the auras in a 10,000-mile radius endlessly surged towards him. A vast and majestic ocean of aura was even formed around his body, which was constantly rinsing his flesh at the moment. Because of the fusion of the innate sacred body Tao embryo, the entire person exuded a strange fragrance. The flesh was like glass, crystal clear, and the bright golden haze blooming from the bones was branded with ancient runes.
Rumble, accompanied by a roar of aura, the divine sea within his body set off monstrous waves.
Under the vast and boundless spiritual chi rushing over, the divine sea within Suchanga's body began to crazily surge up at this moment.
20,000 miles, 40,000 miles, 60,000 miles, 90,000 miles. Eventually, the divine sea within Suchanga directly skyrocketed to a full 999
miles. The aura contained within it was even more majestic,
and the terrifying aura even exceeded people's knowledge of the divine sea.
One should know that in the ancient texts it was recorded that the miles of divine sea was the perfect divine sea. A person who achieved such a perfect divine sea could be considered unrivaled among his peers in the avatar realm. But Suchanga had actually broken through so much on top of the original foundation.
Beyond the legend.
At this moment, his divine sea began to rage again as an ancient divine mountain boomed in the middle of the divine sea.
Suchanga's cultivation level once again rose in an extraordinary manner.
It had actually broken through the Tao Tai realm once again.
The divine sea is transformed into a form that is also a Tao platform. However, Suchanga's body was incomparably terrifying,
and an incomparably tall ancient divine mountain loomed from within the divine sea,
opening up the heavens and the earth with its sound. Immortal light, aura, and mist vaporized. Countless saints' shadows slowly appeared around the ancient divine mountain,
all of them bending down towards that ancient divine mountain and paying homage.
Suddenly,
another immortal mist rose and filled the air above the divine light.
At the same time, a divine chain of order descended down.
An endless immortal light rose up in a vast manner. A shadow of an immortal king with an incomparably terrifying aura emerged vaguely.
The immortal king is in the 9 heavens. At this moment, as if affected by Suchanga, the Guiyuan holy ground also emitted a shocking ringing sound.
The vision of his cultivation breakthrough was even projected into the skies above the return to origin Holy Land.
The ancient sacred mountain opens the chaos.
Saints make pilgrimages to kneel on sacred mountains. The divine chain hangs down and the immortal king comes. The 10,000 paths chime together to dazzle the ancient and modern world. This horrifying impression stretched for tens of thousands of miles.
Loud and magnificent to the extreme. Not only was it the Guiyuan sacred ground, this time,
even the northern underworld Tao region was sensationalized once again.
Ancient divine mountain. Immortal kings. Saints making pilgrimages. Is this induced by that innate saintly body Tao embryo from the Guiyuan Holy Land? Looking at the location, it's the returning sacred land. Such a vision must be that holy body. This vision is actually even more terrifying than before. Is this really just a mere innate saint body Tao embryo? Many people's scalps were numb. This kind of vision was beyond their common sense. More old ancestors deep within the returning Yuan Holy Land were awakened, scattering their divine senses towards the returning Yuan sacred temple to probe. The divine sounds of the great Tao intertwined in the sky above the holy temple of returning origin, and the power of the laws dazzled. The divine chains of order intertwined into mysterious imagery above the 9 heavens, splendid to the extreme. It even caused many disciples who were in seclusion to have direct breakthroughs in their cultivation. Godson is simply too terrifying. Just a mere breakthrough in cultivation alone has triggered such a vision. Many thanks to Divine Son for wishing me a breakthrough in my cultivation. Thank you, Divine Son. Thank you, Divine Son. Many of the disciples even arched their hands and bowed to the holy temple, and the gratitude that showed in their eyes could be seen that they had a heartfelt admiration for the Divine Son. At this moment, within the ancestral land of the Goyuan Holy Land, Old 9, I have to say you've done a good job this time. A low voice came out. One could only see the man sitting on top of the highest Tao platform. His face could not be seen. Obscure Tao rhythms filled his surroundings, and the Tao trembled. Hee, we were wrong about Old 9 before. Please don't blame us. Another blurry, shadowy figure smiled. This person's aura was even too powerful than the broken army ancestor. They were none other than the most powerful old ancestors of the Guiyuan Holy Land, and the outside world had long believed that they had long since sat down, but they did not expect to still be around today. A cultivation level that was unfathomable, with an aura as vast as an abyss. Humph, you think I'm like you guys? Don't bother talking to you guys. I'm going to check on Chang'e. The broken army ancestor turned into a stream of light and cut through the sky. The two shadows behind the curtain couldn't help but smile at each other, knowing that this one of theirs had a problem with them, because the Holy Land's first saint's son was also an ancient heavy pupil, and his potential wasn't much worse than Su Chang'e's. They were somewhat opposed to the establishment of the Divine Son position before. However, Su Chang'e's performance had once again refreshed their perceptions, and they were no longer speechless. Innate sacred body Tao embryo, blessed by the heavenly Tao, heaven's destiny, and now the vision of the immortal king's presence in the 9 heavens. There's no mistaking it. This sun is the opportunity for us to open up the immortal path in the Guiyuan sacred land. The blurry figure on the highest dais murmured. Then with a majestic look in his eyes, he loudly said to everyone below, "Listen up, all of you. We in the Guiyuan Holy Land will protect him at all costs. Even if all of us old guys die out, nothing can happen to him. Is that clear? We will definitely protect the Divine Son with our lives." They were all old ancestors of the Guiyuan Holy Land, a dozen of them. This kind of terrifying power was enough to sweep through the entire northern underworld Tao region. However, the most terrifying thing was not these 10 or so old ancestors, but the 3 deeper ones. They were none other than the most mysterious ancient ancestors and distant ancestors of the Guiyuan Holy Land, and other than the old ancestors of the Guiyuan Holy Land, almost no one knew of their existence. They are just 3 wisps of incarnation. The cultivation of the incarnations of the 2 ancient ancestors here was even less than 1/millionth of the original, but that's not even more terrifying, especially that distant ancestor. It was no longer possible to summarize his cultivation at this moment in terms of realms. If there is, it can only be described as nothing. His true essence is not in this realm, but above the immortal realm. My Guiyuan Holy Land has been silent for too long, and the world has long since forgotten the majesty that the Holy Land once had. The man of prophecy has arrived. It's time for a person who has pressed across the great world to stir up the winds and clouds of the 3,000 Tao realms. One of the ancient ancestors muttered. There's no rush. This child still needs to travel to the immortal realm, and it will take a bit of breaking and entering to come above the immortal realm at that time. All we have to do is protect the boy before he grows up. That distant ancestor didn't open his mouth at all, only communicating in the other party's sea of consciousness with an extremely mysterious Tao rhythm. This is far beyond the theorem of the great Tao of this world. The waters of the returning sacred land were so deep that almost even those old ancestors didn't know when the sacred land was established. If one wants to trace its origins, the times are all but unknown. 3 eyes that could penetrate the void of fate and pierce through the long river of time looked toward Su Chang'e, who was cultivating. The person they were waiting for had finally arrived. The rock rises with the wind in one day, rocking up to 90,000 miles. Chapter 7, the 10th Violet Mansion descends, breaking the extremes, dictating the 10,000 years. Heavens, just how strong is your talent, Chang'e? Old Man Broken Army had already reached the outside of the returning sacred temple. The closer he got to the holy temple, the more he could feel the majestic aura. He didn't go in because Su Chang'e's cultivation was surprisingly still rising today, so it seemed that Su Chang'e could even break through to the Purple Mansion realm. Elders of the Guyuan Holy Land, listen to the order. Protect the divine sun with all your might. As if he still felt that it was not enough, he said aloud once again, quickly, run the sect protector formation with all your might. Quite a few people couldn't help but suck in cold air at the words. Running the sect protector formation at full strength could require massive amounts of spirit stones and spirit chi. Only the outbreak of a great war in the clan would be like this. And today, actually for the sake of a disciple, the old ancestor directly ordered the opening of the clan protection array. I can't find any words to describe the Son of God anymore. It's horrible. Yeah, I've been in the Guyuan Holy Land for 2 years, and I've actually seen 2 heaven and earth visions in a row in just half a month. Do you guys think there will be a third time? There must be. A talent like the Divine Sun's is 1 in a million. How could it be just 2 visions? In the meantime, buzz. A beam of radiant golden light shot straight up into the sky from the central grand formation of the Guyuan Holy Land. A rune then filled the void, connecting and resonating with each other. And then the radiant runes seemed to have transformed into a canopy barrier enveloping the entire Guyuan Holy Land. But it's not enough. Numerous more figures suddenly appeared in the void. All elders with profound cultivation. Each of them catalyzed their own aura to the extreme. Divine light shining brightly and the void trembling. With their concentration, they all turned their gazes in one direction. The returning sacred temple. It was only seen in the sky above the returning sacred temple. The 4 great violet mansions evolved above the sky dome, spewing out blazing and radiant haze, as if they were 4 brilliant suns, splendid and eye-catching. But suddenly, that void rippled like water waves. Around the 4 great violet mansions, 2 great violet mansions appeared once again. Hiss! 6 great violet mansions. The divine sun opened up the violet mansions so quickly. Wait, it doesn't seem to be over. All the people of the Guyuan Holy Land looked at this with shocked faces. To break through from the Daotai realm to the Purple Mansion realm, many people needed 100 years. Only when the aura in his body had accumulated to a sufficiently strong level would he attempt to impact the Purple Mansion realm and open up the Purple Mansion space. However, despite this, many people opened up the Violet Mansion space very slowly, as they would fail if they were slightly inattentive. And then look at their divine sons. Open up the Purple House actually as simple as eating and drinking water. Simply unheard of. Unheard of. Rumble. The heavens once again roared. As loud as doomsday, it seemed like an immortal emperor was about to break the boundary and descend. Just then, the 7th Violet Mansion also appeared with a bang. The radiant light emanating from his body made it impossible to look directly at him. The broken army ancestor as well as the ancestors of the returning origin ancestral ground were all looking expectant. They were about to witness a miracle today. A talent like the Divine Sons must be able to open up the legendary 9 Violet Mansions as well, even if the first Saint's son is inferior. The first Saint's son, Yi Lintian, but he has the legendary Heavy Pupil, that is also ranked in the top 10 of the 3,000 Dao bodies. When the Heavy Pupil opens, the Supreme Being avoids it. In the end, he also achieved the 9th Violet Mansion. And the Divine Sun's talent is at most about the same as the Sacred Son of Lin Tian. Not necessarily. The Divine Sun had such a vision just from his breakthrough. And this is the 3rd time he's had a vision. At that time, the Lin Tian Saint's son didn't have this kind of noise when he broke through his cultivation. Did he? Keep watching first. The talent of the Son of God is not something we can speculate on. The crowd all nodded individually. Indeed, such a vision was truly unheard of by them, and perhaps their divine son could perform even greater miracles. Boom! 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 Several thunderbolts crossed the sky above. Just then the 8th Violet Mansion slowly emerged, flowing with a mysterious mist of immortal light. A blend of visions and ancient vicissitudes. Not long after the 8th Violet Mansion appeared, the 9th Violet Mansion also emerged with a bang. 9 Violet Mansions. It was like 9 days across the sky, blooming with eye-catching and radiant light. A ray of immortal light hung down. The many buildings and halls of the Guyuan Holy Land were shrouded in immortal light, and the aura was dense, just like a heaven on earth. The divine chain of order fell from the canopy. The great Tao Brahms arose. The runes filled the sky. And the sacredness was supreme. 9 Violet Mansions. Many elders' faces were overjoyed. Their holy land had once again produced a supreme heavenly pride of the 9 Violet Mansions. It should be more than that, the broken army ancestor murmured. He believed that Su Changa's talent was definitely much more than that. A pair of eyes stared dead center in Su Changa's direction, anticipation flickering in their eyes. Rumble. A shocking commotion resounded once again. Above the dome of the sky, there were billions and billions of thunder rises. Thunder transformed into an ancient beast roaring. Then they transformed into heavenly soldiers and generals holding divine blades.
The momentum was magnificent, and it seemed to have the intention of destroying the sky. The void twisted violently, and around those 9 purple mansions, another brilliant light was about to emerge.
Sure enough, the legend is actually true. It's really that legend.
Although they were prepared, the scene at this moment still made the many old ancestors unable to calm down.
Legendary myths have been written. Click.
The void seemed to shatter, turning into dots of golden light that dissipated and lingered in the air.
An incomparably huge purple mansion appeared with a roar, and its radiant light dazzled through the ages.
Its brilliant light even covered the sun above the 9 heavens, hiding the starlight of the sun and moon.
The 10th violet house descends. This is a moment for the world to see.
That purple mansion replaced the original great sun and became another 9 heavenly proud sun.
Ha ha ha. Good. Good good. 10 violet mansions. 9 is the extreme number.
But Chang'e has broken the limits of the ages and achieved the 10 violet mansions.
The road to immortality is about to be opened again. The hope of my Guiyuan Holy Land.
The many old ancestors of the returning origin ancestral land laughed out loud. The voice was thick as if it was a thunderous explosion,
resounding through the Guiyuan Holy Land.
The elders and even some of the supreme elders cried tears of joy, their expressions incomparably excited. The 10 great purple mansions are unrivaled in all ages. Never since the beginning of time have we heard of such a talent, nor has anyone ever successfully molded the 10 great violet mansions. The lowest achievement is bound to become a true immortal later on.
Immortal, but it's a mythical existence in the legends. 10 great purple mansions? True immortal qualifications? Such legendary talents have actually appeared. At the same time, in the depths of the Holy Land of Return, above an overhanging divine mountain, there was a figure with a terrifying aura hanging in the void, standing in the 9 heavens, looking in the direction of Su Chang'e. It was a few magnificent young men and women, surrounded by immortal light. Each and every one of them was either handsome and extraordinary, or clear and beautiful, and one could tell how powerful they were just by standing there. They were none other than the holy sons and daughters of the Holy Land of Return. In fact, they were still dissatisfied when Su Chang'e was established as a divine son previously due to the innate saint body Dao embryo. Although the saint body talent was strong, Su Chang'e's cultivation was inferior to theirs. But, nowadays, opening the Violet Mansion was already the same as their cultivation level. It was still the mythical 10 purple mansions, and it was the first time it had appeared in the ages, and their hearts were panicking at the moment. If the Son of God borrowed them to establish his authority in the future, I'm afraid that all of them together wouldn't be enough for them to drink a pot of water. The 10 great purple mansions, legendary myths, are entirely born only by teenage great emperors and true immortal heirs, and I didn't expect that the divine son had actually been born. This kind of talent paired with an innate saint body Dao embryo, this is considered a forbidden monster, the holy body that opens the 10 violet mansions. Alas, how should this gap be bridged? The many holy sons and daughters were talking, each with a complicated expression. Such talent, such vision. They were no longer calm, and some of the holy sons and daughters had already begun to calculate their own little thoughts. Chapter 8, The Divine Son emerges, amazing the crowd, returning to the martial arts arena. As Su Chang'e's breath slowly calmed, the heaven and earth visions once again dissipated in the air, and the Guiyuan Holy Land once again returned to peace. It was just that the shocking commotion just now would take the crowd a long time to calm their minds. Inside the Holy Temple of Return, Su Chang'e slowly opened her eyes. His breath at this moment was already incomparably thick, and just a wisp of breath that flowed out unconsciously could even cause the void to tremble and roar. There were threads of Taoist rhythms lingering around his body, and his entire person exuded an aura of being proud of heaven and earth, just like a god descending to the world. The killing god sword intent and yin yang sword chi had both been upgraded, and just a single strand of sword chi could cut across the void. The world tree seed in his body also grew with the help of the previous aura as well, but it was still slow without the 5 elemental attributes. New option quest detected. Option 1, cultivation is still too low. Choose to continue cultivation. Reward, seal demon 1000 crane meditation scripture. Option 2, stop practicing and consolidate the foundation. Reward, heaven breaking fist. The system's voice suddenly sounded. Su Chang'e couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Although it's good to improve your strength, don't be greedy. If the foundation is not strong enough in the future, it will become a big thing instead. Option 2 it is. The host has completed the selection and the reward has been issued. Just then, a stream of light landed in front of Su Chang'e. Su Chang'e was just about to salute, when the broken army ancestor god reached out his palm and gently placed it on his head to sense it. Good good good. Chang'e, your cultivation nowadays has actually broken through to the middle stage of the Violet Mansion. breaking through 3 major realms in a row in just half a month.
Even the entire northern darkness Dao region has never seen a second person.
However, it's better for you not to continue to break through. It may not be a good thing for your cultivation to break through too quickly.
You need to stabilize your cultivation first to lay a solid foundation for the higher paths in the future.
Yes, Chang'e bears in mind the teachings of the old ancestor. Su Chang'e continued, Old ancestor, I want to consolidate my cultivation. Where can I go to better help me consolidate my cultivation? The broken army ancestor was also a bit surprised, as if he hadn't expected these words from Su Chang'e, but on his face, he was even more pleased, not being arrogant even after achieving such an accomplishment. Still following the words of this old ancestor of his, he really liked Su Chang'e more and more. There are several places in our Holy Land where disciples can consolidate their cultivation. The return to origin martial arts arena, where numerous disciples can spar with each other, thus honing their cultivation techniques. The Celestial Extreme building is divided into 9 floors, and each floor is set up with a different test that you can break through with your own talent. Burial Sword Abyss, where countless sword cultivators had been buried. The sword intent formed there can be considered terrifying, and sword cultivators can sense and enhance their own sword Dao through there. The Illusory Beast Secret Realm is not bad. It was once an illusionary realm constructed by a great power who delved into divine sense during the ancient times, in which there are many demonic and exotic beasts, in which you can realistically engage in life and death combat, and even if you die in battle in it, your life will not be in danger. There is also a place called the Returning to the Origin Forbidden Land, in which demonic chi churns. It is an ancient battlefield from the ancient times. This place is more special. Wait until you break through above the Purple Mansion, then you will be qualified to go there. However, I recommend that you head to the Return to Origin martial arts arena first. The broken army ancestor spoke again. Why? Su Chang'e asked back suspiciously. There are often holy sons and daughters out there. If you head there, you might be able to use this opportunity to establish your authority. Su Chang'e slightly nodded after a brief contemplation. Since he had become the position of God's son, he definitely had to establish his authority, or else he would easily be treated as if his name was not correct. Under the arrangement of Old Man Broken Army, a divine crane quickly flew outside the temple. After Su Chang'e sat down, he flapped his wings and flew into the sky in an instant. The Holy Land is finally going to take the world by storm. Old Ancestor Broken Army looked at Su Chang'e's distant figure with a smile, and his eyes flashed with anticipation. Celestial pride inherently needed to break through in battle, and a celestial pride like Su Chang'e should be even more so. The sunlight scattered down from above the dome of the sky and shone on Su Chang'e's body. Ink hair root crystal, filled with hazy glow, god bone immortal posture, a good fluttering turbid good sun. Even if he was just resting his eyes, he was still permeated with a transcendent sense of detachment. Like the spirit of heaven and earth was born, anyone who looks at it can't help but feel that it is an exiled immortal coming down to earth. Quickly look, the divine sun has come out of the gate. I have to say, Godson is really too handsome. Yeah, I've never just seen such a handsome Taoist face. The speed of the divine sun's cultivation is also too terrifying. Now he's actually at the Purple Mansion realm. Such a breakthrough speed is truly unprecedented and unmatched. However, another puzzled voice came from the marveling crowd. Elder Bai Hua, why is your face so red? It's the heat today. When these words came out, the inquiring man's face looked strange. Late fall weather and still hot? Su Chang'e was like a most beautiful scenery line, attracting the attention of many people wherever she went, especially some of the female disciples, as if they were mesmerized. Some of them walked and even wobbled, while some of them stayed where they were and watched Su Chang'e smile fondly. On closer inspection, even some female elders were among them. The returning martial arts arena, on top of a suspended divine island. Its area was so immense that it would not even be a problem to accommodate tens of thousands of people. At the moment there were many disciples who were practicing and cutting within the martial arts arena. Inside the martial arts arena was a huge sacred stone. Rumor had it that this sacred stone was a solid and sturdy stone that fell from above the 9 heavens, and was known as the Starfall Heavenly Stone. This stone was rumored to have Xian Huang's iron within it, which could greatly enhance one's physical body cultivation. So the Holy Land placed this star meteor heavenly stone here. As long as there is broken, the Xian Huang's iron in it belongs to the other party. At this moment, in front of the boulder, a stunningly beautiful figure stood, with a playful face and a dignified and elegant temperament, giving a sense of a beautiful jade that had come into being. Those snow-white jade legs were even straighter and longer, making people think the woman wore a white robe and sarong, adding a touch of dust.
The dress seemed a little too small to wrap around her body.
Dimpled, snow-white skin, hot and powerful, between the knitted brows and the movement of the flavor, but also show endless charm. Saintess Xinyan is still so beautiful. Of course, the holy maiden Xinyan is now also in the Purple Mansion realm cultivation, with a strength that ranks 4th overall. Not only is her cultivation profound, but her appearance is the topmost existence in our Holy Land. I heard that holy maiden Xinyan is also the body of Taiyin. If they become a couple, cultivation is twice as fast with half the effort. Yes, the body of Taiyin. I heard that both the first saint's son and the second saint's son had been interested in having her follow them, but both were rejected by her. I do think it's normal. The body of Taiyin is also the top physique. If it gets big, the power of all Taiyin can freeze everything in the world. It's terrifying. Many disciples couldn't help but quietly murmur at the sight of this stunning figure. Yun Xinyan, the 4th holy maiden, was also a top figure in the Holy Land. Moreover, Yun Xinyan would come to the martial arts arena almost every day, and based on their understanding it seemed like it was because of her sick father at home. It would be a strange thing if she was not found in the martial arts arena. Congeal. Yun Xinyan raised her jade hand, and suddenly a vapor that permeated heaven and earth twined around her jade hand. Suddenly, he raised his hand and swung it out. Boom! In a flash, the water vapor transformed into a huge water phoenix. Only the water phoenix cried out to the sky, blasting down against the boulder. A horrifying shockwave instantly swept through the 4 directions. With such a great destructive force, even if it can't be broken there will be traces, right? The crowd thought so, only to see the smoke dissipate. The starfall heavenly stone was still intact. Not even a trace of it. It still failed. The crowd sighed in their hearts. The powerful backlash caused blood to flow from the corners of her mouth, making her look incomparably miserable. Yun Xinyan looked like she knew it was all expected, just smiled helplessly, his figure looking a little forlorn. It seems I still can't help my father. Chapter 9 Heaven Breaking Fist. Fist shocking the Holy Land, breaking the Xianhuang meteorite iron. Senior sister, if you want this Xianhuang's iron so much I can help you. At that moment, a young voice with a smile rang out. Only a young man walked slowly in the distance. The face was also quite handsome, with sword brows and starry eyes, and the aura emanating from the face was also felt to be heart-stopping. Wang Kaiha, the 5th saint's son among the 9 saint sons of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Although he was ranked 5th, it seemed to many that his strength wasn't even worse than the 2nd saint's son. Bai Shangwai, a sword Dao talent, was even one of the top 2 existences in the Holy Land. Of course, if the crowd knew about Su Chang's sword Dao talent, it would be somewhat intriguing to see if Wang Kaiha would still be able to keep his seat. There were rumors that this Wang Kaiha was so devoted to Yun Xinyan that he deliberately chose to condescend to her after. TSK. What a licking dog. Nope. What a deep love boy. Senior sister. This boulder is made from a meteorite from the sky. You're not strong enough, and senior sister's aura is of the water attribute, so this will definitely fail. I see my senior sister working so and so hard every day, tired in my senior sister's body, hurt in my heart. After saying that, Wang Kaiha came next to Yun Xinyan with an arrow step, taking out an embroidered handkerchief. He tried to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. Yun Xinyan dodged sideways and wiped it away with the back of her hand. The crimson blood looked particularly harsh on her fair skin, but she was unconcerned and said faintly, "It's none of your business." After saying that, she walked to the side and sat on her knees, running her aura to adjust her breath. After being rejected, Wang Kaiha didn't get angry, just sitting beside Yun Xinyan self-consciously. Senior sister, you don't know. For your sake, I've been practicing the sword Dao diligently just to help senior sister, and for senior sister to reject me like this really makes me sad. My ancient sword is incredibly sharp, and with my sword Dao, I believe I can help senior sister. As soon as these words left her mouth, Yun Xinyan's beautiful eyes blinked slightly as she looked at Wang Kaiha with some doubt. Wang Kaiha noticed Yun Xinyan's change and couldn't help but feel great joy in his heart, but he still didn't show it and faintly said, "Elder sister, this is a healing medicine. You take it first. You've been injured, and this medicine will help you recover better. After I break open the boulder and obtain the Xianhuang's iron in it, at that time, we can also go to the Dao Hall where I cultivate to discuss it together." How shameless! Many people cursed in their hearts. What for the sake of senior sister? What to find a chance to discuss it alone? Isn't that an excuse? First, we'll brush up on our good feelings, then take the opportunity to be alone in a room with Yun Xinyan and have a little bit of whatever fabulous spin-off happens. Tacky. It's so tacky. But there was nothing the crowd could do. Moreover, Wang Kaiha's natural strength was not bad in the first place. His sword was even more notoriously sharp, and with his strength, he might actually be able to cut through the boulder. The other two saints' sons were not interested in this stone at all, and the only one who could help Yun Xin Yan was this Wang Kaiha. That's the son of God? Just then, a sudden and abrupt voice rang out from the crowd. The crowd followed the sound and saw in the air a divine crane breaking through the air. On it was a figure in white standing with his hands folded. The face was handsome and extraordinary, indifferent as if it were a god looking down on all things in heaven and earth. However, it does not give people a sense of harmony but gives people a feeling of spring breeze. There is an illusion that this man is not of this earth, and behind him, there was a huge procession following. This team has thousands of people, a great momentum, and most of them are women. Some of the women were even hanging on to their infatuation, their eyes glued to the white figure at all times. It was as if they were afraid that as soon as they slowed down this white figure would disappear. The Divine Son's aura is truly extraordinary, as if he were an immortal. More than just the face and temperament, the Godchild's aura is thick and terrifying. Of course, the Divine Son broke 3 major realms in a row in less than half a month after his initiation. It has even triggered heaven and earth anomalies many times. This time, when he came to the returning Yuan martial arts arena, could it be for the Xianhuang meteorite iron as well? The crowd was overwhelmed with emotion, and their gazes looked, one after another, toward Su Chang'e. Even Yun Xinyan was slightly touched. What a handsome man! A ripple had once again risen in her otherwise calm eyes, and she couldn't be blamed for that. After all, one's subconscious mind will always be one of awe at something beautiful that is beyond one's perception. The aside Wang Kaiha's heart was even more like countless thunderbolts flashing by when he saw this scene. Cooked ducks fly? We have met the Divine Son. All the disciples of the Guiyuan Holy Land within the martial arts arena bowed and saluted in unison. Su Chang'e nodded slightly. The color of indifference remained on his face, and he also noticed Yun Xinyan in the crowd at a glance. This woman was born so beautiful, so she must be the daughter of Chi Fortune in the metaphysical novels. The way the plot is going, there should be brainless admirers coming forward to punch me in the face and then trying to raise their prestige, right? Su Chang'e secretly thought in her heart, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but hang a smile. Although he had triggered several visions in a row, they would definitely feel that he didn't have much experience in actual combat. It's just a simple breakthrough in cultivation, so maybe it's a paper tiger. He also deliberately waited for a while, but still no one came forward. Each and every one of them maintained the posture of bowing and saluting, not even daring to move a bit. Boring. Su Chang'e was helpless in her heart. It's not like he had much of a sign-up bonus himself, nothing more than a visit here. At this time, Su Chang'e was also the boulder that he noticed. Why that boulder? Reporting to the Divine Son, that huge stone is called the Star Meteorite Heavenly Stone, which came from the 9 heavens, and there is Xianhuang meteorite iron in it, so as long as it is broken it will belong to that person. A disciple opened his mouth to explain. So it is. Su Chang'e nodded slightly and walked straight towards the boulder in front of the puzzled eyes of the crowd. This huge rock was about 100 feet tall, and Su Chang'e looked a bit small even in front of it. Just in time. Try the heaven-breaking fist from before. The heaven-breaking fist, gathering the power of chi and blood, transforming aura into a fist, opening up the sky with a single punch, breaking the dome of the sky with a single punch. Is the Divine Son going to challenge the Starfall Heavenly Stone? Do you guess if the Godson can break it? I think it's hanging. The Divine Son has only just broken through. His cultivation must not have been fully mastered yet. It's impossible to do it, right? Seeing Su Chang'e standing in front of the boulder with his arms crossed, many people were whispering. But for these murmurs, Su Chang'e, rightly regarded as familiar, because why push more when you can do it? Just shut them up with your own strength. Only Su Chang'e's left hand was behind his back and his right hand was clenched into a fist. His face was indifferent, but there was chi and blood running around him, and the roar was like thunder. A light golden light surfaced on the surface of his body, and his skin was as crystalline as jade. A wave of chi and blood might emanated from his body. A white coat without wind, like an immortal god coming from the 9 heavens. The aura roared as it wrapped around his fist, and the majestic aura seemed like it could open the heavens. Heaven-breaking fist. The gathered aura was like a pouring torrent, like a big star directly smashing out. Boom! The terrifying power caused the void to roar, and the majestic aura transformed into a huge dragon's head. The dragon's roar shaking the sky. It was as if a white star had fallen. Boom! Another shocking explosion rang out. The fist aura shot straight up into the sky, and the terrifying fist chi was even more windy and turbulent. Phew! The berserk fist wind raged out, and the rest of the waves actually made the sky blue. There was dead silence all around. Those who were still skeptical of Su Chang'e were frozen in place. The wide-open mouth was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Even more were unable to stop shaking from the punch. The majestic aura impacted everyone's numb minds. Looking at the figure again. Where was the boulder in front of him? Some of it is just roiling dust prancing around. The starfall heavenly stone had long since dissolved into pieces and dissipated. Gollum. Many people involuntarily swallowed their saliva. They had been shocked beyond words. One punch. Just one punch. The star meteor heavenly stone, which we tried our best to leave not even a trace of, was actually turned into pieces. I'm not dreaming, am I? Who's going to kick my ass? Have you ever seen so many people dreaming with you? Some of the sentiments emanating from some people even felt a little surreal. They had gone through millions of efforts, and in the end, they couldn't resist Su Chang'e's measly punch? At this time, Su Chang'e slowly walked forward, picked up the ground emitting a golden light Xianhuang meteorite iron. He carefully viewed some. In addition to the material special and no other special place, he couldn't help but tsk lightly, and there seemed to be an unconcealed dislike on his face. That's it? The meteorite iron? Compared to the system rewards he had received, this wasn't even a hair's breadth. The crowd felt disorganized in the wind. The legendary Xianhuang meteorite iron was actually disliked? You quickly tell me. The Divine Sun didn't dislike the Xianhuang meteorite iron. I'm sorry to say that the Divine Sun is truly disgusted. At this time, however, another abrupt voice rang out from the crowd. Since Divine Sun Chang'e is so disdainful, why don't you hand it over to Mr. Wang? And Mr. Wang would like to thank Divine Sun Chang'e here. Su Chang'e raised his eyebrows slightly and turned his gaze toward the person who spoke, which was Wang Kaihe. Although he kept his arching hand, there was a wave of hatred in the depths of his eyes. Originally, this kind of thing was supposed to be accomplished by him, but he didn't expect that he would actually be robbed of the limelight by Su Chang'e. Su Chang'e saw the other party's mind at a glance and smiled faintly in her heart. This is some shame because you were brushed off by me? Then he looked at Yun Xinyan who was standing beside him. Yun Xinyan's beautiful eyes looked at Su Chang'e from time to time, and then to the Xianhuang meteorite iron in his hands. Su Chang'e then realized. It turned out that this brat was trying to lend a hand through himself, without contributing a dime. You want to go empty-handed with what you have? Chapter 10, The Body of Taiyin. The toolman comes to the door. Thinking of this, Su Chang'e's mouth smiled faintly. You want it? Trade me something of equal value and I'll give it to you. Life is for oneself, and it is right and proper. The other party had offended him from the start, and if he still sent them directly to each other, as a divine son, there would be no majesty to speak of. At those words, Wang Kaihe was frowning slightly. In his plan, the Xianhuang meteorite iron was supposed to be able to be obtained by himself, and now it was preempted by Su Chang'e. The other side actually let themselves take the equivalent? Besides, he had at least been in the sonship sequence for so long, a just established shelf godson? This Xianhuang meteorite I would have been capable of obtaining on my own. Wang Kaihe sneered. Chang'e divine son so-and-so. Not yet. Out of order. Oh, so to speak. The smile on Su Chang'e's face turned into indifference. Are you preparing to teach this divine son to do something? The words fell. Su Chang'e took a step forward. The breath blossomed with a roar, and the breath was like a shocking wave that lapped at the hearts and minds of the crowd. The indifferent eyes looked like they were judging the gods of heaven and earth. In public, as a fellow disciple, he had already given the other party a chance. But, if the other party stomps on his nose, then he will be directly suppressed. He was the Son of God. If he was provoked by the Holy Son at will, where would the majesty of being the Son of God be placed? If this matter is used as a mouthpiece by someone with a heart of gold, does he still want to be the Son of God? Rumble. The aura of this heaven and earth kept roaring. The majestic pressure even caused disciples with low cultivation levels to tremble. Answer me. Are you teaching this godson how to do things? Su Chang'e stared deathly at Wang Kaihe, as cold as the frost of the ages. Wang Kaihe was deathly suppressed by the aura that erupted from Su Chang'e's body. Thousands of spiritual chi roared, as if the angry sea waves were continuously venting from above the sky. Wang Kaihe even felt that he was completely suppressed by a supreme pressure package. Cold sweat could not stop seeping out from his forehead. After the past few breaths, it was only then that he stifled a few words. No. Don't dare. It was so deadlocked for a while. It was only when Su Chang'e slowly calmed his pressure that many of the disciples were able to catch their breath. At this moment, they were all looking at Su Chang'e with fear on their faces. The might of the Son of God is not to be offended. Those who dare to offend will receive the wrath of the Son of God. But, not a few young girl disciples were showing infatuation.
This kind of overbearing and direct model of the god's son was more in line with their fantasized persona.
If the son of God doesn't dominate, then what's the point of practicing the way? I'm a little less. I, also, would love to talk to Kamiko. Many of the female disciples, even the female elders, had flushed cheeks and couldn't help but murmur in a low voice. Such a divine son was simply overbearing, and they loved it all the more. Suchanga couldn't help but have a head full of black lines, and didn't know what was in these women's heads. Turning his gaze to Yun Xinyan in the crowd, the body of Tai-in. Kind of interesting. The body of Tai-in is an excellent stove body. If it is dual cultivation, the cultivation can be greatly enhanced. No wonder Wang Kaiha is so attached. So this is what he is playing. He also thought that Wang Kaiha truly liked this Yun Xinyan. Nowadays it seems to be the simple desire to. Suchanga smiled and said towards Yun Xinyan, "What? You've been looking at what I'm holding, and this is something you want to break up with me?" Yun Xinyan froze. It was also not expected that Suchanga would speak to her. She was a bit at a loss for words and hastened to respectfully arch her hand. "What your lordship has obtained. Xian does not dare to ask for it." Suchanga tossed the Xianhuang meteorite iron in his hand and laughed. "As far as I know, women shouldn't be suitable for cultivating with Xianhuang cloud iron, right? The Xianhuang meteorite iron is extremely young. If a woman casually cultivates it, it is likely to injure her meridians." Hearing Yun Xinyan once again arching his hand, "My father was young because of the breakthrough left avenues hidden. Now the main medicine is only short of Xianhuang meteorite iron. Xinyan therefore want to get more. Xian has no intention of offending the Divine Prince. Please don't be offended. Divine Prince Sama. If Lord Godson is willing to offer the Xianhuang meteorite iron out, Xinyan is willing to pay the corresponding price." Suchanga sniffed and nodded slightly. The Xianhuang meteorite iron is also an extremely young thing, so it is not wrong to use it to solve the disease. Suchanga looked Yun Xinyan up and down. "Truly a lotus flower. What are you, then, going to trade for it?" Suchanga played with the flavor. "You don't have anything on you that would interest this divine son." Words. Yun Xinyan's lips pursed, wanting to speak. If they were purchased with spirit stones or exchanged for goods, with Suchanga's vision, he wouldn't necessarily be able to look at them. Suchanga shook her head and smiled. "Let's just mark this as for what you owe me first." Then he threw the Xianhuang meteorite iron into Yun Xianyan's hand. "You must remember to repay the debt in the future." Once again snorted towards Wang Kaiha. "Don't be like some people who didn't put out a single point of force, not to mention that their mouths are blowing a whooping sound." On the side, Wang Kaiha's face was incomparably gloomy. His hands clenched into fists and clicked, and his eyes looked like he wanted to eat Suchanga alive. But Suchanga didn't care. He had given the opportunity long ago, since the other party didn't want it. Then this is what he brought on himself. "Much thank you, Divine Son. Xinyan is grateful." Yun Xinyan bowed, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. After all these years, her father could finally stop suffering from the disease. A gift from the Divine Son himself. "I want it too. Kamiko-sama, give me some too." "I want some too. Kamiko, please. Godson's slave is free tonight. Why don't you come to my cave?" Not a few female disciples were no longer calm at this moment. They all used delicate voices to plead with Suchanga, and their beautiful eyes even showed a pitiful look. Saying this kind of words that make people misunderstand is injurious to elegance. "It should be possible in the evening." Suchanga shook her head and smiled, casually discarding the idea. "Elder sister, I let you laugh. We are here." Wang Kaiha was just about to open his mouth to invite Yun Xinyan again. However, he saw Yun Xinyan's beautiful eyes flickering as if she was pondering something. Although the Chang'e Divine Son is the position of Divine Son, but nowadays his power is weak. Now that the Son of God has helped my father with his affliction on my behalf, I no longer have a wish. Rather, immediately after, Yun Xinyan took a deep breath, as if she had made some kind of decision. Seeing this, Wang Kaiha like some dumbfounded, unbelievable opening. Senior sister you? Yun Xinyan ignored Wang Kaiha. With light lotus steps, she hurriedly caught up with Suchanga who was about to leave. "Son of God, please stay." "What is the matter?" Suchanga asked suspiciously as he turned back. Yun Xinyan pursed her lips tightly, and after a while, she took a deep breath, arched her hands in a bow, and respectfully said, "Godson's kindness. Xinyan is extremely grateful. Can Godson Chang'e give me a chance to follow you?" At this moment space seemed to freeze. Not only those female disciples, even the male disciples around them were not calm. Did I hear wrong? The Holy Virgin shall follow the Son of God, and my youth is over. but some people are of the opposite opinion. But I think that only a talent like the godson's is worthy of holy maiden Sinyan's following. That's right, the divine son is so charming, even I. Nimrod? How dare you, a big man, disgust us like this? Bah! What a bad luck! The surrounding area was filled with murmurs. Their divine son had only been born for a short while, and was just refreshing their perceptions time and time again. Suchanga frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't really like playing the follower thing, needing someone else to follow him with such a powerful talent of his own. The way is invincible. Why do we need to borrow his hands? However, he still opened his mouth lightly and asked, "You and I are only meeting for the first time. If you choose to follow just because of this favor, it's not necessary." Even though it was said that the other party was also a holy maiden, he still didn't feel much. Sinyan enters the way, cultivates the way, and cultivates the heart even more. Yun Sinyan once again said, "The divine son is so generous. If Sinyan does not return the favor, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for the Tao to be perfected." Moreover, Suchanga's majestic pressure made her breathless just by standing in front of her. Just like the immortal gods in the sky, such a powerful heavenly pride. The future achievements are self-evident. There is no shame in following such a man. Tao heart is difficult to consummate. The corners of Suchanga's mouth were strangled enough. A hint of playfulness in his eyes. Looking at the other party with this kind of stature, it was very likely that she was the daughter of Chi Fortune in the metaphysical novels. Maybe there's some kind of son of Chi involved later on. Isn't that a proper big leak? Besides, it was just following, and it wasn't about a man and a woman, so it wouldn't be much of a burden in the future. He also needs to find someone who can help him with odd jobs, like collecting loot. And then he remembered the maid who was all by herself in the returning holy temple and managed her meals with a broken stone. It also takes care of the living, which seems to be okay. If the others knew that Suchanga was thinking this way, they were afraid that they would want to die. The first beautiful holy woman of the Holy Land. You're using her as a maid? Suchanga was just about to open her mouth when she heard a voice. Senior sister, why are you so bent over him? Your talent is already extraordinary, and you're still a body of Taiyin. Isn't it too much to ask to be so casual? Only Wang Kaiha once again stood out from the crowd. His hands clenched and his eyes bared. Suchanga couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It seemed that he had snatched his goddess, and the insults that he, the licking dog, had suffered. Now he finally couldn't help but explode. Lord Godchild is already blessed with an unparalleled talent, and to break through such a vision just by cultivating, in the future, he will surely be the one who will overwhelm the great world. So why is he not worthy of my following? Yun Sinyan's tone was calm, yet incomparably firm. Crossing the great world? Just him? Wang Kaiha said subconsciously, mouthing off. Since Mr. Su is a divine son, he should be worthy of the divine son's name. As the words fell, Suchanga threw out his sleeve robe. Boom! The endless storm of runes tumbled and finally turned into a majestic wave of air that instantly swept out. Bang! Wang Kaiha was instantly affected and was lifted off by the storm, slamming down hard on the ground. Suchanga, do you want to be ashamed of yourself as the son of a god for doing this kind of sneak attack? Wang Kaiha climbed up with a gray head, his eyes seeming to spit out flames. It seems you're still very unconvinced. Seeing Suchanga's indifferent look, Wang Kaiha became even more furious and gritted his teeth. Suchanga, since you're a divine son, do you dare to go to the burial sword abyss with me to have a match with me? This statement was made. The faces of the surrounding disciples changed drastically. Wang Kaiha's sword talent is one of the best in the Holy Land. Going to the burial sword abyss is even more terrifying with the sword intent. Yes, this Wang Kaiha has played a good game. That kind of place would have been unfavorable to the divine son. The other party is afraid that they are crazy. This is openly picking a fight to challenge the might of the divine son. But the many disciples knew it by heart. Wang Kaiha was simply looking at Suchanga's lack of real-world combat experience and wanted to take advantage of it to boost his own prestige. But this move is indeed like a reckless move. Burial sword abyss? In that case, then let's go. Suchanga smiled faintly. Her eyes were plain. When one first becomes a son of God, the most important thing is to establish one's prestige. There is always a need to find a good candidate, and this Wang Kaiha happens to be the best candidate. Besides, the toolman himself came to the door, so he couldn't burn the piano. P.S. There are some great readers who have been talking about this place, but the wood has been turned and the author can't change it even if she really wanted to. But the author promises that the later words will be absolutely wonderful, and the entire later book is dominated by the Legion War. The Su family had descended,
The protagonist had the 4 directions of forbidden forces, and no one would provoke the protagonist.
There is progress in the back. If you really don't want to see it, then please move along. Sorry. Chapter 11, Crush at Will. Since you are a son of God, you should have pride. Wang Kaihao looked like he didn't expect the other party to actually agree so decisively. Then he revealed a meaningful smile. Ha ha ha, Divine Son is so bold. Then I'll take a step ahead and wait for Divine Son's arrival at the burial sword abyss. After saying that, Wang Kaihao once again looked spirited and looked so dashing. By the way, a warm reminder.
The Divine Sun Lord can better make more preparations.
If he loses, I'm afraid it will be very humiliating. As he left,
he took another deep look at Yun Xinyan, his eyes revealing a greed that he couldn't hide.
Yun Xinyan, just wait. I'll let you know that I want to be even more outstanding than the Divine Sun. Looking at Wang Kaiha's departing back, Su Chang'e felt amused, hoping that he would still be spirited by then. The first target of the risque. You don't want to disappoint me too much. Once again, he looked at Yun Xinyan who was on the side and asked, will you serve tea and water, as well as laundry and cooking and such?
Yun Xinyan was also stunned, but she slowly nodded. Just because she'd never done it before didn't mean she wouldn't.
Very well, then you will be my maid from now on. Put.
Many people were reacting to the fact that such a beauty was actually allowed to serve as a maid. It really refreshed their worldview.
However,
many male disciples were also particularly envious.
What more could a man want from such a beautiful maid? However, Lord Godson, do you need me to do something else? I am the body of Taiyin. So if you are with me, double with me, double.
Saying that her voice was as thin as a mosquito, and in the end she shyly lowered her head, not even daring to raise her eyes to look at Su Chang'e. The hearts of many male disciples were broken at this moment.
The iceberg goddess in their hearts could still be so proactive? More people looked up to the sky inside,
then turned into streams of light and left.
Su Chang'e was also a bit speechless. What is this? Is this nerdy or bold? But he didn't think any more about it. Looking around in a circle, he said aloud, since I am the Son of God, I will naturally accept challenges from all of you. If I were to know that someone is slandering me behind my back, I'll let you know that you can't afford the wrath of this divine son.
As the words fell, he then took Yun Xinyan and soared up on his divine crane,
flying into the distant sky and disappearing. Many people are just reacting to this. The divine son is so domineering.
His words should be a warning to all,
right? This is how a divine son should behave. Quite a few people showed emotion on their faces.
There was no doubt that what had just happened had already left the majesty of the Son of God in the hearts of quite a few people.
Ha ha ha, you guys see? What did I say? Chang'e definitely deserves the position of divine son. Inside the returning origin ancestral land, Old Man Broken Army laughed freely, looking very happy. Well, Chang'e has an extremely good heart, treats his elders humbly, but should be strong as well. Not bad, such a character can go far.
Many old ancestors each gave their own evaluations, all of which were affirmations for Su Chang'e. The beginning and end of what happened in the Return to Origin martial arts arena had long been known to their 10 old ancestors through the realm of reflections.
Undoubtedly, Su Chang'e's performance made them very satisfied. In this world, being humble will only make people feel that they are good at bullying. When you should be strong, you should be strong. And when you should be decisive, this is the path of the strong. As the Son of God, he should have his own pride. One should have the bravado to suppress everything in the world. Ha ha ha. I'm already somewhat looking forward to it. Maybe in the burial sword abyss, Chang'e's performance will make us even more satisfied. Hearing the words of old ancestor Broken Army, the many old ancestors also showed their anticipation. Indeed, Su Chang'e's performance managed to surpass their expectations every time. Buried sword abyss. It was located in a valley in the Holy Land of Return. From a distance, it looked like a huge canyon, in which the bottom was not visible.
The abyss was filled with countless ancient swords, like cold stars hanging in the void, and the flashes of swordlight made one's heart palpitate a little.
In the abyss, from time to time, the sound of a sword would come from time to time, adding a touch of mystery to it. It was rumored that if a disciple gained the approval of the ancient sword here, the ancient sword would appoint him or her as the master. The fact that the Son of God was going to compete with Wang Kaiha had been publicized. There were many disciples waiting here at the burial sword abyss at the moment. The Son of God is here. A man pointed to the sky, only to see a divine crane flying in, on which stood 2 figures. The man was handsome and extraordinary. The woman was clear and beautiful, and that woman even stood behind the divine son in a well-behaved manner. Many of the male disciples were showing heartache. They hadn't believed before that the goddess of the academy, Yun Sinyan,
had become the Divine Sun's consort.
Now it looks like they're kind of dead in the water for good. Greetings to Divine Sun Chang'e. However,
they still bowed their heads respectfully and saluted.
After all, no matter what, Su Chang'e's talent was there. Su Chang'e, since you're here then let's start the competition. Wang Kaiha stood out from the crowd with a gloomy face. Su Chang'e carried his hands behind his back. His face was very plain, and with a faint smile, he said, "Are you sure you don't want to prepare for it first? The effect of the program can be pulled off a little by this method, and the sense of contrast afterwards will make more people remember the aftermath of this event." At this time, Yun Sinyan's beautiful eyes were staring at Wang Kaiha, coldly saying, "Your cultivation now is already Purple House perfection. Lord Godson is only in the middle stage of Purple House. The cultivation inequality is not fair."
But Lord Godson agreed to it himself.
"If Lord Godson thinks it's wrong, I can suppress my cultivation." Wang Kaiha showed a sneer on his face.
Although the Divine Sun had achieved the 10 violet mansions,
in his opinion, there was a difference of 3 small realms, and he could completely beat his opponent.
A Supreme Elder all noticed this place. He was Wang Kaiha's master.
He was too disappointed in his performance as an apprentice. However, he didn't make a move to stop it, because the returning to the origin Holy Land
never prohibited the younger generations cutting and fighting.
"Kaiha, when did you become so short-sighted?" That Supreme Elder murmured and whispered. 10 purple mansions, and an innate saint body Tao embryo. Fighting across the ranks is even like eating and drinking water, and he must be an invincible existence among his peers. That's just it. Let's hope that this time will teach you a lesson.
The Supreme Elder shook his head in disappointment and disappeared into a ray of divine light.
In his opinion, the outcome was already predetermined.
It wasn't that he didn't believe in his disciple.
It was that Su Chang'e's talent was simply too strong. Inside the buried sword abyss, Su Chang'e waved his hand and laughed. "There's no need to suppress your cultivation, just go all out." When the words fell, it even caused an uproar, and in their opinion, the further back in the realm, the harder it was to fight across the ranks. Su Chang'e was 3 small realms away from the other party, but he was actually so confident?
Many thanks to Divine Sun for making it happen.
However, Wang Kaiha maintained his respect on the surface,
but in his heart, he was incomparably annoyed.
When has he ever been so insulted? Clank!
The long sword came out of its sheath,
and between the roar of the sword chi,
it turned into a straight sword light stabbing directly at Su Chang'e.
Swish!
The blistering wind whistled, and the void seemed to be cut through. A bright and incomparable sword light was like a heavenly hawk,
carrying an invincible might, like it was going to drown Su Chang'e. Looking at this situation, Wang Kaiha is going all out from the start. How should this sword godchild respond? I think there is some suspense. After all,
Wang Kaiha is also a generation of heavenly pride.
Once,
but the achievement of the 7 purple mansions. His sword is even an ancient sword obtained from the burial sword abyss. Its sharpness is terrifying.
However, in contrast to the lively discussion around them, Su Chang'e was extraordinarily calm, still standing with his arms folded.
The breeze slightly ruffled a few strands of his hair.
His eyes light. "Don't look down on people."
This scene caused Wang Kaiha to become even more irritated, and his breath further erupted. Just when he thought his long sword was about to stab Su Chang'e, there was a flash of white light.
Ding! Immediately afterward, a metallic clashing sound came out, and Wang Kaiha's sword actually froze in the air. If it weren't for the waves of air lifting the robes of the two, the crowd couldn't help but think it was a still image.
It turned out to be the long sword, which was actually firmly clamped by Su Chang'e's 2 outstretched fingers.
At this time, his left hand was behind his back, and his face was even more breezy. Sky! The crowd's pupils contracted, and they couldn't help but suck in cold air, as if they had seen some extremely frightening scene. Such a powerful attack was so easily neutralized? And that's just a measly 2 fingers. To be honest, I've been looking forward to it for quite a while, but, you're still too weak.
At those words, Wang Kaiha was also getting over his shock at the moment. His face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye, which was completely beyond his expectations.
Snapping out of his shock, he tried to draw his own sword. However, Su Chang'e's 2 fingers were firmly grasped like iron pincers,
and no matter how they were launched,
they remained motionless. Su Chang'e then watched the other party's performance indifferently.
10 breaths of time passed, and Wang Kaiha still didn't draw his longsword.
He trembled a little,
which meant that the other party's strength was far above his.
But before he could finish, just a thud, Su Chang'e's right leg instantly swept over his chest. Rumble! The air exploded like a sonic boom in layers. The powerful force knocked him out.
and his figure tumbled several times on the ground, landing far to the side. There's nothing half as fancy about this leg. A seemingly simple leg even had a feeling of being unstoppable, and the opponent would be deadened no matter how they defended. You, put, trying to struggle up from the ground. Wang Kaiha stifled a grunt, spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that Su Changa's casual kick had injured him very severely. He struggled to get up again and tried several times, only to fail. His face grew paler and paler. Without the previous spiritedness, he lay on his back in a sorry state and stared at Su Changa dead in the face. Can't even catch a kick from me. What's the difference between me and you? Now, do you know? Su Changa looked on coldly, without the slightest sympathy in her eyes. The other party was inexplicably disdainful of himself from the start, until the two of them struck out, and the other party also struck out with a deadly hand. In that case, you can't blame yourself. If you're not as good as you want to be, you have to be willing to gamble. Chapter 12, The Great Tao is simple. 10,000 swords, sword chi across the sky, and dead silence all around. Everyone was dumbfounded, even if Wang Kaiha used all his strength, chopping out such an imposing swordlight, but it was 2 fingers that gently dissolved it. Then again, a simple leg instantly settles the fight. The whole thing was done without a moment's delay. The Great Tao to simplicity. It must be the legendary Great Tao to simplicity. The godchild's fleshly talent is simply terrifying. The terror of the power of those 2 fingers have all exceeded our imaginations. I knew Lord Godson would be extraordinary. Yun Xinyan was even more colorful. It was obvious that Su Changa's power was also out of her expectation. Su Changa didn't care about the surrounding murmurs. Instead, she was feeling bored. He had long since mastered sword intent and sword chi, so that sword just now was simply too ridiculous in his eyes. Flamboyant and seemingly decisive, but in fact not at all to the point. To put it bluntly, it's just fancy. You disappoint me too much. This kind of sword Tao actually calls yourself one of the best in the Guiyuan Holy Land? It's really watery. Su Changa spoke indifferently. Humph. Su Changa, you only have such terrifying physical strength with the help of the saint body talent, saying that I'm not talented in the way of the sword. And you don't even know anything about the way of the sword. So what are you? Wang Kaiha had already climbed up from the ground at this moment, looking stubborn and defiant. Su Changa smiled faintly and looked at the other party with some pity. I don't know anything about the way of the sword? A sparrow that can only fly in the forest dares to speak of an eagle that soars above the 9 heavens? Wang Kaiha's face became even more gloomy. The other party actually described him as a sparrow, as the son of a god. You're only capable of these verbal maneuvers? It's really ridiculous. Wang Kaiha sneered in defiance. Fine. Since you're so defiant, then, today, this godson will let you know what the true way of the sword is. As the words fell, Su Changa's eyes instantly became incomparably sharp. A sword intent that lingered between heaven and earth blossomed like a lotus flower. Looking at Su Changa's surroundings again, a red and a blue sword chi descended from the void. The red sword chi is like a brilliant sun that seems to burn out everything. The blue sword chi is like the ancient frost that seems to freeze the ages. The 2 extreme sword chi were continuously intermingling and evolving. It was as if yin and yang were born in it, and the sword chi could cut across the yin and yang of the world. God! This is sword chi? Lord Godson has actually mastered sword chi. And it's not even ordinary sword chi. It looks like it should be fire attribute and ice attribute sword chi. That's impossible. 2 opposite existences defy common sense. What's impossible? The talent of a divine son is inherently different from being defined by the common sense of the world. But it wasn't over yet. A sword intent once again came out from Su Changa's body, holding up the 9 heavens above. It seemed to pierce the dome of the sky and cut down the stars of the 9 heavens. Killing God sword intent. One thought of God and demon. The sword can pass through the gods. Sword come. Su Changa's right hand made a sword point, then pointed straight at the sky. Buzz. A radiant and majestic sword chi shot out from his hand and went straight into the sky. All of a sudden, sword chi spread across the sky, and a monstrous sword intent appeared above the sky, wanting to chop down from the void. Rumble. The wind and clouds above the sky changed, and a violent hurricane howled. Terrifying sword chi like the annihilation of the world pressed down horizontally from the air, destroying the sky and destroying the earth with its might. Buzz. In the burial sword abyss, there were countless more ancient swords emitting sword sounds, and the roaring sword chi transformed into pillars of swordlight. Clang. Accompanied by an even higher ancient sword dragon roar, tens of thousands of ancient swords bloomed with blazing auras. Countless sword images came at Su Changa's call. At this moment heaven and earth were born in illusion. At this moment everyone only saw the sky full of swords. At this moment, It was as if all the people were in an endless ocean of sword chi, leaving only that white-clothed figure as bright and dazzling as a great sun. This. What kind of sword intent is this? It's actually all affecting the burial sword abyss. In all these years, such a picture has never appeared in the burial sword abyss. The Divine Sun's sword Dao talent is also so strong. It's simply invincible. The burial sword abyss will emit sword chants as long as it is recognized by the ancient swords. Looking at the stance, almost all of the ancient swords are sword chanting. Right? Not quite right. When you get the recognition of an ancient sword, the sword chant tends to be relatively low. But look at the incomparably high-pitched sword chant at this moment. It seems to be incomparably excited. 10,000 swords roared in unison, and sword chi crossed the sky. Such a terrifying sword chi even made some of the Holy Land elders unable to stop themselves from trembling. Many disciples didn't even dare to raise their heads and look up. The sword chi was just too terrifying and seemed to be tearing their hearts and minds apart. Rumble. The sword energy was astonishing. Finally, only as Su Changa's finger lowered did the terrifying sword chi slowly dissipate. It was only the sword intent that remained between heaven and earth that was still chilling. Only then did the crowd exhale a long breath. And some of them couldn't help but sweat coldly, as if they had experienced some great terror. And more people did not dare to raise their heads to look at Su Changa. In their eyes, the figure just now, set off by the countless sword shadows, was like a sword immortal descending to earth. Terrifying sword chi fronts came out recklessly. Just feeling that wisp of aura alone was enough to make them tremble with fear. I've only learned some of the skins of the sword Dao, so I've made you all laugh. Su Changa arched his hand. Many people were almost spitting blood from anger. If Su Changa was more arrogant, they could still accept it. Isn't that a disguised way of calling them all losers? But they can't refute it. Su Changa then looked at Wang Kaiha with a smile. I said that you are indeed weak, and now I'm proving it to you. But, again, now I think that you are weaker and weaker than I said you were indeed. You, put. Wang Kaiha spat out a mouthful of old blood before he could finish his sentence. The chest was even more undulating. Both eyes rolled over. Actually fainted on the spot. If the Divine Sun had used his sword chi just now, Wang Kaiha would surely have been crushed into pieces instantly. Right? A sword cultivator with an innate saint body Dao embryo. Unheard of. The crowd looked at Wang Kaiha lying on the ground. Could not help but sympathize a little. This is afraid to leave the shadow of the avenue. Right? One could only say that their godson was horrible. Meanwhile, in the return to origin ancestral land, several old ancestors had deep gazes. That sword chi of Changa's is very uncomplicated. One must know that the most yin and yang are supposed to be contradictory to each other. Yet now it is being grasped by one person at the same time, going against the rules of heaven and earth. Ha ha ha, Changa has surprised us more than once. I would say it makes sense. Old man Broken Army was satisfied, accepting the Holy Maiden and defeating the Holy Sun. After this incident, Su Changa's Divine Sun's authority was also established. The remnant shadow of the far ancestor, on the other hand, was lost in thought, and he cared more about that Ling Tian's sword intent than that bizarre sword chi. Immortal intent. That sword intent even has a hint of immortal intent. This kind of terrifying sword intent cannot possibly appear in this lowly world. Changa, just how many more secrets do you have? The far ancestor's gaze was so deep that it seemed to travel through time. However, he didn't care too much. As long as Su Changa was the Divine Son of the Holy Land, this was enough. The light of hope that belongs to my Holy Land will surely shine above the true world. Chapter 13, Scary as Hell. Master of Logic. To blacken the king's saint's son? When Su Changa returned to the Return to Origin Sacred Temple again, it was already evening. Yun Xinyan also followed, and she was a little apprehensive. If the God's Son and so on do anything to me, I never from. With that said, her cheeks blushed again. The scene in front of her when stepping into the returning sacred temple again left her a bit dumbfounded. There wasn't the slightest furnishing within the large sanctuary. All there was just treasure materials left over from cultivation. Not even a bed. And how does the Son of God rest? Su Changa also sensed that something was wrong with the other party. Before she could say anything herself, Yun Xinyan's eyes were filled with little stars as she excitedly said, "You must have discarded all these distractions in order to pursue the Supreme Tao. Divine Son. Many thanks to Lord Godson for his teachings. Xinyan has gained a lot." After saying this, Yun Xinyan Yinging bowed, respectfully saluting Su Changa. Su Changa couldn't help but have a head full of black lines. Where is this going? How can this be a whole teaching? However, since he was the son of a god, he definitely had to have a higher tone, and could only feign a look of relief and say, "Not bad, it seems that you are very aware." Seeing the Divine Son's affirmation of himself, Yun Xinyan's face showed great joy.
Many thanks for the Divine Son's mention. Xinyan will live up to the Divine Son's expectations. Su Chang'e shook his head with a bitter smile. This was all in the other party's head anyway. Su Chang'e sat cross-legged on a futon and began to mobilize his own aura, entering a state of cultivation. Because of the spirit-gathering heavenly vault formation, the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth were gathering towards this place, and the entire Guiyuan sacred temple was incomparably dense with spiritual chi. There were even many majestic auras that actively entered Yun Xinyan's body. This scene is more so that Yun Xianyan beautiful eyes wide open, after a series of brainstorming, once again is violently turned over to react. Bowing once again to Su Chang'e, who was meditating, there was more than a hint of gratitude in his tone. For the sake of taking care of me, Divine Son has mobilized so much heaven and earth aura. I will definitely not fail Divine Son's expectations. Go for it, Xinyan. Godson is so good and takes such good care of you. How can you hold Godson back? Su Chang'e, who was immersed in cultivation, knew nothing about this. How could he be thanked for his own cultivation? In the meantime, at a hanging divine mountain in the returned sacred land, Wang Kaiha leisurely opened his eyes. He was currently lying in his room. Why am I here? Awake? How do you feel? An old voice rang out. An old man sitting in the corner. It was that Supreme Elder and his master. Kaiha, after the previous battle, have you gained anything? Wang Kaiha was a bit puzzled. Remembering the scene before, he even looked a bit annoyed. Su Chang'e is just relying on his innate holy body Tao embryo, and I don't know what kind of luck has awakened the sword intent. If it were up to me, I would, too. Enough! The Supreme Elder angrily rebuked. Kaiha, when did you become like this? Failure isn't scary. It's the weak who care about shame. He was really a little disappointed in this disciple of his, losing so thoroughly and still not reflecting on the reasons why, instead generating such ridiculous thoughts. Wang Kaiha seems to be unconvinced, still hardened his head and opened his mouth. Su Chang'e, he is obviously. Snap! The Supreme Elder directly threw out a loud slap. Unbridled. Divine Son Chang'e is the Divine Son of my Guiyuan Holy Land. You call Divine Son Chang'e's full name over and over again. Are you still the Holy Son of the Holy Land or not? The roar of anger instantly overpowered Wang Kaiha's voice. Accompanying this was a terrifying aura of majesty that filled the air, causing people to tremble. Wang Kaiha is also confused. Usually the most favored master actually hit himself? He had never been beaten by his own master since he was a child. Master had always been the one who favored him the most. But now you've actually smacked yourself in the face because of an outsider? He covered his blazing cheeks as the sheer force of it made him feel even more of a fishy sweetness in his mouth. What? Are you still unwilling to reflect? Seeing his disciple's defiant face, this Supreme Elder once again shouted angrily. It wasn't until this sentence rang out that Wang Kaiha was able to realize that his master was serious. Hastily bowing his head and arching his hand, he said, "Apprentice's abruptness, please don't be offended by master." But despite this, there was anger in his buried eyes. Open River, I advise you that you'd better put away your vengefulness. Otherwise, if the Divine Son really decides to go after you, Master can't help you. The old ancestors of the Sacred Land unanimously agreed long ago that the entire Sacred Land hierarchy would follow the will of the Divine Son. Where the Divine Son points is where the Holy Land is headed. If you were to get tough with him, your Holy Son wouldn't even be considered a fart. He doesn't even need to make a move. You'll be directly suppressed. It took a while of bitterness towards Wang Kaiha before this Supreme Elder calmed his breath. After a long time, he sighed helplessly, patted Wang Kaiha's shoulder, and once again said in a serious tone, "Apprentice, the Master is also doing this for your own good. The Son of God is far more than simply a holy body talent. He is also someone who has been blessed by the heavenly Tao and is destined by heaven." Hearing these words, Wang Kaiha raised his head violently, and his eyes were even more terrified. A man blessed by heaven. A man of heaven's destiny. The future is unlimited. Destined not to be in the pool. Will certainly be a true dragon swimming in the 9 heavens. Such a legendary person is actually that Su Chang'e? Alas! Looking at his protege with a disoriented look, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh and dissipated into a cloud of smoke. He knew that this disciple of his had his own arrogance, so let him be quiet on his own. Only after a long time did Wang Kaiha slow down. But once again, he recalled the shame of being defeated by Su Chang'e earlier. He had always been used to smooth sailing, and had long since left everything behind. Jealousy and anger washed over him. He was originally an existence that called the shots in the Holy Land as well. But once this Su Chang'e came out, he actually became the first to be suppressed. It was almost possible to share a room with Yun Xinyan, but it turned out that Ben Su Chang'e stirred things up again. In the end,
When he made a date with him and put down his grandiose words, he was not only defeated in a sorry state, but also became the laughingstock of the Holy Land. Thinking about all this, Wang Kaihe was even more furious. Su Chang'e, you wait. Even if your sword Dao talent is high, you're not qualified compared to the Luoha sword sect. Wang Kaihe let out a low roar and turned into a stream that flew out of the cave and disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 14, The Sword of the Ascension. A sword of yin and yang. The firmament shattered. Early the next morning, Su Chang'e slowly opened his eyes, his gaze radiant and bright, and after consolidating once again, his Dao foundation gradually smoothed out. After all, breaking through too quickly would easily cause the foundation of the Dao to become unstable, and would instead leave mischief on the path of the great Dao in the future. At this moment, his breath is like an abyss like the sea, the immortal light around his body is ethereal, and the rhyme of the Dao fills the air, and he has his own transcendent temperament. Is Nagisa here? At that moment, the voice of the Holy Lord of Guiyuan came from outside the Guiyuan sacred temple. The Holy Lord? Why is he here? Su Chang'e was a bit puzzled, but she still got up and slowly pushed open the door to the room. Just the moment the door to the room opened, he saw a smiling Holy Lord Guiyuan, striding in his direction. A few feet away from him, one could only hear the Guiyuan Holy Lord's bashful laugh. Chang'e, I've heard all about yesterday's events at the Burial Sword Abyss and at the Guiyuan Martial Arts Stadium. I have to say you really do have the demeanor to be the son of God. Su Chang'e smiled faintly and returned the salute. Holy Lord's fallacious praise. At this moment, the Guiyuan Holy Lord added, Chang'e, I heard that in the Guiyuan martial arts arena, you used a fist technique? He looked deeply at Su Chang'e, his collected smile, his tone somewhat serious. This technique also came from the blessing of the heavenly Dao? Su Chang'e froze. This matter was known to almost all the holy places, so he just slowly nodded his head and said yes. Originally, the Holy Lord of Guiyuan, who still had a hidden wave of anticipation in his eyes, was suddenly like a wilted cucumber. Sure enough, Holy Lord Guiyuan smiled bitterly, and his heart was even more sour. When I thought of my own cultivation, I had fought tooth and nail to obtain a supreme technique. It's infuriating that someone else is now at their fingertips. Thinking of this, he smiled to himself again, comparing himself to Su Chang'e. Wasn't this asking for trouble? For Su Chang'e, he couldn't envy him. Chang'e, I know that your sword Dao talent isn't weaker than your physical body talent either. That's why old ancestor ordered me to hand you this sword technique that was passed down from the ancient times. Saint Lord Guiyuan took out a jade slip from his bosom. This is a sword skill left behind by an ancient Holy Land elder, who was also once a sword Dao powerhouse, and was obsessed with the sword Dao all his life. This sword skill was left behind before he was feathered, and was named One Sword Yin Yang. I heard that this sword technique is an immortal's method, but that senior left in a hurry, so what was left behind was only the remnants. Although it's only a remnant, it's still considered a top-notch technique in this northern underworld Dao region. If you can cultivate it to a great extent, you might be able to feel a hint of immortality from it. Saint Lord Guiyuan patiently introduced himself to Su Chang'e. Ding! New quest detected. Option 1. Requesting to change to another technique. Reward, Mountain and River Map. Option 2. Receive this technique. Reward, One Sword Yin Yang, full version. The full version of One Sword Yin Yang? Isn't that an immortal technique? When Holy Lord Guiyuan saw Su Chang'e silent and pondering, he thought that he didn't want this technique. If you don't want, Holy Lord, just this gong method. Su Chang'e hurriedly snatched it. Hearing the system prompt option to complete, his heart flooded with excitement. This is a legendary immortal method. Seeing Su Chang'e decide to learn, he revealed a satisfied smile. This method I have also studied previously. I have mastered many in the past 4 years. If the Divine Son has the need to come to me, I can guide the Divine Son to cultivate some. But inside he was holding back a laugh. What 4 years? I've been practicing for 10 years. It took 10 years to become slightly accomplished. I don't believe he can still learn in a day. At that time, he will definitely take the initiative to come to me and ask how to cultivate this technique. At that time, I will still be able to thwart this brat and let him know that I, the Holy Lord, am actually gifted. Thinking of this, the Holy Lord's smile grew even wider. At that time, when the Son of God came to find himself, his reputation as a Holy Lord could also be enhanced well. Unfortunately, imagination is beautiful and reality is cruel. What is Su Chang'e? He's open. Try to take advantage of him unless the system dies. After sending off the returning Holy Lord, Su Chang'e took out the full version of One Sword Yin Yang from the system bar. One Sword Yin and Yang, full version created by an unknown great master of the way of the sword with his life's realization.
It is about one move to stop the enemy,
one sword to break all laws, and one sword to subdue 10 meetings.
One sword to break all the tricks? Any fancy I only need one sword? Kind of. Suchanga was still satisfied with this. The great way is simple. This is what he wanted.
Use one sword yin yang.
Buzz. Suddenly,
a ball of light disappeared into his mind.
Immediately afterward, his body nourished an obscure Tao rhythm. Surprisingly, it only took a split second for him to comprehend this technique.
And Suchanga slowly opened his eyes after precipitating this enlightenment.
What kind of scene would a sword yin and yang be if it was combined with yin and yang sword chi? His heart moved. Suchanga came to an open area.
He held his breath and mobilized his yin-yang sword chi.
Two terrifying sword auras appeared as if they were tearing through the void,
resembling two immortal divine lights that surrounded him.
On one side, there was extreme cold, as if it was going to freeze everything. On one side, there was extreme searing heat that seemed to turn everything into ashes. And at this moment, there was even more endless sword intent rising from Suchanga's eyes.
In his brain there were even more countless great avenues that flowed in rhyme.
And even more countless ancient words that were forming a sentence. A sword.
Only the right hand was seen as a sword finger,
pointing diagonally towards the void. Yin and yang. Swish. It was accompanied by a voice that cut through the void. A brilliant sword shot straight up into the clouds and disappeared into the deep space. Did it not work?
Seeing that there was no response for half a day,
Suchanga did have some doubts. Buzz. But just at that moment, it was as if a blazing cold star flashed in that deep firmament.
Immediately after that the cold star was like pitch black.
The only glimmer on the horizon instantly and infinitely magnified.
The terrifying sword chi even briefly turned the dome of the sky into a day white under the radiant light. And this terrifying scene shocked everyone in the Holy Land.
Holy, enemy attack. His grandmother. Which one who isn't afraid of death has come to fight in my Guiyuan Holy Land?
A group of disciples from the Guiyuan Holy Land who were in the middle of cultivation were also awakened by the sword chi. There were even people who were topless and rushed right out with their pants up. His face was filled with anger, as if he wanted to find the culprit who had interrupted his good deed.
Inside the returning ancestral land,
the crowd of old ancestors looking at this scene also couldn't help but look at each other with bitter smiles.
Everything in the Guiyuan Holy Land was within their senses, so they knew what Suchanga did just now.
This child Changa,
he's also a pain in the ass. However,
their tone of voice did not contain the slightest reproach,
but instead was infinitely doting. After all,
having such a powerful divine son was a great opportunity for their Guiyuan Holy Land.
Another direction.
The earth-shaking sound also startled the returning sacred lord,
especially when he felt this familiar aura. He was a bit dazed.
This was the same sword technique he had given to Suchanga.
That's learned? It's only been a while. Less than how long it took to learn. Is this still human or not? Still somewhat in disbelief.
He turned into streams of light and once again arrived at the returning sacred temple.
And when he arrived at the returning sacred temple,
the dense sword chi that remained in this area,
yet again,
it filled him with horror.
Long, Chang-gu, you. Suchanga also noticed Holy Lord Guiyuan and laughed. You came just in time, Holy Lord.
I felt that the might of that sword just now was always a little short of something.
I wonder if you can help me improve. Suchanga's tone carried a bit of shame. After all, the Holy Lord must be a top-notch powerhouse.
And I'm afraid that his own performance just now still disappointed the Holy Lord a bit,
right? Saint Lord Guiyuan almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood.
And there were even countless grass mud horses running around in his heart.
Is this ing human? Is there still a king's law? Is there still a law? Less than half an incense burner.
He cultivated into such a realm.
So what does he count as? Practicing painstakingly for decades.
I wanted to take the opportunity to take advantage of Suchanga on her.
But I didn't expect it to be. Sitting up in my dying sickness, the clown was me. Holy Lord? Looking at Holy Lord Guiyuan,
whose face was green for a while,
Suchanga was a bit puzzled. Is face changing popular in this fantasy world too? Sacred Lord, perhaps it's because I didn't use my own weapon just now, so the power is still a bit short? Thinking over, Suchanga muttered, after all,
with the enhancement of the Sword of the Heavens, then this sword would only become even more terrifying.
Oh, yeah. Saint Lord Guiyuan patted Suchanga's shoulder,
revealing a very sophisticated look.
Ahem, Changa, you still have a great distance between you and me,
but I'm sure you'll surpass me.
Why don't you just use your weapon and see? Use your true strength, but don't let this seat down again, Holy Lord Guiyuan said with a clear conscience.
Why is he not red in the face or jumping in the heart when he speaks such brazen words?
Because just now, his heart died,
thinking that he had been cultivating bitterly for so long. He had even been thrown by his old ancestor to a party of demonic beast worlds to hone his skills.
Finally was forced to demonic beasts driven into a deep forest. Can only eat bark to fill the hunger? It is not easy to complete the task of the old ancestor.
Or there is a chance can be it.
But now I see Suchanga. What is it that you have been seeking the way for so many years?
Thinking back to the figure running in the sunset, that was my lost youth. It was as if the soul of the Holy Lord of the returning era was sublimated at this moment.
With that, Suchanga took out the Ascendant Sword from the system bar. Shang Tsung, this is the first time you've shown yourself in the world. Don't let me down.
Suchanga smiled as he stroked the Shang Tsung sword. Buzz. Only the Ascension sword gently trembled.
Seemingly in response to Suchanga. Suchanga's smile withdrew.
He put the sword away at his left waist, his left hand holding it in a false grip,
in a scabbard position.
Suddenly, around the body of the sword, a faint touch of sword chi runes spread out, and there was an endless amount of sword chi converging towards the Ascendant sword. Just the might that gathered up alone seemed to be able to cut through the entire void.
Hiss. This sword. It's not simple.
The moment he saw the sword of the Ascendant, Saint Lord Guiyuan also detected the extraordinary nature of the sword of the Ascendant, especially when the Ascendant sword began to awaken. Even he proved that the Holy Lord felt a bit chilled. He had never seen such a terrifying divine weapon before.
At this time, Suchanga had slowly closed her eyes. It was as if he was the only one left in heaven and earth.
He fused himself with the sword.
The human sword is one, and the heart is one with the Tao. The moment. There is no I or he,
only the sword in his hand.
Phew. It was accompanied by Suchanga's mouth exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. His tightly closed eyes snapped open.
A stern sword intent flashed in his eyes. The killing god sword intent.
A single thought. Chop.
The sword soul that was as bright as the moonlight swept out, and that brilliant sword light shone like a vast full moon. Between the whistling of the sword chi, only a straight sword light was seen cutting out horizontally towards the dome of the sky. In this moment, everything was silent and the world was frozen. The void was left with only the bright sword awnings that the long sword had carried through,
showering the afterglow. When looking at it again,
Suchanga had raised his long sword horizontally, his body resembling an ancient pine as if it had never moved. If it wasn't for the heart-stopping cold aura flowing above the blade in his hand, it was like a still picture. The returning Holy Lord was a bit puzzled.
What kind of action was this? Ka-ching!
But right at that moment, a heart-pounding shattering sound resounded through the heavens and earth.
Click, click, click,
only to see that an area of the dome of the sky actually shattered inch by inch like a spider's web.
A black hole was revealed in it, like a void of chaos. This is chopping up a side of space? Holy Lord Guiyuan was completely stunned at the moment.
The crack continued to expand, and while the diameter continued to expand, a terrifying spatial storm churned through it.
Divine punishment. This is divine punishment. The dome of the sky has actually shattered. Is this the end of the world? Is it the opening of the immortal road? Such a terrifying vision is only immortal. It looks like it's the returning sacred temple. Could it be the Son of God? The many disciples of the Guiyuan Holy Land were already stunned. What kind of monster was their divine son? The purple mansion realm just shattered space? As a supreme aura drifted out from the ancestral places,
the shattered void was slowly repaired.
Changa, you better give me an explanation.
Only to see that the broken arming ancestor had appeared in Suchanga's line of sight at some point, with a hint of anger on his face.
Is this bastard really going to break the sky? Is tomorrow going to be the day that the sanctuary is just lifted? Chapter 15, Companion Artifact, Ascending the Heavenly Pole Building.
Seeing the broken army ancestor flying towards his direction in a hurry,
Suchanga hurriedly looked at Holy Lord Guiyuan. Holy Lord, I just made a special demonstration for you. You can't see death and save me. But, what is the Holy Lord of Return? He's a face changer.
The Holy Lord Guiyuan quickly reacted and hastily adjusted himself.
Looking like I don't know anything. What demonstration for me? Changa, how can you lie at such a young age? I'm going to have to say something when you do that. What if you make such a big commotion that scares the disciples? Ugh, what a distraction. That, I still have something to do. So I'll go first and on. After finishing his speech, Holy Lord Guiyuan unexpectedly ran away in a puff of smoke. This operation made Suchanga a little confused as well. Do you have many friends? Changa you and tell us what's going on. At this moment, old ancestor Broken Army also arrived in front of Suchanga. The face that was slatted was even more full of a sense of majesty. After a flurry of explanations from Suchanga, the Broken Army ancestor finally knew what was going on. Let me see that sword of yours. Old ancestor, please take a look. Suchanga once again called out the Ascension Sword from system space. Upon the first sight of the Ascendant Sword, the pupils of the broken army ancestor contracted, and even his divine soul trembled a little. He was actually a little scared, knowing that the stronger the cultivation, the stronger the sense of the great Tao. He felt a hint of the heavenly Tao on this sword. Old ancestor you? Suchanga was a bit puzzled. Don't you want to see the sword? Why hasn't it been moving? It took a long time before the broken army old ancestor was able to ease his mind a little, and he was still having trouble reacting from the shock. Changa, where exactly did this sword come from? Reporting to old ancestor, this sword was born from my bloodline since I awakened my saint body. Suchanga replied without hesitation. This was a reason he had made up long ago. Upon hearing this, the broken army ancestor's face changed once again, and it was even more difficult to hide the shock in his eyes. This is a companion artifact. Suchanga was bewildered. His own made-up stuff is whole live again? Afraid that his deduction was wrong, old man broken army checked again. It took a while before it was calming down, only to hear the broken army ancestor murmur his explanation. A companion divine artifact is a bloodline divine artifact that is derived from a person's talent that has reached its extreme. This type of character's talent in this path in the future is even harder to find in the ages. Such a person was also born thousands of years ago. A divine spear was born in that person's bloodline, and later that person's talent in the Tao of the gun overwhelmed the heavens. The gun moves, the wind and clouds change, the gun bursts, and heaven and earth are destroyed. After achieving greatness, he even used the Tao of the gun to prove immortality and became a myth. After saying that, elder broken army ancestor looked at Suchanga with another fervent gaze. Changa, this longsword you've given birth to now is even more terrifying. I felt a trace of the heavenly Tao above it. I think your achievements will be even more terrifying than that person's in the future. If anyone asks you about the origin of this divine soldier, just say that it was given to you by old ancestor me, and don't ever reveal the slightest hint. Yes, Nagisa knows. Suchanga also knew in her heart that old man broken army was doing this to better protect herself, even taking all the blame on himself. To be honest, Suchanga's heart was a little warm. Well, this matter is over. Let's count the other. You've made such a big commotion. Are you trying to lift the Holy Land? Suchanga was once again confused. This was settling scores? If you really have nothing better to do than go and break into the Heavenly Extremity building, you know you're a divine son now. How can you shut some people up without going to show off your talent? Listening to the old ancestor's words, Suchanga then realized, the commotion just now was too great, and there should be people in the Holy Land who were disgruntled. Old ancestor broken army hoped that he would display his talent more simply and roughly, thus shutting up those with ulterior motives. Yes, disciple knows his mistake. Thank you for chastising old ancestor. The broken army ancestor nodded with satisfaction. I've already prepared the divine crane for you. Boldly go and express yourself. We few old guys will always be your backbone. Yes, Changa will not dishonor his mission. This sentence broke the old ancestor to reveal a lot of information. It seems that the old ancestor wants to make a big noise by himself. The bigger the better. It's best to stir up the storm clouds, and if someone is looking for trouble for themselves, they'll have to ask the old ancestor of the Guiyuan Holy Land if he'll agree. The Divine Sun is going to ascend the Heavenly Pole Tower. How many floors do you guess the Divine Sun can ascend to? Celestial Extremity Building, 9 heavens, 1 layer at a time, and great terrors in every layer. The higher up you go, the pressure grows even more geometrically. Many of the Holy Land's Saint Sons are at the 5th level. Even the first Saint Sun, Yi Lintian, is only at the 7th level. Yes, in my memory no one has ever ascended above the 7th floor. I think the Divine Sun should be able to ascend to the 8th floor, right? The higher the floor this building can ascend to represents the higher the potential. And there's a legend that rumor has it that there's a 10th floor. If someone ascends it, it is rumored that the Heavenly Extreme Tablet will appear, and leaving one's name on it can tell one's future destiny. I've heard that one too. Numerous disciples of the Guiyuan Holy Land kept discussing. Rumor has it that this heavenly pole building has existed since ancient times, and it is even more mysterious. And the legend illusions are also too numerous to count. At this moment, the protagonist, Suchanga, had already arrived at this place, looking at the Tianji building in front of him, which was straight into the sky. It was magnificent and could not be seen at a glance. It's a bit interesting, daring to name it after the sky, so let's see how it really is. Suchanga pushed open the heavy door and walked straight in. First, they traversed a long tunnel, surrounded by darkness, with light slowly emerging ahead. Enter the land of light. It was like being in the middle of a huge square.
surrounded by a white mist that gave off an esoteric feeling. Looking up, it looked like I was in the middle of an ancient well, and the end of it was also white. Suchanga stepped onto the steps that were hidden in the white mist and faintly felt an invisible force pressing over, but to him it was faint, like a grain of sand falling on his body, and could not make much of an impact. It's true that just like those settings, it should be that with every step up the ladder, the more powerful the pressure that can be felt will be. Suchanga couldn't help but sigh. What an archaic metaphysical setting. Ding! New option quest detected. Option 1, ascend to the 5th floor of the Heavenly Extreme building. Reward, Dragon Transformation Imperial Elephant Technique. Option 2, climb up to the 9th floor of the Heavenly Pole building. Reward, Weak Water 3000 Techniques. Option 3, climb up to the 10th floor of the Tianji building. Reward, 1 Lucky Draw. 10th floor? Lucky Draw? Suchanga's heart was somewhat unsettled. It turned out that the Tianji building really had a 10th floor. The Lucky Draw option was a first. There might be some unexpected gains, which he definitely couldn't miss. With the lure of the system rewards, the speed of his ascent became faster all of a sudden. His body was as light as a swallow, and in just a few moments, he had already reached the 2nd heaven. But it's not over. He's still going on. Triple heaven, quadruple heaven, 5 heavens, the 6th heaven. The disciples watching outside were a bit messed up. There was a spell formation outside the Tianji building, and the speed of the light points on it was flying. It was only less than half a quarter of an hour before he had already reached the 6th heavenly layer, and even his speed hadn't decreased in the slightest. Aren't there 99 steps in each heavy sky? Could it be that I'm remembering it wrong? You must not be mistaken. I've broken through several times. Those damned 99 steps have long been deep in my bones. But is the Son of God, is he still human? Some disciples had a hard time just getting to the 2nd heavenly step, looking at their godchildren again. Eating and drinking was as simple as eating and drinking water, and now they were even halfway through the 6th heaven. Their hearts ached. It's not jealousy. It was the pain of feeling his Tao heart shattering inch by inch. Sure enough, their godson was telling them all the time that they were a waste. Chapter 16, Holy Eucharistic Anomaly. Piercing the Heavenly Pole building. Do you guys think the Divine Son will be able to ascend to the 9th floor? At the current speed of the godchildren, it's highly probable. Alas, I am numb. I am nothing compared to the Son of God. You have a big disease of your own. Who can't you compare yourself to but the Son of God? Nope, you can't even beat me. Blanche, I'll lock your throat. Choke me. Ha! Choke my neck. You stinking bastard. Let go of me. Loosening up is fine. But don't you move. I'm not moving? No way. It's a bastard if he doesn't move. Quickly look. The Divine Son has reached the 7th floor. The gazes of the crowd once again looked towards the Heavenly Pole Tower, their faces filled with shock that they couldn't hide. At the same time, within the Heavenly Extreme Tower, you have to climb stairs when you go to school, and you have to climb stairs when you cross over. Suchanga was a bit helpless. Fortunately, he possessed a holy body and was also very strong in terms of his physique. Even after climbing to the 7th floor, he was only slightly tired. Would it be easier if I utilized the power of the Violet Mansion? Suchanga speculated that based on the metaphysical novels he had read in his previous life, this mode of breaking through should be able to borrow one's own power. Suchanga invoked the power of the 4 purple mansions, and the powerful aura really counteracted some of the pressure. Suchanga will smile. Base manipulation do not 6. The 7th floor was a bit strange. Suchanga had searched around but didn't find any steps, which made him a bit puzzled. Suddenly, he felt an invisible force descend on his body, which went straight into his divine sea, and the ocean of aura in his dantian instantly churned up, even showing signs of evaporation. This is a test against the divine sea? Suchanga's heart was clear. He sat down on his knees and mobilized his aura to fight against this inexplicable force. Rumble! The divine sea within his body churned and set off monstrous waves of aura. But as Suchanga's aura further exploded, that inexplicable force was gradually suppressed by him, and the rolling power of chi and blood combined with the holy body bloodline instantly impacted that force to pieces. It seems that the test at this level is aimed at the cultivator's divine sea, and if one is unable to perfectly master one's own divine sea will be stirred up by this force, which will cause one's breath to become unstable, and disqualify one from breaking through the barrier. So it seems like the 8th level should be related to the Tao platform? Suchanga speculated. The Divine Son is going to start challenging the 8th floor. The first Saint Sun Yi Lintian was defeated at this level. Can the Divine Son succeed? The crowd couldn't help but hang on to their hearts when they saw Suchanga's point of light move again. Even their hearts were pounding. Celestial Extreme Tower. 10th floor. A feather-clad youth sat cross-legged in front of a chessboard and was playing the game alone. A thick white mist covered his face,
adding a hint of supreme mystery. It's a bit interesting, an innate holy body Tao embryo? And the immortal intent of sword intent? The Guiyuan Holy Land has finally produced a person against the heavens. However, little fellow, if you want to come to the 10th floor, it depends on whether or not you have the skills. The youth appeared happy, gently pressing the white disc in his hand on top of the chessboard as an obscure Taoist rhythm filled the air. From the 8th floor, the fog became even denser. Why do I feel cool? Su Chang'e was very sensitive to the sense of breath. He clearly felt the aura enhance, like all of a sudden it was so. It seemed bizarre, but he still had to break into the heavenly extreme building. He couldn't miss out on such a good system reward. Could he? The white fog on the 8th level was even denser, with a visibility of only 1 meter. And this bizarre white fog not only brought about pressure, but could even isolate his divine sense from probing. Something's not right. Su Chang'e looked around vigilantly. His intuition told him that this floor was different from all the previous ones. Quite sensitive. The feather-clothed youth on the 10th floor of the heavenly extreme building smiled faintly and once again dropped his black sun. The white mist of the 8th layer darkened at a rate visible to the naked eye. The black mist churned like a storm. It seemed to be brewing a great terror. Roar! A huge scaly dragon manifested from it, its black gas tossing and turning, its breath majestic. It was actually a purple mansion perfection. The dragon hissed and rushed towards Su Chang'e, black gas churning in its mouth. A little carving. Su Chang'e was just about to make his move, but an inexplicable force descended on his divine sea once again. This time it was even more powerful and directly shook his Tao platform. The black mist entwined around the ancient divine mountain in his divine sea, reflecting the divine mountain, which was originally haunted by golden light, as if it were a demonic mountain. With just a moment's hesitation, the augur dragon arrived instantly, and the location where Su Chang'e was at instantly churned with black mist, as if it was engulfed in endless darkness. It's a pity, it's still not qualified. The feather-clothed youth shook his head helplessly, his expression looking somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, he frowned slightly, sensing a hint of something strange. This is? Only to see the original place wrapped in black fog. There are countless divine light piercing through the darkness. In front of this golden divine light, the black fog is like a snowflake melting. The brilliant light grew stronger and stronger, and the black mist instantly flew away in ashes, only to see in the radiant light. Su Chang'e stood with his hands in the air. His white clothes were like snow, and he was not even in the slightest bit of a mess. The radiant light reflected him like a god in the 9 heavens, sacred and inviolable. This kid has quite a few treasures. The feather-clothed youth raised an eyebrow as he could sense that the other party had powerful treasures protecting his body. This was clearly Su Chang'e's immortal light treasure armor, which could withstand the full force of a Holy Lord realm strike, without a way to attack. What good is a strong defense? The feather-clothed youth once again dropped his black seed, and the black mist came surging in again like a tidal wave. Su Chang'e let out a cold snort and clenched his palm into a fist as an incredibly powerful chi and blood stirred within him. It seemed like gods and demons roaring and thunder roaring. It also seems like a real dragon hissing and the ocean surging. It was accompanied by bursts of chi and blood roars that sounded like thunder, highlighting his peerless physical body. The holy body visions of gods and devils kowtowing manifested, and the silhouettes of a single god and devil descended into this void. And this heaven and earth all wailed. Heaven-breaking fist. Rumble. The might of this punch was terrifying to the extreme, annihilating the laws and shattering space. Only a terrifying golden light was seen stirring out from the 8th floor of the heavenly extreme building. Golden fistons rose up to the sky. The sea of clouds in the dome of the sky was pierced through a large hole. The disciples and elders surrounding the heavenly extreme building were all a bit dumbfounded. Tianji building was pierced. My God, am I blinking my eyes? The 8th floor of the celestial extremity building has been pierced through? What kind of power is this? The broken army ancestor was also a bit dumbfounded. Wasn't the commotion excessive? First, he chopped the dome of the sky, and now he's piercing through the heavenly extreme building? Suddenly he was thinking of something and his face paled. It's over. Tianji House is that lord. The figure transformed into a speedy wind and broke through the air. He really did not expect Su Chang'e to make such a big commotion by breaking into a Tianji building. I hope that lord is not angry. Chapter 17, Rejecting Shortcuts. Reaching the peak. Su Chang'e also froze a bit, withdrawing his fist that was still smoking white smoke. He looked at the large hole in front of him a bit frozen. This sky pole building is so fragile? Fragile? Some of the disciples were almost exasperated to the point of vomiting blood. Listen to this. Is this speaking human words?
It was only at this moment that the feather-clad man on the 10th floor of the Heavenly Extreme building was slowing down.
The 8th floor just shattered? Changa, letting you climb up to the Heavenly Pole building. Are you trying to tear down the Heavenly Pole building as well?
A stream of light landed in front of Su Changa, and the broken army ancestor hung in the air from afar.
Seeing the miserable state of Tianji House,
his heart was dripping blood. This Heavenly Pole building allowed up to the Zifu realm to enter, but the power that Su Changa erupted had far exceeded the Zifu realm.
The power that erupted from within easily shattered the Tianji building. Su Changa was a bit embarrassed and scratched his head in some embarrassment. This really couldn't be blamed on him. Old ancestor, let me explain. I think there's something wrong with this Heavenly Pole building. Problems? Old man Broken Army frowned. Su Changa nodded slightly. I felt a man-made aura in it, as if it was deliberately targeting me. Artificial? Against?
Thinking of that lord, his face changed greatly.
Able to artificially manipulate the Heavenly Pole building that is not that lord? Before he could open his mouth, the Heavenly Extreme building emitted a bizarre and unpredictable aura. Ha ha ha, little guy. You are really something.
I didn't expect to be discovered by you. A voice rang out from within the building.
Very eerie, like it was echoing in the hearts and minds of the crowd.
Hearing this voice, not only the broken army ancestor, but even the many ancestors of the ancestral ground had their faces changed drastically.
Did it really alarm that lord? It's been thousands of years, hasn't it?
Old ancestor Broken Army hurriedly arched his hands in a bow and respectfully said,
Greetings, my lord. Changa, don't freeze. This lord is immortal. No need to be polite. I would like to meet with this little friend. I wonder how.
The Broken Army old ancestor was a bit embarrassed.
Changa was his heart.
If the other party blamed Su Changa, he absolutely had to bail him out as well.
Don't worry. I am in control of the Celestial Extremity building. Repairing it is just a thought. As far as I am concerned, I have come to make things difficult for a junior.
As the words fell, a radiant avenue appeared at the top of the Heavenly Extreme building,
extending towards Su Changa.
The end seems to lead to an unknown space.
Come up, little one.
Ascend this avenue and you will reach where I am.
The 10th floor of the Heavenly Extreme building.
The legendary 10th floor of the Heavenly Extreme building actually exists.
It's been a long time coming.
If it weren't for the Son of God, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to see the 10th floor in my entire life. The faces of the crowd were filled with envy. The 10th floor of the Heavenly Extreme building.
The land of legends. Not to mention that there are any great chances in it. Even if you ascend to it, your reputation will rise. However, the next scene that hit the crowd was not expected. Senior's kindness is appreciated, but I refuse to borrow this avenue to the 10th floor. Su Changa spoke faintly.
At this moment space all seemed to be silent. Everyone wondered if they had heard it wrong.
The place of legends actually did not go? Oh, what do you mean?
The feather-clothed youth was also a bit surprised.
This kid was so characterful? Late generation.
I want to step onto the 10th floor through my own strength.
Su Changa is also helpless.
The system said to ascend to the 10th floor by himself. If through outside help does not count as a reward,
he is not a blood loss? Efforts in the end, not even hair. Ahem.
Su Changa deliberately coughed a few times and once again arched his hand. My generation's cultivation of the great Tao originally relies on one step at a time, and the late generation has absolute confidence in their own strength.
Please be complete, senior.
At this moment all the people were once again dumbfounded, just staring blankly at that white-clothed figure.
This moment lasted for eternity. Godson is mighty. As a cry rang out, the entire Holy Land was in an uproar. The Divine Son is a model for us. We admire the stature of the Divine Son. All kinds of shouts swept and tumbled like a wave. Magnificent to the extreme.
What more could a man ask for with such a talent?
Such a spirit? Such a Divine Son?
Anyone else would surely have agreed immediately, and would have been able to travel to the land of legends and live on in history.
However, Su Changa was decisive in refusing,
instead choosing to ascend to the 10th floor with his own strength.
This is not only a kind of vigor, but also an absolute confidence in one's own strength. Long Song, the Broken Army ancestor, was immensely relieved at the moment. With a heart like that, how can you worry about not becoming immortal?
Ha 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 ha, good. You brat really didn't let this seat down. Then this seat will be waiting for you on the 10th floor.
Su Changa exhaled a long breath. Fortunately,
he had also given a speech at the school in his previous life,
and this time, he not only pretended, but also harvested a wave of goodwill. Blood money. However, this feeling isn't bad at all. Su Changa finally realized why the protagonists of those metaphysical novels like to pretend. It's a cool feeling.
I only gave myself 99 out of 100.
Why not 100? I'm afraid I'll be proud of myself. Suchanga once again walked towards the 9th floor, which was very strange, like being in the middle of a chaos rumble. The surrounding scene kept twisting and changing, and the space fluctuated like water ripples. As the vision cleared, Suchanga felt like he was in the middle of an ancient battlefield. A bronze pillar, which looked even more rusty, exuded an ancient and vicissitudes atmosphere, and there were stars and bloodstains on it, like going through years of rinsing. It has turned into a black and strong smell of blood, turning into a fury filling the air and making people's hearts palpitate. Spatial transformation or illusion? Suchanga didn't dare to be careless and looked around vigilantly. The 9th floor of the Heavenly Extreme building must be an extremely special place. He didn't dare to be careless. Wow! The sound of chains dragging actually came from the darkness. The ground was even trembling slightly. As the commotion grew louder, a huge figure emerged from the darkness. It was a tall giant with a hideous mask on his head. It was tens of meters tall, like being bound by bronze chains. His breath was suppressed, but it was still terrifying. The aura had vaguely reached the exalted realm. The majestic blood chi was even stirring the space. But Suchanga wasn't the least bit panicked. A faint smile on the corner of his mouth. His body was surrounded by a haze of light, and his body blossomed with mysterious Tao rules as the Tao rhythms rose. His entire body was as bright and dazzling as the sun. Roar! The giant let out a roar, his body's blood aura churning. Even the void was slightly distorted. The huge palm slapped down at Suchanga instantly. The spatial storm it brought up alone was afraid to be able to sweep across a large swath of people. The momentum is good, but unfortunately it's not quite there yet. Seeing that huge palm coming towards him in a vast suppression, he only gently spat out a sentence. His right hand made a sword point, and a vast amount of mana erupted out. The god-slaying sword intent instantly descended from the void. One thought of God and devil. The sword intent is divine, intertwining the Tao and the sword. It gulped the sun and moon of heaven and earth, and even more so, it was going to suppress the void of the universe. The god-slaying sword intent catalyzed the yin-yang sword chi to the extreme. Click! The huge, pitch-black palm collided with the yin-yang sword chi, instantly causing the heavens and earth to quake. However, like ice and snow encountering the sun, the dark palm instantly shattered and dissipated into smoke. The might of the god-slaying sword intent did not decrease. It was like an ancient divine sun suppressing down. The giant let out a hiss. The blood chi around his body roared once again, wanting to put up a fight. However, in front of this terrifying sword chi, everything seemed futile. The giant figure was quickly annihilated by Ling Tian's sword chi. A shocking explosion rang out. The darkness was dispersed. In its place was a blinding white aura. It was as if everything had returned to blankness. Chapter 18, Heavenly Extreme Monument Shattered. Immortal Treasure Secret Key. Rumble. It was a long time before the loud noise subsided. The white light slowly dissipated, and the surroundings were once again calm, as if nothing had happened. How strange. Why didn't this sword just now break this layer? Suchanga was a bit confused. The might of this sword was not weaker at all than that punch from before, right? The feather-clothed youth on the 10th floor heard these words with a head of black lines. This kid, he's really bold. That's just it. Since he passed the 9th floor test, let's open the passageway for him. He was truly afraid. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just temporarily reinforced the power of the 9th floor's prohibition, I'm afraid it's just as broken now. The formality still has to go, or there won't be enough style. With that, he waved his big hand and a mysterious aura filled the air from the Heavenly Extreme building. Then look above the Heavenly Extremity building. Space was distorted, and divine light appeared in it. Layers of the firmament shattered. An incomparably huge white stone monument slowly emerged. It is even more full of the feeling of endless years. Lord Godson has succeeded. The Heavenly Extreme Tablet has descended. The Celestial Extreme Tablet. A legendary immortal Tao treasure. It can survey one's future destiny. A divine son with such talent is bound to be a top-notch person in the future. The eyes of the many disciples of the Guiyuan Holy Land were glowing at the moment. The legendary Heavenly Extreme Tablet. I also wonder what kind of surprise their divine son will bring them this time. A stone tablet that predicts future fortune? I'd like to see if it's as divine as it says. Suchanga used his sword chi as a pen, but just as he carved the word Su on the stone monument instantly rumbled. Click! Shattering sounds rang out, and the stone monument looked like it had been affected by an unknown influence. It was even more constantly trembling and roaring. Each tremor creates a huge crack. The Heavenly Extreme Monument. Is this going to shatter? The divine son just wrote one word. Is this unbearable for the Heavenly Extreme Tablet?
The feather-clothed youth on the 10th floor of the Heavenly Extreme building also had to have his face changed drastically. He had never seen such a scene in many years. The Immortal Extreme tablet handed down from the immortal realm actually shattered because of a single word? This was a supreme treasure that was used to suppress chi, and it was reasonably impossible for this to happen. Murphy. Something occurred to him. There was once an ancient legend in the immortal realm about the Celestial Extreme Monument. If a person's future accomplishments were far beyond the world, the Celestial Extreme Monument would not be able to withstand this fateful karma, and the other person's fateful karma would not even dare to dip into the heavenly Tao. This kind of person was known as the ancient taboo. Good boy. Such terrifying potential before he even grows up. The feather-clothed youth trembled as he realized that Su Changda actually wanted to write a second character. Frightened, he hurriedly retracted the Heavenly Extreme tablet. So close. The Heavenly Extreme tablet almost shattered. The other guy almost shattered when he wrote one word. And he's actually trying to write a second word? Su Changda was confused. Didn't he let himself write his name? Why did the Heavenly Pole tablet run away after writing just one word? The atmosphere appeared somewhat awkward, and the auspicious clouds of heaven and earth that had originally descended due to the Heavenly Extreme Monument disappeared into thin air. The sky was clear as if nothing had happened. Ahem. That. Little fellow. You've already broken through the 9th layer, so you can step onto this avenue this time, right? The feather-clothed youth was also a bit embarrassed. He was at least a senior. Why did he feel so humiliated? A golden runic avenue once again extended out from the unknown space, and only then did Su Changda slow down. As he stepped onto this golden avenue, he was in a bit of a trance, feeling that heaven and earth were changing. To the crowd, their divine sun was wrapped in golden light the moment he stepped into the golden avenue. Immediately after, the golden avenue dissipated inch by inch, as if it had never appeared in heaven and earth. What a subtle Tao! Why have I never seen this kind of teleportation formation before? Doesn't it make sense that a normal teleportation formation would leave a scent behind? It could be that senior's power is beyond our perception. Many people were especially envious of Su Changda, thinking that their divine son must have been transported to a place like a fairyland. However, imagination is often not opposed to reality. Su Changda was a bit dumbfounded. He felt exactly the same as the previous layers. It was still white all around. According to the setting of metaphysical novels, shouldn't this kind of seniors be opening up a world? Arrange for all the holy temples and godly buildings, and all the Panglai immortal islands. But what the hell is this? In addition to the fog, if it wasn't for the system prompting that he had already completed the 10th floor of the quest, he even wondered if he had been cheated. Little fellow, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A mysterious voice rang out. Only a faint figure emerged from the mist, blurring, sitting cross-legged. It seemed as if there was a chessboard in front of him, and at the moment, that figure was holding his hand and dropping his pieces. Tacky. Do all these X-high rollers like this kind of grunge? The usual trick is nothing more than that of wrapping one's features a bit in mist to make the opponent unable to see, or using aura to alter one's voice to sound metaphysical. Su Changda couldn't help but spit in his heart, but spit after spit. On the surface, he could only put on a look of trepidation. Senior Su Changda pays his respects to senior. The feather-clothed youth was satisfied with Su Changda's reaction. He could be considered to have gotten a little bit of platitude back for himself. In fact, he didn't know that this was just Su Changda deliberately cooperating with him. What a so-called former senior like this one cares about the most is his face. To put it bluntly, he likes to hear others praise him for being great. Ha ha ha. Little one, do you know who I am? Even though Junior doesn't know, he can feel Senior's extraordinary divine martial arts. Su Changda respectfully said. In fact, he was going crazy inside. Obviously I'm the protagonist. Why do I still have to watch others pretend to be The feather-clothed youth once again dropped a piece. My name is Taishujinjin, and by all accounts, I am not from this world. I'm from, said the man, pointing upwards. Su Changda's heart realized, oh, so kidney void. Taishujinjin came from the upper realm. In the upper world, since he understood it, it should be the immortal realm. Since Senior came from that place, why is he here in this heavenly pole building? Doesn't Senior want to go back? Su Changda said suspiciously. Tai Sujinjin gave a long sigh and didn't make a sound. Go back? Can he go back to that place? Countless eons had passed since that great battle, and it was unknown whether the immortal realm really still existed. In fact, he had already lost the vast majority of his memories and could only sporadically feel some fragments of them. Terrifying figure, power that does not belong to the immortal domain. Alas, I lost most of my power long ago, and have no ability to be able to go back. If this world, in the future,
If anyone can travel to the immortal realm, that person will only be you. Me? The feather-clothed youth nodded firmly at Suchanga. That's right. Your potential is comparable to some of the immortal realm's heavenly prides at one time, and the only ones who can open the road to immortality are those with true immortal qualifications. As of now, the only one in this world who possesses the stature of a true immortal is you, whom I have discovered. Saying that, the feather-clothed youth took out an object from his bosom, on which a divine light flowed. With a wave of his hand, it slowly landed in front of Suchanga like a ball of light. This is the secret key to the immortal collection, the key to unlocking the bronze divine hall. The bronze temple? What is that? Suchanga was getting confused with his thoughts. He couldn't understand a single word the other party said. The feather-clothed youth didn't explain much. His memories were dissipating, and he only knew that there was something very important in this bronze divine hall. It's even about the fate of the heavens and the worlds. I'm sorry, but I have very few memories left, and all I can tell you is that there is something very important in this, and you must go later. Ding! New option quest detected. Option 1, the karma involved is too great. Rejected outright. Reward, resentment of the remnant immortal. Option 2, choose to accept for the sake of the heavens. Reward, secret key to the immortal collection, unlocked sealed version. Hearing the words remnant immortal, Suchanga was a bit dumbfounded. Immortal? But in existence far beyond this world. If he himself chose to refuse, it was more of the residual immortal's resentment high +1. It looks like 2 options, but it's really 1. What a sound bite. What a secret. Chapter 19 Lucky Draw. Pupil of Luck. Suchanga was a bit helpless in his heart. Did he have room to refuse? One could only pretend to be righteous and say, please don't worry, senior. I will definitely fulfill what senior has entrusted me with. Taishujinren nodded with a smile. Not bad. The young man is very aware. Realization? If you don't have a grudge against me after refusing, I won't even care about you. Suchanga complained in her heart. What enlightenment? This is being threatened, okay? Seeing as you're a good boy, let's give you another good one. With a wave of his hand, a white jade pendant swept out from within his sleeve robe. The jade pendant emitted a faint white light, and the patterns carved on it were lifelike. The god-protecting immortal jade. It can help you withstand 3 divine soul attacks. Realist Taishu introduced. Suchanga was also shocked in his heart. The divine soul attacks were bizarre and unpredictable. And even more so, they could not be defended against. If he had this jade pendant, it would be like a talisman. Many thanks to senior for the treasure. Okay, I take back what I said. Kidney deficiency. Taifu was still a little bit conscientious. After chatting with the other party once again about some things in the immortal region, Suchanga was teleported back to the return to origin Holy Land. It seems that some great change had occurred in the immortal region. The words of realist Taishu just now allowed him to understand part of the truth of the matter, but he didn't think much about it. His own strength wasn't enough. He had to be at least the top of this world to be qualified to touch it. At this moment, he was already in front of the returning sacred temple. The teleportation spell formation is quite subtle. It actually really teleported me to the holy temple. Right now, the heavenly extreme building could be described as a sea of people. If he appeared in the heavenly extreme building again, he thought that it would be another sensation, and he just couldn't stand the frenzied hearts of the disciples. Right, time to collect my reward. Lucky draw? I wonder what goodies will come out. The moment Suchanga clicked to use the lucky draw, a wheel appeared in the void with a pointer on it. First prize? Grand prize? Mystery prize? This roulette wheel is similar to some of the raffles in the previous world. It seems to be all about luck. Xian does not save the nonce. Krypton does not change life. Me. Suchanga is definitely an Oh Huang today. The roulette wheel spun at high speed and finally stopped in front of a grid. Mystery prize? Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the mysterious prize. The pupil of luck. When the host's cultivation is above others, he can check the value of others' luck. The higher the value of luck, the more favored by the heavenly Tao, and the more chances he obtains. Please note, the pupil of chance can activate chance insight on a person once, and this skill allows you to view the opponent's significant destiny trajectory. Suchanga also froze for a moment at his words. Then his face revealed great joy, checking out the chi of others. Then he could even directly distinguish people with great chi in the future. This type of people with great fortune are often favored by the heavenly Tao, but also have their own special chances. If I find out their chance, an evil thought grew in Suchanga's heart. He had a pupil of chi. Was it right for him not to go hunting for some sons of chi? Use the pupil of chi. A strange power grew within Suchanga's eyes. In the depths of his eyes,
There were even runes flowing and golden light filled the air, appearing incomparably strange.
There doesn't seem to be any particular feeling. Find someone to try? Suddenly he remembered someone. Wouldn't that little maid of his be a good candidate? Outstanding natural talent. And a holy maiden.
With a clear and peerless appearance.
Isn't this a proper template for the heroine of a metaphysical novel? Su Chang'e took a step into the sanctuary, only to see Yun Xinyan was sitting cross-legged.
Her beautiful eyes closed tightly, and at this moment, she was already engrossed in cultivation.
As Su Chang'e concentrated,
the world in his eyes continued to change. Buzz! Only a line of golden writing slowly appeared on Yun Xinyan's head. Yun Xinyan.
Chi luck points, 232. 232? Is this considered high or low? Su Chang'e was a little puzzled.
He had no reference, and he couldn't see his own chi points. Unleash the chakra insight. Between murmurs,
Su Chang'e's eyes once again flowed with runes and flashed with a brilliant golden light. Yun Xian, Wind and Cloud City Yun Plan's first lady,
but also the first day of the proud daughter of Wind and Cloud City, because of the relationship with the finger for the marriage. 3 years later, so that her life has undergone a huge change, and since then the proud daughter of the sky has lost its light,
and degenerated into endless darkness. A 3-year contract? Isn't that a certain dues routine?
30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river.
Don't deceive the youth. A generation of downtrodden teenagers, rising against the heavens, from now on to the pinnacle of life. In that case,
what happened after that should be Yun Xinyan being defeated and the entire Yun family falling from grace.
Su Chang'e couldn't help but have a head full of black lines. Sure enough, it was still a familiar formula, a familiar routine.
If he hadn't awakened the pupil of Chi Fortune himself,
maybe he really would have followed the script. Now that he's caught on, he's got to stick his foot in the door. Not to mention,
he just loved the feeling of being punched in the face.
Kamiko-sama? At this moment,
Yun Xinyan's beautiful eyes slowly opened with a trace of bewilderment on her face.
Seeing Su Chang'e was sizing herself up, she lowered her head with a bit of a blush. Awake? Su Chang'e sized up Yun Xinyan and smiled. Just in time. I have something to do with you. Ha? Something to do with me?
Yun Xinyan was instantly a bit confused. Although she was untouched by the world, she had some knowledge of such things. Just a slight blush on her pretty face.
But I'm not ready. God's son is going to. A man and a woman. Alone in a room. Yun Xinyan's head was dizzy.
Her cheeks were scarlet. And she was shy as if she wanted to drip water. It's not right to do that in broad daylight.
Is it?
But if it's the Son of God.
Su Chang'e was a bit puzzled. This weather wasn't too hot, was it? Why don't you ever blush? Lord Godson. I'm ready.
I'm not afraid of pain.
Saying that, Yun Xian closed her eyes once again. Moreover, she looked like she was at the mercy of the king.
As much as Su Chang'e was puzzled, by now she counted on knowing what the other party was thinking.
This little ninny actually. I can't believe I'm craving my own body. I treat you like a maid and you want to sleep with me? Cough cough cough.
This is not the time for such things.
Su Chang'e coughed.
The body of Taiyin is also of great use to him.
And in the future, he definitely needs to. Xinyan, do you have a fiancé? Obviously. Su Chang'e wanted to divert the other party's embarrassment through this question. As the son of a god, and even more so as a man, he should definitely give the shy girl a step down.
Yun Xinyan froze, but quickly responded.
How did you know that I have a fiancé? Lord Godson? Ahem.
As my maid.
Of course I understand. Su Chang'e made up a random excuse.
Yun Xinyan was a little suspicious, but she was also a little touched. It turned out that Kamiko-sama cared so much about himself.
My fiancé's name is Luo Yen.
The reason for this is still because of my father.
Luo Yan's father is the patriarch of a small family. My father had met with an accident and ended up having his life saved by the other party. In order to thank the other party, my father then decided to betroth me to the other party's son. That is, Luo Yen. But we've never met and nothing has ever happened. Please divine son believe me. Saying this,
Yun Xinyan again looked at Su Chang'e anxiously with her beautiful eyes, fearing that the other party would misunderstand something in general.
Don't worry.
I trust my squire.
Hearing Su Chang'e say this she was relieved and continued.
Later, Luo Yan's cultivation suddenly stopped progressing, and he even became the #1 waste of our Wind Cloud City.
Not to mention, not only am I unwilling, Luo Yan himself has someone he desires.
So in order to be able to settle this matter once and for all, we'll make a pact that 3 years from now in the ring competition, the winning party can propose to unilaterally tear up the marriage contract.
But perhaps Luo Yan was originally a person of heaven's destiny,
surviving in desperate times. and not long after making a pact with me, he rose against the heavens, and even more so, he became the newest sacred son of the returning One clan.
After listening to Yun Sinyan's narration, Su Chang'e rubbed his chin. Could it be the son of this world's chi? Chapter 20 Luoha Sword Sect, Wuji Ao Tian. In that case, this fiancé of yours is very fishy. Why does his cultivation suddenly fluctuate so much? Su Chang'e's question seemed normal, but he was actually leading the other party. As expected, Yun Sinyan froze as if she thought of something. Actually, speaking of this matter, it's also strange. I heard that after Luo Yan returned from a mountain range, his cultivation suddenly disappeared. Su Chang'e slightly raised his eyebrows. Returning from a deep mountain, after which his cultivation disappeared. After a year he regained his cultivation again, and even soared. Isn't this the proper template for a deep mountain accident of unbelievable chance? Su Chang'e kept speculating in his heart. It really was a son of Qi. Becoming the saint son of the returning sect in such a short period of time also showed that the chances he had obtained were terrifying. But that's what makes it fun. The stronger the son of Qi, the bigger the leak, the greater the chance it will bring me. Although he was happy in his heart, he remained indifferent on the surface though. Sinyan, when the time comes for you to go back for your appointment, this divine son will accompany you. Yun Xin Yan didn't react for a moment, froze for a moment, and then was even more touched that a figure like the divine son was still so concerned about himself. What else could she ask for? Many thanks, divine son. Xin Yan can offer everything for divine son. Su Chang'e was a bit speechless. He was just trying to go harvest a wave of the sons of Qi, and this had to be touched? Luoha Sword Sect, Wuji Ao Tian, has come to pay homage to the divine son of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside the Guiyuan Holy Land. The voice was young, but the aura was extremely terrifying. In the meantime, outside the Holy Land of Return, a black-clothed young man stood with his arms folded, his eyebrows like a sword, and his figure erect. Just by standing there quietly, a sharp aura rose up to the sky, as if it was a divine sword that opened up the heavens. Wuji Ao Tian glanced faintly at the person beside him. Are you sure that the divine son of the returning sacred ground sword talent is strong? Yes, I have personally fought against it. My lord, please still believe me. The person who spoke was actually the holy son of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Wang Kaiha. Interesting. I'd like to see if this divine son's sword Dao talent can still be stronger than this sword son's. After Wang Kaiha defected to him, Wuji Ao Tian was very disdainful. This kind of person who turned his back on the clan was the most villainous. However, after listening to him talk about Su Chang'e's sword Dao talent, he was moved, so he came to pay his respects. Quite a few people from the returning sacred land had already been attracted to it. Luoha Sword Sect? What exactly are you doing here in my Guiyuan Holy Land? Wait, the fifth saint's son, Wen Kaiha? Some of the elders of the Guiyuan Holy Land's faces changed greatly. Their saint's son stayed with someone from the Luoha Sword Sect. This meant? Sure enough, Wang Kaiha smiled coldly. I've long since stopped being the holy son of the Guiyuan Holy Land, and nowadays I've already worshipped the Luoha Sword Sect. The surroundings were silent, and the people of the Guiyuan Holy Land who heard these words were even more red-eyed and murderous. His own family's holy son secretly broke away from the sect and ended up joining the Luoha Sword Sect? This was a strange shame for a clan in the cultivation world. If it were to be spread out, their Guiyuan Holy Land would become the laughingstock of the entire northern Darkness Dao region. Asshole. Kaiha. Master has treated you well. Is this how you treat master? Wang Kaiha's master also came, and at this moment, his eyes were even more bared, and his heart was dripping blood in pain. If his own disciple defected from the sect and joined the Luoha Sword Sect, he, as a master, would also become a sinner in the Guiyuan Holy Land. Ha ha ha, master. No, now that we're nameless, I should call you Old Thing, right? Old Thing. I know you were nice to me before, but when I was defeated by that bastard Su Chang'e, you actually came to beat me up as well? Do you think you're great just because you're my master? Today, I am no longer the holy son of the Holy Land, so what can you do to me? That supreme elder was even more furious and trembling. Sinful disciple. Sinful disciple. Today, I will rid the clan of evil. But without him waiting for him to strike, a terrifying figure descended. An old man with white hair and a broken bamboo sword on his back. Although his face was old, his eyes emanated a heart-stopping sword intent. It's the old ancestor of the Luoha Sword Sect, the Heaven-Opening Sword Sovereign. The Heaven-Opening Sword Venerable is a top-notch powerhouse from thousands of years ago. A body of sword Dao is even the best in the North Underworld Dao domain, and his native sword method,
The open sky one sword. Is even claimed to be able to open the gate of heaven with a single sword? So he was honored by the world as the open sky sword venerable. Many of the people from the Guiyuan Holy Land were even more frightened by that heaven-opening sword exalt's terrifying sword intent.
Humph, old man Kai Tian.
You were once a famous gentleman swordfather of the northern underworld Dao region.
Such behavior. And you're not afraid of being laughed at?
Elder Broken Army's voice resounded from within the Holy Land as a vast aura sparked in his palm, instantly counteracting the opponent's sword intent. The open sky sword honored one just stood there in silence.
After a long time, he faintly said,
"Let the juniors settle their own matters."
The Broken Army ancestor couldn't help but sneer. What a junior thing to do.
The holy son of one's holy land defected from their clan,
and as a result, the other party even brought someone to their door to provoke them? What a bully.
Old ancestor Broken Army's gaze looked towards Wang Kaiha, who was beside Wuji Aotian,
and his eyes were itching to tear him apart. Is Changgu available? Disciple in. The divine crane that Su Chang'e was riding on swept out of the clouds. At once, all eyes converged over.
The man's posture was long and straight, and his white clothes danced with the wind. The roots of the ink hair were crystalline,
and the diffuse, mongoloid glow revealed a transcendent meaning.
Anyone who sees it can't help but marvel at the fact that this is the heavenly exiled fairy coming down to earth.
The Son of God. It's the Son of God. Pure immortal. May I ask if this is a wayfarer descending to earth?
I'm really envious of the holy maiden Xinyan. If the divine son can let me be his consort,
I'm willing to give up my status as an elder. Many people hadn't even seen Su Chang'e at the Heavenly Extremity building,
and at this moment,
after seeing the divine son's demeanor, they were even more road-weary.
What was just a few moments ago a strong smell of gunpowder was now like a springtime blossom.
I have to say face value in justice. Yun Xinyan, who was following Su Chang'e, was even more incomparably happy. She was the godson's maid. She could see the divine son every day. Please, old ancestor, command.
The Broken Army ancestor was also a bit speechless.
Why did the atmosphere feel strange now? Meet the stars? However, there was nothing he could do. After all, Su Chang'e's face value was indeed too high.
Chang'e, since the other party is here to pay you a visit, what to do should be clear to you.
Feeling the sharp gaze of the Broken Army old ancestor,
he then realized that it seemed like the old ancestor wanted him to teach the other party a lesson.
He quietly operated his pupil of chi and looked at Wuji Aotian. Wuji Aotian, 309 value of luck. Remote mountain village out of the teenage pride.
At the age of 12 years old, to obtain the Luaha sword sect of the Holy Sword recognition. After that it is obsessed with the Sword Road, the great talent of the Sword Road to reveal their own, but also by virtue of the help of the Holy Sword to become the Luaha sword sect of the first son of the sword.
Wuji Aotian? Such a wild name. It seems to be a fully developed son of Qi. Unfortunately, as strong as the son of Qi is, can it be compared to me, the open one? At the same time Su Chang'e sized up the other party. Wuji Aotian was also sizing up Su Chang'e. In fact, the moment he saw Su Chang'e, he was even astonished. Such a handsome person, he really had never seen before, but born with a good skin.
In terms of sword Dao talent,
why do I need to fear him? Thinking of this, Wuji Aotian's face showed pride.
I've heard that the divine son's talent in the Dao of the sword is unmatched.
Wuji Aotian, I've come to pay my respects. Please teach me. Chapter 21 Shock. Not following the rules. Just then the system's voice suddenly sounded. Ding! New option quest detected.
Option 1, reject the other party and go back to practicing.
Reward, Divine Turtle Shield Armor. Option 2, defeat the opponent. Reward, Dao Chopping Technique. Turtle Shield Armor? Isn't it just a turtle shell? Damn it! Even the system wants to join in? Then fight. Su Chang'e spoke faintly. One sword to determine the winner? How? Just what I need. Come on.
A battle beyond the heavens.
Wuji Aotian's figure rose up in the air, hanging in the sky,
and his black robe even danced with the wind,
like a god of war.
Above the long sky, two figures hung in the air and faced each other,
one white and one black, as if it were a battle between God and the devil.
I've been practicing swords since I was 4 years old. I joined the Luaha sword sect at the age of 7,
and at the age of 10 I fought all the inner sects without an opponent. At the age of 12,
I obtained the Luaha sacred sword,
and now in the past several years,
no one in the northern underworld Dao region has ever bested me in the Dao of the sword.
Buzz!
The sword chimed and the dark light flashed.
A long sword as black as ink appeared in Wuji Aotian's hand.
This sword is the Luaha holy sword.
Swish! He pointed his long sword at Su Chang'e. I hope you won't let me down. Su Changa's heart was also a little emotional. Is this the son of Qi? I have to say, it really has the flavor of a legend. Only to see Wuji Aotian slowly raise his long sword above his head, a sword intent that was uniquely his rose up in him. There was even an incomparably stern sword intent blooming in those eyes. Feeling the other party's sword intent, Su Changa is also hot-blooded, and it is only interesting to spar with a strong person. This is how it should be in the way of the sword. Su Changa clutched the ascendant sword with his hand. The heavenly sword seemed to be able to sense Su Changa's mood at this moment, and a terrifying sword chi burst out to surround the sword. The clouds in the 9 heavens were also constantly changing and tossing at this moment. There were even gods and devils bowing in the void, and 4 beasts descending. Looking around Su Changa again, the yin and yang sword chi mingled and roared. A vicissitudes of ancient and vast sword chi descended. It seemed to slaughter the gods of the heavens. Su Changa was releasing all of his saint body vision, god-slaying sword intent, and yin-yang sword chi. The aura was astounding, as if the end was coming. Just simply condensing sword intent was so powerful. It can be imagined. If he were to cut out this sword, how terrifying it would be. A sword can kill a god. A sword can cut down the sky. Some attentive people even saw the Wuji Ao Tian trembling slightly. Is Wuji Ao Tian going to start exploding as well? Everyone's heart hung in the air at this moment. Is this battle at the top finally going to start? Su Changa had already prepared to chop out a sword. Catch me. Ha 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 ha. But suddenly, Wuji Ao Tian looked up to the sky and laughed. Immediately afterward, he actually put away his longsword and cupped his fists towards Su Changa. The divine sun is truly powerful. A sword Dao talent like a sword fairy in the world. Ao Tian is willing to bow down. Silence. Deadly silence. This statement was a dumbfounding one that made the crowd giggle. I had my pants down and this is it? That's it? That's it? Su Changa was also a bit dumbfounded. And the upper Cthulhu sword was also raised in midair. The atmosphere looked awkward. Is this sword coming out or not? You, aren't you called Wuji Ao Tian? This is the name obtained by Master. Because I've always been cautious before. Master wanted to change my character through this name. Wuji Ao Tian scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. Didn't you say before that I shouldn't let you down? Wuji Ao Tian? Isn't Ao Tian supposed to be incredibly arrogant? What do you call this? Wuji is not proud of the sky? Su Changa was all confused. But I just realized I can't beat you. My name is Ao Tian. Not cutie. Why should I fight if I can't? Wuji Ao Tian said these words very naturally. And even more so, his face was not red and his heart did not jump. Su Changa was also a bit dumbfounded. This was really an honest person. Fight if you can. Don't fight if you can't. So what are you doing here? Oh, is this the guy who isn't from your holy land? I just sent it in, so I can pay my respects to the legendary god's son. This time, not only the people in the Guiyuan Holy Land, even Wang Kaiha was dumbfounded. Kenzie, you, what kind of place do you take my Luaha sword sect for? I, Luaha sword sect, want someone like you who defected from the sect? But didn't you clearly agree to me joining the Luaha sword sect? Wang Kaiha's face paled as he couldn't believe it. How did a scene that was supposed to be a big fight turn into this? That's not what one would expect. Humph. Okay, since you're not convinced, old ancestor, I request that Wang Kaiha be expelled from the clan. Granted. The heaven-opening sword venerable spoke without hesitation. He was already disdainful of this type of character. Wang Kaiha, and easily abandoning his clan was definitely not a good thing. The words of the heaven-opening sword venerable instantly caused Wang Kaiha to fall into the abyss, his body trembling like sifting chaff. A good Wang Kaiha, but unfortunately, people are watching. The broken army ancestor looked at the other party icily and was just about to make his move when he was interrupted by a voice. Old ancestor. Wait. Looking at the person who spoke, Wang Kaiha was even more shocked. Su Changa was trying to protect himself? Changa, at this point in time you're pleading for him? I think there's still something wrong with you killing him. Old ancestor. The people around them couldn't help but be stunned. The divine son is actually going to plead for a traitor to the clan? According to the rules of the sect, this type of person who betrays the sect must die. Otherwise how can they convince the public? Maybe the Son of God has other reasons? Sure enough, I only heard Su Changa continue. Wang Kaiha is the disciple of Elder Taishang of Qing'an, and since he is his disciple, it would be better to leave this matter to him to resolve on his own. Old ancestor Broken Army also stuttered at his words. That's right, when one's own disciple defected from the sect, the one who was most upset should be the master. If he killed his disciple with his own hands, there would inevitably be gossip in the sect. This is the only way to end this matter completely. Thinking of this,
The broken army old ancestor was very relieved. He was too angry before, so he overlooked this point until Su Chang'e reminded him of it and he came to his senses.
Qing'an, then I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, many thanks to the old ancestor. Many thanks to the Divine Son.
Supreme Elder Qing'an was also incomparably touched inwardly. The Divine Son was also deliberately taking care of him.
Sinful disciple.
Master has taken you on as a disciple for more than 10 years,
but you are still arrogant and complacent.
And you've even had murderous intentions towards the Divine Son.
With that, he took a step towards Wang Kaihe, who was paralyzed on the ground, and a terrifying micropressure of aura descended in an instant.
Since it was my master who brought you here,
then let my master send you on your last journey. Master, I was wrong. Please don't.
But before he could finish speaking,
a huge palm transformed from aura pressed down from the sky. The terrifying aura exploded like a giant wave. After a miserable scream, Wang Kaihe was crushed into meat foam in an instant.
Taishang Elder Qing'an let out a long sigh up to the sky, and at this moment, it seemed like he had aged several years, but he still deeply arched his hand at Su Chang'e once again.
Many thanks to Divine Son for making things right. Su Chang'e waved her hand. We are all family. No need to be polite.
It was only at this moment that the many disciples were reacting.
I thought the Divine Son was on the second floor,
but it turns out that the Divine Son has long since stood on the third floor. Not only does the Godson have a high face value,
his emotional intelligence is also so high. The many elder ancestors in the Guiyuan ancestral ground were also incomparably pleased. Su Chang'e's approach was considered a complete solution to this matter,
and it also took into account the face of the Supreme Elder.
He is a man of thunder and a man of wisdom. How can such a heavenly pride not become immortal? Chapter 22 Clash of Sword and Sword. Heaven Opening / Su Chang'e once again looked at Wuji Ao Tian and smiled. Wuji Ao Tian. It's not easy to come here. Are you really unwilling to fight with me? The system didn't prompt completion at all. This brat surrendered directly. So what about his reward? Seeing Wuji Ao Tian's face showing difficulty, Su Chang'e once again said, how about treating it as a sparring exchange? Ao Tian, the Son of God has invited you twice. If you still refuse, the words of the heaven-opening sword venerable instantly caused Wuji Ao Tian to fall into an ice cave. He was aware of the terror of this master of his. After a few moments of contemplation he finally agreed. People have to bow their heads under the roof. This time, Su Chang'e and Wuji Ao Tian came to the ring of the returning Yuan martial arts arena. At this time, more people from the Guiyuan Holy Land had come here to watch. Aside from the divine first saint's son, the rest of the saint's sons had all come. It was because there were too many rumors heard about Su Chang'e during this period of time. 9 heavenly anomalies, 10 purple mansions, chopping the dome of the sky, blasting through the heavenly pole building. I didn't think it was going to be a fight at the end of the day. Yes, Wuji Ao Tian is the Luaha sword sect's #1 sword son. His physique is even a congenital sword body, naturally attuned to the way of the sword. And his terrifying sword cultivation is even more horizontally oppressive to the younger generation. And I wonder what the outcome will be.
The crowd was agitated and their hearts were filled with anticipation.
In fact, Wuji Ao Tian's cultivation had already reached the sealed emperor realm. And many people felt that Wuji Ao Tian had taken the initiative to admit defeat instead for another reason. In the ring, the two stood opposite each other. Su Chang'e looked towards Wuji Ao Tian and said in a faint voice, you don't need to take too much into consideration. My generation of sword cultivators should have gone forward. Since you are already called Wuji Ao Tian, then just take out your arrogant stance. Hearing this, Wuji Ao Tian also smiled faintly. In fact, previously, he wasn't afraid of Su Chang'e. It was just that he wanted to go. His code of life is goes go and goes go. Before he is the king of goes. The main reason why he was so crazy before was because his master was coerced. But it's done, and the arrow has to go. Might as well have a painful battle. Come and fight. As Wuji Ao Tian's words fell, a terrifying aura of the peak Fenghuang realm erupted from his body. His Luaha holy sword was once again sheathed, but this time the power was earth-shattering. Terrifying sword chi rampantly abused this heaven and earth. Swish! In a flash, a cold aura flashed. A vast sword chi instantly chopped out, like a shooting star flashing. Its speed is even more catching people off guard. Su Chang'e's reaction wasn't slow. React almost instantly. The index fingers of the right hand are together and the hand is used as a sword point. Yin and Yang sword chi burst out from his fingertips. Rumble! 2 distinct sword chi instantly exploded. The storm of sword chi stirred up was like 2 ancient beasts fighting each other. Wuji Ao Tian didn't dare to be careless. The figure was even shooting out like a meteor. Changing his sword stance once again in the air, he raised his hand and chopped out another sword at Suchanga. The chi and blood in Suchanga's body was completely mobilized, and all kinds of breath continuously melted into his body. A fist blasted out, and it actually had the intention of pouring out the heavens. Boom! Another loud explosion rang out. A figure actually flew out of the smoke. It was clearly Wuji Aotian who had been blown away by a punch. This scene caused everyone's gazes to froze a little. In just a short breath, they had already made several moves. The lingering aura was even more palpable to them. This fist technique is surprisingly so terrifying as well. It actually shattered my sword chi. Wuji Aotian was also shocked, not expecting the other party's sword Dao talent to be so strong. And even his physical body was strong and unparalleled. The terrifying sword Dao paired with the terrifying physical body was simply a monster. I think you deserve the name Wuji Aotian, and you're currently the first one who can receive this punch from me. You are indeed very strong. Compared to you, Wang Kaiha can be said to not even be considered cannon fodder. Suchanga patted the dust on his body. His battle spirit filled the air and his white robe danced in the wind, as if he were the unrestrained wine sword immortal. If Wang Kaiha, who is in the Yellow Springs, hears this, I am afraid that he will be so angry that he will swindle. He's dead himself and he has to be brought up again to be demeaned? Instead of choosing to attack again, Wuji Aotian chose to gather his aura. The aura in the ring converged towards him like a vortex, divine light lingering and laws roaring. The aura in the void behind him converged and solidified. It actually coalesced into a huge iceberg. The iceberg's cold breath was like a party of cold ice world descending. Wuji Aotian pointed his sword towards the sky. The iceberg violently exploded, and the ice crystals in the sky condensed into crystalline ice blades. He gripped his sword again and pointed it toward the front. Whoosh! The terrifying frosty sword blade was like a snowflake blooming, breaking through the air towards Suchanga. Oh my god! This is frost condensed from sword chi. This is all sword chi. I'm afraid there are tens of thousands of such terrifying frosty sword blades. Frost storms that rock the world. With such a big sound, I'm afraid that anyone else would have been pierced by the frost. The chilling aura alone couldn't help but make them tremble. That's what makes it fun, Suchanga murmured. A sound battle was the path of the great Tao that he pursued. He reached out into the void with one hand, and the ascendant sword slowly appeared from space. In a flash, he raised his hand and chopped diagonally. The scorching sword chi was like a brilliant sun falling to earth. The powerful frost storm was instantly vaporized and dissipated into wisps of white smoke. What a terrifying sword! The legendary immortal swords must be nothing more than that. Wuji Aotian exclaimed in shock. However, he did not choose to give up. And once again his sword came out like a dragon. A brilliant sword light that seemed to cut across the heavens and earth appeared in the ring with a bang. And it was even sweeping towards Suchanga with great vigor. Break! Suchanga's face was indifferent as the straight sword light stabbed out abruptly. The moment the seemingly ordinary sword touched the long river of sword light, that long river of sword light shattered in an instant. It dissolved into bits of starlight and dissipated. But right at this moment, once again a terrifying sword chi had descended in front of Suchanga. What a terrifying sword move! Wuji Aotian appeared to have cut out one sword light, but he actually cut out two. It's just that the second sword light almost overlapped with the first, so it looks like only one. It's truly terrifying. Just how strong of a control over sword chi does this require? To be able to reach this level, seemingly feeling that it was far from enough, Wuji Aotian once again erupted with power. The innate sword body had already been activated. An even purer sword intent filled this heaven and earth. Chop! Wuji Aotian once again raised his hand and swung his sword. Immediately afterward, a flash of incomparably bright sword light bloomed. Just a single sword seems like all beings are like ants. The terrifying sword intent went straight into the sky. A sword is like opening the gates of heaven. Luaha sword sect's secret tradition. Heaven opening slash. The crowd gushed. The heaven opening slash was the Luaha sword sect's legendary monumental inheritance that could behead immortals with a single sword. This sword was even the best move of the heaven opening sword exalt. Once upon a time, this sword had horizontally suppressed countless sword cultivation wizards in the northern underworld Dao region. Wherever the sword reaches, the gates of heaven shall open. Chapter 23, A Sword Opens the Gate of Heaven. The human sword immortal is nothing more than that. Such a powerful sword. Will the divine sun be an opponent? This heaven opening slash truly has the intention of opening the heavens. The Luaha sword sect's first sword sun truly lives up to his name. With the innate sword body, his sword talent is truly terrifying. Several holy sons and daughters were all gloomy. This sword seemed to borrow the power of heaven and earth. Even they felt unusually small. The brilliant sword aura was like a galaxy falling, and the majestic sword chi was like a vast abyss. Godson, you've got to catch it. Wuji Aotian was filled with absolute confidence in his sword. Although his heaven-opening slash had yet to be cultivated to its full completion, there had never been anyone in the younger generation who could receive this sword from him. It's just a sculpture. Su Chang'e smiled faintly. The chi and blood in his body roared, and a golden haze rose to the sky. The gods and demons bow down, and the 4 beasts descend. The 10 purple mansions are like the ancient sun in the sky. Even this side of heaven and earth was covered in a haze of golden light. Phew, that's when a gust of wind whipped through. Su Chang'e, who was in the center of the divine light, stood upright like a sword, only to see that he had already lifted his long sword and chopped out horizontally. Shun. Boom. Divine light exploded and sword chi tumbled. Everything so terrifying from Wuji Aotian was instantly dissolved by Su Chang'e. A terrifying backlash caused Wuji Aotian to spit out a large mouthful of blood, his face as pale as paper. Too strong. The Son of God was crushed with almost frontal force. The Violet Mansion realm swept the peak of the Seal Emperor realm head-on. Is this the innate Saint Body Dao embryo? Su Chang'e's strong strength shocked everyone. Wuji Aotian was also a generation of supreme pride, and with such a large difference in realms, he was actually defeated head-on. The Son of God is truly extraordinary, but I haven't used my full strength yet. Boom! Wuji Aotian gathered his aura once again, and the innate sword aura that lingered around him caused the void to distort. The Luaha sacred sword erupted with a brilliant light, and the sword chi that surrounded him instantly combined to form a giant sword of several hundred feet. This huge sword was like the blade of torture. It's the Luaha sword sect inherited sword Dao. Battering sky. Collapsing sky is the second stance of the heaven opening slash, and its terrifying destructive power and impact can even shatter the heavens. Wuji Aotian is planning to explode all of his power and use his strongest strike to crush the divine sun. Everyone guessed what Wuji Aotian was thinking. In terms of a long-lasting battle, he was definitely not a match for the divine sun, so he decided to utilize his realm advantage in conjunction with his strongest strike to instantly crush his opponent. But it also had to be said that this was the only way for Wuji Aotian. After all, the sacred body bloodline was just too perverse. Speaking of which, I know how to open the sky. Su Chang'e smiled faintly. The aura around her body calmed down, and she actually slowly closed her eyes. Yun Xinyan in the crowd clenched her teeth, worry showing in her beautiful eyes. Why did Lord Godson close his eyes? The crowd also couldn't figure out this maneuvering of their divine son. At this moment, Su Chang'e's mind was not distracted, and his mind was even more integrated with the Ascension Sword. He is the sword and the sword is him. Behind Su Chang'e, it was as if a great figure appeared. It was as if a peerless sword immortal was holding a long sword in his hand, moving with Su Chang'e's movements. Boom! The descent of the killing god sword intent even set him off like a god descending into the world. The entire ring was enveloped in countless terrifying sword chi. One sword yin yang. A low murmur sounded like that of a sword immortal. Endless streams of sword Dao appeared. The dense as if boundless sword chi was like 10,000 swords returning to one, converging into a terrifying sword light of 10,000 feet. Chop! A soft gulp sounded. That magnificent figure followed suit and chopped out that sword. Wuji Aotian clenched his teeth and also released his power with all his might. However, the moment it came into contact with Su Chang'e's sword, it was like ice and snow meeting the blazing sun, melting away layer by layer. Boom! At this moment, heaven and earth were roaring, and the sun and moon were not shining. All the light was eclipsed, and only the heavens saw the stunning sword light that shone brightly in the 9 heavens. Everything in the world was at peace, and it seemed as if everything that had just happened was just illusory. But all of them clenched their hands and stared dead at the ring, as if they sensed that something terrifying was about to emerge from there. The people around them became wary of even breathing. Some of the disciples of the returning sacred ground's legs were weakening. Some even gulped furiously. This sword that flickered in the heavens and earth went straight to the 9th heaven while instantly defeating the sword of Wuji Aotian. You lose. Su Chang'e's voice pulled the crowd back from illusion to reality. Wuji Aotian was still a bit stunned. His own sword was completely disintegrated by his opponent. If Su Chang'e hadn't deflected that sword chi, he would have been ashes at this moment. Dang it! But just at that moment, a grandiose Dao sound suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. Golden light filled the sky above the 9 heavens, and all the clouds dispersed at this moment. Everyone could see a 100-meter-long golden divine sword slicing through the firmament, and a golden portal slowly opened as if it was the door to immortality. The sky was cloudless and blue, with only the golden divine sword and the golden heavenly gate. On top of the divine sword were all mysterious runes that one couldn't understand, each of which was closely connected.
and the sword aura enveloped the heavens and the earth. Clank! As Su Changa's long sword was sheathed, the golden door in the sky slowly closed, turned into a bit of golden light dissipated on earth. Just that the terrifying sword chi pressure seems to be announcing the occurrence of the world legend. There had been silence all around, and even more so when a needle fell. Their gazes were all directed towards the figure in the center of the ring. A young man in white stood proudly. The divine posture and jade bones are unparalleled in the world, and a single sword can open the gates of heaven. Except for the 3 feet of snow on your body, who in the world is worthy of white clothes? The skillful face and indifferent and unperturbed temperament gave people a sense of unreality. It made a lot of people even look dumbfounded. Even some of the women are looking at Su Changa in a daze, their faces appearing flushed, and they are not the least bit aware that their clothes have been drenched in sweat. There was only one sentence in the hearts of the crowd. If there was a sword immortal on earth, it would be nothing more than that. A sword that opens the gates of heaven is known as the ultimate in the Tao of the sword. How many people just hear about it in legend and never see it in reality? But now Su Changa has accomplished the things of legends. The power of a sword shook the ancient world. They had long been beyond words, except for shock. The void. The heaven-opening sword venerable also looked deeply at Su Changa. He had never seen such a terrifying sword Tao wizard before, and it could be said that there had never been one in all of eternity. I say, Breaker, why don't we switch? I can take 9 sword sons from my Luaha sword sect and exchange them with you for this one divine son. Broken Army old ancestor sniffed even more, blowing his beard and glaring. You want to be beautiful? Even if you take 100 swords I will not change. The scene just now shocked even those of them who were old ancestors to the point of no return. If Su Changa did not die prematurely in the future, he could completely break through this heaven and earth and create a higher legend. Why don't we discuss it again? My Luaha sword sect is a much more suitable place for the development of his sword Tao. The heaven-opening sword venerable was still undeterred, and to be honest, he was really especially moved. No change. No change. How about this? You make a price, and I, Luaha sword sect, will accept all of it. Hey! I said, why are you so stubborn, old man? If anyone were to see this scene, I'm afraid they would be dumbfounded. 2 old ancestors were tugging and pulling on the void in broad daylight, but they were actually fighting over a disciple. Chapter 24, Chopping the Tao Technique. Cultivation leads to brainstorming. The aftermath of the cut ended. Su Changa and Wuji Ao Tian master and disciple once again exchanged pleasantries. The open heaven sword honored one looked at Su Changa fondly until the time he left, with those eager eyes like they wanted to eat him alive. Good at bringing people together. Unmatched cultivation talent. The heaven-opening sword venerable sighed long and hard in his heart. Did the other younger generations still have a chance on the path to empire? Looking at the back of the departing Wuji Ao Tian master and disciple duo, Su Changa only felt relieved. The heaven-opening sword venerable showed too much enthusiasm. It was as if he was their divine son, and he even gave himself a lot of benefits when he was leaving. It's worth noting that Wuji Ao Tian was crying the entire time. His master had prepared him for the devil's training. Lord Godson, a letter just came from the family telling me to depart back to Winecloud City in 5 days. And soon after that will be my 3-year appointment with Luo Yen. Yun Xinyan walked over and owed her body. There is no harm in departing then. These days Su Changa had already inquired about quite a few things about Luo Yen. Luo Yen, 2 years ago to join the returning one sect. Outstanding talent, but also carries the Tsong dragon bloodline. A body of flesh invulnerable to swords and spears, by virtue of the powerful strength. A one-stroke route of the same generation of disciples, to become the returning one sect's 11th holy son. Nowadays, the other party's cultivation is also estimated to be at the Seal Emperor realm, or possibly the peak of the Seal Emperor realm. Su Changa kept analyzing in his heart. He deliberately imagined his opponent's potential to the maximum. Knowing the enemy and knowing himself was the only way to win 100 battles. Suddenly, the voice of the Broken Army ancestor rang out. Changa, good job. Old ancestor Broken Army patted Su Changa's shoulder and said, this time, you've given our Goyuan Holy Land a long face. Your cultivation is now solidified. I happen to have 9 Xuanxin Linglong fruits here. This can help you raise your cultivation again. The Xuanxin Linglong fruit, belonging to the extreme category of holy fruit spirit, could not only consolidate the cultivator's meridians and chi veins, but also nourish the dantian. It was still only after the Broken Army ancestor had gone through a lot of trouble to get a few of them. Many thanks, old ancestor. Su Changa accepted it nonchalantly. The stronger he could become, the more he could repay his old ancestor. Old ancestor, in 5 days I would like to depart for Windcloud City. Old ancestor Broken Army froze at his words, but still smiled faintly.
Are you doing this for that Xin girl? Su Chang'e smiled faintly and shook her head. Actually, this is a secondary reason. The main reason is that I want to go see the world. As the divine son of the returning sacred ground, I definitely can't stay in the sacred ground all the time either. You can't grow a flower in a greenhouse. Su Chang'e is even more magnificent at this moment. The Xin fantasy world is weak and strong. Without experiencing blood and killing, he is unable to suppress a world. Long song. In fact, old ancestor Broken Army also had something to consider about all this. Only that he always felt that it was not the right time. But these days, Su Chang'e created miracle after miracle, and it was good to be able to touch the world a little earlier. Since that's the case, then you'll head to Wind Cloud City, but you'll focus on your own safety in all things. Wind Cloud City is located in the Heavenly River realm. That world has produced supreme emperors. Perhaps you will receive unexpected opportunities there. Su Chang'e was puzzled. Isn't the Heavenly River realm a small world? That's true, but the power of Qi in this small world is extraordinarily dense. I see, but remembering that Luo Yan and Xin, he came to his senses. He had already known about the two sons of Qi without even touching this side of the world. It does seem uncomplicated. These you take with you. With that, Old Man Broken Army threw out a golden ring covered in a hazy layer of Tao rhythm. In fact, several of our old guys have long prepared secret treasures for you as well as body protectors, on which there is also a wisp of divine thoughts left behind by several of our old ancestors. If you are in danger, activate the prohibition on the ring. This will help you get out of danger. Su Chang'e was the divine son of their Guiyuan Holy Land. It could be said that the entire Guiyuan Holy Land was centered on him. If the divine son was harmed in the slightest, I'm afraid that the entire world would be ushered into a bloody storm. Su Chang'e's heart was also warmed. Many thanks to all the old ancestors for their love. After explaining a few words again, Old Man Broken Army left on the grounds of important matters. Su Chang'e also returned to the returning sacred temple. There were some hiccups, but he still got a system reward. Calling out the system page, he looked at the reward he had just received. Chopping Dao Technique, a lost immortal method. Once a sword Dao inheritance of the Heavenly River immortal domain, lost in the ancient wars, cultivated to the extreme. It oppresses the ancients horizontally and cuts down the unsubmissive, with unparalleled power. Please note, the Dao chopping technique, which is divided into the three swords of enlightenment, harmonization, and Dao chopping, requires one to understand the great Tao of heaven and earth and harmonize with the great Tao of heaven and earth in order to be able to carry out the Tao chopping strike, in which all the paths are empty. Fitting the avenue? The innate sacred body Tao embryo is also innately suited to the great Tao. It's simply tailor-made for me. Extract the chopping Tao technique. As Su Chang'e's words fell, the aura around him boiled. Infinite Tao rhythms caused the void in all directions to tremble. Purple Qi rose and enveloped the entire return to Origin's sacred hall. Su Chang'e's brow was glowing. It was as if there was a small golden man in it, sitting in the chaos of the void, eternally immortal, with the terrifying sword aura emanating from it. As the golden light became more and more radiant, in an instant, it was as if billions of sword lights were constantly blooming in this heaven and earth. For a long time, it was only then that the terrifying sword Qi slowly dissipated. Xuanxin Linglong fruit? Su Chang'e surveyed the several fruits that emitted radiant divine light. With my saint body bloodline I should be able to absorb it completely. With a wave of his hand, 9 Xuanxin Linglong fruits floated up around him like 9 bright and dazzling suns, emitting immortal light. Rumble! Su Chang'e sat cross-legged. Behind him, the void trembled and divine light surged. The 10 great purple mansions suddenly emerged, spewing out a blazing and incomparable haze, as if leading to a mysterious world. Gather! Su Chang'e whispered softly to herself. Her eyes were radiant and dazzling, and the 9 Xuanxin Linglong fruits transformed into a majestic aura that rushed straight to her dantian. Because of the spirit-gathering heavenly vault formation, boundless oceans of spiritual Qi were madly pouring in towards this place. The Guiyuan Holy Land once again caused a sensation. Is the Godson practicing again? I have to say that the Divine Son is really hard-working. It's clear that he's only just finished the great battle, but he's actually starting to cultivate again. Not only is the Godson gifted and powerful, but he also works so hard. I've decided that in the future, the Godson will be my supreme idol. The Divine Son is definitely using this way to hammer home the need for us to work hard. I mustn't fail the Godson's high expectations. Many people even bowed and saluted deeply in the direction of the Guiyuan Sacred Temple. In their opinion, their Divine Son's talent was just too strong. And with such a strong talent, he still wasn't arrogant, but instead cultivated even harder. What reason is there for them not to try? Many thanks for the Divine Son's enlightenment. Thank you, Divine Son. The scene was out of control for a while, and more people felt that the Son of God was motivating them. Many people even rushed straight to the cultivation cave and also began to close down for cultivation. If Su Chang'e knew about it, she would definitely spit out a sentence that invisible pretending wasn't scary. What's scary is pretending to be a pussy and not knowing it. Chapter 25, Breaking Through the Sealed Emperor Realm. The mixed Heavenly Tao monument reaches the top. 4 days passed. At this moment in the secret room of the returning sacred temple, a pale aura lingered in it, and there was a figure in white sitting in it. Laws roared around him, and sword chi roared in the void, like a sword fairy descending from the 9 heavens. If anyone had seen it, they would not have been able to help but worship it. Rumble. The violet mansion inside Su Chang'e was undergoing earth-shattering changes. The originally illusory and incomparable violet mansion was rapidly condensing. The ancient divine mountain in the divine sea was also roaring. Like the beginning of chaos, the 10 purple mansions are like the opening of the sky spreading out in all directions. Every tremor and roar in the divine sea caused the violet mansion to expand. 100-foot purple house. Thousands of feet of purple. 10,000 fathoms of purple. When his violet mansion was finally formed, it seemed boundless, like a vast and boundless world. Thanks to the assistance of the world tree seed within his body, his violet mansion world was thoroughly integrated with the world tree vanguard world. Other people's violet worlds had boundaries, while he had no boundaries. Such a phenomenon can be said to be unprecedented and unheard of. As the world tree seed continued to operate, his violet mansion world was like a vortex that devoured everything, emanating a mysterious and incomparable power of greatness. The 9 Xuanqin Linglong fruits then instantly merged into the violet mansion. At the same time, his cultivation and aura rose even more linearly, and the terrifying giant wave of aura directly shattered the guarding prohibitions of the returning sacred temple. The radiant golden light of the light was so dazzling that it went straight up to the sky, even connecting with the sky. Is this Chang'e breaking through to the Seal Emperor realm? The many old ancestors of the Guiyuan Holy Land had long been numb to the fact that every time Su Chang'e broke through, it caused a huge commotion. They were all a little skeptical. When they were young, they were also the top of the heavenly pride. But the breakthrough attracted the visions can be far less than Su Chang'e. People are more angry than people. I don't know if this patriarchal formation can hold up. If it can't hold out, then it's up to us old guys to fix it. In fact, the moment Su Chang'e's aura was about to erupt, they opened the clan protection formation. Even though they had completely shielded this side of heaven and earth, that grandiose divine sound of the great Tao still caused their hearts to palpitate. Brahma's voice chimed softly. Thunder rages. Immortal light drifts. The divine sound of the great Tao that each person listened to was different. There is the sound of floating and flying and the sound of years passing by. The moment. Su Chang'e's flesh was as flawless and transparent as glass, and even his bones bloomed with brilliant immortal light. The bloodline of the innate sacred body Tao embryo metamorphosed once again. At this moment, his power had reached the extreme. Today, open the divine deposit and enter the Seal Emperor. Almost the instant Su Chang'e's cultivation reached the Seal Emperor realm. Click! The vault of heaven actually cracked open. A blazing haze erupted from it, and a vast soul-moving light rose up. An ancient chaotic stone monument was 10,000 feet tall, like a pale and immortal divine mountain floating above the 9 heavens. Its vast Tao laws gushed out. Immortal light of immortality blossomed out, and a grand and mysterious power seemed to suppress the void of the ages. That's the hybrid heavenly Tao steel. An old ancestor of the returning sacred land exclaimed in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. The mixed heavenly Tao steel was a manifestation of the heavenly Tao. Every life. Legend had it that if someone broke the record of the ages, the mixed heavenly Tao steel would descend and would inscribe that person's name on it, which would be passed down through the ages. Chang'e has already broken through from the Violet Mansion to the Sealed Emperor. Could it be that the Violet Mansion world that opened up has achieved the ultimate of the ancient worlds? The many old ancestors looked at each other, revealing looks of surprise and joy. At this moment, everyone in the reverend sacred land was gazing at the mixed heavenly Tao steel in the void. They were all looking forward to what kind of legend the Son of God had created. Boom! The heavenly Tao steel of mixed elements roared. Purple chi stretched out. Immortal light lingered. And endless laws looked like they were constantly writing something on it. As the power of the laws continued to roar, 10 brilliant and dazzling names shone brightly through the ages. Ji Wu Dao. Purple World 69,000 feet. Violet Emperor. Violet World 78,000 feet. Rain River Emperor. Violet World 86,000 feet. Empyrean. The Violet World is 99,000 feet. The crowds below were all talking, looking incredibly excited.
there were only 30 people who could leave their names on the mixed heavenly Tao stele. These 30 people were all amazingly talented heavenly prides and demons, and once upon a time they were a generation of characters that suppressed the times, eclipsing countless geniuses. They were all very much looking forward to the fact that their divine son would be the first of many. Rumble. Right at this moment that ancient and simple mixed heavenly Tao stele suddenly emitted a rumbling sound like thunder, coloring this piece of heaven and earth into gold, with a bright and dazzling light, as if it was a pillar of light rushing into the sky. It shot straight up from above the heavenly Tao monument of the mixed elements. The rankings changed instantly, and the first place name was clearly Su Chang'e, Purple Mansion World Unknown. That line of handwriting glistened and shone through the ages. It even exudes an aura of eternal immortality. But after seeing that line of handwriting, all of them froze. Everyone in the entire return to Origin Holy Land then boiled over. The violet world is unknown. Could it be that the Godchild's violet world is already boundless? It's horrible. This situation should be unprecedented. Deity, a super heavenly pride who finally ascended to the immortal realm in this epoch. At one time this name was a taboo. I didn't expect it to actually appear again today. All of the people on this are mythical figures recorded in ancient books. I always thought they were fake, but I never thought they really existed. The Violet Mansion Unknown has broken the records of the ages, ascending to the first place in the mixed heavenly Tao tablet. My Guayuan Holy Land has Su Chang'e. Why would I worry about not opening the path to immortality in this life? The unknown violet world. It seems that it should be truly boundless, and if the situation is false, it's unlikely that it will ascend to first place. The Violet Mansion world can be said to be the most important realm in cultivation. How big the violet world is can also speculate on that person's future accomplishments. And the unknown violet world also shows that Su Chang'e's accomplishments are not something that we can guess at. The many elders all looked extremely excited. Being able to leave their names on the mixed heavenly Tao tablet could be said to be very rare. Not to mention the fact that the ascent to number 1 was a record breaker. The ancient dynasty of Great Qin, an immortal aura, full of ancient vines and precious medicines, situated on top of a divine island with a heavenly palace and a temple, within an immortal palace at the very center. One of them, a young man shrouded in a golden haze, surrounded by dragon might permeating his stance. A majestic and extraordinary young man slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were deep and stern, but at this moment, they revealed a hint of shock that could not be concealed. Father, my true name has fallen down from above the mixed heavenly Tao stele. His name was Qin Tai, and he was the Grand Emperor of the Great Qin ancient dynasty. It was known as a top-tier heavenly pride that was rare to see in 10,000 years in the Great Qin ancient dynasty. It was also one of the strongest cards of the younger generation of the Great Qin ancient dynasty. What? How is it possible? What kind of person ascended to the mixed heavenly Tao monument? But logically, such a big commotion should attract the attention of many forces. Qin Tai's father pinched his fingers and projected. Because the Holy Land of Returning to the Origin had long since opened a large formation to shield the heavens. So no matter how much he speculated, there was nothing out of the ordinary about the northern underworld Tao domain. Leaving one's name on the mixed heavenly Tao tablet was equivalent to being recognized by the heavenly Tao and being blessed by the heavenly Tao's qi. They, the Great Qin ancient dynasty, had spent countless efforts before allowing their son Qin Tai to barely make it to the end of the mixed heavenly Tao stele. Now that he was kicked down for no apparent reason, it was really hard for Qin's father to accept. He seems to be surnamed Su. Qin Tai spoke in a deep voice. He had just gotten this bit of information through his last glimmer of induction into the mixed heavenly Tao tablet. Last name Su? The lord of the ancient dynasty of Great Qin, who was familiar with the name, recalled it again. The face suddenly changed drastically. The only thing I could think of was this. The divine son of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Su Chang'e. Damn! It's that brat again. First it was the innate saint body Tao embryo, and now it's the ascension to the mixed heavenly Tao stele. Think about it. The Great Qin ancient dynasty's state lord was pained. Had he known that at that time, he had also paid his full effort to ask his old ancestor to come out to help him invite Su Chang'e. Father, I also got a bit of information that this Su Chang'e ascended to the first place of the mixed heavenly Tao tablet, even surpassing that legendary great emperor who finally ascended to the immortal realm. Emperor Tian. What? This time, the Great Qin ancient dynasty's state lord was completely stunned. He knew better than anyone else what ascending to the first place of the mixed heavenly Tao stele actually represented. This meant that he had already broken the records of the ages, and his future accomplishments were already unimaginably powerful. Thinking of this, the Great Qin ancient dynasty's state lord's face was gloomy. My Great Qin ancient dynasty has been preparing for the emperor's path for 1,000 years, and even in this life, my son had the chance to open the path to immortality.
But now a Su Chang'e has been killed halfway through. Damn. Such a heavenly pride. Since he can no longer be used for me, he must be made to disappear. The face of the great Qin ancient dynasty's lord was somewhat distorted. His eyes filled with a look of shock and anger. And there was even a hint of fear in them that he couldn't hide. If this kind of character grew up completely, the northern underworld Dao domain would see a complete reshuffle. His great Qin ancient dynasty's preparations for 1,000 years would also come to naught and dissipate. Moreover, he had to kill Su Chang'e in order for his son to achieve the path of the emperor, the divine son of the Guyuan Holy Land. Su Chang'e. Humph. Looking forward to meeting you. Amidst the radiant and dazzling divine light, Qin Tai whispered softly to himself. His gaze was bright and stern, and vast dragon might filled the air. It was as if there was a golden true dragon that slowly emerged behind him. At this moment, his entire aura was like that of a towering monarch. Chapter 26, Offering Gifts in Flocks. Departure to the Heavenly River Realm. The divine sound of the great Tao. The golden light and purple aura gradually dissipated. However, one by one, the people of the returning sacred ground were showing a look of unfulfilled intent. The vision of Su Chang'e's breakthrough had made the spiritual chi of this heaven and earth particularly dense, and if it had lasted for a few more days, their cultivation levels would have even increased as well. The heaven and earth anomaly just now had even loosened the bottlenecks of some of the old ancestors, knowing that after reaching their kind of cultivation, it would take dozens or hundreds of years before there could be a breakthrough. With the vision Su Chang'e just had, it made them loosen up. You can see how scary it is, Zaza. Along with the door of the returning sacred temple slowly opening, Su Chang'e stepped out of it, his white clothes like snow, immaculate, surrounded by divine light hazy, the corner of his mouth holding a faint smile, elegant and handsome, like a turbid world fluttering good sun. The crowd that had already been waiting in front of the temple looked a bit dumbfounded. Even Yun Xinyan, who saw Su Chang'e every day, felt that it was difficult to breathe. At this moment, Su Chang'e's appearance was even more handsome, and his temperament was even more sublimated. One look and it's hard to take your eyes off of it. One more look and ripples in the heart. The stranger is like jade, and the prince is unrivaled in the world. This was the phrase that suddenly popped out of everyone's mouths. Chang'e, it's been hard work just after the breakthrough. This is the cultivation treasures that our several old ancestors have specially put together for you. The broken army ancestor suddenly came in front of Su Chang'e, shoving a purple-tinged divine herb and glowful holy pills all into Su Chang'e's hand. Right. There's also this. Tomorrow you'll be traveling to the Heavenly River Realm, and a few of us old guys don't think it's enough. So this is something you should keep. The broken army old ancestor took out another pagoda from his arms that shimmered with a 7-colored haze. There were 7 layers in total, and with its pale and vast aura, one could feel that it was extraordinary. This tower is forged from a piece of extraterrestrial star divine iron, and is a half-immortal artifact. The prohibitions in it can help you withstand a full-force attack from above a saint. And this is the domain-breaking divine symbol. If you are in danger you can teleport back to the Yuan Holy Land. Spirit stones are essential when going out. This is 1 million pieces of extreme spirit stones. Take it. Old man Broken Army shoved one item after another all into Su Chang'e's hands. It wasn't just Su Chang'e. Even the Holy Lord Guiyuan froze. Ancestor, will this? But before he could finish his sentence, suddenly he felt a chilling gaze coming his way, only to see the Broken Army ancestor sinking his face. His eyes were filled with sternness. What do you want to say? I'll give you a chance to say it. Seeing this, Holy Lord Guiyuan shivered and hastily changed his words. I was just saying, would such a little not be enough? But old man Broken Army was still staring at him coldly, and he panicked again. That's not enough at all. I'll add more. Saying this, Saint Lord Guiyuan took out another piece of protective treasure from his own pocket, as well as divine medicines, and stuffed them into Su Chang'e's hands. It's worth mentioning that the Holy Lord of Returning Yuan would shed tears of excitement with every item he stuffed. He really wasn't coerced. It was all voluntary. Some of the elders and supreme elders of the Guiyuan Holy Land were also giving out their own gifts at this moment. Su Chang'e's talent is really too terrifying. Now make a good relationship in the future will also be beneficial to himself. Well, it's true that compared to the Divine Son, we can't envy him. The many disciples of the returning Origin Holy Land were numb. It turns out that the big shots in their eyes are also so vulgar. Thank you, elders and ancestors. And many thanks to the Holy Lord for his love. Su Chang'e thanked them one by one and collected all the treasures. The Holy Lord of Guiyuan could only smile in a far-fetched manner as he watched his years of savings go down the drain. And he was truly heartbroken. Alright, every time the Godson makes a breakthrough you guys get to follow the light.
If you only raise one realm, you won't need to rest in the future. Elder Broken Army's words caused the many disciples to hem and haw and hurriedly turn around to leave.
Soon the Guiyuan sacred temple was once again empty, leaving only Old Man Broken Army and Su Chang'e. Chang'e, tomorrow you'll be departing for the Heavenly River Realm. I've already prepared a flying boat for you, so you'll be traveling on that flying boat at that time. Yes, Su Chang'e was touched in his heart, and he had to say that the Holy Land was indeed good to him without words. This jade slip has some information about the Heavenly River Realm on top of it, and the Heavenly River Realm also has forces affiliated with my Guiyuan sacred land, so if you're in trouble you can go ahead and find them. Also, the Heavenly River Realm has not been peaceful lately, so put your own safety first in everything. Old Ancestor Broken Army handed a jade slip to Su Chang'e and left the Guiyuan sacred temple after instructing a few more things. A small world with rich chi power? Su Chang'e accepted the jade slip and probed out a trace of his divine sense to check it, and a moment later, a hint of realization flashed in his eyes. In the Heavenly River Realm, not only had there been several saints, there had even been great emperors, and it was rumored that this world even had the tombs of great emperors. If you can find it, you will have a supreme chance. Somewhat interesting, this small world is so uncomplicated. It seems that this trip won't be too boring. Su Chang'e's eyes flickered with golden aura, revealing a hint of anticipation. Early the next morning, above the Holy Land of Return, an incomparably gorgeous and massive flying boat hovered, with flowing light and brilliant runes, in which carved beams and painted buildings. Many buildings and temples are situated. Immortal mist surrounds them, and clear springs flow in sound. The flags were fluttering in the wind, and the two big words, Guiyuan, revealed an even more powerful aura. This was the exclusive flying boat that the Guiyuan Holy Land had specially built for Su Chang'e, and there were many defense spell formations on it. Without any hesitation, this flying boat could be considered a mobile steel fortress. Thank you, Old Ancestor, for your love. Su Chang'e arched his hand in thanks. He knew that the Guiyuan Holy Land had also put a lot of effort into building this flying boat. No harm done. It's all for your safety. On top of the flying boat, Yun Xinyan had been waiting for a long time, and there were also some guards that the Guiyuan Holy Land had prepared for Su Chang'e. It wasn't long before a loud noise rang out. Rumble. Soon the void was in turmoil, kicking up mammoth winds. The laws on the flying boat roared loudly, and brilliant runes flowed, setting off a stream of air that crushed the sky, sprinting high in the air, toward the sky, until the flying boat gradually disappeared from the eyes of the crowd. Old Broken Army Ancestor spoke faintly. Returning Shadow, the safety of the Divine Sun is in your hands. Even if you die, you can't let him suffer a single bit of harm. Is that understood? Buzz. Suddenly, the void slowly cracked open to walk out of a middle-aged man wearing a black robe, and the aura on his body was surging and appalling. The terrifying cultivation emanating from his body was clearly at the peak saint realm. The black-clothed middle-aged man deeply arched his hand at the Broken Army Ancestor. I respectfully follow the order of the Ancestor. This black-robed middle-aged man was the protector of the Guiyuan Holy Land, and had been loyal to the Holy Land for many years, and for him to be able to become the Divine Sun's protector this time, it was even more of an incomparable joyful excitement. The heaven and earth vision of Su Chang'e's breakthrough was so shocking to him until now. After explaining a few sentences again, the black-clothed middle-aged man disappeared into the void and secretly followed Su Chang'e. His main task was to protect Su Chang'e's life, and he definitely wouldn't make a move for some minor troubles. Elder Broken Army Ancestor stood with his arms folded as he looked in the direction Su Chang'e had left, and a hint of a stern aura flashed in his eyes. I hope those old guys will be honest. If they are old for old age and dare to lay their hands on, then there's no need for this northern underworld Dao region to exist. Chapter 27 Young Lord? Luo Yan's Displeasure. Fengyan City, located in the eastern desolate continent of the Heavenly River Realm. In addition to the many Dao lineages and dynasties, there were also many ancient lineages and frontier states. It was heard that ancient mountain caves still existed in the Heavenly River Realm, and that there were still beings from the ancient times in them, with powerful cultivations, sitting on one side. In addition to the human race, there are many beings of the remaining races. At this moment, in Fengyan City, the Luo family. The Luo family was bustling today because their young master Luo Yan had returned. There was a silhouette standing quietly beside Luo Yan. It was a very pretty woman in a long green robe. Her nose is agar and almond eyes. Her skin is like solid fat, and her hair is like clouds. A tight plain dress even emphasized her already hot body. Also a wonderful woman. This woman was none other than the holy daughter of the returning one sect, Luo Qingyue. Brother Luo Yan, By the time you win the competition, can we go on a trip to the mountains together? Luo Yan's eyes are full of favor. Of course, when we defeat that, the two of us will be engaged. The reason why Luo Yan was able to become the newest sacred son of the Guiyi clan so quickly was still because of Luo Qingyi's favor, and she hadn't helped herself much. In this Fengyun city, there were many ancient family powers, and their Luo family was moderate, just an ordinary family. However, as he became the holy son of the returning sect, the Luo family's status skyrocketed even more. Now it could be said without any hesitation that in this Wind Cloud city their Luo family was already a top family. The young lord's cultivation is now at the Purple Mansion realm, or 6 Purple Mansions. The rise of my Luo family is just around the corner. Yes, now that the young lord has the help of the Whispering Sacred Maiden, he's even more like a tiger with wings. I believe that it won't take long for my Luo family to even become a top power in the Heavenly River realm. Numerous Luo family elders were talking excitedly, as if they had already seen the light of the Luo family dominating the Heavenly River realm. Rumble! The void was in turmoil, and wild winds swept through. The huge flying boat crushed through the high altitude, and the terrifying power of the laws caused even this heaven and earth to tremble. The buildings and palaces on it are full of color and light, but also the divine haze lingers, and at first glance it looks like a Panglai immortal island. Su Chang'e stood with his hands in the air, his black hair flying, looking down on this heaven and earth like a god. Ding! New option quest detected. Option 1, thoroughly make a name for yourself in Wind Cloud City. Reward, heaven turning poem. Option 2, hold back on pretending to be a pig and eat a tiger. Reward, a picture of a tiger in the mountains and rivers. Hearing the system's words, the corner of Su Chang'e's mouth lifted slightly. This world was just too fragile for him, combined with his current strength as well as his cultivation, and a whole bunch of secret treasures. It could be said that he was invincible under the saints. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger is so pointless with this kind of stifling drama. It's not as painful and interesting as just punching and crushing it in the face. My lord, Wind Cloud City is just ahead. I've already informed my father and they've already made preparations. Yun Xinyan walked over and said. Su Chang'e slowly nodded his head. His eyesight was now very good, and a huge city appeared in front of him. The white city wall was straight into the sky, and there were also runic spell formations flowing on it. And the most conspicuous thing was the blue pillar of light that went up to the sky, and the breadth of the formations in it was astonishing. The blue light pillar was connected to the dome of the sky, and it even formed a vortex of pale clouds, with a great and grandiose sound. Who are you, Your Excellency? Why did you come to my Wind Cloud City? Suddenly a stern voice came from the middle of Wind Cloud City. The person who came was a middle-aged man who was the city lord of Wind Cloud City, and his expression was grave at the moment. The breadth of this flying boat was terrifyingly extraordinary, and the formations in it were something that even he had never heard of before, and what he found even more unbelievable was that there were also Tao rhythmic laws flowing on it, so it could be said to be a supreme treasure. When he looked at the white-clothed youth on the deck, he froze in a flash. Such a young Seal Emperor realm. The main thing was that the other party's aura was incomparably terrifying, far beyond his understanding of the Seal Emperor realm, just like a tiny dust, seeing the vast and bright sun, only to realize their own smallness and powerlessness. Seeing the word Guiyuan on the banner, his entire body froze like a wooden chicken. Although the Heavenly River realm was also relatively distant from the northern underworld Dao domain, who didn't know the holy name of the Guiyuan Holy Land? The reverent sacred land was not something that could be compared to the holy land of the lower realm they had here, and the strongest among them could die hundreds of times in their Windy Cloud City just by waving their fingers. He knew that Yun Xinyan was the holy daughter of the Guiyuan Holy Land, and at this moment, she was actually honestly following behind this white-clothed youth. That can only mean one thing, this person's coming from a scary place. Thinking of this he immediately changed his face, with a fawning look on his face. Meanwhile, the Luo family. Young lord, Yun Xinyan has returned. I heard that there's a young adult beside him with a terrifying identity, and even Yun Xinyan looks very respectful to him. An elder of the Luo family ran over and said, Young lord? Luo Yan's head was filled with confusion. The Guiyuan Holy Land had kept Su Chang'e's matter very well secret, so very few people knew about Su Chang'e now. There's no harm in thinking that it's just a holy son. He looked calm on the surface, but in fact his heart was as gloomy as water. Good Yun Xinyan, when the competition is held, I will make her pay. This has never been able to look at him, even cancelled the marriage contract with him, and turned his head, actually followed others. Is not this a humiliation for him? Thinking of this, he turned his head and asked Luo Qingyue behind him, Qingyue, Do you know of any young greats that have come out of this Guiyuan Holy Land?
Actually, I don't have much concern, and there's nothing strange rumored from the returning sacred land side.
Immediately afterward, Luo Qingyue's words changed. Brother Luo Yen,
the depths of the Guiyuan Holy Land are actually the most mysterious, and for thousands of years they have never revealed their strength in front of the world.
We'd better not offend if we can get to the words. Luo Yen nodded slightly,
but he was still disdainful in his heart.
In his opinion,
with his talent it wouldn't be long before he could even become a top existence in the northern underworld Dao domain.
A mere homeland? It's really ridiculous. Let's go whispering. Let's go to the Yun family for our appointment.
Looking in the direction of the Yun family, Luo Yen smiled coldly, his body revealing the confidence of looking out of the world.
Today, he will defeat that man,
and then he will break the marriage contract himself, completely washing away the shame of the past.
Chapter 28 Mighty Pressure on Wind in Cloud City. Son of Luck is nothing but a leak. Meanwhile in the Yun family's hall, the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. All the Yun family elders were here, and the outside was even surrounded by a crowd of family children. The flying boat with immortal light flashing in divine radiance was like something out of the heavens, and just the obscure formation aura emanating from it made the hearts of the many Yin family members jump in fear.
But it was not this that struck them as the most horrifying and shocking.
Instead, it was the young man who sat on the first seat, like an exiled immortal yet transcendent, only to see their eldest young lady, the holy maiden of the Guiyuan Holy Land, standing behind Su Chang'e respectfully like a maid of honor, even adding tea and pouring water for him. Lord Godson, this is the white spirit immortal tea specially prepared by the slave girl. Please also taste it. To be honest, Yun Xin Yen was really happy in her heart, although she was the holy maiden of the Holy Land, but compared to Su Chang'e's status she was 100,000 miles away. Behind Su Chang'e stood the entire Guiyuan sacred ground, as well as the many old ancestors of the Guiyuan sacred ground, which was not something she could envy at all. What an honor it was that such a person could still come to his home in person. Slave? Son of God? Their Missy actually called herself a slave girl? And what is the Son of God? When all the people in the hall heard these words, their pupils couldn't help but contract in unison, and they even sucked in cold air. They're all a bunch of unseen juniors, so I've made you laugh. Your Excellency. The lord of the Yun family laughed bitterly. He was Yun Xinyan's father, so he naturally knew Su Chang'e's terrifying identity. For his own daughter to be able to become this lord's maid, it could also be said that it was a blessing that their Yun family had cultivated for thousands of years. Nothing. Su Chang'e smiled casually, naturally not minding this kind of small matter. In fact, he was really embarrassed. His own maid was going to catch up with her father. What was he doing standing around here? Xinyan, you and your own father haven't seen each other for a long time. You guys have a good chat. I'm going to go for a casual stroll. And then, Su Chang'e put down his teacup and got up to leave his seat. Expression plain and gentle, as if there is no rack, but also give a sense of spring breeze, like a Confucian and easygoing gentleman. In fact, the crowd knew very well that it was inwardly condescending. The air of gentleness that appears on the surface is nothing more than a sign of good breeding, or perhaps it was a way to give a face to one's maid of honor. Is Yun Xinyan of the Yun family available? Luo Yen has come for an appointment. At this moment, a cry came from outside the Yun family residence. Looking at the sound, he saw a young man with a clean face and hands behind his back standing in front of the main gate of the Yun family. Beside him stood an extremely beautiful woman. Su Chang'e raised an eyebrow. The takeout came quite quickly. Only the pupil of Qi Luck was quietly activated, and golden runes flowed in his eyes. A line of golden writing slowly appeared above the opposite duo's heads. Luo Yen, Qi points, 256. Luo Qingyi, Qi points, 198. The Qi points are quite high. Su Chang'e was happy in her heart. Buy one get one free? What a good deal. Luo Qingyue and Luo Yan also noticed Su Chang'e, who was dressed in white. At this moment, Su Chang'e's temperament and face value were just too attention-grabbing. Even Luo Qingyue had a short period of disorientation the moment she saw Su Chang'e. She saw an exiled immortal man approaching the dust. That handsome face was like an illusion. It seems this is the so-called young lord you follow. At that time, he was so high and mighty to me. Never even looked at me in the eye, and now he's actually someone's plaything. It's ridiculous. Luo Yan's face was full of sarcasm and his mouth was uncontrollable. Luo Yan, you keep your mouth clean. Lord Godson has always guided me and my cultivation never slighted me. If the Divine Son really wants to do something to me, I'm willing. After saying the last sentence, Yun Xinyan froze. She also did not react to the fact that she would say such words. It was followed by a reddening of her pretty face. Seeing this scene, Luo Yan was even more furious and trembling. Although they were already going to break off their engagement, they were still nominally fiancés, so this was not a public humiliation? Yun Xinyan, now that it's come to this, you're still bringing up a son of a false god to humiliate me. Are you looking down on me? There's no need to play these little tricks. Let's just come straight to battle. As the words fell, Luo Yan erupted with majestic aura fluctuations, his black hair flying, his appearance incomparably furious. Is Brother Luo's excellence not something that people like you can understand? You really have eyes that don't recognize MT. Tai. Luo Qingyue gently held Luo Yan's arm and sneered nonchalantly. How dare you? Is the Son of God not something you can insult? Yun Xinyan exploded her aura, and a water phoenix coalesced around her, its blue vapor drifting away as if it were a goddess from the sky descending to the earth. The aura was even 1 point stronger than Luo Yan. She was just about to make a move to teach Luo Yan a lesson, but was stopped by Su Chang'e. Son of A? Su Chang'e had a smile at the corner of his mouth, and with his hands behind his back, he looked at Luo Yan with a playful expression. To be honest, he found it a bit funny. Before he had deliberately estimated his cultivation, he thought that a heavenly pride who was a son of Qi would at least have the Seal Emperor realm, right? But now it seemed that the other party was only at the early stage of the Zifu realm, which was simply not challenging for him at all. The truth was that it wasn't even Luo Yan's talent that was to blame, but rather Su Chang'e was simply too terrifying. Every breakthrough would be accompanied by heaven and earth visions, and ascending one large realm in a row was like eating and drinking water. What? You want to stand up for her? I advise you to mind your own business, or you'll die a horrible death. Luo Yan's face showed disdain. He didn't sense Su Chang'e's cultivation and thought that it wasn't much different from his. I'm going to die a horrible death? Interesting. I'd like to see. Su Chang'e slowly stepped forward, and with each step, his aura became 1 point more terrifying. What makes you arrogant? Boom! A terrifying heaven and earth pressure descended in an instant. There seemed to be ancient Tao sounds rumbling, and the vast power of blood qi emanating from the white-clothed youth even caused the void to slowly distort. But it's not over. Buzz! Immediately afterward, an overriding sword intent gushed out from the white-clothed youth. It was as if billions of sword qi were generated in this heaven and earth, and the terrifying sword qi was like heavenly punishment descending. The aura of destruction and death filled the hearts of everyone in Wind Cloud City. Rumble! Wind Cloud City was trembling and roaring, and even the city protection spell formation kept flickering because of this terrifying aura, and then it actually annihilated inch by inch. At this moment, within Wind Cloud City, cries of alarm, please, and wails rang out. Many people even kneeled down and kowtowed to the firmament. They thought they had done something wrong and angered the heavenly Tao. Therefore the heavenly Tao will send down heavenly punishment on them. The Yun family's many family descendants were trembling like sieves at the moment. Luo Yan and Luo Qingyin were also pale, far beyond the normal sealed emperor realm, looking towards the source of that dead terror aura. The man who was originally like an exiled immortal seemed to have truly come from the immortal realm, not even in the same world as them. But suddenly, an inexplicable aura permeated Luo Yan's body, dissolving part of Su Chang'e's pressure out of thin air. How sensitive Su Chang'e's perception was, he instantly detected a wave of abnormality. It was a green jade pendant hanging on Luo Yan's waist, which seemed to be covered with an inexplicable prohibition, and there was a faint soul fluctuation in the depths of the jade pendant. What a cheesy trope, just like the ring grandpa, similar to a spirit body that is boarded on an item. Ding! New option quest detected. Option 1, seize the jade pendant. Reward, part of the Heavenly River Emperor's legacy. Option 2, give up the jade pendant. Reward, Jiuxian Spirit Gathering Elixir. In that case, the opportunity for Luo Yan's strong rise is related to this. I didn't realize that this jade pendant was really related to the Great Emperor's tomb, but it was a real windfall. Just one leak triggered 2 option quests. I have to say, the Sons of Qi really smell good. Su Chang'e's heart was overwhelmed with excitement, and the way she looked at Luo Yan was like seeing a walking treasure trove. When Luo Yan saw that Su Chang'e had been staring at the jade pendant at his waist, he was even more like an enemy. What do you want? What for? Su Chang'e smiled faintly. You have offended this divine son. Do you think you don't have to pay any price? Hand over that jade pendant at your waist and spare your life. No way. Luo Yan decisively refused. This jade pendant was the root of his rise to power. There was even a big secret on it. Chapter 29, One Sword Kill. Venerable Fallen. You have 10 breaths. Su Chang'e wasn't in a hurry, since she had already been treated as a leak by herself. Wanting to leave? That's impossible. Luo Yan's face was gloomy. He was supposed to go to a 3-year appointment today to wash away the shame of the past, but he didn't expect to meet such a terrifying young man. Do you know who I am? I am the holy son of the returning clan. Su Chang'e was also amused at his words. Sure enough, the other party began to move in to threaten himself. But, the one thing he's not afraid of is coming to compare identities. Your name is Luo Yen. You joined the returning one sect 5 years ago, and not long ago you became the newly promoted 11th Saint's son. So what if you're a Saint's son? You'll have to pay the price for offending this divine son. By the way, there are still 3 breaths to go. Luo Yan's face was incomparably pale at the moment. The other party was blatantly unafraid of his identity. It even appeared to not care at all. This can only mean that the other side has a full bottom line. Junior, since you know that I returned to the first clan, you're too unbridled to do so. At this time, the void twisted and even slowly cracked, in which an old man slowly walked out. Elderly. Luo Yan and Luo Qingyue both showed surprise. Elderly was a late-stage Zunsher. It was considered a top powerhouse in this world. 2 useless things. What a disgrace to our Gui clan. I'll come back to clean up you two later. Elderly glared fiercely at the duo. He was Luo Yan and Luo Qingyue's protector on this trip. He had all watched that scene just now. It was really too humiliating for his clan. I haven't even made a move yet, and the old one is out leaning on the old one? Elder Li's face was furious at his words. Junior, I advise you to keep your mouth clean, or else I won't blame me for teaching you a lesson. The moment. The terrifying aura of a late-stage Zunsher spread out from the old man's body, and the divine deposit transformation spirit was then a Zun. The aura tumbling behind the old man transformed into an ancient giant bird hissing. Teach yourself a lesson? As the divine son of the Guiyuan Holy Land himself, his status was of the same generation as the old ancestor, and as long as he was willing to move his finger, he could start an extermination war. The other party's move was not only provoking him, it was also provoking the majesty of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Senior, please don't make a move yet, Su Chang'e said to a direction in the void. He had just left the northern underworld Dao domain when he sensed a powerful aura trailing in the shadows. The other party did not have any malicious intent towards him, so it was a strong person sent by the Holy Land to protect him in the dark. Humph, softening up now? Let me tell you, if you can't come up with compensation that satisfies me, I will definitely teach you a lesson today. Elder Li's face showed disdain as he was returning all the words Su Chang'e had just said. In his heart, he was even more contemptuous. What kind of divine son of the Guiyuan Holy Land? Just this? He's still honest in the face of himself. You people of the returning clan are really good at putting gold on your faces. I just wanted to finish you off myself. Xinyan, take your family away from here. Yun Xinyan was very well behaved and immediately led the people of the family to evacuate this area. She knew that Su Chang'e was really angry. The words fell. Boom! With Su Chang'e as the center, a bright and dazzling sword light instantly emerged, circling around him. The billions of sword lights looked like they were constantly tearing through space, and spatial fissures even appeared around Su Chang'e. Mayfly shakes the tree, seeks its own death. Elder Li's face was sulky. He was an honored one, and a junior at the Seal Emperor realm was actually trying to make a move against him? This is totally provoking himself. Rumble. Steep. The void behind him trembled violently. Rolling aura laws tumbled and then spread towards him from all directions. Newbie. Only that ancient giant bird silhouette could be heard letting out a terrifying cry. Those feathered wings that covered half of the sky gently shook the void. Rolling storms across the sky. Steep. There were 2 violent tornadoes rolling and surging in the void, and the sound was horrifying to the extreme. Wow dash! Immediately after, countless feathery blades transformed from aura formed all over the sky, cold and sharp. The majestic aura pressure even made the temperature of this part of the world plummet, making countless people around feel that they had entered the frosty moon. Junior, I'll give you one last chance, if you still persist. Today, I'll teach you what it means to respect your elders. He didn't dare to actually make a move to injure Su Chang'e. After all, he was aware of the reputation of the Guiyuan Holy Land, and they were no match for the Gaizong clan when they really started to rage. Ridiculous. As the words fell, Su Chang's singer made a sword point, and when he raised his hand, endless sword chi enveloped his surroundings. Between the sword chi, it set him off as if he was a sword immortal opening up the sky. Along with that, part of the heaven and earth were turned into an ocean of swords by the wandering sword chi. Chop! Swish! The sword roar resounded through the void. Suddenly, the majestic sword chi was completely declared. In an instant, it transformed into a 100-foot-long radiant sword chi. Rumble! The sword fell like a star, carrying a destructive momentum to erupt into a skyward glow.
The original roaring aura storm was shattered the moment it met the sword chi. It turned into wisps of clear wind and dissipated into heaven and earth. At the same time, even the thick sea of clouds in the firmament was torn apart by the sword chi, in which a huge crack was revealed, overflowing with rich and radiant light. This is a sealed emperor. There was mute silence all around. The attack of an exalted powerhouse had been so easily diffused? With such strength, how dare you rely on your old age? Su Chang'e laughed lightly. Jun Yu. Elder Li's forehead was rippling with veins. He had cultivated for more than 1,000 years and finally achieved venerable. It was even quite prestigious in the returning one sect. How dare a youngster be so reckless? At once, the void once again set off a violent whirlwind of aura. Far more powerful than the previous aura. He planned to explode with all his might. Not wanting to worry so much. Kid, I'll let you know how stupid it is to provoke an exalted one. Su Chang'e smiled faintly, somewhat carelessly. This divine son honors the old and loves the young. Come on, you first. Seek death. Elder Li's last vestiges of sanity were completely swept away by this statement. The huge palm shadow that condensed like a divine mountain fell directly towards Su Chang'e. Rumble. Terrifying auras declared and erupted. And the heavens and earth roared. Under such a terrifying power, even Wind Cloud City was trembling violently. The aura that filled the sky almost froze the internal organs of everyone present. But even with such might, Su Chang'e still had indifferent eyes. Late-stage Zunshi. Just in time to try the Dao chopping technique. Su Chang'e drew out the Shangsong sword from the void and laughed to himself towards the Shangsong sword. Shangsong, this time, we will mainly try out the gong method. This old thing is just a passing chop. Just commiserate a bit. The ascendant sword seemed to sense something, emitting a crisp sword chirp, and the frosty cold sword chi runes slowly condensed. At the same time, Su Chang'e slowly closed his eyes, recalling in his mind the scenes of the past few days of comprehending the Dao beheading technique. What is the Tao? Man is the law of the earth. The law of the earth is the law of the heavens. The law of the heavens is the law of the Tao. And the Tao is the law of nature. This is the Tao. The elephant is invisible. All things have a spirit. This is enlightenment. The first stance of the Dao beheading technique. Enlightenment. Chop. With a whisper from Su Chang'e. Swish. A radiant sword chi rose up to the sky, shining brightly in the 9 heavens. It was like the beginning of chaos, illuminating everything and blossoming with brilliant divine power. As the sword fell, the heavens and earth wailed, and the sun and moon were devoid of light. All the time around seemed to stand still briefly because of this moment, and the whole world seemed to turn into an ink painting. The sword chi cut through the void, bright and dazzling, and that old man's figure was instantly torn apart by the sword chi, killing him with a single stroke. The last majestic pillar of sword chi light shot straight up into the sky. Smoke and dust rolled in the sky, and sword chi raged across the sky. As the flash of white smoke dissipated, it was as if the venerable man had never appeared. The surroundings were silent, and everyone was as petrified as if they were petrified, looking at the terrifying sword that had just been struck, their hearts trembling. Chapter 30, Subsequent Chants. Treasure Hunting Mouse Luoyan. The great Tao laws of this world are wailing. The vastness of the aura slowly returned to the heavens and earth. This meant that the Exalted One had just completely fallen. After a strong person's life and death, their cultivation would feed back to heaven and earth, which was the law of the great Tao of this world. Killed a stray fish, delayed a bit, kept you waiting, back on track. If you're still not willing to hand over that jade pendant of yours, I'm afraid you'll end up like him. Su Chang'e looked indifferent, not a trace of emotion in her indifferent eyes, as if she had stepped on an ant. Luo Yan and Luo Qingyue's entire body was trembling at the moment, like they didn't dare to accept this fact. The deacon of Zuni's strength perished like this. Luo Yan clenched his teeth and gasped. You killed the deacon of my returning clan. Aren't you afraid of the outbreak of the immortal war? Su Chang'e really laughed. It was also true that the other party must be treating himself as an ordinary saint's son with strong strength. He himself was the divine son of the Guiyuan sacred ground. His will was the will of the sacred ground, and the other party had provoked himself and scorned his sacred ground. Death is the best way for him to give thanks. Immortal war? What fear? Su Chang'e stood with his hands behind his back. The breeze blew his robes, as if he was a god of war full of absolute confidence. And that aura was even more powerful in the 9 heavens. Luo Yan was completely stunned at this moment. Immortal battle. That's an immortal battle. When the horn is played in the extermination war between the top clans, the day the Dao soldiers go out to battle, the great war never ends until the enemy is gone. Fighting to immortality and immortality. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, heaven and earth shattered, and blood stained the miles. This
Then, is the immortal war. But, it's amazing that the other side doesn't care. It's as if it's saying you want to fight. You're welcome to it. This kind of undercurrent from Su Chang'e was just too terrifying. He, on the other hand, was only a newly promoted saint's son, and if he were to bring such a great calamity to his clan, not only would he not even be able to keep his position as a saint's son, but even his family would be ushered into a great catastrophe. After pondering for a moment again, Luo Yan took a deep breath and said, "If I'm willing to give you this jade pendant, will you let me go?" Su Chang'e smiled lightly, appearing casual. "Of course, as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't matter if I kill you now." Actually, Su Chang'e didn't think so in her heart. "What do you want to fart eat? I'm talking about now. That doesn't mean later. For now you can still be a treasure-seeking mouse. If I kill you now, what about the subsequent chances? You've got to utilize your surplus value." He's not going to do this kind of losing business. The shrewdest thing in the world is the way of heaven, and the chance that doesn't belong to you can't be found by digging 3 feet into the ground. Then it would be better to find a free tool person and cross yourself when the other person finds a real opportunity. Also, getting the jade pendant was just to fulfill the option quest. Luo Yan clenched his teeth and threw the jade pendant at Su Chang'e. "Here's the jade pendant. I hope you can keep your promise." Hearing that the option quest was completed, Su Chang'e was quite satisfied in his heart. He had completed 2 option quests this time. One was to establish his authority and the other was this jade pendant. But the brat has defended himself against me. The soul fluctuations on the jade pendant had disappeared, and it looked like the soul body in it should have been transferred to some other object. He also does not care. His own treasure-hunting mouse needs what conditions, then give him to create is just well. "Wait." Su Chang'e called out to Luo Yan, who was just about to turn around and leave. Luo Yan was stunned, his face pale, his heart incomparably hateful. "I knew this bastard would definitely not let himself go. If you can't do it, beg the teacher to do it." Luo Yan made up his mind in his mind before he turned around with some bottom. "Don't be so scared of me. After all, it's not like I'm some kind of devil. There's one more thing I have to tell you. Today, your marriage contract with Yun Xinyan is completely broken. Is there a problem?" Su Chang'e smiled faintly and sat close to him on top of a rattan chair. Receiving the cup of tea handed by Yun Xinyan, he blew on the hot tea with his eyes downcast. The waves in his eyes were as if he was a monarch who decided on the life of the world. Luo Yan clenched his fists so tightly that even his bones were clicking. "Deception!" He roared and growled even more in his heart. The other party had not only seized a part of his chance, but also humiliated himself so much. "If I don't take this revenge, I swear I won't be a human being." Quickly, he calmed himself and arched his hand and faintly said, "All at your lordship's command." Su Chang'e was a bit surprised. "I didn't expect this son of Qi to be quite patient. I can't believe you don't put a harsh word in for yourself and run away. It's kind of funny. It's only like this to be a son of the chirography." "Very well, get lost if you're okay." "Yes." Luo Yan humiliatedly bowed his hand again. The anger value in his heart had already exploded. He was also a proud son of heaven. How had he ever been humiliated like this? But he always believed in one thing. "I'm not afraid of not having any firewood to burn, so I'll just retaliate later when I'm stronger." Su Chang'e smiled meaningfully at him, frightening Luo Yan and hurriedly excusing himself to leave. Smarty pants. The other party had long since developed killing intent towards himself, and Luo Yan thought he was hiding it well. In fact, with some careful observation, one would be able to discover the grim and murderous aura that he had hidden in the depths of his divine soul. "It seems that I gave him such a big blow that this son of Qi has already put me on his must-kill list. Pity." His mind had long been grasped by Su Chang'e, and the moment his residual value was drained, that was when his day of death would come. Su Chang'e quietly activated the pupil of Qi once again, looking towards Luo Yan's departing back. Loyalist, luck points, 196. It's true that when one's Qi is plundered by oneself, the opponent's Qi points will drop. I didn't expect there to be so much Qi. It seems that this brat still has a great chance. Su Chang'e was happy in his heart. The greater the remaining value of the other party, then the more favorable it would be for him. Golden light flowed in his eyes as he once again unleashed his Qi insight. Luo Yan, the proud son of Wind Cloud City. He suffered a serious injury during the 3-year appointment, but it didn't thwart his determination to go forward. Shortly afterward, he will encounter a truly life-changing opportunity in an ancient mountain in the Heavenly River realm. Ancient mountains? Change a lifetime? So this is just an appetizer. I have to say, the son of Qi fortune is really favored by the heavenly Tao, so much so that there are actually heaven-defying chances. Luckily, he had saved his hand and didn't kill him now. Otherwise wouldn't all the subsequent rewards be gone? Looking at Luo Yan's departing back,
the corners of Su Chang's mouth rose slightly.
Loyan, I hope you, a treasure-hunting mouse, won't disappoint me too much. Chapter 31 Double Emperor Inheritance, Reparation or Immortal Battle. Damn it! It wasn't until he was far away from the Yun family that Luo Yan shattered the boulder beside him with a punch. Debris tumbled and smoke rolled.
His eyes were even more bloodshot,
and his anger went straight to the sky. Brother Luo Yan Yu.
Luo Qingyue wanted to go forward to comfort her beloved,
but she was forced back by that fierce aura on Luo Yan's body.
She was a little scared. She had never seen such a Luo Yan brother before. It made her feel strange,
as if he was just another person. Luo Yan, you don't have to.
We have long since grasped where that relic is located. When you obtain the entire inheritance of the Heavenly River Emperor,
that person will be nothing more than a stepping stone for you.
An old voice slowly sounded in Luo Yan's heart. It was the mysterious old grandfather in that jade pendant. He was once a slave of the Heavenly River Emperor, named Dragon Elephant Sage. The Heavenly River Emperor died in that great battle in the ancient times, and was finally buried in the mausoleum of the Heavenly River Realm. In order for someone to be able to continue his legacy, a series of tests were set up, and this Dragon Elephant Saint was the judge of the tests. Teacher, why didn't you just step in to teach him a lesson? If you had stepped in, teacher, we wouldn't have suffered this disaster. Luo Yan was still very angry at the moment. As a son of Qi, he had risen up against the heavens, and had been riding high all the way to the top. Today's humiliation was too much for him to hold back. The Dragon Elephant Saint paused for a moment, as if he hadn't reacted. After a long moment of silence, he helplessly said, "It's not that Master doesn't want to make a move. Rather, if I make a move, we both die. I can feel that there is still a peak saint hidden in that space before. It should be his secret protector." Another sigh rang out, but it was more of a disappointment. The Heavenly River Emperor inheritor that he had taken a liking to was only thwarted once, and his heart had undergone such a drastic transformation. Is he worthy of his lord's legacy with that kind of heart? The Dragon Elephant Saint shook his head and laughed bitterly as he chose to comfort himself, believing that Luo Yan would definitely grow after experiencing defeat. The divine son of the Holy Land of Return. It seems to also have a holy body bloodline. The Dragon Elephant Sage was only a remnant soul now, but he had also lived since the ancient times. He was aware of it, but the return to origin Holy Land was much more than what it appeared to be. Once again, he recalled remembering Su Chang's sword, tearing through the void and surging into the firmament. The sword beheading the Venerable One was unparalleled. Sure enough, the great world has come. Meanwhile, the Yun family. Many thanks to the Divine Son for his help. Xinyan is grateful. Yun Xin bowed to Su Changgu. If not for Su Changgu this time, it wouldn't have been so easy to solve this matter. She had never felt anything for Luo Yan in the first place, and this wrong marriage was finally over. Nothing, since it's already done. I'll go cultivate first, completing 2 option quests and improving his strength again. The main thing is that there are follow-up chances, and the son of Qi really smells good. Yun Xinyan looked at Su Chang's departing back, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. Even though Lord Godson is so powerful, he still practices hard. Yun Xinyan, if you don't make an effort, you won't even be able to see Lord Godson's back. In Yun Xinyan's heart, Su Chang'e is too good. She does not ask for anything, even if she can still see his back is already very satisfied. The true dragon that roams above the 9 heavens will eventually rise up in the air, tearing open the universe and creating its own legend. If Su Chang'e had known about this thought of hers, he would have definitely given a thumbs up. The master of brainstorming logic was truly as terrifying as it was. Inside the room, Su Chang'e opened the isolation spell formation. Call out the system bar with it. The palm that turns the heavens, the famous move of the great emperor of the 100 battles. A palm that pushes across 3,000 continents, and a palm that turns over the clouds to change the dome of the sky. It's actually the 100 battles emperor's technique. The story of the 100 battles emperor is a legendary one. At a young age, his talent was mediocre. One could even say that he was a wasted talent. Arriving at the spirit body realm at the age of 15, arriving at the spirit sea realm at the age of 28, arriving at the divine sea passage realm at the age of 50, and only just reaching the purple mansion realm at the age of 59. Such an almost wasted cultivator was the owner of a one-time heavenly destiny. The 100 battles great emperor was just a loose cultivator who had experienced countless trials and tribulations between life and death from the time he was born until he became a great emperor. He constantly challenged the strong. Countless times he was only a hair's breadth away from death, and every time he suffered a serious injury.
he disappeared far away to heal,
and waited until his injuries were healed before continuing to cultivate.
He's lost 100 battles, and he feeds off of them.
It was such a mediocre person who ended up killing all the enemies on that path of fighting for the heavenly fate and proving the Tao with his flesh.
A terrifying physical body even made him the strongest among the great emperors.
And he was honored as the 100 battles great emperor by the people of later generations. The power of chi and blood of the innate sacred body Tao embryo is already strong. I can completely bring this technique to a higher level of achievement.
Extract the flipping palm.
Buzz. A stream of light instantly drilled into his mind. It was as if a small person was evolving various moves in his mind, and obscure runes of the great Tao were constantly flashing in his mind.
In just a few moments of work,
he had mastered the turning sky palm.
Gel. As Su Chang'e whispered,
his palms opened, and a terrifying aura of the great Tao filled them, his chi and blood like dragons,
surging like an ocean.
The guardian prohibitions around him were all flickering madly at the moment, as if they had become very unstable due to the descent of a powerful force. If he were to blast out this palm,
this area would instantly turn into pieces.
But what is this Heavenly River Emperor's partial inheritance? He didn't know much about the Heavenly River Emperor. Because of the mysterious nature of this great emperor,
not many legends have been written about him. By the time Su Chang'e finished extracting it, a brilliant ball of light appeared in the void.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Heavenly River Emperor's inheritance. Concentration of the heart and self-containment skill, to control the aura in the body.
Turn turbidity into clarity. Meditate the heart and self-containment,
to nourish the meridians,
and to increase the speed of the aura operating in the body. It's not bad. It looks like it's a heart technique.
What Su Chang'e didn't know was that the outside had already been in chaos.
In the Heavenly River realm,
the terrifying battle that had just taken place was already known by numerous people. I heard it's a big shot from the northern darkness Tao region. A friend of mine is a mate of the Yun family, and he said that young lord is like an immortal descending from the earth.
Handsome as a picture. You are unaware of how terrifying that great battle really was. I felt like the world was ending. That lord is too terrifying. The Heavenly River realm is going to change.
Many of the great powers of the Heavenly River realm were also instantly boiling, and they were even trying to do everything they could to try to hook up with Su Chang'e. One had to know that with Su Chang'e's strength and identity, one only needed to move a finger and the Heavenly River realm would set off a heavenly storm.
However, compared to the Heavenly River realm,
there was already a big wave brewing in the northern underworld Tao realm.
Inside the returning ancestral land,
a group of old ancestors had just finished watching the footage of Su Chang'e beheading the deacon of the returning clan.
What should be done about this? I think the returning one clan is just looking for death.
That's right.
Since Gue Zone wants to bully the small with the big, we'll play nice with them. In the cultivation world, even if a life and death battle broke out in the younger generation,
it was still their business.
This was the world's default law.
If all the younger generation were targeted by the older generation of the hostile forces,
would the younger generation still have a chance to grow?
Since the older generation of the Gue Zone clan had taken the lead in meddling, they would have to endure the retaliation from them.
And
their divine son had only just gone out on an adventure when he encountered such a thing,
and they were even more unable to forgive,
only to see the many old ancestors below looking at the three figures at the highest level,
seemingly waiting for their decision. Those three terrifying figures exuded an aura like the heavens and the earth,
just a trace of which seemed to be able to cause this heaven and earth to collapse,
only to hear one of the figures speak in a deep voice. Send out a notice that the deacon of the returning clan is old and disrespectful, bullying the divine son of my holy land. Now, give them two choices. 1. Come up with an explanation that satisfies the returning Yuan Holy Land and apologize. 2.
At this point, his words stuttered, and a hint of sternness flashed in his eyes.
Open the Immortal War. Chapter 32, The Name of the Son of God. North Underworld Domain shocked.
In a mountainous area where the immortal mist was misty.
This was where the Gyi clan was located.
In the centermost great hall of flowing light,
the Gue Zone sect leader, who was wearing a gorgeous robe, had a gloomy expression on his face. Assholes. Simply too deceitful. Just then,
an angry roar erupted from the mouth of the returning sect leader. It was as if a vast and destructive might had descended upon this small world.
The sky is agitated and the stars want to fall. A horrifying aura that seemed like doom swept out from within the hall.
The many elders surrounding him were even more breathless.
They all knew that their sect leader was very angry right now, only to see that the returning one sect master was trembling. His face was red,
and his eyes were even about to spit out flames. It took a while for him to calm down from his outburst. The returning one sect headmaster took a deep breath and looked at the many elders in the hall with a somber expression.
Everyone, what should be done about this matter? As the words fell, an old man stood out from the crowd with an angry look on his face. Obviously, it was my deacon from the returning clan who died, and the other party actually told us to make amends and apologize. It's simply bullying people too much. Since the other party wants to start an immortal war, then let it be a war. That's right, my Gyi clan is at least considered a top power. Is this move by the Guayuan Holy Land bullying my clan into not having anyone? Please order. Sovereign, I am willing to lead the clan's elite to the battlefield immediately. More and more people reacted, anger making their reverse blood roll, killing their own clan's deacon, and in turn asking them to make amends and apologize. Is the other party treating them like a soft target to pinch? Suddenly, a thunderous voice rang out from the sky. You have been cultivating in the returning sect for so many years. Are you getting more and more confused? Everyone was shocked by the voice. This was the old ancestor of their returning clan. They didn't expect that this matter had actually alarmed him. A vicissitude old man came from the sky, and the aura around him was even more terrifying. Arriving inside the great hall, the old man simply swept a circle of the crowd indifferently. The Guayuan Holy Land was the only force that survived that cataclysmic battle. The time it took for me to return to the first sect to be established is less than a fraction of the time it took for the other side to be established. To start this great battle just for an insignificant deacon, you guys really have blood in your veins. Looking at the silent Ket-E Zone crowd, the old man once again said, besides, the younger generation's matters were meant to be resolved by them. Is my Ket-E Zone's young patriarch, Li Han, not as good as their divine son? When Li Han masters fusing the Tao-breaking sacred flame, with his strength, he can even become the leader of the contemporary young generation. At that time, it won't be too late to slowly settle the score with them. Saying that, a murderous aura surged in that old ancestor's eyes. If heaven wants it to die, it will make it crazy. At that time, the Guayuan Holy Land will pay back in blood. Su Changa's beheading of the venerable deacon of the returning clan by virtue of his seal emperor realm cultivation had already been passed out. For a time, the entire northern underworld Dao region shook. It is important to know that the later the realm difference in cultivation, the greater it is, and that means the greater the disparity in strength. To kill a late-stage Zunshur with an early-stage seal emperor, one could imagine how demonic a person should be to be able to do such a thing. What made them feel most shocked was the strength of the return to Origin Holy Land. If the returning one clan does not make amends and apologize, then there will be an immortal war. This was even more like a magnitude 8 earthquake that swept through the entire northern underworld Dao region. Too strong. What kind of heaven-defying talent does the divine son of the returning sacred land have? This son was only at the spirit sea realm some time ago, but now he's so powerful that he can kill a Zunshur. The innate sacred body Dao embryo physique is truly as terrifying as it is, and it's the older generation of the returning sect that meddles in the disputes of the younger generation. Isn't that detrimental to the demeanor of everyone? It seems like the identity of the divine son of the returning sacred land is quite extraordinary, even going so far as to start an immortal war. Yeah, the immortal battle, that's a battle of extinction. The Guayuan Holy Land is really overbearing this time, but it's less than half a day. I heard that the Guay sect had sent several elders with heavy gifts to the Guayuan Holy Land to apologize. For a while, the name of the divine son of the returning sacred ground was instantly unknown to everyone. The name Su Chang'e even instantly became the center of attention for countless people. What an underestimate. But the stronger you are, the more fun it is to beat you. Inside the divine hall of the great Qin ancient dynasty, Qin Tai sat on top of the futon. His rich aura even turned into substance, and the dragon's might filled the air, distorting the void behind him. Bixia sect. A slender woman wearing a white dress with a muslin veil on her face was reading information about Su Chang'e. The Guayuan Holy Land secrecy was well done, and all she understood was the innate sacred body Dao embryo. And this time, why is such a powerful heavenly pride not known until now? Perhaps, this Su Chang'e's talent is even more terrifying than the world imagines. Inside the Valley of Flowers, a group of hot, sexily dressed women frolicked in the pool with their bare white jade feet, and the waves in the pool were nowhere near as big as the waves in front of the women's breasts, between the knitted brows and the movement of the flavor, but also show endless charm. Sister, it's really a pity. Originally we could have had one more unprecedented junior brother in the Flower Thousand Valley. Yes, I heard that divine son is even more handsome and peerless. It's really a pity that he didn't ride. Why don't some of us sisters go and tie him up? I'll do it, but I want to be the first one to ride. A hanging divine mountain of the Luoha sword sect resembled a sword stuck upside down. This is the famous Rocky River Sword Mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a young man was sweating like a pig.
his face pained as he swung his sword towards the air to slash.
99,999. 100,000. Master, just swing your sword 100,000 times. Wuji Ao Tian's face was excited. This painful day, he had finally gotten through it. The heaven-opening sword honored one slat his face with a look of disgust. Humph, you think you're happy when you're done, don't you? People's Suchanga sword beheads a Zunshur. You swing your sword 100,000 times a day, and you don't see that you can kill a Zunshur with a single sword. If people see this, they'll think that there's no one in the younger generation of my Luaha sword sect. Keep swinging your sword for me. Swing it 100,000 more times. As the heaven-opening sword exalts words landed, Wuji Ao Tian's heart wanted to die. The sadness made him sigh long and hard. Life is always this up and down. People sit at home, but trouble comes from the sky. Chapter 33 100,000 Mountains. Great Emperor's tomb emerges. Meanwhile, in the palace that the Yun family had arranged for Suchanga. Knock knock. After the knock on the door, Yun Xinyan's voice rang out. Lord Godson, Luo Yan left Wind Cloud City just now, and it looks like he's heading towards the 100,000 mountains. Got it. Suchanga responded, and the door to the room slowly opened. White mist filled out, as if it were a fairy cave. One could only see strands of divine light flowing from his body, as if 10,000 colored haze lingered. The divine light was hazy, and the snow-white robes were blown by the breeze, transmitting a sense of profound mystery. His face was calm and indifferent, obviously pondering things. After consolidating my cultivation through this heart technique, my strength has increased again. It's worthy of being a great imperial technique. After practicing the self-contained heart condensation technique, his control over aura became stronger and stronger. What makes Suchanga even happier is that Luo Yan, the treasure-hunting mouse, has finally embarked on the road of treasure hunting, and its efficiency is quite high. I have to say this dog god is really smart. The 100,000 great mountains, with countless mountains and layers of mountains, in which there were also many ancient beings residing. It was basically impossible for the average person to find a chance in them. It's a good thing I have a professional geocaching mouse, or I could have been easily fooled over. Without hesitation, Suchanga walked towards the flying boat and opened the spell formation, and a rolling hurricane kicked up in the void. Rumble. With the operation of the spell formation, the huge flying boat chased after Luo Yan in the direction he had left. Meanwhile, deep within the 100,000 Great Cave, Luo Yan was already standing in front of the stone door leading inside the Great Emperor's tomb. Luo Yan, isn't it too early to open the tomb? Losing the jade pendant and you don't fully grasp the power to open the mausoleum. Opening it hastily will cause a great deal of commotion. If you're caught. However, before the dragon elephant saint could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Luo Yan. Teacher, the jade pendant has already been obtained by that person. If I don't open it now, I'm afraid that the other party will be the first to get it. And even if it causes a big commotion, we'll be the first to enter. And by the time they react, I'll have long since finished absorbing the inheritance. Luo Yan looked very confident. He had been planning for a long time and was absolutely confident about it. But brother Luo Yan, the clan has already sent a letter telling us to go back. If it's too late. Luo Qingyue on the side was filled with worry. The senior management of Guei Zone were all in a rage. If they went back and delayed any further, they would definitely be chastised even more severely. Whisper, things have come to this, do you think I can still give up? But brother Luo Yan, enough. The day I don't defeat the divine son of the Guiyuan Holy Land, I will have trouble sleeping and eating. Luo Qingyin also stopped speaking when she saw this. She knew that Luo Yan had suffered a great blow, and even the whole person was in a trance-like state since he returned from the Yun family. After a series of preparations, Luo Yan slowly recited an incantation. Just as he read the last word, suddenly, a mighty pressure that ran through the heavens and earth swept across the entire heavenly river realm, and the entire heavenly river realm was shaking because of this terrifying pressure. The mountains and rivers were exotic. The sun, moon, mountains and rivers were thus upside down, and just a single wisp of breath was enough to shock the 10,000 races of heaven and earth. Many ancient forces in the heavenly river realm that were hidden from the world were awakened by this scent. Great Emperor! This is the aura of a great emperor. Countless people had horrified faces and unbelievable looks on their faces. According to reason, this world no longer had a heavenly destiny, and it would be impossible for someone to achieve greatness. That can only mean that it should be the relics or tombs of great emperors coming out. Greed flickered in the eyes of the numerous ancient power existences. The legacy of a great emperor, if acquired by them, could even live another life.
Thinking of this, the void roared and countless streams of light in the sky flew towards the place where Luo Yan was.
There's such a big commotion with the opening of this great emperor's tomb? On the flying boat, Su Chang'e stood with his arms folded, also looking in that direction with a surprised expression. There were countless Tao rules converging and intertwining in that area, and it seemed like there was a blurry figure in the radiant divine haze, standing between heaven and earth, as if one person could hold up a world. Just standing there could make the living beings of this heaven and earth submit and worship. Godson, this is. Yun Xinyan also slowed down at this moment and looked at Su Chang'e with some excitement. Su Chang'e couldn't help but smile at the corners of his mouth as he looked at the changes in the area in front of him. In fact, Elder Broken Army had also said that they had projected that there might be a great emperor's tomb in the heavenly river realm, and if it wasn't for Luo Yan, the treasure-seeking mouse, it wouldn't have gone so well. Moreover, through the information from that jade pendant, Su Chang'e was considered to be the one who knew the most about this great emperor's tomb. Finally, I'm finally going to obtain the entire inheritance of the heavenly river emperor. Just wait, Su Chang'e, I will definitely kill you at that time. Luo Yan was filled with excitement. As long as he succeeded in inheriting the heavenly river emperor's chance, he would be able to fight a turnaround battle. Not only would he be able to ascend to the top, but he would also be able to wipe out his former shame. Brother Luo Yan, this really is a great emperor's legacy. Luo Qingyue was also incomparably excited. Great emperor, a terrifying powerhouse above the saints. Legendary existences. Who could not be moved? Whisper, wait for me outside. But Luo Yan's words instantly made her fall into an ice cave. Sensing Luo Qingyue's shock, Luo Yan walked over and hugged her in a hug. Qingyue, you're the person I trust the most. This time the commotion is too big. I think it must have attracted the attention of many forces, so I want you to stay outside. Is it to help brother Luo Yan stall for time? Luo Qingyin opened her mouth and asked, some disappointment in her beautiful eyes. She couldn't believe that her beloved was actually treating her like this. Aha! However, when the time comes, I will share all of Heavenly River Emperor's inheritance with you as well. Together, we will become the strongest heavenly pride in this world, become a divine couple, and get married on the highest peak of the world. Luo Yan held Luo Qingyue's face with both hands, his eyes full of deep emotion. Luo Qingyin was a bit dumbfounded. Her heart was even more moved. Don't worry, brother Luo Yan, I will definitely stall them. Well, I believe in you. Wait for me to come back. After stroking Luo Qingyue's head, Luo Yan entered the ruins without looking back. In fact, what he had just said was just a reprieve. If he didn't say that, would this little ninny help him pat his back? The great emperor's legacy. That's a great emperor. He wouldn't share this kind of amazing legacy with anyone else, knowing that one absolute heavenly pride was enough. And that could only be him. When the dragon elephant saint saw the look of madness on Luo Yan's face, he was somewhat helpless in his heart. Hey, did I really go off the deep end? He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. And when it came down to it, he could only pray that it would turn out well. Chapter 34, A Saint's Strike. Ashes to ashes. 100,000 mountains. In the sky above an ancient mountain, divine light was intertwined. Immortal Qi was soaring, and Xiaorui was 10,000 feet tall, dazzling the entire 100,000 mountains. Especially being in the ancient mountain at the center of the divine light, the vast and boundless aura converged as if it was a small world that was made of nature. The pale and ancient aura in it was mind-blowing. In this area, there were already countless ancient worship arcs converging here, and among them, there were many Zunsha realms and even a few mighty realm powerhouses. These people were all top ancient forces from the heavenly river realm. The strongest among them can even burn mountains and seas, reversing yin and yang. The ancient lineages that are hidden from the world have all come, powerful people of the mighty realm. Ah, I'm afraid they're the strongest existences in the heavenly river realm. Even they've arrived, so it doesn't seem to have much to do with us. When it comes down to it, let's just pray we can still pick up the slack. It can't be helped. After all, the tomb of a great emperor is just too tempting. Many cultivators were a bit disheveled. Originally, the emergence of a great emperor's relic was an exciting event. However, along with more and more big names descending, they had become somewhat desperate. Trying to snatch food from the mouths of these big shots is really a daydream. Do you guys think there will be an emperor forming Dao in here? I think there's a good chance there is. Great emperors suppressed the universe and looked proudly at the boundless stars, and the ultimate goal of countless cultivators was to achieve greatness. Not being a great emperor is just a mole cricket after all. But what the world doesn't know is that the great emperors are just the beginning, and in the eyes of the legendary immortals, they are just slightly larger ants. Rumble. Right at this moment, A huge roar sounded from the sky, followed by a huge flying boat emitting divine light appearing in the eyes of the crowd. Hiss! This flying boat is too huge, isn't it? The hulls on it are really carved. There's even divine light lingering around. Such exquisite craftsmanship is simply unheard of. The formation on the flying boat is too subtle, isn't it? Wait, there's actually a Tao rhyme.
The opening of these words caused many people to change color.
Tao rhythm. That was something that could only be sensed by a super strong person. Moreover, to be able to incorporate it in a spell formation required an extremely high comprehension of the Tao. This was even more so among the strongest of the strong. The flag on the flying boat that was made of gold silk had the two big words Guiyuan written on it. Returning to the source? Many people were confused. Which superpower was this? One could only see the flying boat slowly approaching, hanging above all the forces, looking at that posture as if it was a monarch looking down on heaven and earth. Rampant. Is your excellency not taking us seriously with this move? I'd like to see where you get the capital to dare to hang the flying boat over us. A Seal Emperor realm coldly snorted as its large hand gathered aura and headed straight for Su Changa's flying boat. However, before he could get close, a divine voice like a great Tao resounded from within the flying boat. Scram! The terrifying aura caused this heaven and earth to tremble and the void to roar. Looking at that Emperor's seal powerhouse again, he was spitting blood from his mouth. The protective divine light around him shattered like a mirror, and the sound of the wave of chi coming towards him did not diminish. Rumble! It even directly lifted him out, his body heavily smashing on top of a mountain peak, smoke soaring and mountains shattering. Everyone in the surroundings looked at this scene with horrified faces as that Seal Emperor realm powerhouse lay in the ruins like a dead dog. Breath disorganized, dantian broken. Gulp. Many people involuntarily gulped. With a single word, it instantly suppressed the Seal Emperor powerhouse. Terrifying as hell. Am I blind? The Seal Emperor powerhouse is just gone? It can't be. That person is also considered to be the inherited figure of a party's Tao lineage. So frail and weak? You're mistaken. It's not that he's too weak. It's that the man is too strong. The cultivators of the Heavenly River realm looked at the flying boat in the air with fear on their faces, and today's matter was considered to have refreshed their perceptions. At that moment, a woman was seen walking out of the flying boat hall. The woman was beautiful, like a fairy who had fallen into the mortal world. Out of the world. Only the woman's cool voice rang out. This great emperor's tomb belongs to Lord Godson. Lord Godson said to give you 10 breaths to leave. Yun Xinyan coldly looked at the many characters below and indifferently said, if you don't listen, you'll have to bear the consequences. The crowd sniffed even more cold air. Pupils contracted. The other party is actually so overbearing. Delusional want to monopolize the great emperor inheritance alone? Seek death. Arrogant to the core. Asking for death. All the forces of the Heavenly River realm are here. Your Excellency isn't afraid of having your tongue flashed by the gale when you make such a big statement? Humph. There's no need to say so much to him. We'll go up and kill him now. The many great powers of the ancient forces were all enraged, and they didn't understand what kind of power the return to Origin Holy Land was. Just think of it as being a hidden world power like them. The other party is so arrogant. They will make the other party pay. Zunshire realm powerhouses and even mighty realm powerhouses all erupted with a terrifying aura in unison. All sorts of divine light descended in this world. The void trembled, and the aura roared and boomed. As more and more powerful people erupted, even the many mountain ranges of the 100,000 mountains were roaring and trembling, as if some great terror was brewing. But right at this moment, another mysterious voice rang out from the sky. Lord Godson has given you your chance. Since you chose to bully the few with the many, don't blame me for bullying the small. Boom! A vast and terrifying pressure suddenly descended, and the divine might was so vast that it covered the sky. The power of the laws in the sky mingled with the runes that shimmered with holy light, forming a large, raging ocean of aura, and the void was scuffling and shattering. As the ocean of aura churned, thousands of thunder coalesced above the firmament. The heavens shook and the mountains and rivers were shattered. The saintly pressure descended, and everything in heaven and earth trembled and changed color. This is? All the beings in the Heavenly River realm were even more pale and prostrate on the ground when they were subjected to the strong and incomparable saint's might, and the terrifying pressure didn't even qualify them to raise their heads and look up. This was clearly the peak sage who had secretly protected Su Chang'e, returning shadow, striking out. How dare a mole from the lower realms threaten my divine son from the Guiyuan Holy Land? Here's to the penalty. Then take a slap from me. The returning shadow sage raised his hand and blasted out a palm that was illuminated by golden runes, in which destructive thunder filled the air. The large palm seemed to cover the sky and the earth, and a terrifying pressure swept in all directions, Hurry! Quickly take out your life magic treasure, or we'll all die. The terrified crowd reacted at this moment, offering up a single magic treasure divine weapon. Tao radiant divine light blossomed with all its might under this terrifying pressure, and precious light erupted in a spectacular scene. But dying. Rumble. But along with this palm fell mercilessly. The void twisted. Mountains crumbled. Inches of divine light gradually annihilated. The sky was filled with great Tao runes exploding, and the terrifying shockwaves leveled a large area. The heavens and earth were even plunged into a dead silence. Silenced. So many exalted powerhouses and great powerhouses had previously had their auras distorting the void. But under this palm, ashes flew away. Chapter 35 Luo Yan's Little Wisdom. Divine Sun Online Reversal of the Daughter of Chi Fortune. Smoke rolled in and waves of air raged. It took a long time for this to return to calm. One could only see a huge palm print in the area in front of them, with a horrifying saintly aura in it that caused one's heart to palpitate. Hiss. It's simply too strong. Is this the legendary means of the saints? The crowd didn't dare to breathe. This was a peak saint whose chi and blood hadn't yet decayed. Returning to the past. I pay my respects to the divine Prince Sama. As the words fell, a middle-aged man in black suddenly appeared on the deck of the flying boat, respectfully kneeling on one knee in front of Su Chang'e. Senior doesn't need to be polite. A trivial and insignificant matter. Thank you, Senior, for making a move. Su Chang'e wore a smile on his face and appeared very approachable. It is an honor to serve the divine sun. The returning shadow sage also did not expect that the legendary son of God would still treat himself so politely, and his heart was even more touched. In his opinion, Su Chang'e's talent was too terrifying, and his future achievements would definitely transcend this heaven and earth. But he was still not arrogant and treated his elders politely, and this unique charm made people sink. Why is this saint weird too? Eyes so hot on me. Thinking of this, Su Chang'e shivered. Continuing to think about it was too terrifying. Looking at this scene, the many forces of the heavenly river realm were even more dumbfounded. A saint. That's a legendary saint. Under saints, all are ants. This legendary saint was actually this young man's retainer. This even made their scalps numb. How powerful a force should this be to send out a saint as a guard? They no longer dared to think about it further, only to see Su Chang'e looking down indifferently at the crowd below with her hands behind her back. Who has any opinions now? Su Chang'e's ice-cold voice reached the ears of the crowd, and could not help but cause people's hearts and minds to tremble and their bodies to tingle. Any comments? If you have an opinion, you have to take a slap from a saint. Who dares to say anything? I'm afraid that the birthday boy will hang himself and live too long. We follow your orders. We will wait here for your honor. All the major hidden ancient forces of the heavenly river realm bowed their heads one after another. There were actually half-step saints among them, but the difference between them and this saint in front of them was truly 100,000 miles. This was not only a gap in chi and blood, but also a gap in strength. The many cultivators even lowered their heads, not even daring to raise their heads to look at the figure on that flying boat. That terrifying aura seemed as if just by looking at each other, one's heart and mind would collapse, and one would be reduced to a walking corpse from then on. Looking at the silent crowd, the corner of Su Chang'e's mouth slightly raised. The weak and the strong is the theorem of heaven and earth. Returning shadow. Xinyan, follow me inside. The silhouette on the flying boat moved. Previously, they hadn't seen Su Chang'e's appearance, and they were even more astonished after seeing it. Just see the flying boat above an upright figure standing against the wind. White clothes hunting, black hair fluttering with the wind. The appearance is comparable to the exiled immortal people. I don't know how many lords of forces or elders were slightly lost in thought. I'm afraid that this kind of arrogant and dusty temperament should only be found in the heavens. It seems like that white-clothed youth is the legendary son of God. TSK. Such a dusty temperament combined with the strength to suppress a Seal Emperor powerhouse with a single word. It's no exaggeration to be called a divine son. I now think it's not a bad idea to be bullied like that by the other side. You're a lickspill. I'm just a dog. Is that a problem? Originally, many cultivators held great hatred towards Su Chang'e, but after seeing that face, it actually subsided quite a bit. It's really true what they said in a previous life. As long as the villain looks good, the three views follow the five senses. Su Chang'e's trio had already arrived in front of the mausoleum's gate, and he was just about to activate the jade pendant in his hand to open the mausoleum, but then another change occurred. Whoosh! A stream of light suddenly descended, forming a light curtain barrier that blocked Su Chang'e and the others. Ninth grade defense spell formation? One could only see many great Tao runes flowing on top of this light curtain, and each golden rune resonated and mingled with each other, like an extremely solid protective shield. 9 for the extreme.
This defense spell formation was also considered rare and uncommon.
If you want to enter the mausoleum, you have to pass me first. At this moment, a female voice rang out, and it was clearly the holy maiden of the returning one sect, Luo Qingyue. Lord Godson, I can make a move to break this spell formation.
The returning shadow saint on the side arched his hand and said,
No need. Su Chang'e shook her head in rejection,
cupping her chin as if she was thinking about something.
Logically speaking, Luo Yan should not be able to turn over any water by leaving this little ninny here. Even though it was a 9th grade defense array, even if he personally took action, it wouldn't take much time. Suddenly, the information recorded in the jade pendant flashed through his mind, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Smarty pants. It seemed that the other party was purposely trying to get himself to make a move to shatter this defense spell formation, and the aftermath of the great battle would inspire the mausoleum's self-defense prohibitions. During this period, Luo Yan would have enough time to finish inheriting all of the great emperor's inheritance. It had to be said that this son of Qi really did have a bit of heart. Pity. The opponent was still not on fire enough, and the most perfect way to break it, he had left to himself. Looking at Luo Qingyue, Su Chang'e revealed a look of sympathy. What a poor child. You obviously love your brother Luo Yan deeply, but the other party just treats you as a tool person. Hey, after giving so much, he doesn't even have an ounce of affection for you, and in the end it's just wishful thinking on your part. Su Chang'e deliberately said the words ambiguously so as to inspire the other party's greatest reverie, more favorable to what comes next. As expected, after hearing Su Chang'e's words, Luo Qingyue's heart felt like it thumped and her face turned a little pale. Still, she stubbornly retorted, Impossible. Brother Luo Yan said he would share the great emperor's inheritance with me. There's no way he would lie to me. It must be you who deliberately lied to me. You don't want to sow discord. Su Chang'e shook her head helplessly and put on a look of sentimentality. The most pitiful thing in this world is not the person who is let down, but the person who is used as a tool and discarded. If he really intends to do this, why doesn't he just take you in, instead of sharing afterward? It would be faster to receive the inheritance together, right? Besides, with his knowledge of this relic, as long as he's fast enough, he can completely complete the inheritance before I even go in. It won't. Brother Luo Yan won't. It must be you who are lying to me. Luo Qingyue clutched her head in pain, her eyes somewhat shaken. Su Chang'e's words were very much in line with current logic as long as they were carefully savored. Looking at Luo Qingyue's appearance, Su Chang'e knew that the opportunity had come. There's still one last strong dose to go. I obtained the jade pendant of Luo Yan's earlier. Do you know what the jade pendant records? Saying this, Su Chang'e gave a beat. This was a deliberate attempt to attract all of Luo Qingyue's attention, and by the time he told the truth of the matter, the other party would be hit even harder, and the better the effect would be. The jade pendant says that if a great battle breaks out outside the mausoleum, it will activate the mausoleum's self-defense prohibition. At that time no one will be able to enter the mausoleum, and Luo Yan will be able to fully inherit the relic legacy. You get credit for stalling, but what will be the end? The native forces of the Heavenly River realm don't know the truth and will vent all their anger on you. Even if you are the holy maiden of the returning clan, will you still be able to defend yourself in the face of the angry crowd? You will meet the most tragic end. While Luo Yan succeeds in his endeavors, you've been kept in the dark from start to finish, but you're just a complete outcast for him. It was like a thunderbolt had exploded in Luo Qingyin's heart. His head was even more blank, paralyzed on the ground. His body couldn't stop trembling, as if he couldn't accept it all. The former beauty was even more disoriented at the moment, and the huge blow caused her to have a mental breakdown. Su Chang'e had a faint smile on her lips as she continued. Isn't it unbelievable? Is it angry? As long as you open this defense array, I can take you into the tomb with me. This is your best chance to unmask him. Are you, going to miss it? Chapter 36, Saints Fade. Sympathy is a predator's taboo. In the tomb of the great emperor, Luo Yan, because he had lost his jade pendant, could only rely on the information he had previously grasped to decipher the many organ spell formations he encountered along the way on his own. That was why there were many delays, and it was not until now that he arrived at the inheritance land. In the line of sight, a magnificent palace stood tall. Above the large city gate is carved with a pale dragon, Xianfeng, on which there are many runes flowing. The golden haze is even more sacred and supreme. The terrifying aura of a great emperor spread out from it, making people want to worship it. Opening this door is the final test. The dragon elephant sage explained from the side. If you manage to pass,
You will be able to obtain the inheritance of the Heavenly River Emperor. He had waited for this day for a long time, and over the years as Luo Yan's teacher, he had sort of watched him grow up, even though the process was bumpy. But today it has blossomed. Luo Yan was trembling with excitement. Pushing open this door he would be able to ascend to the top. So much time has passed. I guess the mausoleum's self-defense prohibition has already been activated? Luo Yan once again confirmed the surrounding aura, and there was no unfamiliar presence. He let out a long sigh of relief at that. It's not actually activated yet. Suddenly, a young man's voice with a smile came from behind Luo Yan. That sound, how is that possible? Luo Yan's eyes widened, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His body chilled. How did Su Chang'e come here so quickly? Su Chang'e Yu. However, he fiercely realized that there was a familiar silhouette standing beside Su Chang'e. Luo Qingyue. When he thought about the reason why Su Chang'e could come in so quickly, there was only one reason, and that was because Luo Qingyue took the initiative to let him in. Seeing this scene in front of him, he even clenched his teeth and trembled with anger. Asterisk. You actually betrayed me too. Luo Yan's face was full of grimace. Roaring in anger, in vain I treat you with all my heart. Is this how you treat me? At those words, Luo Qingyue's face did not have too many waves on it. Along the way, she had already determined that what Su Chang'e had said was true, and her heart had long since died along with the traces of tears that remained in the corners of her eyes. Truly treat me? What a disgusting hypocrisy. You purposely designed to leave me outside with the intention of triggering a great battle, activating the mausoleum's prohibition, and using me to stall for time. Now that it's come to this, you actually look like you're in pain? You're not eating too well. From now on, you and I are destined to end our relationship once and for all. Luo Qingyue looked at Luo Yan, her crystal-like, translucent eyes revealing an incomparably cold and disappointed look. Her words were almost cold to the point of not having an ounce of emotion. All those years of emotion down the drain, so to speak. Even after all these years, even pets and people should get attached, but he uses himself as a tool. What is this? Is even worse? But listening to Luo Qingyue's words, Luo Yan didn't feel the slightest bit guilty. He was clearly only one last step away from obtaining the great emperor's inheritance. Because of Luo Qingyue, all of this came to naught. Thinking about all this made him even more furious. What a karmic break. You joined forces with Su Chang'e to rob me of my great emperor's chances, and you're actually saying that the karmic break is over? If I don't die today, I will drive you all to extinction in the future. His killing intent towards Su Chang'e had reached the extreme. First, he had given himself shame in the Yun family, and now he had joined forces with the beautiful woman he had shared a room with in the past to betray himself. Everything is Su Chang'e's fault. This revenge will not be repaid. No, I'm not at the end of my rope yet. I still have my teacher, who is a saint. He can definitely kill Su Chang'e. Thinking of this, Luo Yan kneeled down on one knee and yelled up to the sky. Please, teacher, help me. Buzz. A stream of light drilled out from Luo Yan's arms, gradually condensing into a blurry shadow in the void. Although it gave off a sense of unreality, the saintly pressure it emitted highlighted the figure's extraordinary nature. Junior, do you really want to drive out the whole world? Su Chang'e stood with his hands behind his back and smiled faintly. Senior is going overboard with this statement, isn't he? This little disciple of yours has killing intent towards me as well. Cutting contests are fair and just, the weak are strong and the fittest survive. The dragon elephant sage was also somewhat dumbfounded, although it was so reasonable. But, Luo Yan was the heir apparent to him. After all these years of exhausting countless efforts to cultivate it, it was unacceptable to him that success was just around the corner. Luo Yan is the inheritor of the Heavenly River Emperor that old man has his eye on. Are you trying to defy the majesty of the great emperor? Boom! A terrifying pressure erupted from the dragon elephant sage. Although it was only the remnants of his soul, the vastness of his breath was mind-blowing. Su Chang'e's mouth smiled faintly, and there was some teasing in his eyes. Oh, come on, it's the threat thing again. I also don't know how this old man cultivated himself into a saint. Such a brainwave. Absolutely. However, he didn't bother to bull asterisk. Now that the ultimate goal has been achieved, next, sweeping everything is enough. Alright, since Senior has made a decision, return to Shadow. Take the trouble to send Elder on his way. The instant the words fell, a large and vast aura of greatness had descended. Perish! A huge fist-on lingered with countless divine lights and Tao rhythms, and there was even the hissing and roaring of the shadow of the true dragon ancient phoenix. Rumble! In just a moment, this vast saintly power had already erupted.
This heaven and earth erupted with a brilliant light, like a star falling, and blinding golden light swept over everything. Ah! Accompanied by a mournful scream, the sky and earth once again regained their clarity, only to see blood spilling from the corner of Luo Yan's mouth, his face incomparably pale as he looked at Su Chang'e in shock. His contact with his teacher. Broken. You killed the teacher? Luo Yan was in a rage and roared lowly towards Su Chang'e. How ridiculous. It's only the remnants of a saint's soul. I also don't know where he got the nerve to dare threaten this godson. Su Chang'e's expression was indifferent and icy when she spoke these words, as if she was talking about a trivial and insignificant matter. His indifferent eyes did not lack a trace of emotion, as if he were a god, towering above the rest. Teacher is a follower of the heavenly river emperor. You killed your teacher. Aren't you afraid that you'll be blamed by the great emperor in the future? Luo Yan was cloaked in his hair. This all happened too suddenly for him to accept. Retaliation? This sentence almost didn't make Su Chang'e laugh. This was the tomb of a great emperor. What did it mean? It means that the heavenly river emperor died a long time ago. Moreover, even if the heavenly river emperor is alive, so what? With the depths of the returning sacred land, it wouldn't be difficult to deal with a great emperor. Well, whimper, since you're so sad, I'll send you on your way with me. The words fell, only to see Su Chang'e, his left hand behind his back, his right hand raised high, and the vast power of chi and blood rushed straight up. Above his head, radiant runes flowed, and vast spiritual energy condensed into a sky-covering hand. From the beginning to the end, you're nothing more than an ant to me. And last but not least, congratulations on fulfilling your remaining value. Town. As Su Chang'e's hand slowly fell, the sky-covering hand erupted with an overriding aura, as powerful as an ancient divine mountain that could annihilate the stars. No, don't. Luo Yan's pupils contracted, and the huge life and death crisis made his mind numb. He even exploded his power with all his might. But in front of that big hand that covers the sky, everything is just a dying struggle. Rumble. The large hand mercilessly fell, and along with the vertical and horizontal aura, Luo Yan's body turned into pieces and completely disappeared into this heaven and earth. Su Chang'e looked at everything with an indifferent face. This metaphysical world was inherently cruel, and if one's strength was not good enough, it was believed that one would also have everything taken away by others without mercy. Besides, one is supposed to be the strongest at the top, so one has to adapt to it all. As a predator sympathizing with his prey, that is the biggest taboo. Chapter 37, Spooky Mausoleum, Dark Scent. Luo Qingyue was also stunned by the scene in front of her and froze there, unable to return to her senses for a long time. Although Luo Yan had already caused her immense hatred, but now that he died tragically in front of her, his heart was a mixture of emotions. When she saw Su Chang'e looking at herself, she was even more trembling and hurriedly spoke. Lord Godson, I won't tell the people in the clan. Luo Qingyue was a little chilled and a little scared. She knew that if Su Chang'e killed and exterminated her, she would be powerless to resist. Of course I believe you, but with a caveat. Buzz. Suddenly, Su Chang'e flicked his finger, and from above his fingertip a stream of light instantly disappeared into Luo Qingyue's sea of consciousness. What did you do to me? Luo Qingyue's face was pale. She felt a little ripple in her sea of consciousness before, as if there was a little something more, but then again, it seemed like there wasn't. She had never seen this tactic before, and it was very strange. Just a little trick. If anyone asks, please ask the holy maiden to find a good reason. If this matter were known to a second person, I'm afraid such a beauty would have to become a demented person. In fact, this was Su Chang'e implanting a strand of God-slaying sword intent into it. The slaying God sword intent was so subtle and incomparable that it could be said that no one in the world could discover it except for Su Chang'e, as long as he didn't actively maneuver to expose it. Luo Qingyue's face was pale. She knew that from this moment onwards her life was already in someone else's hands. Don't look so hard. As long as you cooperate honestly, you can still be your saintly daughter. No further attention was paid to the other. Su Chang'e turned his gaze to the huge stone door in front of him. I can actually feel a familiar aura on this stone door. It looks like only those who have received the inheritance of the heavenly river emperor can push open this gate. Su Chang'e placed his hand on top of the gate and mobilized the self-contained heart condensation technique. Buzz! The huge stone door was glowing at the moment. As the chi and blood in his body revolved, a burst of brilliant divine light erupted, as if a star was spinning. Changes began to appear on the huge stone door. The runes intertwined and flowed. Soon, the huge stone door slowly revealed a crack. There was an ancient and volatile aura emanating from it, and the terrifying imperial might shook the heavens and moved the earth.
Wisps of aura from heaven and earth came from the mausoleum, like a stone sinking into the sea without a trace. At the same time, another murmur came from the void, sad and desperate. Where did the real Tendo go? Immortal domain shattered. Is it all over? I have cultivated for 1,000 years to achieve greatness. To lose like this, I am not willing. I am not willing. Grief flowed against the river, raging and vast from within the gates. Not only Su Chang'e, but even Sage Gue Ying's heart was stirred. This vastness of grief rushed straight to the heart and soul, as if it stirred up pure sadness deep within. Something's wrong, Lord Godson. Something isn't quite right behind this stone door. The returning Shadow Sage's face was grave, and this sadness seemed to be mixed with a strong darkness, making it even more bizarre. Lord Godson, it's better for us not to go in. I'm afraid there will be a great terror in this. Yun Xinyan also persuaded. Leave. Su Chang'e pondered for a while. The situation in front of him was indeed not quite right, but should he give up such a great emperor's chance? Just then, the system voice rang out. Ding! A new option quest has been detected. Option 1, enter the depths of the great emperor's tomb and mend the heavenly divine stone fragment. Option 2, abandon entry and transmit the talisman. A teleportation talisman? Good lord! This system is flirting with itself again. If you give up on yourself, you even buy yourself a ticket and send yourself straight home. Besides, he still had many secret body protection treasures bestowed by his old ancestor, so it was no big deal to go on a journey. It's already here. It would be too much of a shame to give up now. Su Chang'e still pushed open the huge stone door, in which it was pitch black, and at his feet, there was an ancient road paved with green bricks leading into the depths of darkness. Son of God. Yun Xinyan's mind was even more turbulent. The black diffused and intertwined mists in the giant door gave her a palpitating feeling. It even left her a little breathless. Returning Shadow, take the two of them and exit first. What about you, Kamiko? Don't worry. I got part of the Heavenly River Emperor's inheritance before. This doesn't affect me much. Besides, I have a secret body protection treasure bestowed by my old ancestor, so I'll be fine. The returning Shadow Sage hesitated for a moment. If anything happened to the Divine Sun, not to mention this Heavenly River realm, I'm afraid that the entire northern underworld Dao realm would be ushered into a state of shock. However, he could again sense that Su Chang'e was not much affected, and besides, this great emperor's tomb was considered a rare opportunity. Please be careful, Divine Sun. If you are in danger, please have your own safety at heart. Divine Sun. The returning Shadow Sage bid farewell and left with Yun Xinyan and the two of them. I'd like to see what secrets are buried in this mausoleum. Su Chang'e looked straight into the darkness in front of him and took a step in. The depths of this great emperor's tomb did not have the heavenly treasures imagined, and was very different from the divine light that surrounded the outside. Black waves churned in it, and the surrounding area looked like a ruin, presenting an image of disrepair. The path seemed endless, with nothing but darkness. Fortunately, Su Chang'e had comprehended the Heavenly River Emperor's condensing heart self-contained technique, and perhaps it had a restraining effect, and that inexplicable sadness didn't affect him. I don't know how long I've been gone. At the end of this darkness was a dense, pitch-black mist, with several chains of golden runes extending through it, as if they were binding something. When Su Chang'e looked into this black fog, he felt that a gaze within it was also watching him. Rumble! All of a sudden, the ground shook in the mausoleum, and the bizarre black color churned like a shocking wave. That obscure and unsettling aura even caused the temperature of this heaven and earth to plummet. Su Chang'e frowned slightly as the innate holy body Dao embryo's vast blood chi power erupted. The purple mansion world within his body roared, and with Su Chang'e at the center, a brilliant light dazzled and filled the entire mausoleum. The divine light was radiant and volatile, dazzling heaven and earth, and at this moment, Su Chang'e was like an exiled immortal bathed in immortal light. The multicolored divine light was like divine soldiers descending from the sky, constantly crushing the surging waves of darkness. P.S. The Great Emperor is also only a realm in this world. There are also higher immortal realm settings afterward. The opening Su Chang'e's parents disappeared, which is actually an ambush. Also related to the immortal realm, will be written later. Chapter 38, Swallowing the Sky and Devouring the Moon Wolf, Planting a Slave Seal. Not long after the returning Shadow Sage brought the two out, a brilliant divine light erupted from the tomb. Is something happening in there? Why did the Son of God erupt with such a powerful force? The returning Shadow Sage's eyes showed worry. This great emperor's tomb was really weird, as if anyone other than Su Chang'e would be affected by it. By the looks of it, he's encountered some kind of change, and I'm afraid that Lord is in dire straits. Hiss. Shut up. Don't drag us with you when you're looking for death. If something really happened to that Lord,
Do you think our heavenly river realm would be better off?
The crowd's minds roared at the thought, and their bodies shivered unceasingly.
Yeah, if something happened to that lord in this mausoleum, then a more powerful existence would surely descend.
At that time, the heavenly river realm would completely change.
This aura is really weird.
It seems to have a devouring power. The power I unleashed earlier. A large portion of it was actually inexplicably absorbed.
In the mausoleum, Suchanga continued to walk in the direction of the black mist after counteracting this darkness. Stepping into the black mist, Suchanga's face became grave.
He didn't dare to be careless and mobilized his yin and yang sword chi to form a light shield in conjunction with his holy body chi and blood.
This is to avoid being infested by the black mist. He had doubts now, too. It felt more like a prison than a mausoleum. Wow!
The sound of chains colliding and sliding echoed through the large space.
And with every vibration,
the golden chains would erupt with golden light.
And even a wisp of a great emperor's mighty pressure filled the air. The chains. It seems to be a broken imperial weapon?
The reason why it was said to be dilapidated was because although there was a great emperor's pressure,
the feeling it gave off was already very weak. It's like a candle flickering in a gale, ready to go out at any moment. Following the sight of the chains deeper,
something was indeed bound.
It's been 1,000 years, and finally someone has come. Kid,
I'm the final test set by the Heavenly River Emperor.
So hurry up and let me out. As long as you defeat me, you'll get all the inheritance. Suchanga followed the line of sight, covered in pitch black fur. However,
there was a striking pinch of snowy white in front of his head, like the shape of a crescent moon.
A pair of eye pupils took on a golden brown color, as if emitting a brilliant divine light. A dog? Suchanga was a bit confused.
Although the dog looked a bit strange,
it was indeed a dog. The final test of the Sky River Emperor is to defeat a dog? You brat! Have you no eyes? This seed is a wolf.
The heaven-swallowing moon-devouring wolf.
One of the 12 ancient ferocious beasts. Kid, don't let me out yet.
Defeat this seed and you'll get all the inheritance of the great emperor. With all the legacies of the great emperor,
I believe that most people would not be able to refuse. But for Suchanga, he all has a system. In fact, the great emperor's chance is not considered to be heartfelt for him.
It is just a fresh picture.
Instead, he was more interested in the dog, swallowing the moon wolf.
Devouring the aura of the heavens and earth can also draw on the life force of all living things.
Looking at your current appearance, it's still incomparably debilitated.
But the blood of ancient ferocious beasts is considered a very rare cultivation resource.
It looks like the Heavenly River Emperor is giving you as a chance to the people of the future generations.
Suchanga smiled lightly, as if everything was within his grasp.
The heaven-swallowing moon-devouring wolf was rumored to be a remnant of the immortal world's flood beasts, and its terrifying talent was appalling. The bloodline potential within his body even had a hint of immortal intent. It was considered a terrifying demonic beast that dominated a party alone.
Humph.
That brat, the Heavenly River Emperor, used underhanded means to catch me and ran off to a great battle on his own, only to die in battle. To tell you the truth, the Heavenly River Emperor's Tao body dissipated long ago in that great battle. And even though this is his mausoleum, apart from the Emperor's soldiers from his lifetime, there's no real inheritance from him at all. If you let me out, I can still help you.
The heaven-swallowing moon-devouring wolf wasn't in a hurry even after he finished speaking, as if he was waiting for Suchanga's answer.
Anyway, he could control this side of heaven and earth, and the other party couldn't walk out without his permission. Suchanga pondered for a moment and said, "It's not impossible to let you out, but you have to answer a few questions for me first. Just say it. If this seat knows,
it will never be hidden."
What's that weird grieving emotion? That's the residual thought of the Heavenly River Emperor in his lifetime.
This residual thought doesn't have a divine mind.
It's just a dying consciousness.
Why did the fairy realm shatter?
I don't know much about this. That great war first erupted from the immortal domain.
I heard that it was a force from outside the domain. That great war swept through all the heavens and the immortal domain ended up shattering.
And what does the true heavenly way mean? That I don't know.
The heaven-devouring moon wolf explained.
During these long years, much of my power and memories have disappeared. If you want to know the real answer,
you can search for the road to immortality later.
It's the only way to travel to the immortal realm. Suchanga nodded slightly. In fact, he didn't want to know too much. Moreover, the strength was not enough now.
And if one wanted to travel to the passage to immortality road, one would have to achieve the Emperor road first.
It's fine if you want me to let you out, but you have to let me plant a slave seal first. Impossible.
The heaven-swallowing moon-devouring wolf's face was hideous. It was an ancient fierce beast that recognized a human as its master.
This was simply humiliating to it. I'm just talking to you. not asking for permission.
Buzz. Suchanga sacrificed the pagoda of the half-immortal artifact, and the sacred land ancestor had already made thorough preparations. As long as he inputs some of his power, the pagoda would activate on its own. The void trembled as endless brilliant divine light tore through this part of the heavens and earth, and a terrifying pressure poured down, annihilating even space by inches. Half immortal weapon. The heaven-swallowing moon-devouring wolf was trembling. A half-immortal artifact was not something that this world could possess, and its power was not something that could be compared to an imperial artifact. Who the hell are you? As the divine light around the pagoda continued to burst forth, it was as if a magnificent figure had descended in this space. The figure was bathed in hazy divine light, as if a single glance could penetrate through the ages. This was precisely the wisp of wool left behind by the broken army ancestor.
Nagisa?
The broken army ancestor frowned slightly. He could sense a hint of an emperor's aura, but it was very weak.
Tomb of the Great Emperor. This is an ancient beast? Changa, you are indeed favored by the heavenly Tao. You actually did find the Great Emperor's relics. A faint smile passed through the broken army ancestor's silhouette. Only when he waved his big hand, the dense black mist instantly collapsed. The heaven-swallowing moon-devouring wolf in front of him had all of his limbs bound by thick chains, and an imperial might looked like it was suppressing his aura. Perhaps the age had been too long. The chain had many places that showed the color of decay. It's a pity that the remaining might of this emperor artifact isn't even 1/10 of its power. It looks like it also went through that great battle. But this early saint stage heaven-swallowing moon-devouring wolf is still a bit interesting. It should be comparable to a great emperor in its heyday. If you want it, Changa, it's not impossible to capture it for you as a mount. What? A mount? The heaven-swallowing moon-devouring wolf wanted to die. It really wasn't about martial virtues. You're actually going to capture yourself as a mount?
Only to see the broken army ancestor.
With a wave of his hand, the roiling Tao rhythm laws instantly fell.
The heaven-devouring moon wolf sea of consciousness was instantly dissolved like it was made of paper.
Slave seal, once planted, will be forever driven by the other party, reduced to slavery. To plant a slave seal on an ancient ferocious beast that could be compared to a great emperor in the future. Only the Goyuan Holy Land could do it. Chapter 39, The Mausoleum Collapses. The secret realm of returning ruins will soon be opened. Shameless, I'm an ancient ferocious beast. You actually planted a slave mark on me. Ancient beasts? The broken army old ancestor's face showed disdain.
And he didn't know how much worse it was than the flood beasts of the immortal realm. A mere ancient ferocious beast dares to speak out. It will be an honor for you to become the mount of my divine son of the Guiyuan Holy Land in the future.
The heaven-devouring moon wolf choked at once. The Holy Land of Return? Why does that name sound so familiar? Returning to the source. The returning immortal sect.
Thinking about it, it is more the whole petrification.
The only power that survived that extermination war. Even with the mythical fairy. And the scariest, most mysterious underbelly of all. It's over. I've really fallen on hard times. There's nothing to be done. All that can be done at this point is to lie flat.
Although this emperor's soldier is broken and tattered, it is still considered a rare treasure.
The broken army ancestor once again waved his hand,
and together with the heaven-swallowing moon-devouring wolf, they were swept into a spatial vortex. At that time, I will hand it back to you after I finish repairing this emperor's soldier with a few old ancestors.
Don't worry, this emperor's soldier is your chance. A few of us old guys can't see it yet. Suchanga had an indifferent face. The imperial soldier?
Having a half-immortal artifact of his own, not to mention, the emperor's sword was just average when compared to his own ascendant sword.
Rumble. The heavens and earth roared. The void shook, and the aura of destruction was pouring out.
Having lost the support of the emperor's soldiers, the mausoleum was slowly collapsing.
Changa, return to the northern underworld Dao region as soon as possible. The secret realm of returning ruins is about to open,
and the chances in it are not comparable to this small world.
There you will meet outstanding people of your peers.
And it's time for you to stir up the storm clouds of the northern underworld Dao region.
The secret realm of the ruins?
I've heard that it's the place where the supreme powerhouses of the demon race return to their ruins.
The inheritance of a demon emperor even existed in this.
It was not something that could be compared to this kind of dilapidated great emperor's tomb. The secret realm of the returning ruins possessed the complete inheritance of the demon race. And if one was lucky enough to even enter the mysterious land, one would also be able to obtain supreme creation. Although the secret realm of returning ruins belonged to the demon race, some of the top forces of the human race and the immortal great teachings had reached an agreement to get some spots. The secret realm of returning ruins only allowed cultivators of the Zunshur realm and below to enter, and it was also an excellent place for the younger generation to try out. This should count as an event.
Stirring up the wind and clouds? It might trigger a lot of system options. And the system rewards smell good. Suchanga's eyes flickered with essence, revealing a hint of anticipation. Yes, with this matter settled, Changa will depart on the same day. The people in the outside world were not aware of what was happening in the great emperor's tomb. However, he could feel that the great emperor's tomb was shaking violently, and a terrifying aura filled the air as if it was about to collapse. Could it be that something has changed again? Why do I feel like the great emperor's tomb is collapsing? This aura of destruction is also too terrifying. It's as if a side of the world is being destroyed. That young lord won't want. Listening to the crowd's discussion, the returning sage swept one gaze over. An invisible pressure instantly descended, causing many people to not dare to breathe. If they dared to discuss it in the slightest, even their hearts would be mercilessly crushed by this pressure. You'd better pray that nothing happens to the Son of God, or else. The icy voice of the returning Shadow Saint's words echoed between heaven and earth, causing the crowd to shiver. The authority of the saints is not to be offended. Just then, a stream of light ran through it. Kamiko-sama. The returning Shadow Sage and Yun Xinyan's faces were overjoyed. Seeing Suchanga safe and sound, the hearts hanging in their hearts were finally released. Lord Godson, are you hurt? And what happened inside? Yun Xinyan still had palpitations. It's just a broken side of a great emperor's mausoleum. Nothing but a broken emperor's soldier and a dog. It's so boring. The crowd was a little confused. A broken emperor's soldier that's also a supreme treasure. Why does this lord speak with such disdain? Also, what's with the dog? The great one would still choose a dog to be buried with him? Let's go. This great emperor's tomb is also about to collapse. Let's stay away. Hearing this, the crowd was even more desperate to cry. Originally they wanted to take advantage of Suchanga's departure to get some more oil and water. Now it's good. It's just gone. The secret realm of returning ruins is about to open. With this matter settled, it's time to return to the northern underworld Dao region. Xinyan, there is no great emperor's inheritance in this. These cultivation resources you and take them. This can better help you cultivate. Suchanga took out 3 storage items and handed them to Yun Xinyan. Yun Xinyan was also shocked. The huge cultivation resources in this, even up to their Yun family's cultivation for decades. Luo Qingyue stared blankly at this scene, a trace of envy flashing through her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, she remembered Luo Yan again. That's ridiculous. For so many years, it has been all about giving to yourself. Instead, the other person has never given anything to you. Until the end, it was even used as a toolman by it. It's a bad time to meet someone. She gave a long sigh at the thought. Looking forlorn. That's right, Law Whisperer. This storage ring, consider it as repayment for this time. Suchanga threw Luo Qingyue another storage ring, which didn't contain many cultivation resources, but there were quite a few. Luo Qingyue somewhat froze as she received the storage ring. She didn't react for a moment. Why did Suchanga want to give her an advantage? Much. Thank you, Lord Godson. After reacting, it was a rush to thank him. At this moment, she also had a great feeling in her heart. In terms of talent, Luo Yan was a complete aborigine versus an immortal when compared to Suchanga. In terms of being a human being, it's even 100,000 miles worse. Thinking of this, she made an even darker decision in her heart. The residual aura of a great emperor in it will overflow. If you don't want to die, get out while you can. As the words fell, Suchanga brought the 2 of them back to the flying boat. Immediately afterward, the formation float and the airwaves tumbled as the massive flying boat broke through the air interspersed with brilliant divine light. Looking at the departing flying boat, the dumbfounded crowd was only then able to react. Quickly, take the disciples and evacuate quickly. The scent of the mausoleum collapsing and destroying will level a slice of the area. Suchanga wasn't their guardian either, and to be able to kindly remind them was already considered benevolent. The deck of the flying boat. Suchanga stood with his arms folded, and he had to say that the heavenly river realm was only a small world, but it was still full of surprises. The secret realm of returning ruins was about to open, and I believed that there would be even more surprises in the northern underworld Dao region. Lord Godson, why did you give Luo Qingyue cultivation resources? Seemingly afraid that Suchanga has some misunderstanding, Yun Xinyan hurriedly explained. I'm not questioning the Godson Lord. I'm sure Lord Godson must have a reason for doing so. The breeze gently brushed by, slowly blowing the shin clothes up, and a faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth, as if everything was expected. The whip and the sugar have to be balanced. What does Kamiko-sama mean by? Suchanga smiled and said, the person who has spent several years together has never given to herself, while I have only known her for a day and I have given her a favor. What do you think will happen?
Then she will surely be touched in her heart and will sincerely work for the Divine Son in the future.
Yun Xinyan came to a realization. Immediately, admiration appeared in her beautiful eyes. Lord Godson is resourceful. Xin Yen admires it. Su Chang'e bitterly laughed and shook his head. In fact, he was sort of setting the other party up. First, in front of all the people, he gave Yun Xinyan a huge amount of cultivation resources to attract Luo Qingyin's attention, and the other party would surely think of Luo Yan in the past, and envy would surface in her heart. Strike while the iron is hot at this point, and give the other side a little something for themselves. It will be easy to build initial goodwill. In the future, he would also be able to develop the other party into his own hidden spy in the Gui clan. It's more than 100% in his favor. Chapter 40 Imperial Soldier Restoration. Demon Ruins Dao Realm. The journey back to the northern underworld Dao region was quite smooth, and no other changes were encountered. Soon, the flying boat landed on the White Jade Plaza of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Lord Godson has returned. It's so hard for a slave to sleep on a night without Kamiko-sama. Numerous female disciples had rushed over at the news. And even more so, they had surrounded the huge White Jade Square. All of them even showed the color of infatuation. Looking at that posture seems to be Su Chang'e eaten alive in general. Suddenly, a voice with laughter came from the sky. Chang'e is tired from his travels, so you should leave him alone. Disciple has just returned. I wanted to pay my respects to the old ancestor later. Please don't be offended. No harm done. You still need to be polite with old ancestor for this small matter. That imperial artifact has been repaired. With a wave of old man broken army's big hand, a chain that emanated vast imperial might landed on Su Chang's singer, turning rottenness into magic. Golden runes flashed dazzlingly, and a terrifying great emperor's aura permeated out from it. The emperor's soldier had a spirit. What made Su Chang'e feel strange was that the spirit in it actually didn't rebel against himself. It must be that the old ancestor did some means in the process of repairing it. An emperor's soldier. The Divine Son harvested an emperor's soldier after a trip to the lower realms? The Divine Son is indeed a person of great fortune. Suck in the oomph. Suck in the oomph quickly. Listening to the crowd's murmurs, Su Chang'e cried and laughed. It's not really your own chance, is it? It's just what you grabbed from that leak. Although it was a coveted imperial artifact, he really couldn't take advantage of it with this thing. And besides, didn't the Ascendant Sword smell good? This imperial artifact is also very subtle, with countless blockade formations on it, and that golden rune is a suppression rune. The Broken Army Ancestor explained. Its function is that it can bind and suppress others, and with your current strength fully activated, it can bind and suppress a powerful person of the Great Power Realm. Chang'e thank you all the Elder Ancestors. Although he had only met the Broken Army Ancestor alone until now, through all the manifestations, there must be many ancestors who were paying attention to him. Old Man Broken Army nodded with a smile. The returning ruins mysterious realm will open tomorrow. Time is short, so I'll start with you on the schedule for this trip. In all the years, the trial teams were led by either the first Saint Sun Yi Lindian or the second Saint Sun by Shanghai, but the two of them guys paired up to train in a distant star field. They won't be able to make it back in time, so you'll be leading this trip to the returning ruins mystic realm. Several holy sons and daughters will be headed by you, and as the Son of God, you will protect them as well. The returning ruins mysterious realm is located in the Demon Ruins Dao realm, and the detailed information is all in this jade slip. Old Ancestor Broken Army left behind a jade slip and once again instructed a few words before turning around and leaving. The Demon Ruins Dao realm, the top-ranked existence among the 3,000 Dao realms, was far from being comparable in size to the Heavenly River realm. But Su Chang'e was quite happy. Staying in the Holy Land all the time and cultivating was too boring. It was more interesting to explore such a big world slowly. Early the next morning, this time, in the sky above the Guiyuan Holy Land, foreign beasts crossed the sky, and the terrifying power of chi and blood pressed across the sky. Divine birds of prey flew, their feathers as if they were extraordinary divine steeds, with strange runes flashing as if they could easily tear through the void. There was even a magnificent chauffeured car suspended above the void, ancient and mysterious. The dragons and phoenixes carved on it were lifelike, and the runic symbols rose, which emphasized its extraordinary nature. The ornate chauffeured car was terminated with a young figure, or handsome and extraordinary, or immortal muscles and jade bones, out of the world. Although these figures were very young, the vastness that permeated around them was enough to prove that they were the top heavenly prides of the younger generation. Look again above the void. An old man wearing a Taoist robe, with a pale face and a deep, vicissitude's gaze hung above the sky. His body even exuded an unfathomable aura. He was a supreme elder of the Guiyuan Holy Land.
and was the escort for Su Chang'e and the others on this trip to the secret realm. Such a powerful cultivation was actually just an escort. And this handiwork didn't fail to highlight the powerful underpinnings of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Rumble. Just then, a loud vibrating sound came from the void. Deep in the depths of the Guiyuan Holy Land, a white jade milling cart with a bright golden light came across the sky. The white jade milling cart was like a radiant great sun, attracting everyone's attention. We pay our respects to Lord Godson. All of these holy sons and daughters rose and bowed respectfully. Su Chang'e's power was evident to all, and this great strength deserved their respect. This chauffeured vehicle of the divine sun is made entirely of by soul-nurturing immortal jade. I have to say, this chuffing car is also very much in line with Godson-sama's temperament. The many disciples couldn't help but surface a trace of envy. Soul-nourishing immortal jade has the ability to cultivate life and raise chi, and it is still such a huge piece of soul-nourishing immortal jade. Since Lord Godson has arrived, shall we depart now? The Supreme Elder asked cheerfully, looking extremely cordial. This scene, moreover, caused the many disciples to be somewhat dumbfounded. When the rest of the holy sons and daughters came, this Supreme Elder only nodded slightly. While Su Chang'e came, this Supreme Elder was surprisingly so gracious. But after thinking about it, yes, the gap is too big to envy. Then let's set off, Su Chang'e said indifferently. This trip to the returning ruins' mysterious realm was headed by him, while this Supreme Elder was merely an escort, and his orders were naturally taken as a matter of course. The Supreme Elder nodded, and as light flickered in his palm, an ancient and mysterious token appeared. Buzz! The token suddenly shone brightly, the void trembled, and fluctuations like water ripples slowly appeared, followed by a violent distortion. A galaxy-like void channel emerged. The reason why he didn't take a flying boat was because it was too far away from the demon ruins' mysterious realm, and a chauffeured vehicle was more convenient and fast. The foreign beasts hissed and their divine wings incited, and a chuffing car broke through the air, paving the way for them to rush into the void passage. The moment Su Chang'e's white jade whiskey entered, a figure quietly followed and drilled in. It was like a looming shadow that flickered away, but that icy killing intent was completely directed at him. Lord Godson, what happened? Yun Xinyan was squeezing Su Chang'e's shoulders with a puzzled expression. Nothing, a stray fish. Su Chang'e appeared unconcerned. He also felt a familiar aura. Just leave it to that person to solve it. In the void channel, the returning shadow saint had one hand on the black-robed man's neck. You are. The black-robed man struggled painfully, but he was like a chicken, allowing the other party to hold him at will. A flash of vast divine sense surged out of the deep eyes of the returning shadow saint, constantly searching the black-robed man's memories. The Great Qin Ancient Dynasty? Still specializing in making a ban in the divine sense. Jumping the gun. Click. The returning shadow saint erupted with a terrifying pressure, and a raging void storm tore the black-robed man apart and annihilated him in an instant. This Great Qin Ancient Dynasty actually has thoughts about my Holy Land Divine Son. What a way to get yourself killed. Unfortunately, the old ancestor has ordered that this matter be treated as an experience for the Divine Son. Otherwise, the district's Great Qin Ancient Dynasty. Chapter 41 Immortal Demon City. Unruly golden-winged rock. Immortal Demon City. An ancient city made from the accumulation of bronze basalt. Just from a distance, one could see gusts of majestic demonic chi venting from it and inducing changes in the wind and clouds. The immortal city was located in the land adjacent to the demon ruins Dao domain and the Wuling Dao domain, and it was an unknown number of thousands of miles away from the Guiyuan Holy Land. It was rumored that this heavenly demon city had a demon emperor who had ascended to the immortal realm, so it was ordered by the demon clan as the Immortal Demon City. Immortal Demon City is close to the demon ruins' secret realm, so there are also many people in this. Commercial trade is very developed, which contains tens of millions of living beings. It is a picture of a thriving scene. Today, it was the day that the demon ruins' secret realm opened. Immortal Demon City is the sky above the beasts and birds flying through the air, but also from time to time there will be people's ancient chariot, gorgeous flying boats speeding the dome of the sky, the immortal great sects and eldritch families of the several nearby top Dao domains, as well as countless ancient forces of the demon race had all gathered at Immortal Demon City. The young man with blood-colored hair, that's Li Han, the young sect leader of the Returning One sect? This searing flame power is as terrifying as it is. That's the great prince of the Great Qin Ancient Dynasty, Qin Tai. Hiss. This majestic dragon chi is too terrifying. I have to say that all the fairies of the Flower Thousand Valley are all long and watery, and just this figure is proud of the world. Fairy Yun Gui of the Bixia sect is the brightest jewel. Okay? The 9 golden lions are here too. The golden-winged rock clan has also arrived. That's the Thunder Tiger clan.
Megalomaniacal ape. In the immortal demon city, countless cultivators' eyes brightened as they talked. There were countless magnificent warships in the void, flying boats crushing the sky, leaving behind gusts of runic red rainbow light. This kind of scene is a rare one in 1,000 years. In addition to the most lively demon void mystery realm opening day, usually it is impossible to see so many top forces converge, not to mention those heavenly pride demons and teenage supreme beings that shook the various great Tao domains, which they had only heard of but never seen. Rumble. Just then, the void shook violently. A bright and dazzling void channel crossed the sky like a rainbow bridge. The divine light flowing from the warships covered the sky, and the flood beast swept across the dome of the sky, especially on top of that gorgeous milling car. There were all valiant young men and women. Gorgeous flags waved in the wind. The 4 big golden characters embroidered on the ice silk jade silkworms with dragons and phoenixes returned to the origin. It's the Northern Darkness Tao region's return to origin Holy Land, someone exclaimed. It immediately attracted all eyes to gather in unison. Who doesn't know who knows who is at the return of the Holy Spirit? Not only was it recognized as the most mysterious underbelly of the Northern Darkness Tao domain, recent notoriety has been tremendous as well. It was rumored that a divine son with an innate saintly body Tao embryo had emerged, and it even attracted visions of heaven and earth, with gods and devils bowing down and 4 beasts bestowing blessings. After, he also used his cultivation at the Seal Emperor realm to decapitate the late Zuni deacon of the Returning One sect. I heard that there were also rumors that when this divine son broke through to seal the emperor, he even ascended to the first of the mixed heavenly Tao tablets. This kind of horrifying achievement can truly be considered a myth. At this moment, everyone's gazes landed on the white jade chauffeured car card from soul-nurturing immortal jade, their eyes filled with shock and awe. Soul-nourishing immortal jade was originally a supreme treasure, and such a large piece of soul-nourishing immortal jade carved into a chauffeured vehicle. It was evident that the Guiyuan sacred ground valued this divine son heavily, only to see a silhouette walk down on top of the milling cart. It was a young man dressed in white, immaculate, as if he was a refined gentleman who came out of an ink painting, just standing there. The laws and Tao rhythms, all resonated with it, and the radiant divine light made him like an exiled immortal bathed in immortal light. Own a kind of extraordinary, untainted by the dust of the world temperament. His face was somewhat unreadable, shrouded by a layer of chaotic mist, which added a hint of sacrosanct inviolability. It must be a man like an immortal. Hiss. I guess this is the divine son of the returning sacred land? This is the first time I've seen this kind of aptitude in my countless years of cultivation. I feel like I'm in love. TSK. Still in love. You're just craving someone else's godson's body. I want to join the return to origin Holy Land. In the future, I'll be able to see Lord Godson often. Some of the female cultivators from other forces were staring at Su Chang'e with unblinking eyes. They were a little dumbfounded. The mist was truly abominable. And I wonder how handsome a face there really is underneath this chaotic mist? They were really curious. The ripples were even more itchy as they washed over their hearts. Ha ha ha. So the divine son of the returning sacred land is a gigolo. It's rumored to be mysterious, but I think it's nothing more than that. At that moment, an abrupt voice rang out. It instantly drew everyone's attention to it. It was a young man with golden wings on his back, an eagle nose and starry eyes, and a handsome face. It's the young prince of the golden-winged rock clan, Jin Aoyan. Bold, slander the son of God, seek death. The many disciples of the returning sacred land instantly became furious, daring to humiliate their divine son in public. Wasn't this tantamount to the face of the Guiyuan Holy Land, golden-winged rock clan? Su Chang'e had some impression of this. Many years ago, the first human-demon war, the Guiyuan Holy Land had beaten their clan very badly, and until now, the other party held a grudge. Still, it was a shame that the other party hadn't been hurt yet, and the other party was actually trying to give himself a hard time. Ding! A new option quest has been detected. Option 1, bear your anger and ignore it. Reward, golden rock breaking technique. Option 2, strike out to suppress. Reward, map of the secret realm of the returning ruins. A map of the secret realm of the ruins? Good stuff. Isn't this the equivalent of opening a perspective? Su Chang'e smiled faintly, with his hands behind his back, condescendingly overlooking the golden-winged rock, also nonchalantly sneered. So it's a weedy bird. Is the threshold of the secret realm of returning ruins so low? The sudden words were even more of a shock to the crowd. The top race amongst the demon races, the golden-winged rock race, was actually openly mocked as a weedy bird? However, they also sighed a little. The personality of this return to origin divine son really was also a master who did not suffer. Upon hearing this, Jin Aoyang became furious, his forehead veins rippling. Insulting my golden-winged rock clan. Looking for death. Buzz dash. Only to see that Jin Aoyang's feathers had brilliant divine light bursting out. Endless blood chi lingering. And even more so, it was transformed into a huge golden rock giant bird. Refracted golden light accompanied by a blazing golden haze rose up, but also like a golden big convergence of the mysterious laws. I'd like to see what you've got. Jin Aoyang raised his hand and shot out endless golden light blades. Shoo shoo shoo. It was like a brilliant arrow whistling towards Su Changda. Su Changda's mouth smiled faintly. It is true that the demon race are all full of vigor and blood, and it is difficult to be provoked, and they only slightly provoked each other, and the other party immediately shot out. Then it would be much easier to suppress him next. Everyone saw it, but he started it. Su Changda moved with a thought, and a terrifying divine light lingered out from his surroundings. What the hell is going on here? But the next scene left the crowd a little dumbfounded. Only to see that the roiling golden feather blades were frozen in unison the moment they approached Su Changda, as if they were frozen there. If it wasn't for the gusts of wind stirred up slightly lifting Su Changda's white clothes, the crowd would have thought that space had fallen into a freeze. Shattered. At this time, only Su Changda lightly spat out another word. Boom! The divine light lingering around Su Changda erupted. Terrifying power was vented out in all directions, and the rain of golden arrows hovering in the firmament dissipated into a sky full of star points. Chapter 42, A Punch to Suppress. So it's a little Yakuza. How is this possible? This unexpected scene caused Jin Aoyang to be somewhat stunned. He knew that the other party must have 2 brushes as the son of God, but the brushes were too big, weren't they? Humph. However, in order not to lose the face of his tribe in front of the Guiyuan Holy Land, Jin Aoyang still pretended to be calm. Laughing coldly, he said, "It's just a matter of using a rune secret treasure. You won't be so lucky when you enter the returning ruins' mysterious realm." Anyway, he served his purpose. The reason why he made the move was actually to test Su Changda's strength, and it would be better if he could sweep the other party's face. What made him feel scornful was that neither the first saint's son nor the second saint's son of the returning sacred land had come this time. Then this trip to the returning ruins' mysterious realm must make the Guiyuan Holy Land pay a price in blood. The shame from many years ago. He would return it for the golden-winged rock clan. After saying that, Jin Aoyang was about to turn around and leave. Want to go? Su Changda smiled faintly. Take my punch first. As the words fell, Su Changda swung his fist and blasted out. Boom! Heaven-breaking fist. The tumbling fiston transformed into a huge fiston that covered the sky and the ground, like a brilliant sun that fell to earth. In an instant, it went through the void toward Jin Aoyang to suppress him. You! How dare you make a move in my demon clan's territory? Jin Aoyang's pupils contracted. The reason why he dared to be so reckless was because this was the territory of the demon clan. Isn't Su Changda afraid? Rumble. The huge roar of the void was like a death knell, making him feel a strong sense of crisis. Damn! This power is even more terrifying than I thought. Golden rock treasure art. Jin Aoyang didn't dare to hesitate. His golden wings flapped extremely fast, and his body transformed into a ray of golden light, rapidly prancing and moving. Their clan already possesses extreme speed, and when practiced to the extreme, they can travel 10,000 miles in an instant. What's going on again? It seemed as if he couldn't help but let out an exclamation of surprise because of some horrifying scene, only to see that the space around him had unexpectedly condensed a party of sword chi fields at some point. Like a huge sword chi cage, it completely confined him in this space. Can you walk? Su Changda didn't need to guess to know that the other party would 80% directly dodge this strike. That's why he himself was already guarding against his opponent's escape when he threw the punch. And that's when Su Changda's huge fist seal had already descended. I'm Kim. But before Jin Aoyang could finish his words, the terrifying fist aura had already exploded, stirring up a large area of radiant golden frenzy. Under this terrifying force, even the defensive secret treasure on Jin Aoyang's body was completely unable to withstand it. Click, click, click. In the end, they all crumbled, as if they were broken brass that had lost their divinity. As for Jin Aoyang, his entire person was annihilated and dissipated by this terrifying power. After a fresh breeze had passed through, it was only then that the rolling smoke gradually dispersed. It was only then that the crowd in a state of stagnation gradually came back to their senses. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Su Changda actually really dared to strike in my immortal demon city. Why haven't the immortal demon guards come to arrest him yet? Ridiculous. What kind of status do people have? Still need to follow the rules? Some people sneered. This Jin Aoyang was certain that Su Changda wouldn't make a move. but as a result, now it's good. He's kicked the iron plate, but Su Changa's punch was too strong, right? The golden-winged rock clan's physical body is also incredibly powerful, and it was lost in just one punch? In Immortal Demon City, the faces of those watching this scene were incredulous and somewhat dumbfounded, but the same people are the ones who recognize the difference. Don't forget that this Su Changa is still in existence that has broken through the 10 Violet Mansions. It's rare in the ages. The physique is another innate Saint Body Dao embryo. How powerful must the outburst be? That punch just now if I had gone. The man hastily shook his head, chills running through his heart. It was better not to have such thoughts of sending himself to his death. Originally, many of the Celestial Pride who still had doubts about Su Changa's strength also had gloomy faces when they saw the scene. Moreover, they had also heard that Su Changa's sword Dao was equally powerful, and the powerful physical body and exceptional sword Dao had already put some pressure on them. Buzz. But just as the crowd was discussing, above the void, a burst of glow ripples once again rose, only to see Jin Aoyang's figure unexpectedly reappear. However, at this moment, he was pale, as if he had suffered a great shock. Finally put your scapegoat puppet to use? Su Changa was too lazy to squeeze the other party for more oil. He had used the pupil of Qi to observe it before, and the Qi points were actually only 98. Luckily, he thought that this kind of demon race's pride was also a son of Qi, but it turned out to be a disappointment for him, and it turned out to be just a little Yakuza. Su Changa glanced at the other party lightly. Buy one get one free. Do you still want me to give you a ride? You. Jin Aoyang's face was green with iron. A scapegoat puppet. This was an incomparably precious existence. It requires the depletion of countless heavenly treasures, and can help the host withstand a life crisis. So I didn't expect to use it like this. However, if it wasn't for this scapegoat puppet, he really would have died under that punch just now. Thinking of this, the anger and coldness on his face instantly collapsed. If the other party were to throw another punch, he would really be cold. Besides, they all had protectors behind them, and he had just struck out on his own first, so he could only eat this dumb loss. Not daring to let out any more harsh words, he flapped his golden feathered wings and instantly broke through the air. Thus, Su Changa's formidable name began to circulate in Immortal Demon City. Looking at the figure on that white jade whiskey, no one dared to take it lightly anymore. That punch was truly beyond their imagination. This punch is even more terrifying than before. I've said I don't want to come. If that old thing hadn't insisted I come, I wouldn't have come even if I'd beaten myself to death. Wuji Aotian also saw this scene from the crowd, and he really felt that Su Changa was becoming more and more perverted. It's like a human war machine. If you want to live a long life, it's better to stay as far away from such perverts as possible. Su Changgu, you're really something, but that's what makes it fun. The corner of Qin Tai's mouth lifted as he watched what had just happened. Such an opponent was worthy of being crushed. I wonder if my Dao-breaking Saint Flame can crack it. Li Han also looked thoughtful. Luo Qingyue, who was following behind Li Han, also looked at this scene meaningfully. This kind of heavenly pride, Luo Yan's death in his hands really wasn't unjust. The young patriarch seems to have a great deal of animosity towards Su Changa. Should we find an opportunity to remind him? Luo Qingyue was torn in her heart. The senior management of the Guyi clan had given them an order when they set out. When they encountered the people from the Guiyuan Holy Land, they must not show any mercy. If necessary, they could also unite with other forces to ruthlessly teach the returning sacred land a lesson. Luo Qingyin clenched her teeth. Su Changa helped me expose Luo Yan's hypocrisy in the Heavenly River realm, not to mention that she also gave me a large amount of resources. I can't be gracious, but I'm the holy maiden of the returning clan, so that's not very good, is it? Just like that, Luo Qingyin kept brainstorming, and surprisingly, she was halfway through her self-raid. However, compared to the rest of the power's heavenly disciples, the crowd of the Guiyuan Holy Land was even more incomparably excited. That punch just now was too strong. This was the kind of demeanor their divine son of the returning sacred land should have, suppressing the invincible and sweeping the heavenly pride. Chapter 43, Strange Brainstorming. Questioning Heavenly Mirror descends. After this little episode, the crowd from the Guiyuan Holy Land continued to head deeper into Immortal Demon City. There, it was the residence of the Holy Land of Return. The city lord of Immortal Demon City was named Bai Wingqin. It was an immortal old man who even possessed a trace of divine beast bloodline. Its ancestors had also produced supreme powerhouses. He didn't treat the human race as arrogantly as the other demon races, and was considered to be a party that was closer to the human race. In that ancient human-demon war, he had only remained neutral, and even more so,
He had avoided Immortal Demon City from being caught in the middle of the war. Brother Li has traveled a long way.
Please take your seat quickly. Bai Wenqin greeted the Supreme Elder of the Guiyuan Holy Land.
The two of them were sort of old friends and seemed to have quite a strong bond.
Is this the divine son of the returning sacred land? Indeed.
He is a dragon and phoenix among men.
I believe that his future achievements will definitely be unrivaled.
The previous battle in the city was also known to Bai Wenqin, and a few moments of appreciation flowed out of his gaze at this moment.
Late Su Chang'e greets Senior Bai Wenqin. Su Chang'e also returned the bow with an arch.
Bai Wenqin stroked his beard and smiled.
Not bad.
With such a qualification and being a person without arrogance or impatience.
Tomorrow when the heavenly questioning mirror opens, I'm looking forward to your performance. Ask the mirror of heaven? Su Chang'e knew something about this. This item is rumored to have been passed down from the immortal world. Mysterious and unfathomable.
Capable of knocking at the heart of the great Tao, and even causing some of the laws of heaven to resonate.
If one could obtain the complete recognition of the heaven-asking mirror,
one could even obtain the legendary wisp of immortal chi, which was off the charts. Every time before the opening of the returning ruins mysterious realm, Immortal Demon City would catalyze the heavenly questioning realm, which was also to be able to help the many celestial pride to better examine their own Tao essence.
That night, Su Chang'e's group resided in the palace that Bai Wenqin had prepared for them. It was late at night,
but a palace was flickering with a hidden candle flame.
Two blurry figures were doing something. After a long time, Su Chang'e slowly exhaled. Withdraw the hands that were inputting aura. Only Yun Xinyan was lying limp on the ground.
Her pretty face was flushed, and her cherry-like mouth was currently gasping for air.
The chest was even rising and falling, as if it were a rippling sea. A light gauze white dress was even already soaked with sweat.
The young girl's snow-white jade muscles were hidden, accentuating her already exquisite figure.
Since the afternoon, Su Chang'e had been helping Yun Xinyan cultivate.
Not only did he use up a whole lot of cultivation resources,
his own aura was even absorbed by the other party. The body of Tai Yin is so capable of West? Su Chang'e had a bit of a headache. He himself was at least an innate Saint Body Dao embryo bloodline, and his output of aura was actually sucked clean.
Lord Godson,
I.
A hint of a coquettish voice sounded again.
Only Yun Xinyan's beautiful eyes were mesmerized.
Her snow-white shoulders slipped out,
her skin like snow, and she lightly bit her lower lip.
The corners of his mouth showed a look of intent.
Really? Half-knitted brows and half-smile dazzle the autumn water. A posture of drunken spring mountain. Su Chang'e shook her head. Where is this going? Not practicing? Why is the vibe so weird? Early the next morning.
Buzz. The long sky roared. A strange aura of the great Tao spread out,
and radiant runes were continuously generated. Even more so, enveloping the entire immortal demon city.
One could only see thousands of storm clouds surging above the firmament. A mirror as ancient as the starry sky was suspended above the 9 heavens,
glittering
like a reflective turquoise lake.
It reflects all the world into it. That mirror is
Immortal Demon City's inherited secret treasure,
the heaven-asking mirror.
Hiss. I've heard that if you can obtain the complete recognition of the heaven-asking mirror, you can even obtain the legendary wisp of immortal chi.
Go!
I heard the city lord say that everyone has a chance to participate.
So let's go and take a look.
A stream of light cut through the sky, all of them shooting towards that direction. There were even many scattered disciples among them, who had come here so that they could take their chances. In case it was to be recognized by the heaven-asking mirror, it wasn't impossible to soar to the heavens.
In the central area of Immortal Demon City,
a mysterious light barrier coalesced,
as if it were an inverted glazed bowl, completely enveloping that area.
This square curtain of light was created by the power of the laws of the heaven-asking realm, and it was only after passing through this gigantic curtain of law light that one was considered to have received initial recognition. Ask the heavenly mirror, knocking at the heart of our own Tao to understand the reasoning of the heavenly way of all things. The great Tao is difficult to find, but the most important thing is to hold fast to the Tao. Only by keeping the Tao unchanged can we find the illusory supreme great Tao. Therefore, it is only those with a strong Taoist heart who can be thoroughly recognized by it.
Those who excel may also receive a strand of the legendary immortal breath.
A silhouette passed through the radiant and glittering boundary and arrived underneath the heaven-asking mirror. They all managed to sense the Tao and the law, and crack this light curtain barrier with their own senses. But right at that moment, a white-clothed young man's figure walked towards the heaven-seeking realm. Buzz! This law-like curtain was actually roaring and trembling, and then it erupted into a red-hot, eye-catching haze. Before that figure could approach, this curtain of light was only seen when this law boundary opened on its own,
forming a portal.
The portals tumbled up with a radiant glow.
Wisps of law lingering, seemingly rippling from joy. Hiss, there's still this kind of operation? Isn't it necessary to enter this law-like curtain to sense it? What the hell is it opening by itself? Wait, is this law-like curtain expressing happiness? Shady, there's shady. I can't believe there's a connection. I don't share a relationship.
Many people who saw the scene were a bit dumbfounded.
And even more so, some of them couldn't even enter. Even if you can go in, you need to have a strong Tao heart and successfully resonate with it, or else, not to mention going in, you won't even be able to get close to it. But what's with this figure? It was as if the other man was begging him to come in. The crowd's eyes went out. It was a white-clothed young man, with hazy chaotic light blossoming from the brilliant runes jumping around his body, as if he was an immortal in the dust. It's him, Su Chang'e, the divine son of the Guyuan Holy Land. It's no wonder. This divine son is in possession of the legendary innate sacred body Tao embryo, born to fit the great Tao. His heart is in tune with the Tao. This is simply tailor-made for him. Is the innate sacred body Tao embryo so terrifying? There have been saint bodies participating in the trials before, right? Why don't we see the light curtain automatically open the portal? A person suddenly reacted. Yeah.
This statement caused the crowd to reflect. The more they thought about it,
the more the crowd's scalps went numb. And that could only mean one thing.
This divine son of the Guyuan Holy Land was even more terrifying than they had imagined.
At this point,
an ill-timed sneering voice rang out. Humph. The heavenly questioning realm is to torture whether or not the Tao heart is strong and complete, having nothing to do with physical talent.
Could he have been thoroughly recognized by the heaven asking mirror? Look for the sound. It was a young man wearing red gold armor, with an upright and sturdy figure, and a handsome and cold face, especially the long blonde hair that fluttered in the wind, looking thick and shiny. What made it even more terrifying was that from time to time, golden thunder power twined and exploded in his body, highlighting his powerful physical strength. Chapter 44 Baptism of Divine Light. What is the gap? It's him, the young patriarch of the nine-headed Golden Lion clan. Lion shouts on. Someone exclaimed, their eyes filled with awe. The nine-headed Golden Lion clan is an imperial clan amongst the demon clan.
There have been several demon great emperors,
and they have even suppressed an era. And it's such a terrifying clan that Lion Shoutsong is their heir.
So it can be seen how terrifying their talent and enlightenment really is.
An old man said with a somewhat grave expression. In particular, there were a few young pride of the demon race beside him, who looked very respectful to him, like the stars arching over the moon. And Lion Shoutsong just standing there, has its own a heaven and earth king of the air, bright dazzling, let a person in awe.
Su Chang'e faintly swept a glance at Lion Shoutsong. The other party's cultivation had already reached half-step Zunshur.
His aura was extremely powerful,
and the golden bloodline flowing in his body was like a king among the demon race. The Jinaoyang who had been suppressed by Su Chang'e's punch earlier was also standing respectfully behind the other party,
and after seeing Su Chang'e,
his eyes were filled with icy and mocking colors.
Su Chang'e didn't care.
It was just that the master of his own house had come and started to dogfight. Being able to enter into the light curtain of the heaven-asking mirror represents the initial test that you have passed.
Next, all you need to do is to push your cultivation and sense the heart of the Tao, and the heaven-asking mirror will give birth to a sense. In the void, the voice of the immortal demon city's lord, Bai Wenqin, slowly sounded.
The crowd sniffed and catalyzed their own cultivation.
Boom, boom, boom. At the same time,
an incomparably powerful aura rushed up. It was like a pillar of light rushing straight into the heaven-asking mirror.
A ripple rose above the heaven-asking mirror.
The void roared and trembled, and white thunder flashed.
Buzz. Immediately afterward,
the heaven-asking mirror buzzed and trembled,
and an ancient and pale aura filled the air, as brilliant divine light flowed and intertwined with the Tao rhythm and laws,
enveloping everyone as if it were a star curtain.
One could only see a sword-browed, starry-eyed young man, with sword intent rising around him and a stern aura,
who was currently enveloped by 10 divine lights. He was recognized by the heaven-asking mirror, so it descended 10 divine lights to help him cleanse his meridians. It's a great disciple of Shu River Sword Mountain,
actually attracting 10 divine lights. That's not bad talent.
Someone recognized where those people were coming from. The many elder disciples of Shuwa Sword Mountain were also looking at this scene with excited faces. The heaven-asking mirror continued to blossom with brilliant light, and the land of laws was branding a mysterious world. Divine light continuously gushed out from it,
integrating into the numerous heavenly prides below. Less than one divine light,
more than 7 or 8 divine lights. These people were all people with strong Taoist hearts and extraordinary enlightenment.
Boom! Right at this moment, Jinaoyang of the Golden Winged Rock Clan, with a radiant golden haze around him, slowly condensed a golden rock bird behind him. Surprisingly,
he had induced 22 divine lights to descend.
I have to say that Jin Aoyang's talent is still very strong. It actually invoked a full 22 channels.
The divine son of the returning origin Holy Land was able to kill him with a single punch.
So that should be even more terrifying.
Many people began to look forward to Su Chang'e's performance.
Rumble.
More and more celestial pride began to power up. The Luaha sword sect's Woji Ao Tian had attracted a full 120 divine lights,
shocking everyone present.
The young patriarch of the Gi sect,
the Grand Emperor of the Great Qin Ancient Dynasty,
and Fairy Yun Gui of the Bixia sect.
One by one,
the heavens pride men and women bathed in divine light,
radiant and dazzling, and the amount of divine light they attracted was astonishing to the crowd.
It had to be said that their natural talents surpassed those of their peers by far too much.
However, compared to the demon clan's heavenly pride, it was a little bit worse.
This supreme treasure was after all left by a strong demon clan member. The more benefits the demon race gained, the more they naturally gained.
Above the sky dome, thunder roared, Dao sounds trembled, and all sorts of imagery intertwined and converged, filling the entire sky dome.
A streak of brilliant divine light descended from the sky as if it were a meteor shower. A figure below was shrouded in a golden haze. His golden hair was thick and incomparable,
and his body was like a radiant sun.
Roar! The ancient and pale roaring sound seemed to be able to shatter the stars in the sky. A huge golden lion coalesced out of the void,
and it had 9 heads, each of which seemed to be bathed in the divine light of the sun.
Those 9 heads spewed out 9 kinds of power such as golden light,
flame, thunder, gale, and frost, seemingly sweeping everything in the world.
186 divine lights hung down as if they were pillars of light that ran through the heavens and earth,
brilliant to the extreme.
The lion Xiaozong in this pillar of light is like a descending king. It's not too much to say that the heir of my 9-headed golden lion clan's returning ancestor bloodline has the appearance of a great emperor,
right? Even in the history of the opening of the heaven-asking realm, it can be ranked among the top, right?
The one who has received the most baptisms of divine light in the history of the realm of questioning heaven is the Empyrean Emperor who ascended to the immortal realm 10 million years ago.
And there are 366 of them, and the lion Xiaozong is enough to be ranked in the top 5. The clan elder of the 9-headed golden lion clan let out a loud laugh, his eyes filled with pride.
However, there was also someone who whispered, "This is a circulating secret treasure of the demon race,
and it's inherently unfair to my human cultivators. But you have to admit, Lion Xiaozong is indeed very powerful,
and is considered a top celestial pride amongst the demon race."
Many people's gazes also showed envy. Maybe this Lion Xiaozong could obtain that wisp of immortal qi. Rumble. Just then,
a loud noise once again drew the attention of the crowd. There was only one silhouette that was particularly eye-catching,
a green shirt and white skirt, cool and dusty, shapely body, eyes like autumn water,
surrounded by 102 divine light around her body,
more clear and elegant,
like a fairy above the 9 heavens.
It's the 4th holy maiden of the Guiyuan Holy Land, Yun Xinyan. Oh my god, 102 divine lights. Isn't she that divine sun's maid? It's amazing that she has such a strong talent as well. You are unaware that this holy maiden possesses the legendary Taiyin body. Her Tao heart and enlightenment must be extraordinary. If I were to double cultivate with that divine sun again, I'm afraid.
Many celestial pride looked sideways at it.
One was to marvel at that amazing face,
and the other was this appalling talent.
But why hasn't that Su Chang'e moved a bit? Someone asked suspiciously. His own maid's talent was so terrifying, so he must be even more extraordinary himself. I think it's because he doesn't dare to come out when he sees that his maid's talent is so outstanding, right? Jin Aoyang loudly mocked. Sure enough, it's still Lord Lion Xiaozong who's better.
He had suffered a great loss on Su Chang's singer before,
anxious to lower his wits. Now whenever he caught a chance, he would taunt and mess with Su Chang'e's mind. But at the same time, Su Chang'e just indifferently glanced towards Jin Aoyang. However,
it made Jin Aoyang's entire sculpture shiver a little. Although he could export his anger, it was not inevitable that Su Chang'e would directly move to kill him.
However, the Lion Xiaozong that he followed could be right here, wanting to beat himself to death?
Then step over the corpse of Lion Xiaozong.
However,
Jin Aoyang still muttered in a small voice.
Isn't it just relying on his maid's Taiyin body to cultivate? In my place, I can do it too. The sinful animal seeks death. Yun Xinyan's hearing was excellent,
and she was even more furious at the words. If Su Chang'e hadn't been helping herself to cultivate last night, it would be impossible for her to achieve such a high level of success.
Xinyan, feel good. This is your chance. Yes, Lord Godson. After hearing Su Changa's words, Yun Sinyan, who was like a fried kitten, immediately behaved herself. Then I'll show you what a gap is. Su Changa turned his gaze to Jin Aoyang, standing with his hands in the air, a gust of wind blowing his white clothes up, adding to his incomparable confidence. What's that? Just then, someone exclaimed, rumble. Billions of thunderbolts exploded above the 9 heavens, and the divine voice of the great Tao roared and trembled. The light of the heaven-asking realm was 10 times 100 times brighter in an instant. One of the brilliant and dazzling divine lights was like a heavenly river pouring down and a starry river erupting, vastly terrifying to the extreme. That countless divine light wrapped Su Changa in it. And he's like a god in control of it all. My great Tao is worthy of being discussed by a curmudgeon like you? The voice that seemed to whisper like a god sent chills down everyone's spine. It was as if vast heavenly might had swept through the 8 directions. What's more, some couldn't help but tremble. The pressure that shook their hearts and minds. How possible? Jin Aoyang, who felt this heavenly might directly, was even more furious, and a trace of blood actually flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 45, Mysterious Immortal Light. Entering the secret realm of returning ruins, Su Changa's gaze was faint, paying no more attention to Jin Aoyang, who was trembling like a sieve. His future avenue was known only to himself, and it is not something that this kind of jumped-up clown can imagine. The flowing divine light was brilliant and dazzling, resembling a radiant ocean of divine light. Because it was too dazzling, the crowd could no longer see Su Changa's figure. Dense divine light continued to gush out, the laws of the great Tao, surging. The entire immortal demon city was enveloped in a golden haze. So many divine lights, I'm afraid there are thousands of them? Has immortal demon city ever produced such a demonic figure in its history? The legendary immortals are no better. The crowd was already somewhat numb. What was in front of them was beyond their imagination. In the history of the opening of the heaven-asking realm, except for the strongest one, it was only a mere 360 divine light baptisms, but now it seems like nothing. Su Changa was like a personal son of the heaven-asking mirror as divine light poured down without any money. Many are even more winded. Why is the gap between people so wide? This Su Changa, is he the youngest son of the heavenly mirror of questioning? Last year's first saint son of the Guyuan Holy Land, Yi Lintian. Wasn't this terrifying? Was he? Isn't he a heavy pupil? If Su Changa is just a mere holy body, I'll eat the heaven-asking mirror. Throughout history, holy bodies were not unheard of. Like that Emperor Detian was also in existence with a supreme bone. But it seems like that's too much of a difference nowadays, doesn't it? The only explanation they can give is that only legendary immortals can do this. Pop, pop, snap. Jin Aoyang, who had already been heavily injured by Su Changa's breath, had even more fiery pain in his cheeks, and his complexion was even more ferocious. Su Changa's such heaven-defying talent could be said to have ruthlessly slapped him in the face. Even Lion Shaotsung, who was previously number 1, was now only eclipsed in comparison. Rumble. There was a loud roar that went on and on. The radiant and colorful Tao divine light continuously integrated into Su Changa's body. Su Changa possessed an innate saint body Tao embryo and was naturally attuned to the great Tao. His heart was in tune with the Tao, and this divine light was even a perfect match for him. Because Su Changa was a traveler and her soul occupied this physical body. Although it was still a good fit, there were always some flaws. Although this flaw was extremely small, the higher his cultivation level got, the more likely it was to cause a fatal hidden danger. And at this moment, that vast divine light was like helping him repair the fit between his flesh and soul. It was as if his divine soul was wrapped in warm water, becoming incomparably crystal clear, and his flesh and blood seemed to resonate with his divine soul, seeming to reorganize into one. The little flaw that was there before is completely gone. A hint of joy surfaced in Su Changa's eyes. With the flaw resolved, his Tao foundation would be even stronger, and his strength would be even more on the next level. Buzz! The heaven-asking mirror trembled once again, and a light emanating 5-colored divine light broke through the air from it and went straight into Su Changa's sea of consciousness. It's that wisp of immortal energy. Someone noticed the scene and exclaimed. They didn't get a good look at it either. It was so fast that it just left a colorful rainbow in the air. However, the residual mysterious Tao rhythms appear incomparably supreme and sacred, and are by no means something that should be found in this side of the world. Immortal energy? Su Changa's heart moved and he probed out a strand of his divine soul towards the radiant multicolored light. There was actually a rich power of the 5 elements in it, a power of the 5 elements that was far beyond this world. Suddenly Su Changa seemed to think of something. With a thought, he called out the system panel, the fragment of the heaven-mending God stone.
The complete whole was originally one of the greatest treasures of the heavenly river immortal domain, possessing the purest power of the 5 elements, mending the remainder of the heavenly Tao and completing the damage of the great Tao.
This was the system reward that Su Chang'e obtained at the Heavenly River Emperor's tomb. Both are from the immortal world, so could they be related?
This place was crowded with people, so he planned to wait until he entered the returning ruins' mysterious realm to properly investigate.
Damn it! That immortal energy should have been mine. It was actually snatched away by this damn human race. Lion Xiaozan's eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger.
He had been preparing for this day for a long time. Only those who received the most divine light baptisms would have the opportunity to receive the various great Tao inheritances. But today that most mysterious immortal chi was actually taken away by a damned human race. It was supposed to belong to him. Even some of the elders of the demon race, all of them had deep gazes, as if they were having small thoughts.
Humph. Just at this moment,
a cold humming sound sounded,
as if muffled thunder. General explosion pressure 9 days.
The crowd could not help but tremble as they turned their gazes towards a figure in the sky dome.
It was none other than that supreme elder of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Chang'e is the divine son of my Guiyuan Holy Land.
If you old fellows have unclean minds and want to be disrespectful for the old, then you will have to bear the wrath of all the old ancestors of my Guiyuan Holy Land. Hearing the words of this Taishan elder, the crowd is even more painful pupil shrinkage. The broken army ancestor of the Guiyuan Holy Land was a ruthless man of his generation. Not to mention him, I've heard that there are several other old ancestors amongst the return to the origin Holy Land. There were even a few old ancestors who were already old ancestors of the returning sacred land when they were just children. Especially those 3 in the legend are simply a generation of myths. Some said that those 3 had long since faded into thin air, while others said that they were still living in the ancestral lands.
But who dared to bet? At the same time,
they felt more and more that Su Chang'e was not simple.
Not only was he established as a divine son, but he was also honored by many old ancestors, terrifying as it was. Rumble. Right at that moment,
the sky dome in the distance looked like it had cracked open.
Great Tao runes coalesced and space distorted, followed by a huge storm of emptiness. Click. Immediately afterward,
the void shattered, and the light in it seemed to lead to an unknown world.
Ancient and pale atmosphere filled out from it,
and there were divine birds and beasts that covered the sky, as if it was a party of the ancient times.
The secret realm of returning ruins has opened. It seems that it's the unusual movement of the heaven-asking mirror today that caused the ruins' mystic realm to open early.
Bai Wenqin said solemnly.
Quickly! You guys enter quickly! The returning ruins' mysterious realm will only be open for a month. And in a month, if you don't return, you'll be trapped in it for 10,000 years. He had actually always suspected that the heaven-asking mirror was related to the returning ruins' mystic realm. The heaven-asking mirror was hard to find, and it would only appear when the returning ruins' mystic realm was about to open. The many heavens' pride powerhouses didn't dare to hesitate as they broke through the air and flew towards the returning ruins' mystic realm. Even more so,
they all looked excited and incomparably expectant. There were quite a few heaven-defying chances in this,
and if they could obtain them,
even striving for the path of an emperor in the future would not be impossible.
Kamiko-sama. Yun Xin looked a little anxious.
A large portion of the heavens' pride had already entered it,
leaving only a few scattered people from the Guiyuan Holy Land.
Su Chang'e shook his head and laughed bitterly. This little girl must be afraid that the chance would be snatched by those people.
However,
he had a map of the secret realm of the returning ruins,
so wouldn't he just pick it up at random? Let's go. Godson, I'll take you to pick up the chance. Su Chang'e led the anxious Yun Xinyan through that twisted vortex passage.
There was a blinding flash of light in front of him, and it seemed as if there were temporal fragments and spatial turbulence around him. When these movements subsided, the scene in front of him slowly distorted into clarity. They appeared in an ancient and unfamiliar small world at this moment.
Exactly. The secret realm of the returning ruins. Chapter 46, God's Perspective. Su Chang'e. In a gloomy alley in Immortal Demon City,
the void distorted.
A dark figure emerged.
Su Chang'e, the returning ruins mystic realm is your burial place.
If you want to be blamed,
it's your fault for blocking the path of my great Qin ancient dynasty's royal son.
Immediately afterward,
the black-clothed man's native aura gathered into a sword of light and chopped down viciously towards his dantian. His aura had fallen from the mighty realm to the exalted realm, and he was chopping off part of his own cultivation in order to go into the returning ruins' mysterious realm.
After that, he would swallow a secret elixir to restore his cultivation.
At that time, he would sweep everything in the secret realm.
Su Chang'e, your time to die has come.
As the words fell, he covered his face once again and flew towards the huge swirling passage.
The secret realm of the returning ruins. This is a mysterious and ancient world. In it,
10,000 feet of mountains rise up and cascade over each other.
There are even ancient trees that reach into the clouds.
The hissing of ferocious beasts that came from time to time was even more heart-shaking. The aura of this world was much denser than that of the outside world.
And if one cultivated here,
one would get twice the result with half the effort. The many celestial pride had just entered the returning ruins' mysterious realm when they heard a burst of terrifying beast roars ringing out.
Rumble dash.
A ground-shaking sound rang out, only to see that not far from the line of sight, there was rolling smoke tumbling, and countless densely packed black shadows were like a tidal wave surging towards the direction of the many celestial pride.
The most terrifying thing was that as these black shadows continued to move in, the crowd could clearly see a monstrous aura emanating from their bodies.
Their eyes were blood-red and appeared unusually tyrannical and bloodthirsty.
It's a beast tide. Damn it! How come we just came in and encountered a beast wave?
Seeing this scene of heavenly pride, face changed greatly.
This side of the world is already filled with fury.
Living in this in the middle of the ferocious beasts are even more covered with murderous aura.
They were really unlucky that they actually encountered a beast wave as soon as they came in. It's too late. Quickly! Break out!
The great battle broke out almost instantly. Although these ferocious beasts were delirious, their powerful physical strength could easily tear apart a cultivator's body.
A bunch of rabble-rousers. How dare they be arrogant? Roar! A terrifying beast roar rang out, and what followed was a brilliant bloom of divine light. In the blazing divine light, the silhouette of a golden lion roared up to the sky, only to see the golden glow wrapped around Lion Shaotsang's body shocked the heavens and the earth, and the erupting breath rolled up a wave of sound like a monstrous wave. Rumble! The aura laws in the void all exploded in layers due to this force. As the terrifying waves swept and rippled, countless ferocious beasts were instantly lifted off and their divine forms were destroyed. As for some ferocious beasts with weaker cultivation levels, they were even directly shattered into meat foam. Die!
Lion Shaotsang raised his hand as a claw from the void above to press down on the void to press down.
Wow dash!
The dense golden light continued to converge and finally formed a claw print that covered the sky.
As Lion Shaotsang's movement slapped down boom boom boom, in an instant, the earth shattered, blood flew, and limbs splattered everywhere. The originally huge wave of ferocious beasts was even more directly torn open by this terrifying strike. Lord Lion Shaotsang has opened a bloody path for us. Kill out! Kill! Those demon race celestials who followed Lion Shaotsang had their own auras running, breaking out towards the distance to kill. Rumble! Li Han's hands condensed a white flame,
which emitted a temperature that seemed to be able to burn through the void. Just by lifting his hand, that terrifying flame shot up to the sky. The dozens of ferocious beasts in front of him were instantly set ablaze,
and the flame shot up to the sky. Immediately afterward, it turned into ash and dissipated in layers. Under his leadership, the many returned to one sect disciples also moved towards the distance. Swordlight rose around Wuji Ao Tian.
Thousands of swordlights emerged in the void, and this terrifying swordlight formed a site of sword domain.
Whoosh!
The sword chi roared in the sword domain,
and the ferocious beasts in it perished instantly as if they were made from paper.
Fairy Yun Gui of the Bixia sect,
between her jade fingers pinching,
there were wisps of spiritual chi spreading out from the heavens and earth, setting off her body in a holy and incomparable manner.
The luxuriant jade hand gently waved out. Boom! The brilliant divine radiance was like a moon lotus blooming.
It turned into a storm of radiant flower shadows that swept towards the ferocious beasts. The destructive beam of light instantly pierced through the hearts of the ferocious beasts, completely churning out their life breaths as countless ferocious beasts planted themselves on the ground, their divine souls extinguished. But more and more waves of ferocious beasts kept coming, and the disciples of the many forces were taking casualties. One could only say that they were not very lucky, being transported to an extremely treacherous place right from the start.
In the meantime, on the contrary, the group from the Guiyuan Holy Land led by Su Chang'e was extremely cozy. TSK, this terrifying beast roar? I'm afraid we've encountered a wave of ferocious beasts, right? Luckily, I have a map of the returning ruins mystic realm, and the cozy hints on it tell me that it's best to enter later. Otherwise, a whole lot of time would have to be wasted going there to exterminate the ferocious beasts. Su Chang'e's mouth hung with a faint smile. How is this opening God's perspective a beautiful thing? It's written clearly on the map, so it's clear where there are opportunities. At the moment, they were in a dense forest of giant trees. By all rights, it should be very dimly lit, but it was very different. Dots of fluorescent light, like a bright river of stars, dazzling. That was because there were many magical plants in it, and a faint luminescence was even emanating from some of the huge mushrooms. Lord Godson, look! Yun Xinyan suddenly pointed forward in surprise. only many small grasses with a blue glow appeared in the sight. What made it amazing was that the grass was actually absorbing the aura. Geez, so many dragon spirit grasses. By the looks of it, the vintage is more than 1,000 years old. Quickly pick it. This is an excellent cultivation resource. Numerous disciples of the returning sacred ground raised their eyebrows in joy. Even those few holy sons and daughters had faces of adoration. Earlier they had some complaints in their minds about wanting to go off on their own to find opportunities alone. This secret realm was extremely dangerous, but following the divine sun on this journey could be described as exceptionally peaceful. And it didn't take long to come across so many dragon spirit grasses. Really fragrant. The map says that there is true dragon essence blood in the hidden dragon valley. If I manage to get it, my fleshly body will be enhanced once again. The corner of Su Changa's mouth smiled faintly. According to the instructions of the returning ruins map, not far from this forest was the hidden dragon valley. There was even a legendary dragon powerhouse sitting in that one. The dragon spirit grass growing here was the result of the dragon chi overflowing from it. Chapter 47 Daughter of Great Luck? Empress Taohua. After collecting the dragon spirit grass, the group continued their journey. Hey, hey, hey! Just then, a lewd laugh came from the front. The fairies of the Valley of Flowers are really watery. Want to play with a couple of brothers? A few demon race celestials were surrounding a human race woman. Their faces filled with lewd smiles. Eyes were fiery, recklessly ogling the young girl's body, especially the raging peaks, as if ripe watery peaches were about to cry out. This made them even more excited, and the madness on their faces increased. Even if I die today, I won't let you guys have your way, said that young girl. Her jade hand flashed quickly, drew out a luscious long sword, intending to slit her throat and cut her own throat. A few demons also dare to bully the women of my human race. Then Su will have to say it backwards and forwards. Only a few figures came out of the jungle. The appearance looked young, but the terrifying aura was intimidating, and each one was actually a young supreme being. When their gazes looked at the white-clothed figure at the head, they were completely dumbfounded. Su Changa. Several demon race celestials were so frightened that their faces changed drastically. Su Changa's current ferocious reputation was not a cover, killing Ji Naoyang of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan with a single punch, and even breaking the record of the Heavenly Inquiring Mirror, the divine son of the Holy Land of Return. The human girl who had intended to cut her own throat also froze and stopped her long sword. Su Changa's face was no longer covered by the haze at this moment, and that handsome and excessive look was completely displayed in front of the world's eyes. Especially that faint smile had a feeling like a spring breeze, making people feel at ease. Su Changa, our well water does not offend the river water. This is our demon clan's territory. I advise you to rest. However, that demon race heaven's pride had not finished his words. Boom! A terrifying sword light shot out from Su Changa's fingertips. Half of them were instantly decimated. Behind the trees as a large area fell, even the floating clouds on the sky like a force across the chop. Blue sky, heaven and earth clear. The terrifying sword chi pressure was like the frosty cold of February, cold and piercing to the bone. If I'm not mistaken, the Skywolf clan is only a medium power among the demon clans. You also dare to threaten this divine sun? Buzz! An even more terrifying sword chi pressure had descended, and a shocking sword intent went straight into the sky, especially the others in different eyes, as if the world defied all life and all things. These few remaining guys will give you guys some practice. Su Changa waved his hand, and the few holy sons and daughters behind him took a step out. Brilliant divine light intertwined, divine thunder filled the air, and flames roared. Any one of them far exceeded these few demon race celestials in front of them. You fight the weak with the strong, and it is against morality to fight the many with the few. Moral justice? Su Changa really laughed. Why bother fighting alone when you can fight in a group? Except for the main character who has an aura. The others are in a lot of crisis when they go solo. Okay, then. Su Changa stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, come on, a few holy sons and daughters of my Goyuan Holy Land. You can pick them at will. The leading demon clan's heavenly pride's face was gloomy, and with a clench of his teeth, he picked a delicate saintess among them. Nervous heart, you come out. Just as that holy maiden took a step out, Su Changa's words changed. Other than you, the rest of you go together. Rumble. 10,000 thunderbolts rang out in the man's heart, and 10,000 grass horses ran through his mind. That demonic youth was also not expecting the other party to actually play like this. Pointing at Su Changa, he cursed, aren't you bullying an honest person? Yo, kid's pretty cross. That's the kind of character I like in you. Su Changa waved his hand. Go, and remember to raise all their ashes. Honor the order of the Son of God. the Tian Lang clan's heavenly pride's face changed greatly. He had already smelled the flavor of death. You, guys, I am the heir of the Sky Wolf clan. You dare. However, before he finished speaking, several holy sons and daughters instantly activated the aura in their bodies. Rumble. All sorts of divine light runes continued to explode. The laws wailed, and the heavens and earth trembled. Not long after, a few of the Tian Lang clan's pride, pawn. There wasn't even any ash left. My slave, Fo Yen Shi, thank you, Lord Godson, for your help. Fom Yen Shiota bow, her eyes showing gratitude. Su Chang'e was also sizing up the young girl in front of him. Bright eyes and white teeth, icy clean, temperament is even more dusty and elegant. The fluctuation in the soul, but gives a strange feeling, as if it is not this age should have. Golden runes flowed in Su Chang'e's eyes. Only a wisp of golden writing emerged from the top of the other party's head. Fomi Yenshi, chi points. 496. Put. Su Chang'e almost lost his breath. This chi point was completely twice as much as Luoyan's before. It's a big leak. No, a daughter of the great Chive. Kamiko-sama Yu. Seeing Su Chang'e keep staring at herself closely, Mo Yenshi's pretty face flushed red. It had to be said that people were naturally immune to good-looking things, and such a face of Su Chang'e's made her feel even more gentle, and she couldn't help but want to get close. Nothing, the girl is a bit tired. It's Mr. Su who is being abrupt. This is a returning energy-nourishing pill. Please also take it quickly. It can help the girl recover some of her aura. Xinyan, take care of this girl. After Yun Xinyan helped her to the side to rest, Su Chang'e once again unleashed Chi Insight. This is to prevent the other side from sensing the end. Fom Yenshi, one of the 12 fairies of the Flower Thousand Valley. She is the reincarnation body of the legendary Empress of the Flower Thousand Valley, the Peach Blossom Empress, Hua Qianyu. The time will soon come when the former Empress will return to the top, and create an immortal legend. Flower Chi Yuki? Su Chang'e's pupils contracted. This was a generation of ruthless female emperors who were then a heavenly fate recipient. What's more, the forces that offended her in life were leveled together, leaving no chickens or dogs behind, all sent to ascend to heaven. It was heard that in the end, she also set foot on the road to immortality and traveled to the legendary immortal realm, after which no more stories about her were heard. Su Chang'e dragged her chin. This little girl just looked harmless and somewhat timid and scared of life. TSK, 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 a generation of ruthless empresses. Now this gentle and lovable. That can only mean one thing. It should be that the divine soul is lodged in this body, and it has not completely awakened yet, so I think it must need some kind of opportunity. Empress Taohua? Su Chang'e had a little idea in her heart. If the other party is turned into a tool person in the future, it's not bad to have an empress to beat up on. The corners of Su Chang'e's mouth slowly hooked up at the thought of this. Why has the way Kamiko-sama is looking at me changed? Could it be that you hate me? Mo Yenshi glanced at Su Chang'e somewhat timidly. Why does that look like it has a bad taste in its mouth again? Chapter 48, Dragon Transformation Technique? The Loach dares to go to heaven. Why are you here alone, girl? At this time, Su Chang'e suddenly asked. Earlier we encountered a beast tide and got separated while breaking out. Mu Yenshi timidly explained. I'm alone and don't know the way. So, Su Chang'e smiled and said, no matter, if the girl is willing, we can give you a ride. He once again made some casual small talk with the other man. Everyday topics can put the other person's mind at ease a bit, and it's easier to put their guard down and brush up on their goodwill afterward. What should I do if I can't brush up my favoritism? Wouldn't that still be caught as a leak? Roar! Just then, a loud dragon roar emanated from the valley ahead. Above that valley there was a gigantic dragon with a body of 1,000 feet rising into the air. It was like a strange aura had converged, and the body appeared to be somewhat transparent, though the dragon's scales on it were knobbly. The giant dragon kept flipping. The wind and clouds in the 9 heavens were stirred, and the vast dragon might shock the mind. It looks like someone has triggered the hidden Dragon Valley's forbidden system. This should only be triggered by touching that true dragon essence blood. Could someone go there and look? Su Chang'e waved his hand, and the group of people flew away in the direction of hidden Dragon Valley. This heaven and earth had a suppressive effect on their outside cultivators, and none of them were able to fly above the sky except for the native foreign beasts. Meanwhile, deep in the hidden Dragon Valley, several figures watched what was happening in the sky as if they were on the verge of an attack. The person in the lead was none other than the great Qin ancient dynasty's Grand Emperor, Qin Tai. Only to see him with an angry face, he snarled at the few people around him. A bunch of rice buckets. Can't you guys do something so simple?
He had found this relic based on his old ancestor's secret method, and as long as he opened this gate, he could enter the palace and obtain the true dragon essence blood within. However, I didn't expect that the process had made a mistake and activated the relic's prohibition. A few people didn't dare to breathe, allowing Qin Taiyu to drink and scold them. I'll deal with you guys later. Qin Taiyu raised his hands. Golden light coalesced, golden law runes slowly gathered, and a vast dragon might rose from his body. The void behind him twisted, and a huge golden dragon coalesced, and with every twist of that huge golden body, the space around him was roaring. The first stance of the dragon transformation technique, dragon battle in the wild. As Qin Taiyu's words fell, roar, that golden dragon instantly broke through the air. It was actually entangled with the white dragon that the prohibition had turned into. The dragon's might swept through the air, and clashes between dragons and dragons continued to erupt in the air. Rumble, a white and a gold, two huge golden dragons each displaying divine power. The golden dragon's blazing golden light and the white dragon's raging thunder kept entangling and making noise. The laws shattered, the void distorted, and the sound even traveled hundreds of miles away. Is that a ferocious beast fighting? Have you ever seen a ferocious beast made of aura? This looks like the dragon transformation technique of the Tai Qin ancient dynasty. The 3 styles of dragon transformation, drawing the dragon down to the world. This might is too terrifying. Yeah, this vast dragon power is too real. More and more people were attracted by the great battle here. None of them were stupid. For such a great battle to break out in this place could only mean that there was a very terrifying chance. There were countless opportunities in the secret realm of the returning ruins, and snatching them was always faster than coming. Rumble, in the dome of the sky, as the golden dragon spat out a blazing spit from its mouth, the white dragon instantly collapsed, turning into a Tao of spiritual chi that dissipated into the heavens and earth. But the dragon hadn't disappeared. Roar, roar, roar. He actually raised his voice to the sky, forming golden sound waves that caused ripples above the dome of the sky. The dragon's might regaled the soul, and the heavenly dome trembled. Many of the prideful people who were planning to come here were stopping in their tracks. Threats. This is a naked threat. The other party is deliberately spreading out this horrible dragon's might, which is telling them, trespassers, death. Many people felt fear in their hearts. They couldn't be more clear about how strong Qin Taiyu was. Hearing that the other party had already successfully cultivated the second stance of the dragon transformation skill, divine dragon transformation. Thinking of this, many people had reversed their direction and decided to give up on the looting. However, there were a very small number of people who still went there. They were also inheritors of great powers, and they were also confident enough in themselves in terms of their natural talent. I didn't realize there were still mole crickets who weren't afraid of death. Since you're looking for death, you can't blame me. Dragon transformation technique. Second stance. Divine dragon transformation. Roar. Just as his voice fell, the huge golden dragon changed once again. Above the sky, clouds rolled in and out, and the wind in clouds changed, like the momentum of 10,000 horses galloping, sweeping rapidly in all directions. A thunderbolt poured down from the clouds and thousands of thunderbolts exploded. A blinding flash of thunder dazzled the crowd. With each baptism of thunder, it made the aura of that golden dragon even more terrifying. The dragon's claws were incomparably sharp, and there were even flashes of thunder in those golden dragon pupils. The huge horn that was like an ancient divine deer was raised high, as if it had a kingly aura of destroying the world. Kill everyone who comes near here. With Qin Taiyu giving an order, the golden dragon that roamed the 9 heavens moved. The huge dragon body stirred up the remnants, and accompanied by the roar of the law runes quickly flew towards a demon race heavenly pride. Human curmudgeon, how dare you go wild? Roar! Thunder entwined and lightning dazzled. A huge fierce tiger silhouette coalesced in the distance. That mighty body, moreover, exuded a majestic demonic aura that seemed to open up the sky and the earth. It's the heir to the Thunder Tiger clan, Lei Wanjun. The Thunder Tiger clan was once a top demon clan as well, although it's fallen out of favor now. Its formidable strength still ranks high amongst the demon clans. Humph! Lord Lei Wanjun is also the top heavenly pride of my demon race. This golden dragon is nothing more than an earthworm in front of his excellency. The many disciples of the demon race showed anticipation as they had absolute confidence in Lei Wanjun. Boom! The battle between the dragon and the tiger begins. Golden light blazed and thunder roared. The 2 giant beasts tore and fought together, and even this heaven and earth trembled. The runes shattered. The void shattered. But gradually, that manticore gradually fell behind. Taking advantage of this gap, the golden dragon threw out its dragon tail like a storm of destruction, instantly tearing the fierce tiger's shadow apart. Put! Lei Wanjun looked as if he had been subjected to an immense backlash force as his blood gushed backward and he spat out large mouthfuls of blood.
You, hiding your clumsiness?
His breath was a little disorganized as he looked in Qin Taiyi's direction, his face pale as he thought that the other party was only at the peak strength of the Seal Emperor realm, but the other party had already stepped into the exalted realm.
Hiding? Ridiculous. It's just that your cultivation is too poor. Compared to me you are worthy? Qin Taiyi stood with his hands behind his back, the dragon hegemony chi lingering around his body, as if he was a monarch looking down on the world. I only saw him shout, "Is there anyone else who is not afraid of death? Come forward if you have." Some people couldn't help but shrink their necks, looking scandalized.
The opponent's exalted strength paired with
the second style of the dragon transformation technique could almost walk sideways. Mr. Su is not talented and would like to try.
A young male voice sounded in the sky. That person was dressed in white,
surrounded by divine light, with even more law runes manifesting, especially with that unperturbed look, with a sense of absolute confidence. The divine son of the Guiyuan Holy Land, Su Chang'e. Such a big commotion. Did it really attract this monster as well? Have you guys noticed how handsome Su Chang'e was born? Yeah, even I. It's not right. This is not right. Is it? How did I notice that up there? Many people are just reacting to this. It might be that Su Chang'e's appearance was too outstanding, and their brains were a bit spinning at first sight. Su Chang'e? It's better to come at a good time than a bad time, and crushing you in this place would be a good choice. Crush me? Su Chang'e couldn't help but sneer. Looking at the other party's stance, there was a great deal of hatred towards himself. It should be the matter of the mixed heavenly Tao monument. He remembered looking at a name in the far corner before he climbed to the top, which was called Qin Taiyi. Looks like the other side is feeling pretty upset with themselves for squeezing it down. Su Chang'e said with an indifferent face. A loach? How dare you turn the sky upside down? Loach? The crowd sucked in cold air. Su Chang'e was nakedly humiliating the other party. Who didn't know that the ancient Qin dynasty's dragon transformation skill was actually mocked as a loach? As expected, Qin Taiyi tightened his smile and his gaze was grim. Then you'll have to experience me as a loach. As Qin Taiyi's right hand fell, the golden dragon hovering in the sky whistled at Su Chang'e. Good coming. Chapter 49, Suppressing the Golden Dragon. He is a miracle. It was accompanied by Su Chang'e's fist smashing out. A huge fist rose up into the sky. That golden dragon was actually instantly sent flying. Too strong. The crowd of disciples from the Guiyuan Holy Land were shocked. Is this their son of God? It's amazing when it doesn't come out. That's it? This divine son is merciful. Let's give you a chance to store up your strength. This was the tool person that he had used to establish his authority within the secret territory, and defeating him so easily would not be too effective. Well. Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill you. Qin Taiyi's gaze was grim. He was the prince of the great Qin ancient dynasty, and someone was actually looking down on him like this. Then only by letting the other party die would he be able to relieve his heart's hatred, only to see Qin Taiyi once again strangling the spell in his hand. The golden dragon's aura became more and more terrifying, even to the point of turning into substance. Roar! The loud dragon roar shook the sky and the dark clouds above the dome of the sky thickened. Hideous thunder snakes continued to poke out from it, as if they were responding to the call of the golden dragon. Berserk hurricanes converged in this heaven and earth, but that white-clothed youth was in the eye of the storm. But he didn't move at all. Hiss! I can't imagine that this Qin Taiyi is hiding so deeply. The giant dragon aura of this dragon transformation technique's second stance is already in the early Zuni stage. I'm afraid that it's been cultivated to a great completion. Did Su Chang'e feel that he was no match for his opponent, so he didn't even bother to resist? Not quite right. I can't see a trace of fear on his face. This is an absolute expression of self-confidence. Could it be that he has some kind of backbone? Those who watched this scene were murmuring as the radiant golden dragon was interspersed with wind clouds and thunder snakes. Just like heavenly punishment descending. Su Chang'e's eyes looked indifferently at the attack that was sweeping towards him. If you confuse the sword chi into the overturning palm, sword chi and reiki are essentially of the same path, both catalyzing their own cultivation to catalyze. Buzz! A sword intent that overpowered heaven and earth descended, as if it was far above this world. The god-killing sword intent. A sword that passes through the gods and cuts down all the gods in the world. Rumble! The violet world within his body roared, and that rich violet chi even transformed into monstrous waves, terrifying to the extreme. Combined with the might of the sacred body, the void around him was slowly distorting. Shun! Suddenly, Su Chang'e raised his hand and blasted out with a palm. Boom! Immediately after that,
the golden aura formed into a sky-covering hand appeared, suppressing and killing towards that golden giant dragon. The power of chi and blood that seemed to kill everything was actually mixed with terrifying sword chi, as if forming a field that could annihilate the stars, sun, and moon. Roar! The golden dragon even opened its mouth wide, and a blazing golden spit erupted from it. The divine ons are present in this world and illuminate the heavens. Boom! The golden palm collided with the giant dragon, like two stars colliding, and like meteors collapsing into each other. The bright and blazing divine aura exploded steeply in the void. Shocking explosions accompanied by terrifying waves of air spread in all directions like ripples. What made people feel heart-stopping was that after the powerful shockwave, it was immediately followed by the blossoming of a powerful sword chi, tearing everything apart length and breadth. My god, that golden dragon actually. One of the reacting men pointed to the sky in horror, only to see that the golden dragon was actually shattering by inches, and there were flashes of sword light on it, and with every stroke, the golden dragon's body would be annihilated by an inch. The golden dragon that had previously been majestic and struck across the 9 heavens was now reduced to helpless wailing. This palm is even more terrifying than the one that killed Jin Aoyang earlier. It actually has a strand of sword chi wrapped in it. Unheard of. The great Tao is simple and encompasses all things. It seems like this divine son of the Guiyuan Holy Land has been able to integrate his Tao. This kind of enlightenment. I'm not as good as myself. People's talent is already ridiculously strong, and they still want you to marvel at yourself? The crowd watching this scene was already numb, and there was no doubt that Su Chang'e had once again refreshed their perceptions. There were thousands of great avenues, and although Su Chang'e had only learned to preliminarily integrate the great avenues, this kind of natural enlightenment made them not despair a little. Su Chang'e, you really aren't comparable to those stinky fish and shrimps. If you can't even catch that move I just made, it would be too disappointing for me. Qin Tai smiled, not at all surprised that Su Chang'e had defeated his move. This move was just to test the waters, and it would be best if he could find a break in his opponent. It doesn't matter if you can't find it. You can also feel out the other side's approximate strength. So what appears to be a decisive strike is actually a well-considered consideration. Yes, this divine son is in a good mood today, so I'll give you another chance to make the first move. I'll be disappointed if you still can't crush this godson. Su Chang'e's voice with a smile came out. He was returning the other party's words as they were. Trying to take advantage of yourself? That's impossible. Qin Tai coldly hummed. Humph. Also, today, I'll let you see the difference between a mole cricket and a true dragon. Boom. The dragon chi that rolled like monstrous waves once again solidified and churned. And along with the spread of this power, Qin Tai's aura actually became even thicker. This kid, he can really hide. Previously, Su Chang'e had sensed that the other party was at the early stage of Zunshi cultivation. But before it was like he was deliberately hiding it, and now he had already exploded at full strength. The aura was even twice what it was before, far beyond the ordinary Zuni realm. Su Chang'e also felt some emotion. It had to be said that these heavenly prides still really had a lot of hard eyes, and their bottom cards were even more numerous. The third stance of the dragon transformation technique, double dragon swinging sky. Qin Tai was majestic, as if a true dragon had broken free of its shackles. There was even an incomparably blazing ball of light manifesting within his body, emitting a majestic dragon energy. Long Yuan. This Qin Tai has actually condensed dragon elements. Not only that, he's actually already learned the third stance of the dragon transformation technique. Just how terrifyingly talented and enlightened does this require? Combine with the power of Dragon Yuan to catalyze the third stance of the dragon transformation technique. Feeling this vast dragon's might, the young prides of many great powers couldn't help but be chilled to the bone. If they were in their place, not to mention exchanging blows, this terrifying aura alone would be able to crush them to death. Roar! 2 golden dragons rose up into the air. The dragon scales were ghastly. The huge dragon horns were glittering, especially the terrifying dragon claws, which seemed like they could tear apart a small world. The twin dragons were circling in the sky, and the tremendous sound was so loud that even the heavens trembled. Wherever the dragon's body passed, space shook like ripples. It's too strong. The double dragon swinging sky is truly extraordinary. This scene was even more like a pot of cold water, pouring from head to toe, causing some of the heavens' pride children to even chatter their teeth. They were somewhat fortunate that they had Su Chang'e to fight with. In their place, I'm afraid they would have been torn to pieces long ago. Kamiko-sama. The many disciples of the Guiyuan Holy Land also revealed a nervous expression. Obviously, Qin Tai's power had exceeded their imagination. This vast dragon might even cause their hearts and minds to stir, creating a great sense of crisis. Divine Son.
Mu Yanqi's face was worried.
If the other party's life was truly in danger, she would have risen to the occasion and stepped forward.
Anymore, Su Chang'e was her savior,
and she was willing to give everything. Looking at the upright white-clothed youth, Yun Xinyan's pretty face carried a smile as she believed in Su Chang'e's strength.
Is Lord Godchild not something you can understand? He would have been a miracle. Chapter 50, If there are dragons in the world, they will be beheaded today. True dragons and mole crickets?
The corner of Su Chang'e's mouth smiled faintly.
Absolute powerful strength always overrides everything.
He raised his hand and reached into the void,
and space rippled, with his hands slowly withdrawn,
only to see Su Changsheng holding a long sword in his hand. The blade of the sword was cold and dazzling. Just the refracted sword light alone seemed to be able to cut down the heavenly avenues. The runic laws that flickered around the sword body were trembling and wailing, not daring to approach that sword in the slightest, as if they were afraid of desecrating the other side.
Clank!
With a crisp sword chime, a shocking sword chi even erupted from that sword. The majestic sword chi went straight into the sky,
seemingly responding to his master.
This sword is truly not a mundane object.
Is it Su Chang'e's divine weapon?
I heard something earlier that Su Chang'e's sword Dao talent was so strong that the old ancestor of the Guiyuan Holy Land specially rewarded him with a supreme divine weapon.
So I think it's this sword. Someone explained from the side. It seems that Su Chang'e is planning to get real.
The crowd was watching the scene nervously,
not daring to breathe. Many people even looked excited. What kind of sparks would be created by a collision between heaven's pride and demons? Needless to say, this is a rare and exciting battle. Buzz! A thought of yin and yang divides yin and yang.
Su Chang'e's body was already filled with two radiant sword chi around him. The red sword chi seemed like a brilliant sun,
burning everything in the world.
The blue sword chi was like the frost of the ages, freezing the living beings of all realms.
These two extreme breaths looked like they were interpreting yin and yang, tearing and pulling this heaven and earth. Gel.
One could only see Su Chang'e pointing his longsword towards the sky. The void behind him twisted as the runes of the great Tao rose up, and the vast aura,
like a whirlpool, gathered. A magnificent figure actually emerged. It was as if he was a worldly sword immortal who was in the dust. The movements were surprisingly consistent with Su Chang'e's, and the lightsaber in his hand was pointing straight up to the sky, seeming to have the power of the proud world. Especially that terrifying sword intent. The heavens and the worlds had to submit before it. Sword intent transformed into form? You can only do this by comprehending sword intent to the point of purity.
You know that some of the heavenly prides who cultivate the sword Tao can't even do it. This sword intent actually contains an extremely strong aura of destruction. His sword Tao talent is even a few points stronger than his physical body talent. Many of the heaven's pride disciples' double strands trembled and their faces turned pale. If that sword intent had erupted at them, it would be able to unilaterally declare that they were dead.
The moment.
A blazing radiance was erupting around Su Chang'e, and terrifying sword chi was tearing through the void.
That kind of aura was like facing a criminal blade that was about to cut through the universe. So what if you have a powerful sword intent? Today, you will die. Qin Tai looked at the scene though he was a bit alarmed.
But he had already prepared for everything.
Even if he failed, the other party would still be hard to escape. As long as he could kill Su Chang'e today, it would all be worth it. Qin Tai fully activated the dragon yuan in his body, and a majestic dragon might swept out. Roar! The two golden dragons hovering in the firmament whistled towards Su Chang'e.
Its terrifying body was 1,000 feet in size,
as if it were two cosmic stars falling into the universe at breakneck speed. Su Chang'e indifferently said, "If there is a dragon in the world, I will behead it today." Swish!
The magnificent silhouette behind Su Chang'e followed suit and chopped out this sword.
At this moment,
the originally cloudy sky seemed to be dispersed by a shocking force. A flash of sword light that dazzled the heavens and earth flashed by, and that sword intent that was powerful to the extreme blossomed in this heaven and earth.
Countless heaven's pride disciples within the secret territory, and even some ferocious beasts looked at the sky with trembling gazes.
That terrifying sword intent was like the wrath of the heavens,
about to destroy everything in the world. Meanwhile, somewhere in the secret realm, TSK, what a familiar sword intent. It's that Su Chang'e kid, right? Woji Ao Tian trembled, not knowing which unlucky one had been targeted by this pervert. Times are tough. Hey, who told you to stop? Keep digging for me. Woji Ao Tian chided the Luaha sword sect disciples who were watching. They were currently in a relic buried by wind and sand. Why don't you go grab it? Who knows if there are still monsters like Su Chang'e? How bad is it to fight and kill? Doesn't peaceful development smell good? Once again, I would like to emphasize Woji Ao Tian's life credo, go get go and go. and then you will be the king of Go. The two golden dragons in the sky that seemed to be destroying the sky and the earth had long since disappeared without a trace. The fourth is to be completely worn out by the sword chi between heaven and earth. The sky, which was originally filled with thunderous roars and cloudy skies, had opened up a portal at some point, resembling a heavenly gate, and in that heavenly gate, a long rainbow crowned 90,000 miles, and extremely vast sword chi poured out from it. Deadly silence. All the people one by one looked at each other in shock, as if they were in a dream. Madaka! The sound of a long sword being sheathed once again attracted everyone's attention, only to see that under the heavenly gate there was a white-clothed figure standing proudly, that handsome as illusory face, just like the exiled immortals of the world. Put! The golden dragon that Qin Tai had transformed into was strongly destroyed by Su Chang'e, and at this moment, the tremendous backlash caused half of his heart veins to be damaged. The internal organs in his body were even more turned over. He had never tasted such pain. As the great prince of the great Qin ancient dynasty, he had never been the only one to abuse and kill others, and it hadn't occurred to him that someone would actually be able to bring him down in such a sorry state. Even if he had condensed his dragon yuan, there was no way for him to recover in a short period of time. Grand Prince, if you want to move the Grand Prince, first get over our dead bodies. Before that person could finish speaking, he turned his palm into a fist, and his sacred body bloodline erupted once again as he suddenly blasted out a punch. Skybreaker fist. Fist breaks the sky. Rumble. A huge roar rang out. Divine light exploded, and the fists shocked the heavens. The few great Qin ancient dynasty disciples that tried to block Su Chang'e were instantly crushed into pieces. Su Chang'e's gaze, on the other hand, remained indifferent. The rules are set by the winners and the weak have no choice but to obey. Those few disciples of the great Qin ancient dynasty are all at the Seal Emperor realm, and they actually couldn't even receive a single punch. The heir of the golden-winged rock clan, Jin Aoyang, did not lose unjustly. Some of the Heaven's Pride disciples were even more stunned as they watched. The powerful physical strength combined with the offensive and powerful sword Dao was simply a terrifying and boundless monster. Cough cough cough. Qin Tai spat out a large mouthful of blood, his breath looking a little weak. You think, are you sure you're going to win? Su Chang'e frowned slightly. Could it be that this guy still had a body-bursting pill to restore his cultivation once again? Die. But suddenly, a thick and murderous voice rang out from the void. The moment that voice came out it caused the Qiankuan to shake, and the heavens and earth to tremble. An even more volatile dragon might press down horizontally, almost to everyone's horror. A huge black dragon shadow suppressed from the sky, instantly arriving at Su Chang'e's location. Rumble. Immediately afterward, a shocking explosion rang out, and a terrifying giant wave swept over everything. The law fluctuation was like the sun falling, and a blazing mass of light swept through the 8 directions. Son of God, Kamiko-sama. This sudden turn of events shocked the crowd even more, only to see a black-robed man standing proudly above the void, emitting a pressure that was actually the perfection of the great power realm. How can? Doesn't the returning ruins mysterious realm not allow the appearance of powerhouses above the exalted realm? A strike from a great powerhouse. This time I'm afraid Su Chang'e is in for a rough ride. Chapter 51, Reversal of the Situation. Execution of the heart and raising of the ashes. Ha ha ha, aren't you arrogant? Qin Tai laughed somewhat maniacally. This was the backhand he had prepared. Taking advantage of Su Chang'e's distraction, he instantly struck and killed him with a single blow. Son of God. Dead. Dead? Fomi Yenshi looked at this scene somewhat dumbfounded, her brain somewhat blank. The handsome man who had been laughing and joking with her before, who had the power to strike across the 9 heavens, had fallen like this? Just then, it was like an electric shock in her head. Even more, a fragment of memory flashed through her mind. Want to hurt her? The sword in my hand won't allow it. A certain untalented man once used this sword to break 10,000 armies. Ha ha ha, one sword for one of me is enough. 1,000 moons. Living. The blurry white-clothed figure, which only left behind a back shadow, was engulfed by a shocking explosion and died. Who is Chiyuki? She stared at the scene somewhat blankly. Why was this scene so familiar? Why does it seem like I've seen it somewhere? What Mu Yenshi didn't know was that the inexplicable aura in her divine soul was slowly awakening. At this time, Su Chang'e's voice sounded again. I heard that people everywhere say I'm dead? Only smoke rolled and tumbled in that space ahead. Buzz. A brilliant multicolored haze broke through the fog. He was seen wrapped in a rich multicolored light haze around his body. His divine light was radiant, and his white clothes were still immaculate. This was clearly the immortal spirit treasure armor unleashed. Immortal spirit treasure armor, which could withstand the full force of a Saint Lord powerhouse. and a mere mighty powerhouse, was still a little short of fire. Kamiko-sama. Great. The godson is fine. The faces of the people of the Guyuan Holy Land were elated. If something really happened to Su Chang'e, I'm afraid that the entire world would set off a bloody storm. Kid's got a hard life. But, you still have to die. The black-robed man lifted his hand and struck out another 10,000 feet long black dragon, the sound of which was shocking to the heavens and the earth. Roar! A vast dragon might swept across the 8 directions. The pitch-black scale armor. The cold light glistened, especially the black gas that accompanied the churning around the dragon's body. Every time it churned, it made people's hearts tremble with fear. While the black dragon hissed towards Su Chang'e, the black-robed man also mobilized the breath in his body, looking like he was ready to attack from both sides and crush Su Chang'e in one fell swoop. Quick! Get out of here quickly! We can't resist even the aftermath of a full-force attack from a great powerhouse. This Su Chang'e is truly demonic. There's actually a great and powerful person who came to the secret realm specifically to strike. The reacting crowd flew towards all directions to evacuate. After all, a fire at the gates is a calamity for the fish. Su Chang'e, on the other hand, was boiling with wariness. The great Tao was long, turning the impossible into the possible. This was his highest pursuit. One sword yin yang. At that moment, a shocking sword aura erupted from Su Chang'e's body. The space he was in was a circle of sword chi ripples spreading furiously in all directions. The chi and blood of the Tao embryo of the innate sacred body was fully activated. There was actually a shadow of a god or devil slowly emerging. The holy body has a vision. The gods and demons bow down, and the 4 beasts bestow blessings. You think you can win just by putting out your sword? Die! The black-robed man let out a low gulp, and the aura in his body erupted once again. As he moved his hands toward the front, and another black dragon coalesced on Su Chang'e's side. The 2 black dragons seemed to be tearing everything apart, and the black robes would strike again with thunderous means the moment the black dragons exploded, ensuring that the other party would no longer have the possibility of escaping. However, he had far underestimated the strength of Su Chang'e's sword. At this moment, black and white seemed to intertwine. Heaven and earth are in turmoil. Chop! With a whisper from a young man. The next scene was one that the crowd would remember for the rest of their lives. A radiant sword light that dazzled the world. Click! There was actually a heart-pounding shattering sound coming from heaven and earth. In that black-robed man's reflected pupil, there was an infinite and huge sword aura, like the Milky Way of swords, vastly and mightily coming towards him. In front of this vast galaxy of swords, it was as if nothing could escape the destiny of shattering. The great Qin ancient dynasty is finished. A white aura pierced his vision and his consciousness fell into darkness. These were the last words left by the black-robed man. He had thought that he would be able to execute the other party with his cultivation at the Great Power Realm, but it was not to be. The liang between their great Qin ancient dynasty and Su Chang'e was also completely knotted. Rumble! The aftermath of the sword blade swept out, and the violent sword chi caused some of the Heaven's Pride disciples who were watching from afar to be directly lifted off the ground. Sword chi was spread out, rinsing heaven and earth. A long crack in the dome of the sky was slowly healing. It was obvious that that sword had just shattered a party of space. Everyone stared blankly at this scene, followed by a bone-chilling chill that swam throughout their bodies. Hiss! A powerhouse of the mighty realm died just like that. Although they had a feeling that this mighty realm powerhouse had some unstable breath, like he had just recovered his cultivation not long ago, but it wasn't something that could be decimated by the Seal Emperor realm. Su Chang'e's sword instantly reversed the situation. As if, Fomi Yenshi looked at the scene and froze as she uttered these words. How could I have said that? She was a little puzzled that it came out completely subconsciously. Now do you have any backhanders? Su Chang'e looked at Qin Tai with a smile on his lips. The smile was creepy and made him shiver. I'm a great prince of the great Qin ancient dynasty. Do you still dare to kill me? This sentence made Su Chang'e laugh. And also it would be a pity to kill it so unavoidably. The dragon yuan in your body is quite good. Will you hand it over yourself? Or should I go get it? Impossible. Qin Tai's hands clacked as he held his hands. The dragon yuan was not much worse than the true dragon essence blood. It was something he had spent countless years condensing, and it was the root of his having great strength. Having lost his dragon yuan, he was no different from some ordinary celestial pride. In that case, Su Chang'e's embroidered robe flung out. Wow! A golden chain like a coiled dragon firmly bound Qin Tai. Terrifying imperial might filled the air, and even this side of the great Tao wailed. This was the imperial artifact Su Chang'e had previously obtained, the heaven locking chain, and his current cultivation was far from sufficient. At most he could only suppress an existence at the Zun Shi realm. My god, it's actually an imperial artifact. The Guayuan sacred ground is also too luxurious, isn't it? Imperial artifacts are all taken out for the disciples to use? I don't share capitalism. Damn it. Don't think that just because you're an emperor weapon, you can do whatever you want. The crowd was a little sour. The emperor weapon, which was a legendary existence, did not expect to see one today. Wow. With Su Chang's control, the heaven-locking chain instantly bound Shintai. In fact, he really didn't want this thing. For one, his cultivation level was too low. Secondly, even after consuming a huge amount of spiritual chi, it could only catalyze a little bit of the power of the imperial weapon. Suchanga arrived in front of Shintai all in one flash. Lifting up his hand, the vast power of the laws surged out, gradually extracting the dragon yuan from Chintai's body. Ah! Suchanga, you deserve to die. Chintai's body was turning over as he could feel the dragon yuan in his body being gradually drawn out. A few moments later, a golden ball of light surfaced on Suchanga's palm. There was a small golden miniature dragon circling on it, and it was hissing and roaring at Suchanga. How dare you be arrogant even with a single dragon yuan? Suchanga operated the self-contained heart condensing skill, which was the devouring power of the self-contained heart condensing skill, only to see that a huge blue vortex seemed to arise from his palm. Every time it rotated, it would devour 1 point of dragon elemental power. What kind of tactic is this? Why do I sense that all the auras in this area are rapidly converging towards here? Suchanga's methods had completely stunned the crowd, and the scorn in their hearts deepened. That dragon element was completely integrated into Suchanga's body in no time, and had been completely refined in the process. It could be said that it had become Suchanga's dragon yuan. Suchanga, how dare you do this to me? Chintai, who was currently cloaked in hair and had a fierce face, roared. Do you think that the strongest person in the great Qin ancient dynasty is me? Just you wait. You will definitely pay for what happened today. Noisy. Suchanga raised his hand and blasted out a fist, and a brilliant fist aura shot up into the sky. Chintai didn't have an ounce of resistance and dissipated into flying ash. The other party set up a trap to try to finish him off, and in the end, when his skills were not as good as his own, he dared to threaten himself? Then we'll send it to the funeral and ashes in one line. Chapter 52, Do People Speak? Fertilizer does not flow to outsiders' fields. Meanwhile, in an ancient small world, the clouds were misty and the runes were leaping. There are dragons and phoenixes tumbling and roaming in the clouds. The palace is full of temples and halls, and immortal herbs and precious materials are everywhere. This world actually had a very rich dragon energy. This is the origin secret realm of the great Qin ancient dynasty. Why can't I sense Brother Taichi's aura anymore? A cold and ethereal voice rang out. The line of sight looked towards the depths, and there was a beautiful woman in a large golden hall. Her waist is like a willow branch. Her eyes are like sapphires. She is wearing a gorgeous robe and sarong, and her head is wearing a phoenix hairpin. She was the current eldest princess of the great Qin ancient dynasty, Qin Xilan. Because it was a woman's body, it rarely appeared in front of outsiders, but its talent far exceeded Qin Tai's, and some even said it was comparable to those ancient emperors. Perhaps it's the laws of the secret realm of returning ruins that made the younger brother's aura temporarily disappear. Qin Xilan comforted herself for a while, and the dragon and phoenix in the sky looked like they had noticed something, purposely flew down from the clouds and rubbed the woman's cheek affectionately. These were two true dragons and phoenixes, although they were far inferior to the true dragons and phoenixes of the immortal world. But that terrifying aura was already declaring their kingly status. The secret realm of the returning ruins. The crowd was a bit dumbfounded. The great Qin ancient dynasty's grand emperor, the son of the state lord. I can't believe I just died? The main thing was that Suchanga's face was flat, as if he had stepped on a mole cricket. Pity. At this time, Suchanga suddenly lamented. If I didn't kill him now, he could have brought me more value later. It's a pity. This Qin Tai Chi points in 246. His own life hates others to threaten himself. Accidentally out of the heavy. Gotta reflect. Can't be so reckless in the future. The crowd can't help but have a black line. Listen, do people talk? People are dead and you want to pull them out and flog them? Gee, what a killer. Kamiko-sama, you're nothing, are you? Chang Gushinzi? The two girls, Yun Xinyan and Mu Yanxi, ran over in a hurry, their beautiful eyes filled with concern. What made Suchanga somewhat surprised was why this Mu Yanxi looked at herself with more than a ripple of tenderness in her eyes. Moa. Suchanga trembled. She had read spring and autumn in her previous life. Nothing. It's just that there's some deficit in aura. So a little rest will be fine. Suchanga turned his gaze to the ruins in front of him. Next to the ruins were two coiled dragon pillars.
with two huge dragons with teeth and claws hovering over them. The dragon's eyes are fierce and its mouth is full of dragon pearls.
There were also many ancient inscriptions on it, half of which were flickering with light.
It seems that this inscription is the key to breaking the prohibition. But I also have to thank this Chintai for helping me crack most of it.
So the next step will be much better. Suchanga controlled the aura to turn into a wisp of ethereal light that kept traveling and transforming on the gate.
The huge stone door also began to slowly appear to change. The inscriptions flashed and glittered. Immediately after that, a path of multicolored divine light dispersed in all directions from the compass in the middle of the gate,
landing in 9 different locations. Click, click, click.
Soon the gate made a loud noise. The huge stone door gradually opened, in which a vast dragon's chi filled out, and this pitch-black hole resembled the throat of an ancient dragon.
Suchanga just took a step forward. Dabble.
The candlesticks on the walls all lit themselves up in unison, and a bit of firelight went straight into the depths of the ruins.
Roar! At the same time,
a huge dragon roar came from it,
and its aura was even more astonishing. Caught off guard, some holy sons and daughters even had their divine souls shaken as a result. Kind of interesting. This is called a real dragon roar. Go, enter the ruins. Under Suchanga's leadership, the crowd stepped into this ancient relic. As for the crowd of onlookers, they can only think about it. Even the mighty and powerful died. If they angered Suchanga, wouldn't they be like a piece of cake? Alas!
I'm afraid that there's a divine son in the returning origin Holy Land who can walk horizontally in the returning ruins mysterious realm.
I'm really envious.
Pure passerby.
Ask if you don't understand. May I ask if it's too late to join the returning Holy Land? There are also people who whispered. Obviously senior brother is also a holy son.
Why is the gap so big?
You're comparing me to Suchanga? You stinking shameless. Come. This holy son is for you. Without a doubt.
Suchanga was like a tall and magnificent mountain pressing across their heads. Some people reacted violently and hurriedly ran in other directions.
If Suchanga found a few more relics, where would they be? Of course I'm looking for it while I can. Unfortunately, what happens afterward will leave them in tears. Suchanga's group walked through the corridors of the ruins.
It had to be said that this side of the space was huge,
giving a sense of endlessness. The long song of God's son. Do you think there could be a demon here?
Mu Yanqi was a little scared and unconsciously moved closer towards Suchanga,
almost hugging on Suchanga. Suchanga had a bit of a headache. You're a ruthless empress. Don't be such a coward. However, after spitting, Suchanga still said gently, don't worry. All the demons in the world are now trapped in the demon realm. Even if it's a demon or devil, it's impossible. After all, the underworld and the Yellow Springs are suppressed by laws, and they can't get out. Suchanga showed all her gentle side. Why so gentle? It's a great opportunity to brush up on goodwill. If you succeed, you get a free Empress fighter later. But Yun Xinyan, who was on the side, refused to do so. How could an outsider take advantage of his own family's divine son? No way. Fertilizer goes to the outsiders. As soon as he took Suchanga's arm, he even melted his body into it in general. Kamiko-sama, I'm scared too. In this way Suchanga, the two women, one on the left and one on the right, sticking like a dog's skin plaster. The many disciples of the Guiyuan Holy Land behind them showed emotion on their faces. In front of outsiders, he is decisive and resolute, but he treats the Holy Land and the people around him as a graceful and elegant gentleman. At the same time they were a little envious. I'm so envious to be favored by Lord Godson. I also want to be close to Kamiko-sama. Yeah, I also. The male disciple hurriedly covered his mouth, but it was a little too late. The air was a little quiet, and the people around him were looking at him a little strangely. Like dislike. Suchanga also had black lines on her head. Being good-looking was indeed a sin. Chapter 53, Rebirth and Reincarnation. Welcome to my world. Human. This is no place for you. Just then, a voice came out of the darkness ahead, low and hoarse. There was a violent vibrating sensation coming from under their feet, like a huge object was approaching them. A pair of scarlet eyes appeared in the darkness. It was a giant beast with a dragon's head and wolf's body, surrounded by green scales and armor dripping with thunder, with sharp claws as if they were cast in nerves. It was a vicious beast of exalted perfection. The crowd's expressions were a bit gloomy, and they couldn't help but look at Suchanga. There was no doubt that they had taken Suchanga as the decision-maker in their hearts for this trip to the returning ruins mystic realm. It had the scent of a dragon on it. Is it a ferocious beast that specializes in guarding this place? Suchanga's mouth smiled faintly. I'll give you two paths. Get out of the way or die. Ha ha ha. I've been guarding this place for 1,000 years and no one has ever been able to break in. You, too, will be no exception. Boom! The speed of that ferocious beast was extremely fast, and it arrived in front of Su Chang'e in an instant, dazzled with a heaven-defying aura. The beast's claws were like clouds hanging down from the sky as it slapped straight down at Su Chang'e. Out of your depth. Su Chang'e raised his hand and threw a punch. Egu. Big brother. My good big brother. Please don't fight. If we fight again we're really going to die. The huge ferocious beast no longer had its previous arrogance, and its face was blue and purple. It was then woefully trampled under Su Chang'e's feet. Not hardcore? Soft now? The ferocious beast was aggrieved. Who knew this guy was so perverted? A punch from the other side almost sent it to its ancestors. Take me in. I. My lord, follow me. The crowd behind Su Chang'e was also a bit dumbfounded. Even the ferocious beasts know that Lord Godson is not to be messed with, and know to actively show weakness. So why do so many unafraid of death have to provoke Godson? After all, with the Godson's current talent, everyone wants to defeat the Godson to increase their prestige. The many disciples thought deeply. It seemed that this trip to the secret realm would not be peaceful. Shortly afterward, under the leadership of the guardian ferocious beast, the crowd arrived at a space. Only a drop of bright red blood was hanging in the air and slowly sinking in a formation. This space was dyed red by the red aura scattered by the drop of blood. That massive dragon might had already turned into substance. It was as if there was a huge dragon roaming and flying in the void, when Su Chang'e just wanted to reach out and seize it. Roar! The dragon's blood had a spirit. Sensing that someone was approaching, the dragon's might on it transformed into a divine dragon silhouette tearing towards Su Chang'e. There's blood. I like it. Town. Su Chang'e's mouth lightly spat out words. Raising his hand toward the void, he pressed down. Rumble. The aura roared and the void trembled. The laws of the heavens and earth in this area were wailing, as if they were being suppressed by a terrifying force. In front of this powerful force, the wisp of dragon chi transformed into wisps of blood chi and dissipated. Just a drop of true dragon's blood dares to be this reckless. In that case, your divine soul will be erased today. Su Chang'e's palm condensed a blue vortex, and the terrifying devouring power wanted to turn everything into nothingness. The true dragon essence blood buzzed and trembled, seemingly dying. Buzz. Suddenly, a bloodlight flashed out from that, and the wisp of breath kept on surging and changing, actually condensing into a huge blurred figure. Looking at the appearance of an old man in a fancy robe, there was actually a pair of horns on his head, only his vicissitudes eyes slowly opened, and there was actually a golden vertical pupil in his eyes. Humans? Long Yuan. That virtual shadow was sizing up Su Chang'e in detail, and those pale eyes seemed to be piercing through everything. I didn't realize that my essence blood was really obtained by a human. What that old man from Tianji House said was really good. I also wonder how Dragon God Island is doing. The silhouette murmured and whispered. Su Chang'e's appearance made him think of many things. Humans, I am an ancient elder of the Dragon God clan. My name is Dragon Wasteland. I have long since died in that great battle. This is only a trace of my remaining residual thoughts. If thou can will me one thing, this drop of true dragon essence blood will not only be bestowed upon thee, but I can also teach thee a secret technique of the dragon race. Ding! New option quest detected. Option 1, but say what you will. I'll take it. Reward, Jin Zhongwan Li Xin Jing. Option 2, on what grounds? I refuse. Reward, scintillating gold desolate god codex. Option 3, refine the opponent. Reward, dragon elephant prison suppressing strength. Dragon elephant prison suppressing strength? Su Chang'e had an impression of this. This was a body refining technique with an extremely powerful machine. Moreover, there is only a residual soul in front of him, and he can suppress it with a flip of his hand. Thinking of this, Su Chang'e spoke with a faint smile. Senior is bold. But, the latecomer chose to take the third path. The dragon-horned old man frowned in confusion. What do you mean? But before the other party could open his mouth to inquire again, Su Chang'e instantly offered up an ancient bronze mirror. Almost at the same time as it appeared, a ray of divine light continuously mapped out from the mirror. Soul suppressor mirror. A disciple of the Holy Land exclaimed. This is a supreme treasure specifically used to suppress the divine soul. As long as one is illuminated by the light in the mirror, one soul will be suppressed if it's light, and one soul will be scattered if it's heavy. If I'm not mistaken, this is one of the secret treasures of the Holy Land, right? The old ancestor actually bestowed it on the Son of God. Buzz. The soul suppressor mirror refracted an even more brilliant multicolored haze. A mysterious aura was gradually generated from the void, and it seemed as if this area of space was frozen. Humans don't act recklessly. I have kindly granted you a chance, and you actually want to make an enemy of me? The dragon-horned elder was furious,
and the suppressive power of the soul-suppressing mirror caused his divine soul to shake, as if it was about to shatter.
Grant me the chance? Su Chang'e wanted to laugh. He had a system, and the rewards given by the system were 1,000,000 times better than the other party.
He was also speechless at this old-fashioned chance. Like the protagonist gets some kind of chance, but the prerequisite is to help that mighty predecessor fulfill his heart's desire. A whole bunch of long-winded conditions.
Do you really consider yourself a silly son of Qi? Su Chang'e held a faint smile at the corner of his mouth and said,
Senior being able to go to his death is the best chance for me.
Su Chang'e pinched his right hand and the power of the soul-suppressing mirror erupted once again. The majestic abyss-like aura of divine soul suppression caused the dragon-horned old man's shadow to show signs of annihilation in layers. Human, do you really think I am afraid of you? Boom!
The old man's silhouette instantly turned into a monstrous sea of blood slapping towards Su Chang'e.
The sea of blood was churning, majestic and vast. Sculpture.
Su Chang'e fully activated the self-contained heart condensation skill.
Hoo. The blue vortex formed at the palm of his hand was like a cosmic black hole, and the instant that sea of blood touched it, it was completely absorbed.
The devouring power of the self-contained heart skill was extremely effective against this kind of divine soul type of attack, and it was simply no different from the fat meat that was sent to the mouth.
Human, you take this true dragon essence blood. We'll each take a step back. Sorry it's late. Su Chang'e's face was indifferent,
and the devouring power at the palm of his hand became stronger and stronger.
Humans, be human.
The dragon-horned old man did not have the composure he had before.
Instead, his face was full of panic. He could feel that his power was gradually disappearing. However, Su Chang'e's indifferent expression caused him to feel an overwhelming sense of despair. Obviously just such a young human cultivator was actually so terrifying. This time he had really planted himself. Suddenly, he remembered that the old man had shown a knowing smile when he was leaving the Tianji building. Bastard! Tianji Z, you actually dare to lie to me. Good. If that's the case, then you don't want to be good either.
The dragon-horned old man once again raised a shocking sea of blood.
The moment Su Chang'e offset it,
it turned into a bloodlight that rushed straight to Su Chang'e's dantian.
And just in the blink of an eye, it didn't enter it. The dantian divine sea is the origin of a cultivator's aura. If another person's divine soul intruded, it would be extremely easy to be taken over. Kamiko-sama.
The people of the Guiyuan Holy Land who were looking at this scene were a bit anxious,
but they didn't dare to move down lightly. If they weren't careful, they could easily hurt Su Chang'e. At the same time, in Su Chang'e's violet world, the dragon-horned old man let out a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha, I've succeeded. Such talent, such a fleshly body, it will all be mine in the future. Tianji Z. No matter how many calculations you make, the winner will ultimately be me.
Although he had been set up by the old man from Tianji House, he had still completed his plan to take over his body.
He laughed somewhat maniacally. He, Dragon God Island Dragon Wasteland, would once again return to the top. Old man, this is so happy even before you succeed in taking over the body? At that moment,
this purple mansion world let out a huge roar. The purple chi surged and surged,
continuously converging and gathering, slowly condensing into Su Chang'e's appearance. Su Chang'e shook his head and smiled bitterly.
I can't believe that I will encounter the rebirth and reclaiming stream in the metaphysical script.
The script isn't quite right, though. The one who's going to be taken over is actually himself? If it were anyone else, there's a real chance the old man would have made it. But, he is Su Chang'e.
Only Su Chang'e's right hand was open and raised high.
Divine light lingered and the void shook. Rumble.
An ancient divine mountain rose up from behind him,
seemingly going straight into the sky.
There were even countless saintly silhouettes emerging, and their movements were all surprisingly consistent.
Worship toward that ancient sacred mountain. Buzz. On it there is even a vast and brilliant chaotic light like shining on all things in the world. The terrifying visions behind Su Chang'e set him off even more as if he were a towering deity of the 9 heavens. He, who is the god of this violet world. Welcome to my world. Chapter 54, Refining the Dragon Wasteland. The mount comes to the door. Rumble. Just then, an ancient and pale aura emanated from the violet world.
10 bright suns emerged, spewing out fiery and eye-catching light, their might devouring the heavens and devouring the earth.
10 violet mansions? Dragon deserted some stay. He cultivation millennium, what kind of pride have not seen? 8 purple house seen. 9 purple house also seen, but only 10 purple house today is the first time to see. This is the kind of thing that has never been seen in the past and I didn't expect it to be true. No way. Gotta run. It was only then that the dragon wasteland reacted, turning into a rainbow light and speeding away in one direction. As long as we reach the boundary of the Violet Mansion, we can break through the Violet Mansion world. By then diving into the other party's divine sea, he'll never be able to find me again. Su Chang'e wasn't in a hurry. This side of his world was boundless. Even if he gave Dragon Wasteland enough time, would he be able to run away? Dragon Wasteland was running his cultivation at full power. Not knowing how far he had vanished, he looked back with some palpitations. What an idiot, to actually give me a chance. You'll definitely regret it. After traveling so far, we should be almost at the border of the Purple Mansion, right? Long Arai scanned and surveyed this world. The purple chi stretched on, as if it was a constant source. Its massive pressure felt a bit overwhelming even to him. He was a little alarmed. Just how powerful a talent was it to be able to condense this Purple Mansion world? Not going to keep running? Suddenly, a soft laugh came from behind Dragon Wasteland. The words were like a splash of cold water that cooled him from head to toe. How is that possible? How could the other party find him after he had disappeared so far away? Looks like you're really stupid. It's my world and I'm wherever I want to be. I saw you were having fun, so I didn't make a sound to disturb you. Su Chang'e laughed lightly, his expression carrying a teasing look like a cat catching a mouse. Well, you don't hit the mark when you're given a chance. Mini-game's done. It's time to hit the road. Su Chang'e turned her hand to desolate and slowly closed her open palm. The void around the old man looked like it had been drastically compressed. The purple chi swept like a hurricane, forming a sky-covering hand that cupped the entirety of Dragon Wasteland in its palm. Spare. I can keep my secrets. Dragon Wasteland tried his best to squeeze a wisp of sound out of his throat. The hoarse voice carried an infinite plea. He only had this remnant soul left. This was his last hope. He didn't want to die. Pust. Su Chang'e didn't hesitate at all. The giant purple palm closed. Dragon Wasteland stared in horror, despair, and disbelief as he was directly pinched to death by Su Chang'e. He couldn't figure it out until he died. This human actually dared to actually kill him. He was from Dragon God Island. Of course, then background Su Chang'e is not afraid. This world has the holy land of return. If you open the immortal world, it's true that the hearts of people in this metaphysical world are treacherous. After completely devouring and refining the Dragon Wasteland, Su Chang'e knew a few things in the other party's memories. Dragon Wasteland wanted to lure himself to a spell formation to activate the great formation in it, so that he could infallibly take over himself. Unfortunately, his own strength exceeded the other party's prediction, and he simply took over his own body. Alas, if it were not for the system plus some of his own experience in reading novels in his previous life, otherwise it would have been really easy to fall into the trap. But what interested him more was Tianji Island. Borrowing karma and destiny, divining the heavenly chances of the great Tao. Tianji Island, Tenji House? We'll have to make a trip there later. Maybe we can even find clues about the immortal treasure. As for the Dragon God Island, this was an ancient demonic power. A power created by the topmost race among the demonic races, the dragon race. And I wonder how many more secrets this world hides. Just Su Chang'e knew several forces hidden in the world in the past 2 days. Sure enough, this world is too big. Su Chang'e slowly opened his eyes in the secret realm of returning ruins. The people of the Guiyuan Holy Land were like enemies, and they didn't know whether it was Su Chang'e or Dragon Wasteland at this moment. Kamiko-sama Yu. Yun Xinyan's beautiful eyes revealed a worried look as she carefully inquired. He is still your original son of God. At this time, Mu Yanqi suddenly spoke. I'm very sensitive to the perception of the divine soul. The divine soul fluctuation is consistent with before. It can't be wrong. Su Chang'e raised his eyebrows as he realized that Mu Yanqi's eyes had less of a hint of timidity and more of indifference. Just like a female emperor who was proud of the world. Once again, he quietly operated the pupil of Qi. Mu Yanqi, Qi points, 569. The Qi points actually went up by themselves? Could it be that the Peach Blossom Empress divine soul is starting to awaken? It came sooner than expected, but it's a good thing for me. Su Chang'e did not make a sound. Everything was under control. I didn't expect Miss Yanqi to know me best instead. Saying that, Su Chang'e turned her head to look at Yun Xinyan and smiled. That night, haven't you familiarized yourself with my scent? Son of God. Yun Xin looked angry, and her pretty face was even red from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. What's wrong with Saintess Xinyan? Suddenly squirming? Hey, you don't understand. A disciple had a you-know-what expression on his face, as if he could see through everything. Let's go. It's time to go to the next place of opportunity. You'll go out with me? This godson just happens to lack a substitute mount. The guardian ferocious beast quickly shook its head. My lord, I can't get out. There is a prohibition on me. If I leave this place I will immediately turn into blood. Su Chang'e let out a light tsk. And I don't know who set up this relic, not letting any will be gathered at all. Su Chang'e, get out. At that moment, a loud shout rang out from outside. This voice, the nine-headed golden lion clan. Lion shout song? The corners of Su Chang'e's mouth lifted slightly. Mounts, isn't this coming? Chapter 55, 9 Golden Lions? I can crush it with one palm. Su Chang'e's group came outside. Sure enough, a majestic man in golden battle armor with a head full of flying blonde hair was staring proudly at Su Chang'e and the others. It was none other than the heir of the nine-headed golden lion clan, Lion Xiaosong. Lion Xiaosong's face was condescending as he said in a tone tinged with command, Su Chang'e, I know that you just defeated Qin Tai, so I'm sure you must be very weak right now as well. This lord won't give you a hard time. Hand over the creation you obtained from the heaven-asking realm and I'll let you off. This was his true purpose? In his opinion the chance to ask for the heavenly mirror would have been his. He's just taking back what's his. Actually, the heaven-asking mirror gave me 2 creations. There is another creation, do you know what it is? Su Chang'e said with a bland smile. What is it? Lion Xiaosong subconsciously asked. His eyes revealed an incomparably blazing look as he knew that the creation bestowed by the heaven-asking mirror was definitely not simple. Just in time. I lack a mount. How about you be my mount and I'll tell you. How about that? Su Chang'e cupped her chin and asked with a smile. Why is there a 9-headed lion as a mount in every novel? 9 golden lions how to pull the wind. The body of the divine light bright. Once out of the scene can attract the attention of all the people. Mounts in the Ferrari. You deserve to have. You seek death. Lion Xiaosong burst into a rage. What's his status? The heir of the 9-headed golden lion clan. The top Yun Supreme. Besides, their 9-headed golden lion clan is a real royal clan among the demon clans. And their ancestors had once produced a supreme existence like a demon emperor. And they can even compete with the dragon clan. He was even more determined to become the spiritual pillar of the younger generation of the 9-headed golden lion clan. To single-handedly break the path of the emperor and walk to the top. Become a supreme emperor who sweeps away invincibility. And if he goes further, he can even become that immortal true immortal that the gods speak of. Now someone is actually asking him to be a mount? Even a young great emperor or a true immortal heir would not be worthy. Su Chang'e's words also completely enraged him. Damn you! Boom! Lion Xiaosong's golden haze gushed out around him, and behind him, golden runes filled the air, revealing an ancient and huge golden lion shadow. A berserk and matchless aura instantly erupted. Immediately afterward, the golden lion's huge palm suppressed down towards Su Chang'e. Lion King Zhentian. This was the supreme secret technique of the 9-headed golden lion clan. The extreme physical strength combined with the raging blood chi could turn everything into pieces. He could only solve his heartache by completely tearing Su Chang'e apart. As a qualified mount, it's not right to strike out at your master. Gotta tune it up first. Su Chang'e smiled faintly, and slapped his palm across the sky. Rumble! The divine light of the laws around him erupted. Tao rhythms intertwined, and the innate saint body bloodline completely erupted. Above the 9 heavens, that seems to be a palm from the sky, golden clouds churning. When there is a tendency to suppress all things in the world, then the power of flash? Under the saints, he was invincible. Boom! Although Lion Xiaosong's Lion King Zhentian was extremely powerful, it was like papier-mâché in front of Su Chang'e's attack, and almost instantly burst apart. With that palm mercilessly suppressing, it caused Lion Xiaosong to tremble tremendously, and the divine light around his body shattered and dissipated, accompanied by light golden blood that flew out horizontally. Rumble! In the distance, a huge hillock was shattered into pieces by the aftermath of Su Chang'e's attack. Cough cough. Lion Xiaosong was even smashed. His body was drenched in blood, and he appeared to be in a sorry state. If it wasn't for his strong physical body and his bloodline being close to returning to his ancestors, otherwise Su Chang'e's palm would have caused him to be directly shattered. Su Chang'e was a bit surprised. Quite good. Taking this slap from me and actually not dying. You're barely qualified to be my mount. Sure enough, it was the royal family among the demon race. Not something that could be compared to those stinky fish and shrimps. The divine deposit transformation can be honored. And this Lion Xiaosong has even brought his divine deposit transformation to the most complete realm. Few people throughout the ages have made it to this point. In the future, he was even expected to become an emperor, and could also be said to have the posture of a great emperor. I'm going to kill you. Lion Xiaosong was trembling with anger. As an emperor among the demon race, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? He hissed to the sky, and even more so, he catalyzed his own breath to the extreme. Boom!
The world's bright golden light erupted around him once again, and he shifted, actually directly turning into a 1,000 feet tall golden lion. Roar! The loud roar was like a sound wave that swept the sky. Even the floating clouds above the 9 heavens were shaken apart. A golden haze lingered all over his body, and his golden fur was thick and lustrous, flowing like a clear spring with a strange light. There were even 9 hideous and majestic heads growing on that neck of his, emitting a terrifying and monstrous aura. It is revealing himself as he is. He looked furious at the moment, and his angry roar was like thunder, shaking the heavens and moving the earth. The divine son of the Goyuan Holy Land is also too strong. It actually forced Lion Xiaozong to reveal his true form. But I have to say that this is a reckless act. The demon race transformed into their own bodies and are more than twice as strong as before. This move is tantamount to asking for death. Maybe this divine son of the Goyuan Holy Land really does have a bottom line? Some of the young celestials watching from afar were talking and sighing. The 9-headed golden lion under the main body could almost sweep away more than 90% of the heavenly pride in the secret realm. If any other person had faced Su Chang'e, they would have been emboldened by the situation at this moment. Su Chang'e looked a bit careless as the saint body bloodline exploded. A divine and demonic shadow even surfaced around him. As if he was trying to guard Su Chang'e, he stepped into the void and stood with his arms folded. A gust of wind whipped by, even more so, causing his 3,000 crystalline ink hair to dance with the wind. That absolutely flawless face was like the most outstanding divine work of the heavenly Tao, and those eyes were like a calm lake. This kind of temperament made quite a few female cultivators impressed, and in their hearts, they were secretly praying for Su Chang'e, as if Mu Yanxi uttered the words again, but even she didn't realize it. Her gaze was full of infatuation, and she could not tolerate anything else but that white-clothed figure. How dare you be reckless in front of me after all this? Ahead! Lion Xiaozong cursed angrily in his heart. So what if he's good-looking? Today, he will die. Su Chang'e's eyes were indifferent, yet revealed incomparable confidence. But ahead, Mr. Su can suppress it with one palm. Chapter 56, Don't Fight. I'm convinced. Divine son of Chang'e. Human. You're too wild. Lion Xiaozong did not know how many demon pride he defeated in the past few years, but a human actually looked down on himself so much? Roar! The terrifying and incomparable sound of the lion and tiger transformed into a substantial torrent, as if a wave of sound waves swept through Su Chang'e's seat. At the same time, 9 different law divine lights erupted from the 9 heads of Lion Xiaozong. Rumble! It was even intertwined into a divine chain of order, which was severe to the extreme, and had the power to penetrate heaven and earth. At the same time, its huge sharp claws broke through the air, wanted to claw Su Chang'e's head right off. Boom! Su Chang'e moved. The Tao embryo of the innate sacred body roared, and the violet mansion whirled in his body boiled at the same time at this moment, and even more pieces of the great Tao runes rose up. In an instant, golden chi and blood rushed out like a monstrous wave. Without any fancy tricks, Su Chang'e raised his hand and blasted out with the heaven-breaking fist. The fist tilted heaven and earth, illuminating a constant click. The matchless fist aura seemed to contain infinite power, shattering the void. It directly tore apart the divine light that spewed out from the 9 heads of Lion Xiaozong. Then, his fist mane touched with Lion Xiaozong's claw mane. Like a collision between planets, the blazing light blossomed steeply. This powerful force was like making Lion Xiaozong feel like he had crashed into a mountain of ancient gods. It made his body tremble and his entire body flew backwards. Whoosh! Su Chang'e's feet flashed with streams of light, catching up with Lion Xiaozong who flew out backwards, and riding on Lion Xiaozong's body in the process. You seek death. Get your ass down there. Lion Xiaozong was furious, feeling that he had suffered a strange shame. He was the heir to the 9-headed Golden Lion clan, and he was actually being ridden on? If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. His torso once again blossomed with a brilliant light, and the mysterious power branded within his body seemed to be awakening, wanting to gather even more power to crush Su Chang'e in one fell swoop. Stubborn. Boom! Su Chang'e let out a cold snort and blasted out another fist. The runes on the lion's whistling bolt's torso were instantly shattered, and the converging mysterious power was also blasted apart. It even made his 9 heads spew out blood in unison, and he was in a sorry state. Convinced? Su Chang'e asked indifferently. No, I, Lion Xiaozong, am to be beaten to death, die outside, and jump from the secret cliff. I will not submit to you. Lion Xiaozong roared and shot up into the sky. Rumble! That huge body crashed into a distant mountain, and the powerful force even caused that mountain to be reduced to pieces. The earth roared, sand flew, and countless forests and ancient trees were leveled. Quite cross, or a stubborn master. Boom!
Boom! Boom! Suchanga kept throwing punches.
A fist main kept smashing on Lion Xiaozong's body and head.
More than that, his 7 orifices bled, his internal organs were shaken,
and his bones, which were already as tough as divine iron,
even appeared to have cracks. This was the result of Suchanga's mercy. Otherwise, just the first punch down, with Suchanga's strength of the endless violet world, he would be able to turn it into a pile of blood foam. Are you convinced? Ha 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 ha.
Lion Xiao spat blood from his mouth.
No, again. I, Lion Xiaozong, am to be beaten to death, to die outside, to jump from the secret realm cliff. I will not submit to you. Good. I like your kind of tough bones. Suchanga dispersed a trace of breath and restored Lion Xiaozong's injuries. Humans, don't think you're this. However,
before Lion Xiaozong could finish his words,
Suchanga once again blasted out a punch. Rumble. The punch was even more powerful,
and just the process of him flying out backwards shifted and leveled several mountains.
Since the opponent's bones were so hard, let's recover from his injuries first and then fight.
He not only has to beat his opponent into submission but also kill and kill.
Still not convinced? Ha?
Then I'll just have to beat you to death this time.
Pain, pain, pain. It hurts old me. Don't hit it. I beg you not to hit it. I'm really convinced. Aren't you quite arrogant? Didn't you say that you would rather jump off a cliff than submit to me? Why don't I simply fulfill you? Changgu Divine Son. Changgu Grand Master. Changgu Old Ancestor. I'm really convinced. I beg you to spare me.
So in front of this relic, the crowd saw an image that they would never forget in their lives.
Lion Xiaozong's body was covered in blood and flesh,
and light golden blood continuously flowed out from the wounds.
It was even accompanied by a few drops of crystal tears,
wiping the corners of his eyes from time to time.
Teary-eyed, looking surprisingly very miserable.
The crowd looking at the scene was a bit messed up.
The heir of the 9-headed Golden Lion clan was actually being beaten and cried? That face full of aggression looked like a wounded little daughter-in-law. Suchanga was too terrifying. That matchless fist aura seemed to contain thousands of power.
To know that the world tree origin seed in Suchanga's body was growing from time to time, if it completely grew into 3,000 worlds, Suchanga can defend the power of the 3,000 worlds,
and even do it,
and when the fist main is out,
the gods and devils will not be easy. Damn human.
If not for the fact that this returning ruin's mysterious realm has a law that suppresses it, causing my most powerful undercard to be unable to be utilized. When we get out of the returning ruin's mysterious realm, I'll definitely smash this damn Suchanga.
Lion Xiaozong fought with gritted teeth in his heart. However, he also understood that Suchanga was the divine son of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Then the bottom card must just be only stronger,
never worse than him.
Even if the bottom cards were all out,
he was still no match for Suchanga.
Looks like you're defiant. Are you thinking of pulling a little trick on me when you leave the returning ruins' mysterious realm?
As if Suchanga had read Lion Xiaozong's mind,
he patted Lion Xiaozong's big furry head and asked with a smile.
This smile made Lion Xiaozong shiver.
Suchanga had already left him with a great psychological shadow. Even more so, he hastily shook his head,
revealing a wisp of a fawning smile.
How could it be?
Divine Son Changa's divine martial arts are overwhelming and unrivaled. My heart has been deeply impressed by the Divine Son.
I, Lion Xiaozong, will be the Godson's mount from now on. When the Godson says 1, he means 1, and when he says 2, he means 2, and I will never disobey. Very good, very enlightened. Don't you want to know what the second creation is? This Divine Son will be merciful and take you to open your eyes, Suchanga said with a smirk.
He knew that everything Lion Xiaozong had said was just a delaying tactic,
but it didn't matter to him.
He was confident that he could completely subdue this family before leaving this returning ruin's mysterious realm.
Open your eyes? Lion Xiaozong trembled and his eyes instantly lit up. What happened to a little anticipation? Chapter 57 Yendi Template. Overbearing to the extreme. In the meantime, in front of an imposing 10,000 foot divine mountain, the ruins are ancient and vicissitudes. There was even a wisp of gray mist that filled the air, glowing with an eerie aura, little by little integrating into this heaven and earth. However, it was such a bizarre place where numerous Heaven's Pride disciples had gathered. Their faces were grave, and some of them even gazed in one direction with a terrified expression.
A few of the saucy-looking women in particular appeared to be in a sorry state. Their sarongs were stained with mottled blood,
and their breath appeared a little disorganized, as if they had been through a great battle. Directly in front of them, there was a young man in a black robe. This person's gaze was indifferent. His left hand was behind his back, and a blazing flame burned above his right hand. Its temperature seems to make the void are ruptured and distorted. If it is contaminated, will be instantly turned into ashes.
He was none other than the young patriarch of the returning one sect,
Li Han.
Several flower thousand valley fairies.
Why are you struggling so hard?
If they tied their hands, they would still be spared from a lot of suffering.
The corner of Li Han's mouth lifted up a wisp of sarcasm. Just a short while ago, they met up with Li Han.
A dispute arose over the matter of the relics,
and a great battle broke out. Damn! This Li Han's strength far exceeds our imagination.
This time a few of our sisters are afraid that we'll be in deep trouble. The Flower Thousand Valley fairy in the lead's name was Bai Chi Luo, one of the Flower Thousand Valley's 12 fairies,
ranked 7th, and at the moment,
her face was grave and she appeared scornful.
On the contrary, Li Han, just alone, was powerful enough to crush them, and after the previous battle, it's amazing that the state is still at its peak right now. This is your last choice. Help me go in and explore, or die.
Li Han laughed lightly,
and immediately, the blue flame in his hand burned even more ferociously, like a hungry and thirsty beast. Li Han, I advise you not to go too far. This relic is letting you have it. Do you have to be aggressive? Bai Chi Luo's face was grim.
This mist appeared in a really weird way,
and it could even isolate their divine sense from probing. Who knows what great horrors could be inside? Li Han actually told them to explore the road,
so it can be said that his heart is malicious.
Li Han, everyone is originally a human race, so do something and leave a thread. At that moment, an ethereal and sweet voice rang out. The visitor's head Orion temples, jade legs Snow White, hot body, but with the white dress gauze skirt, but like a fairy who does not eat earthly fire. Especially the dusty and untainted temperament added a sense of holiness that made people not help but be in awe. Oh, Fairy Yun Gui is trying to stand up for someone from the Flower Thousand Valley? Li Han asked with a smile,
but there was an extra trace of gravity in his eyes. This Cloud Laurel fairy was not weaker than him at all in terms of talent strength.
Born with a 9-knuckle heart, he had even more unique insights into the Great Tao. In terms of cultivation,
he had even cultivated the Bai Xia sect's Great Tao White Lotus technique to the 3rd layer.
The White Lotus bloomed,
and heaven and earth resonated.
Then can young patriarch Li Han back down a step?
Yun Guixian covered her mouth and laughed lightly, her charming eyes inquiring.
Fairy Yun Gui is too unreasonable.
The returning ruins mysterious realm.
Strength is supreme, the strongest is king. How I do it, is a matter of heavenly justice.
Li Han did not budge and said in a cold voice,
don't even think about bullying my sister. At that moment,
a young girl's angry voice came from beyond the sky.
Immediately after that,
a hurricane swept in wrapped in pink petals.
Li Han didn't panic when he saw this, and with a cold snort, a random attack was easily defused. Sister Yan Shi, it's great that you're okay. Wait, that's the divine son of the returning sacred land?
His mount is actually a 9-headed golden lion. Everyone was looking in one direction with shocked eyes. The 9-headed golden lion's body was even surrounded by a dazzling golden haze, and the runes of the Great Tao rose,
like a dazzling sun. It attracted everyone's attention as soon as it appeared on the stage. What was even more appealing was the white-clothed youth on the back of the 9-headed golden lion. The haze is dazzling, radiant and divine. It was as if an exiled immortal bathed in immortal light. That kind of bland temperament vaguely emerged from the overriding sword intent,
further making him look like a divine sword that went straight to the top of the clouds in the 9th heaven. A sword that could fall into the 9 heavenly stars.
So handsome. Would love to ride. Brother Godson's face is really handsome. My heart is. If I wasn't outside, I wouldn't be able to resist. With Su Chang's descent, the atmosphere that was still tense was actually filled with flamboyance.
Is this the divine son of the returning Holy Land?
The Duke's face is like jade. Truly extraordinary.
Immortal Yun Gui was also brightened up. The mist that had concealed Su Chang's appearance had dissipated. The entire person's appearance had been fully displayed in front of the crowd, and the skillfully crafted features looked like they were handsome and unreal. However, some of the demon race celestials were less calm. Their Lord Lion Xiaozong had actually become Su Chang's mount? This huge gap overwhelmed them for a moment.
Su Chang'e? Li Han's face was grim.
He also hated Su Chang'e very much. Killing his Guizong deacon and finally forcing Guizong to apologize was even more of a strange shame. As the young sect leader of the returning one sect,
he must avenge this shame later on. Su Chang'e noticed Luo Qingyue behind Li Han.
A smile played at the corner of his mouth as a greeting,
but together with its immortal-like temperament, it gave people a feeling like a spring breeze. Aha! Kamiko is smiling at me. You're talking nonsense. The godson was clearly and honestly smiling at me.
No one is allowed to argue.
Kamiko is on to me.
The many female disciples in the direction of the returning clan were nonplussed. Su Changa's incomparably handsome face displayed a smile that was incomparably lethal to young girls. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, Su Changa was slightly puzzled. It seems that this is Li Han, the young sect leader of the returning one sect, right? The pupils of Qi Luck were quietly activated in his eyes. Li Han, Qi points, 312. Well, it looks like a long, strong leak. The golden runes in Su Changa's eyes once again operated, unleashing Qi insight. Li Han, the young patriarch of the Guei clan. During his trip to the secret realm of the returning ruins, perhaps because of the favor of heaven, the Emperor's heaven is not responsible for the people who have the will to do so, and he eventually obtained the burning heavenly true flame that was left behind by the ancient demon emperor, creating the extreme of the Inferno Road. Oh, could it be the Yin Di of this world? Kind of interesting. If we have a sacrificial doujinshi later, Su Changa is very happy. Crossing the metaphysical, he likes to harvest the leaks of the son of Qi. In contrast to the crowd, Li Han looked at Su Changa's smile but trembled. There was even a chill that permeated him. Why the sudden bad feeling? He himself possessed the Tao-breaking sacred flame, and if he really wanted to fight, he would not be weak. Su Changa, this is the relic I found first. Do you want to rob it? You found it? Su Changa had a light smile on his face as he rode on the nine-headed golden lion, looking down on Li Han from above. That indifferent look was like looking at an ant in the mortal world. I remember a certain person saying that in the secret realm, being strong enough means you can do whatever you want. Besides, this divine son would rob you even if he really wanted to. What do you want again? Boom! As the words fell, the aura around Su Changa shot straight up into the sky, and the sky became clear. In the void, a majestic aura pressure swept across the 8 directions. There was silence all around, and all the people looked horrified, some of them trembling. 2 words surfaced in unison in the hearts of the crowd. Strong. Chapter 58, Sword breaks 10,000 laws, shocking the 4 directions. Su Changa. Li Han's face was grim. He also didn't expect Su Changa to be so overbearing. If he didn't react, not only would he become a laughingstock, even the Guei clan's face would take a great blow. Deception is too much. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? This relic belongs to me. Li Han. Saints can't take it even if they come. I say. With those words, the Tao-breaking sacred flame in Li Han's palm rose into the air. Hoo. The flames dazzled and changed, actually transforming into a huge fire python coiled around Li Han. Yo, playing with snakes? This godson killed a mudskipper playing with mudskippers earlier. Do you want to come and try it too? Su Changa laughed lightly, looking at Li Han with a playful expression. Li Han was somewhat speechless. He knew Su Changa's terrifying strength, and Qin Tai could be said to be on par with him. However, he was a person with a strong sense of self-esteem, and having been publicly humiliated by Su Changa in front of so many people, the matter was not that well uncovered. Su Changa, do you really think you're invincible after killing Qin Tai? Today Boom! Terrifying fist dawn stirred out from Su Changsha's hand. The fist moved the 9 skies, and heaven and earth stirred. The power of this punch surpassed all previous ones. This was because Su Changa had already fused the dragon image prison suppression strength. Dragon elephant prison suppressing strength, turning the flesh and blood in the body into countless particles. Each particle can be cultivated into the power of a divine elephant, enough to tear the heavens and the earth, and roar down the infinite stars, but also can be changed into countless kinds of heavenly magical powers, hiding endless subtleties. Cultivated to perfection. A cultivator's body could be transformed into 840 million particles, with each particle containing the power of a Taiku demonic dragon demonic elephant. The power of the physical body was developed to the extreme. Lifting his hand can break the universe and stars, popping up everything in heaven and earth. Li Han's figure had long since disappeared somewhere. There was only a horrifying trace plowed out by the fist on, and the power of Qi and blood emanating from it was even more mind-blowing. I've been hearing you guys talk tough for the past few days. This divine son's ears are calloused. Why are you so abrasive if you're going to do it? Su Changa retracted his smoking fist, and there was unhidden dislike on his face. I didn't see it wrong, did I? Li Han, who crushed a bunch of fairies in Flower Thousand Valley, just went offline? I thought it was a competent supporting role. I didn't realize it was just a running gag. I don't think we can even be considered runners in front of God's Son. Shut up. No one thinks you're dumb if you don't speak. The crowd murmured. Su Changa's display of dominance today had let them know another model of the divine son of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Some female cultivators were even more obsessed. The handsome ineffable face with its domineering aura.
dangerous and mysterious, adds to the deadly allure. Rumble. Right at this moment, in a ruin in the distance, a pillar of red sun fire shot straight up into the sky. The searing heat emanating from it swept across the sky in all directions. Su Chang'e. Li Han's killing intent that had been suppressed for a long time completely erupted at this moment. Perhaps there was a vengeance buff added. Li Han's aura at this moment far exceeded that of before, especially since that flame actually had the power to burn the sky. This fire is barely hot enough. Come on, start your show. Su Chang'e's left hand was behind his back, and his right hand was stretched out, making a gesture of invitation. Boom! Li Han did not hesitate, only to see him raise his hand and blast out blazing flames. The flames kept rotating and whistling in the air like a fiery storm, and even the void was crumbling by inches. Die! Li Han urged the Tao-breaking sacred flame with all his might. Rolling heat waves pouring. In this heat wave there are countless destruction runes. The power swept the earth in all directions. So strong. Fairy Yun Gui's beautiful eyes flashed. Although Li Han was said to be a human cultivator, the flame Tao he had mastered was even comparable to the fiery sun phoenix of the demon race. It was no exaggeration to say that he was simply an anomaly among the human race. That was a 10 out of 10 performance from you. I'd only give it a 3 out of 10. Fancy. Gel. Su Chang'e's expression was indifferent. As soon as the words landed, an endless aura of the sword Tao spread out. The terrifying sword intent solidified and froze this side of the void, forming a terrifying sword domain. With Su Chang'e as the center, the space in a radius of dozens of feet was under his control. When Li Han's flames rushed in, before it could touch Su Chang'e in the slightest, it unexpectedly shattered inch by inch until it turned into nothingness. Chop! At the same time Su Chang'e defused the attack, he made his hand into a sword finger and chopped diagonally out towards the front. Swish swish swish! Several strands of terrifying swordlight like blooming lotus flowers condensed from the void and instantly broke through the air. Wherever it passed, the void even spread out cracks. The rolling, searing flames were torn apart inch by inch, as if they were in no man's land, as if nothing in this world could stop them. What a powerful swordlight! It's actually several of them in one shot. This is also too fast. I didn't even react before the sword she chopped out. It's the only way to go. Li Han instantly made a judgment and hastily made a response. Thousands of flames filled his body and dazzled him. The earth in front of him shattered inch by inch, and 100 feet high wall of flames roared into existence. At the same time there were many fire snakes whistling out of the wall of flames, hissing and breaking the wind with a great sound. Are you trying to get tough with me? It has to be said. And you think too highly of yourself. Su Chang'e smiled faintly, but his figure was as quiet as a pine in cypress, as if he had no intention of making another move. Swish swish swish, only to see those sword lights tearing apart the flaming serpent. The vast wall of flames was like paper mache and it shattered the moment it came into contact with the sword chi. The powerful sword chi shook Li Han out several hundred meters and smashed heavily into a ruin in the distance. It sends up a rolling cloud of smoke. On the contrary, Su Chang'e, not even a single step was moved. All in white, immaculate. The breath was indifferent and flat, like a calm lake. When the many Heaven's Pride disciples saw this scene, they were all confused. They knew Su Chang'e was strong, but I didn't expect that Su Chang'e was actually strong to this extent. This strong contrast is even more striking. 1. Sword breaks all laws. Suddenly, a sword-carrying teenager with an agitated expression said, from the beginning to the end, the Chang'e Divine Sun only exhibited a wisp of sword chi and dissolved the opponent's thousands of attacks. This is a true sword cultivator. The many Heaven's Pride disciples also reacted. Su Chang'e's powerful strength had been firmly imprinted in their hearts. The fist breaks through the 9 skies to astonish the world, and the sword also cuts through the sky and can break the sea. Chapter 59, Strange Mist. Mu Yanxi missing? Rumble. The ruins in the distance instantly exploded, and Li Han rose up in the air. The flames draped around his body became even more ferocious and furious. Vaguely, a flaming lotus flower actually formed at his palm, and the stamen was even rising out of red-hot flame runes. Do you really think you can defeat me so easily? It would be an honor for you to experience the power of this new move of mine. Li Han's face was sinister, and his words vaguely revealed pride. The flame runes that surrounded him had all boiled up at this moment, and they were even pouring into the lotus flower that he was guarding. For a time, heaven and earth trembled. It was as if there was some great unknown terror brewing in this side of heaven and earth. Playing too fancy. In response, Su Chang'e was somewhat speechless inside. Isn't this that Buddha's anger fire lotus? I didn't realize that I had casually said that the other party was actually an Inferno Emperor template, but a Yindi who has not yet grown up. Just a clown. But this brat is really annoying. Should we just kill him? Su Changa's heart was a little shaken. At least he was a son of Qi.
The value of continuing to live was always much higher than the value of dying.
Just as he was torn. Boom! A gray aura as vast as smoke swept out.
That horrible smoke enveloped this area in an instant.
Not good. There's something odd about this mist. Run!
The many Heaven's Pride disciples were not slow in their reflexes and instantly reacted. This weird mist came really suddenly. Not only was it able to isolate their divine sense, but it was also able to absorb part of their power. Some of the less fortunate Heaven's Pride disciples' figures had long since disappeared into the mists, their aura seemingly vanishing out of thin air. Life and death are uncertain, but the escape was pretty quick. Su Changa shook his head and laughed bitterly. Almost at the instant of the change, Li Han disappeared in a flash, presumably taking advantage of the chaos to escape. But he didn't care. If the other party didn't leave again, then there would be another person on the road to the west. The fog was getting thicker and thicker, and the range of vision was already less than 5 feet, only to see Su Changa flinging his sleeve robe, with him as the center. A huge aura fluctuation spread towards the surroundings like ripples. One side of the misty space was instantly cleared, and the vision became clear once again. However, it didn't take long for the mist to gradually spread towards Su Changa again. It's kind of weird. How does it feel like a constant stream? It looks like all the power I just struck was absorbed. Su Changa's face was thoughtful as he analyzed the conjecture in his heart. It's no good. Yan Shi is gone. Senior Sister Mu. Yan Shi. Yan Shi. The group of disciples of the Flower Thousand Valley were in disarray. Mu Yanshi's disappearance made them look a bit overwhelmed. Su Changa also frowned slightly. This was the most mysterious inheritance place of the returning ruins mystic realm. This is the Empress Qi unleashed? Or is it really in some kind of danger? That's just it. If this peach blossom Empress really disappears, the efforts I made before will be in vain. Su Changa turned his head to the people of the Goyuan Holy Land and said, "You all retreat to a safe place first." Lion Saat Song. Let's go in. Yun Xinyan's beautiful eyes were worried. Divine Son, you're going in? Don't worry. As far as I'm concerned, it's just an idle stroll. Su Changa responded lightly. That indifferent look and words were even more absolute confidence in his own strength. Afterward, Su Changa disappeared into the mist while riding the 9-headed golden lion. Su Chang. Divine Son Changa. This mist seems to be able to absorb the cultivator's aura. Should we? Lion Xiaozong's face was difficult. To be honest, this place was too weird, and this mist also came out weird. If they encountered any great terror in it, they would all have to die here. This is one of the most mysterious inheritance places in the returning ruins mysterious realm. There might be a demon emperor's inheritance in it. Su Changa smiled faintly and said, "If you don't want to go in, just leave now." Demon emperor inheritance? The pupils of the 9-headed golden lion dilated. Demon Emperor inheritance. This can be really unattainable. If one could obtain the inheritance of the Demon Emperor, then the chances of being able to obtain the mandate of heaven on the path of the Emperor would be able to greatly increase. Forward shortly. Only a huge black shadow appeared in front of them. When I approached it, it was actually an ancient stone wall. The ancient inscriptions inlaid on it were emitting brilliant divine light. The runes intertwined and the void twisted. Above the stone wall, an ancient and mysterious portal actually emerged. The door is starlit and leads to an area of unknown location. TSK. The daughter of Great Chi Luck really isn't something to sneeze at. It seems like Mu Yanshi should have stepped into it by mistake. Without much hesitation, Su Changa took a step in. Buzz. Mysterious inscriptions filled the air and divine light rose. The vision seemed to be twisting and switching, and the body seemed to be in the middle of being pulled by an inexplicable force. Not long afterward, an ancient, long, greenstone paved tunnel appeared in the line of sight. It was like it had gone through countless years of baptism, and it had an air of decay and death. There are even some skeletons left in the tunnel. Among these corpses, there were human corpses and demon corpses, as well as some broken divine weapons. However, after experiencing countless years, those bones and weapons had lost their spirituality. It was as if it would turn into flying dust at the touch of a hand. Above the walls of the tunnel, there were scratches from swords and spears, and the gruesome marks seemed to tell that a horrible battle had taken place here. The air was filled with an eerie scent if anything, and it was even more distracting. Chapter 60, Borrowing Your Inheritance, Returning Your Longtime Wish. There's something weird here. Be careful. Su Changa was very sensitive to the perception of breath, like a feeling of being secretly spied on. Whoosh! Just then, a shadow hibernating in the darkness stormed out. The dry and harsh claws carried a cracking sound and attacked towards Su Changa's head. Boom! Su Changa looked like he had prepared for this, and the moment he sidestepped and dodged, he threw a punch. However, that black shadow was actually not directly blown away, but staggered back a few steps.
Oh, looks like a tough one.
Suchanga carefully sized up this black shadow in front of him.
It was actually a human race.
Only the appearance looked very hideous and terrifying.
His body was dried out, without any blood or life. His face was twisted and bizarre, and there were only 2 ghostly green flames in his black eye holes. However, its figure is very flexible,
and its sharp claws can easily tear apart the flesh of a cultivator,
even opening up the body.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
Right at this moment, several more figures appeared,
among which there were not only human races but also demon races.
They were fan-shaped and gradually surrounded Suchanga and the 9-headed golden lion.
The ghostly fire in their eyes seemed to reflect their greed for flesh and blood.
Roar! The black shadows hissed in unison,
and almost at the same moment, they simultaneously lunged towards Suchanga.
What is this thing?
The 9-headed golden lion was creeped out,
his eyes filled with fear.
His intuition told him that these black shadows were very dangerous.
If you mess up, you may even die. Suchanga's gaze was icy cold as he snorted coldly and instantly blasted out a few punches. Boom! 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 Metal clashing sounds rang out, and those several black shadows directly flew out backwards.
The 9-headed golden lion raised its head to the sky and a huge sound wave tumbled out in all directions.
However, those black shadows only had a lurch in their form and quickly recovered again, rapidly approaching towards Suchanga and the 2 of them. Seek death. Lion Xiaozong was somewhat annoyed.
His body's divine light appeared. Golden runes coalesced on his claws, accompanied by a terrifying aura that instantly suppressed him from midair.
At the same time,
his mouth continuously spat out flames,
frost, and thunder.
His firepower was all over the place, and terrifying waves of chi rose up to the sky.
However,
even this kind of powerful and stern attack could not hurt those black shadows in the slightest. Just a little bit of sparks splashed out from their bodies,
and they once again pounced towards Suchanga's duo. Kinda funny to see it's your bodies that are hard,
or my sword is sharper.
Buzz! Right at this moment,
a crisp sword chime sounded. The light in Suchanga's palm flickered, and the ascendant sword had been waiting for a long time. The bright and dazzling sword awning seemed as if it could cut through everything.
Roar!
Those black shadows jumped up and opened their bloody mouths in midair,
as if they were going to eat Suchanga instead in the next instant.
Chop! Swish! The brilliant sword aura seemed to cut through space, and the huge sword chi was accompanied by a shattering sound.
It actually cut it in half in just an instant. Immediately afterward,
a bizarre black light twisted and rose within their bodies,
fading into the void in an instant,
and their bodies instantly planted on the ground and dissipated into powder.
Why does that black light seem to have some ominous aura?
Could it be that such a perverted fleshly body is because of those black lights? Suchanga pondered inwardly as he kept striking out his sword towards the lunging black shadow. A brilliant and dazzling sword light shattered everything, and soon the surroundings were calm once again. All of those bizarre black shadows, all without exception.
The moment they were cut down, a wisp of black light floated out from their bodies. Why do these ghostly things have an evil streak to them? I'm afraid that even late-stage Zuni powerhouses will have trouble dealing with them.
The 9 golden lions had a lot to say about this. If it wasn't for Suchanga's powerful strength,
even if it was able to get in here, there would be no way for it to go deeper. Hell knows how many more of these weird black shadows are inside. Why do I feel so at ease around Suchanga? Lion Xiaozong shook his head vigorously. How could he, as an heir of the 9-headed golden lion clan, have such thoughts? Keep going forward.
There should be a wider space ahead if nothing else.
Suchanga's eyes were stern and deep,
and divine light and Tao rhythms intertwined around him, making him appear incomparably supreme and holy. Because all of those weird black lights were heading towards the depths of the tunnel,
Suchanga did not hesitate and rode the 9-headed golden lion towards the deep. Pitch black, eerie, and deadly, all kinds of darkness intertwined together like a symphony of death.
For those with low strength, not to mention those monsters,
just by feeling this aura, I'm afraid that they can't help but tremble. Luckily, the Ascension sword was exceptionally sharp, and they traveled quickly, and it wasn't long before they reached the end of the tunnel. The eyes opened up. Ahead was an ancient and splendid palace. The material of the palace seemed to be cast from an unknown metal, and the whole body emitted an ethereal divine light, and there was even a mysterious rune interpreting something on it. The palace is about several hundred feet high, and the city wall is even inlaid with a large city gate, on which there are various beasts painted to do fighting. Vivid. In particular, the palace was surrounded by a radiant haze, and even the void was slightly distorted. Standing in front of this magnificent building seemed to inspire the most primitive human instincts, like a feeling of insignificance. And that silhouette is? Su Changa's gaze froze, only to see a silhouette in front of the huge bronze city gate, which was stretching out its hand and placing it on top of the bronze gate, as if it was sensing something. That silhouette was clearly Mu Yanqi, who had disappeared earlier. She didn't seem to have noticed Su Chang'e and was still seriously sensing, only to hear her murmur and whisper, "I, the Peach Blossom Empress, Hua Qianyue, hereby make an oath. Borrow your heritage and return your long-cherished wish." Just the moment Mu Yanqi's words fell, rumble, this side of heaven and earth erupted with a shocking sound, and even more so, the ground shook. The huge palace seemed to resonate with it, and the massive walls slowly opened. The vastness of the ancient aura in it was even pouring out like the sky. Chapter 61, Before the Earthly Palace, the Celestial Pride Gathering. Dazzling golden light wrapped Mu Yanqi up, as if she was a female emperor bathed in divine light. Just then, she looked back at Su Chang'e, and her originally dull eyes seemed to have more ripples in them. His lips parted and he spat out two words softly. The distance was really too far, and Su Chang'e didn't hear what the other party said clearly. Suddenly, she guffawed, and the radiant divine light set off her smile like a flower, so it seemed like she could pour into the city. After a blinding flash of divine light, Mu Yanqi's figure disappeared in front of the city gates. This is going inside the palace? Su Chang'e's heart stirred. Just then, the sound of fierce fighting suddenly came from the middle of the tunnel on the left. Two wretched figures ran out. They were followed by a dozen or so bizarre black shadows, which even possessed extreme speed, and were chasing closely behind them. Are they? Why are these two living things together? Su Chang'e raised an eyebrow and recognized those two figures. The holy maiden of the returning sect Luo spoke softly. Luoha Sword Sect's first sword son, Wuji Ao Tian. Su Chang'e also didn't think about how these two crooked guys came together. Boom! The palace blossomed with a bright and dazzling light, as if it was activated by an inexplicable force, and a radiant divine light surged forth. The dozen or so bizarre black shadows were enveloped by the radiant divine light, as if ice and snow had encountered the blazing sun and melted away layer by layer. And that weird black light only just surfaced before it was instantly swallowed into the palace. Only just now, the moment the black light was swallowed, Su Chang'e sensed a familiar aura. Great Emperor breath. Sure enough, I don't know which demon emperor left this behind. Su Chang'e secretly pondered in his heart. At the same time, Luo Qingyue and Wuji Ao Tian also noticed Su Chang'e, especially Wuji Ao Tian, whose eyes were even more shocked. Su Chang'e? Why are you here too? How did you meet this pervert again? Wuji Ao Tian wanted to cry, having just gotten out of the tiger's den and into the wolf's mouth again. Long time no see, brother Ao Tian. How have you been? Su Chang'e's eyes were indifferent as he smiled and said, I wonder how brother Ao Tian got in here. It's... Wuji Ao Tian's face was in a difficult situation. Originally he was digging the relic's well and had to come out to take a walk, but as a result, he accidentally fell into the mists by mistake. One more slip into this hellhole. Still, he didn't bother to say anything. He knew Su Chang'e had a lot of hard eyes. If he told the whole story, wouldn't he be played to death by the other party? At the same time, he glanced at the nine-headed golden lion without showing any trace of it, and a huge wave was set off in his heart. He was also well aware of the power of the nine-headed golden lion, and Lion Xiaocong's strength was enough to rank in the top 3 amongst the many heavenly prides. However, such a powerful demon race's pride had now become Su Chang'e's mount. Ugh, why are people so different from each other? Wuji Ao Tian was a bit disheveled. Every time he saw Su Chang'e, he could find that the other party's strength had improved tremendously. This speed really feels desperate. What a coincidence for you all. My concubine would like to travel with you. I wonder if I can oblige. Right at this moment, a cold and ethereal voice rang out. In the distance, the radiant moonlight was like a red bridge, generally spreading. On top of the rainbow bridge there was a woman in white clothes, cool and dusty, who was moving gently with lotus steps. She had a pair of dreamlike autumn water eyes, her breath appeared lonely and dusty, and her face was covered by a light veil, making it impossible to see her appearance. Bixia sect, Fairy Yun Gue. Wuji Ao Tian and Luo Qingyue exclaimed at the same time. Who doesn't know about the Bixia sect's 9 tricks of the heart? Extremely strong enlightenment and extremely high cultivation, but also belongs to the heavenly pride among the heavenly prides. As a well-known figure of the Bixia sect, no one knows how many cards she actually has. If it wasn't for Su Chang'e's radiance being too dazzling, Immortal Yun Gue would definitely be one of the most radiant among the contemporary heavenly prides. Of course, if Fairy Yun Gue can contribute, this matter is even more secure. Su Chang'e revealed an elegant and unearthly smile. In fact, He had already analyzed a lot inside, and in his opinion the best-looking skin was nothing more than the outside. If it works for you, appearance or not doesn't really matter. With a fairy Yun Gue, wouldn't that be the equivalent of having an extra free fighter? Wouldn't you just be able to paddle yourself? There are only 2 ways to open this door, but I recommend the second one, using a powerful attack to forcefully break through. Su Chang'e said indifferently. 2 methods have been described on the Return to the Ruins map. The reason why I didn't want to inform the crowd of the first method was because the first method required the use of my own cards. In Su Chang'e's opinion, no matter what, one's bottom card should always be kept in mind. Everyone looked at each other and nodded their heads in agreement. After all, Su Chang'e was the most powerful amongst them. Following his words would not be impossible. Woji Aotian sacrificed the Luovi holy sword and instantly slashed out with a sword horizontally. The powerful and unrivaled sword light blossomed like a lotus flower. The mighty pressure of the void chopped towards the bronze city gate. Luo Qingyue and Fairy Yun Gue also both offered up their own powerful secret treasures. Various divine lights intertwined, respectively transforming into a shocking palm print, as well as a lotus flower with brilliant immortal light, similarly breaking through the air. Each of the heads of the 9 golden lions also erupted a brilliant divine light, roaring towards the palace gates. Su Chang'e's gaze condensed as he used his ascension sword to slash forward, sweeping out sword chi like a brilliant sun. Rumble. With the simultaneous strikes of the 5 great celestial prides, all sorts of secret treasures erupted with astonishing might. The terrifying airwaves caused the entire palace to tremble violently, and the inscriptions on the ancient walls flickered and gradually became dim, like a sign of being worn out. The ancient palace roared and trembled. The surrounding void erupted with vast chaotic light, and a golden rune rose up, though it had dimmed quite a bit at the moment. However, that mysterious runic prohibition was still emanating a palpitating energy fluctuation. The powerful combined attack of the 5 people far exceeded the power of the Seal Emperor realm. Click! Accompanied by a crisp sound, the prohibitions shattered one after another, until finally all the runes were worn out and the gates of the palace opened with a bang. Between heaven and earth, the void distorted and the mist raged. In the middle of the palace, there was even a great divine sound that sounded like an echo from the distant past. Rumble! Strange black light erupted from the depths of the palace as if it were a tidal wave. It was even revealing a cold, dark, and evil aura. A black shadow, coalescing in it, looked illusory, yet like a stern ghost from hell. The originally ancient and mysterious palace instantly became ghostly and chilly, just like the 9 ghosts of hell, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Su Chang'e's expression was indifferent as he raised his hand and chopped out a sword blade. Swish! Sword chi streaked across the sky, ravaging 10,000 feet of emptiness. The several black shadows pouncing in front were instantly annihilated by the majestic sword chi. Why are there so many black shadows? Shouldn't this be the demon emperor's inheritance place? Could it be that we're mistaken? Is this the place to suppress some absolute ferocious demon? The 9-headed golden lion, spewing out a fiery thunder from its mouth, barely repelled a bizarre black shadow. As it is, anyway, let's go in first and have a look around. Looking at Mu Yanqi's appearance earlier, it should be that Empress Taohua's divine soul had awakened. The opponent's awakening was just too bizarre, with hardly any signs. Is it sensing something here that made her awaken early? Boom! Immortal Yun Gue did not speak. Her palm shot out a brilliant moonlight, which intertwined to form a white chain of light, firmly binding the dozen or so bizarre black shadows. A pure white lotus flower flooded around her, like a goddess from the heavens, as she simply took a step towards the palace. Su Chang'e smiled faintly. Even women were not afraid. What else did he need to be afraid of? Riding the 9-headed golden lion disappeared in front of the city gates. After Luo Qingyue went in, Woji Aotian showed hesitation. Damn! This place is so dangerous. There must be a great terror in it, but if you don't go in, you'll throw away a heavenly opportunity. The more Woji Aotian thought about it, the more entangled he became. He had sworn to be a king, but God had always forced him to come into his own. After a strong ideological struggle, Woji Aotian clenched his teeth and took a hard step in. The figure disappeared into it. However, not long after a few of them left, another silhouette emerged from the darkness. His face was grim, but the power of the flames that surrounded him made the many black shadows not dare to approach. Su Chang'e. The corner of Li Han's mouth rose slightly. This time, you'll have to plant it. Chapter 62 Immortal's Pole. Source of Darkness. Although the palace had a prohibition against black shadows, but still the fury filled the air and made people feel cold and prickly. Su Chang'e exuded his own holy body aura. Laws intertwined and runes rose, forming a shallow curtain of light that slowly wrapped him.
In contact with Suchanga's black mist was like a candle on fire,
scattering in all directions. In the palace,
there is no crowd inside the heart of the thought of the fairy atmosphere, but as the cultivation of the ghosts,
eerie and horrible. Hiss. Is this really a place of inheritance? Sure it's not a place to suppress evil spirits? Woji Aotian shrunk his head.
The piercing icy cold put him in a state of high alert,
and there was always an uneasy feeling permeating his heart. Boom! But just then,
a pillar of light rose up to the sky, which was intertwined with ancient and mysterious inscriptions that seemed to be able to wear out everything.
Those surrounding grievous souls,
as well as the dark figures,
tried to escape,
but they were shattered apart by the sweep of those runed divine lights. The darkness of the palace cleared for a moment.
At the same time, Suchanga and the others were able to see the palace.
There were several huge statues in front of them,
which looked ancient and mysterious,
not knowing whether they were carved out of various materials, but they had a savage and ancient aura,
especially that kind of divinity. It makes people can't help but feel their hearts and minds tremble, as if they are all about to be revived. Green Dragon, Xian Wu, Shu Bird, White Tiger, Karen. Suchanga's eyes flashed.
This was known as the 5 divine beasts of the legendary immortal realm,
and its powerful strength would be difficult for even immortals to fight against. Suddenly, they realized that there were strands of blood chi on the statue rapidly surging in one direction. That's a strand of the essence blood of the 5 divine beasts? Following the line of sight,
the strands of essence blood all surged into a huge pool of blood.
The mist on it was dense, as if something was brewing. Suddenly, a huge vortex arose from it, and a bloody light shot up into the sky. It actually formed a huge curtain of light. A picture evolved in it.
It seemed like a great hall filled with starlight. There was a mysterious figure sitting on that throne shrouded in immortal aura, dressed in purple and gold imperial robes. His head was crowned with a flat heavenly crown, and his feet stepped on compound cloud boots.
It looked very thin and weak,
as if his chi and blood had dried up, but the supreme aura that dominated the world made him look as if he was holding up a piece of heaven and earth. What's more was that it was clearly just a picture, and it seemed as if he had passed through an endless river of time to confront the crowd.
The 9-headed golden lion exploded when he was looked at. Even Suchanga was feeling creeped out. An existence far beyond this world. Could it be? Just a single strand of the image created a feeling of awe in their bones.
Suchanga had wanted to activate his pupil of chi to observe, but it actually made him feel a stabbing pain in his eyes. That could only mean that the existence of that figure was beyond his imagination.
He seems to be the root of the Tao and the law. He is the immortal being. Obviously, it was just a picture that gave people a mighty pressure, but it was so overwhelming that people couldn't help but want to worship it.
Rumble. The image seemed to be enacting something, an extreme divine might rising,
a divine chain of order intertwining, and the power of laws filling the air.
The void was violently distorted, and chaotic light appeared,
as if an ancient world was about to be opened up in the midst of the chaos. Immediately afterward,
the crowd's vision was sharply distorted, and then they seemed to be in a dark place.
Roar! Kill! 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 For the immortal realm! For the heavens! Kill the 9 heavens above the sun,
and destroy the source of darkness in the world.
I will exchange my life's training for the destruction of the darkness.
May I protect the peace of all beings with my life.
Hissing and shouting, shaking the void, that ancient world manifested,
causing Suchanga and the others to tremble, as if they had traveled back to the ancient times and saw everything that had once been.
It's like an endless explosion of darkness.
That terrifying aura of darkness enveloped the heavens and the worlds, and countless dark beings rushed out from the void, wanting to kill all the beings in the world. There were even many great emperors among the dark beings,
and some even far exceeded the aura of great emperors.
A casual strike could pierce through the universe and stars,
shatter thousands of lands, and annihilate billions of living beings. There were even powerful divine beasts in that ancient world, with bodies as terrifying as mountains.
That monstrous power of chi and blood rushed up to the sky, fighting and conquering the dark beings with its own stern claws and flesh. There were gods and devils that stood on top of heaven and earth, shattering the void with a single roar and breaking the great Tao with a single step. There were ancient clans that were forceful and unrivaled in their physical strength.
Demon Emperor, the gods and goddesses,
the great sage of the human race, the ancient race's great powers. Countless supreme beings rushed up and killed that source of darkness at the same time.
Rumble.
It was like a battle to cut down the heavens, and the aftermath was even sweeping through the heavens and the worlds.
Countless living beings fell, and countless supreme beings bled.
Not even the legendary immortals could escape the fate of death.
The countless worlds destroyed in that battle.
The legendary immortal realm shattered,
wailing and life dissipating. In addition to the darkness, there is boundless bloodshed, and the world is like a purgatory on earth. Despair, grief fill all, no hope or light in sight. But just then, a great power dressed in white, with a purple and gold crown on his head, holding a long green sword came out of the sky, and the might of the extreme Tao swept across the heavenly dome and the universe. The dazzling immortal light was like a brilliant sun, the radiant haze dispelled the darkness, and the rising sun was more like a hope in the darkness. It was the same one that was on the throne earlier. He, transcending the ages, made the ultimate, the extreme of immortality, the upside of God. An incomparably harsh sword light flashed within his indifferent eyes. A palm covered the sky, struck across the 3,000 realms, and overthrew billions of dark beings. With one sword strike, the gods and devils retreated and the heavens trembled. That extreme to monumental power traversed the endless rivers of space and time, turning countless dark powerhouses into pieces and dissipating them. Even if a dark immortal fought with him, he would not be a match for him at all. It was like an invincible and amazing sword fairy. The bright light dazzled to the extreme. And even more so, he possessed invincible battle power. And with a single strike of his hand, a dark emperor fell in his hands. With a casual swipe of his sword, countless dark immortals were killed under his sword, only to see countless living beings in that ancient world. All of them bent their heads and knelt down with awe on their faces, shouting in unison, "Immortal Emperor Zhentian!" Suddenly, Immortal Emperor Zhentian's gaze locked with Su Chang's. This glance seemed to span into countless lengths of time, only to see Immortal Emperor Zhentian. The corners of his mouth slightly raised as he gently spat out a few words. Because they were in an illusionary realm, Su Chang'e could clearly see the Zhentian Immortal Emperor's lips. As much as, quickly, become, grow, Su Chang'e muttered based on the other party's mouthing. He was a little puzzled as to why the other party seemed to know him as well as he did. It was like that Taohua Empress. Obviously they had never met before. But why did the other party recognize them? It made him feel very puzzled. But just then, a change of heart occurred. The source of darkness seemed like a black hole that swallowed the heavens and the worlds, and it was constantly distorting. 3 twisted and terrifying figures actually emerged from it. Their aura far exceeded the rest, and was even on par with the aura of Immortal Emperor Zhentian. Soon, those 3 figures struck out at the same time, choosing to surround Immortal Emperor Zhentian. It was an extremely grueling and difficult battle. Immortal Emperor Zhentian offered up a brilliant and dazzling immortal sword, and the light of the sword seemed to be able to cut through the river of time. They shattered endless worlds and even fought along the long river of time, to reverse the years and destroy the opponent's Tao body that existed in the river of time. The infinite chaos broke down and turned into pieces of nothingness. Their great battle seemed to have lasted for countless years, even to the edge of the heavens and the worlds, and even the great Tao was about to be worn out by them. But in the end, those 3 terrifying dark figures were heavily injured and could only let out an unwilling roar as they retreated back into the darkness. The endless dark beings also retreated towards the surroundings like a tidal wave. The white-clothed Immortal Emperor Zhentian had also long been scarred and almost exhausted. I, Su Xian, have been through 199,612 battles in my life. Invincible in the world and undefeated. Ran, the darkness has arrived, and all beings are in peril of fire and water. I will battle the source of darkness with my humble body. Today, the dark scourge recedes for the time being, but one day, it will return. I have already withered my lamp. My origin will be extinguished, and I am no longer able to protect the world's living beings. When I die, I ask the family to tell my unborn child, may he succeed my long-cherished wish to clear away the source of darkness, purge the universe, and return peace to the heavens for all ages. May all beings, all spirits, like dragons, never fall into the abyss of darkness. As the last sentence fell, the body of Immortal Emperor Zhentian had immortal light coming out of his eyes, and his body, which was already beyond the ages, should be inviolable to all laws, but now it is slowly breaking up, until finally, he turned back again, across endless rivers of time. The eyes were completely different from the previous harsh killing intent, as if they were filled with compassion. Immortal Emperor Zhentian smiled faintly and transformed into countless points of light, gradually dissipating into the air. The moment. Dragons and phoenixes weep blood, heaven and earth wail, and blood rains from the sky. Heaven weeps in sorrow, and all spirits bow down. There were even countless living beings who got down on their knees and bowed to the heavens, saying loudly, "Greetings to the Immortal Emperor Zhentian." There were also countless supreme beings who all knelt down and shouted, "Greetings to Immortal Emperor Zhentian." A sound came out from all the heavens and all the worlds, and countless people landed on their knees, bowing down in the direction where Immortal Emperor Zhentian had disappeared. At this moment, there was only one voice that resounded through the heavens and earth. Greetings to immortal Emperor Zhentian.
The scene comes to an abrupt end here.
Chapter 63 Battle Against the Dark Remnant. Burning Sky Demon Flame appears.
It wasn't until a long time later that the crowd was able to recover from the shock they had just experienced. The sights they had seen earlier seemed to make them dream back to the ancient times.
The battle of the heavens is tragic. Purgatory of blood. Divine Supreme Immortal Emperor Zhentian.
They are all buried in that endless stretch of time that perhaps not many people remember now. But it really existed.
A mythical immortal emperor? Su Chang'e only slowed down at this time.
And he had an indescribably strange feeling. When looking at that immortal emperor falling in front of him, his bloodline was trembling slightly,
as if there was an endless emotion of sadness. Could it be because of environmental influences?
The laws here gave a very sad feeling,
not just to him, but to those around him.
The power of this law's influence was so strong that it even affected their emotions.
Su Chang'e shook his heavy head and didn't bother much more with this matter. That's when the change came. A bizarre change occurred once again in the blood pool. Presumably, after manifesting the scene that had just been buried by the ages, the blood chi in the blood pool seemed to have been exhausted. The blood-colored haze on it gradually dissipated, and the blood pool gradually revealed its true appearance. It was actually a blood-colored idol.
This blood-colored idol actually has a strong dark aura in it. It must be some of the dark beings that are suppressed here.
Fairy Yun Gui opened her mouth in a rare manner,
her voice clear and cold.
It should be more than that. Su Chang'e pondered inwardly, first letting them see the images of that great battle, and then arranging for this bizarre idol, in which it was even suppressing this part of the dark beings.
Murphy's,
a test? Su Chang'e's thoughts had just fallen. Rumble. Right at this moment, the blood-colored idol trembled slightly, and even more cracks appeared, the darkness in it surging out. The void trembled. The temperature dropped drastically, and the coldness pierced the bones and regaled the soul.
Sure enough, if I'm right, we're in trouble next.
Su Chang'e's gaze condensed and he said in a deep voice, boom! Instantly,
the blood-colored image cracks grew larger and larger,
and the bizarre darkness spewed out like a wave. Immediately after that, it even transformed into vicious and terrifying dark beings. The appearance was somewhat illusory, but the evil that eroded everything sent chills all over one's body. And then, those dark forests let out a creepy jia laughter and fiercely pounced towards Su Chang'e's several people. These dark beings may have been suppressed for billions of years. The weak ones are long dead, although still alive is the strongest of the dark beings. But after an endless river of time, the blood decayed and decayed a lot. The strength is even more than 100.
However, they still didn't dare to be careless.
The dark beings were able to erode the aura, thus corrupting the cultivator's divine sense. And it was even more bizarre and unpredictable, making it impossible to defend against them.
They unleashed powerful offensive means one after another, killing straight towards those dark beings.
Clank! Woji Aotian sacrificed the Luo He Holy Sword, and the endless sword light, like lightning, was sharp.
It just instantly pierced through the body of a dark being, nailing it to death on the spot.
Luo Qingyin held a long whip as if it was a spirit snake coming out of a hole. Runes flashing, a divine power attached to the whip made from divine iron.
The many dark beings were whipped and shattered apart. There were pure white and holy lotus flowers blooming around Cloud Laurel Fairy, as if the moonlight was radiant and cool and dazzling.
Like a dancing nymph,
her light veil danced with a delicate figure. But under this beautiful dance, every swing of the light veil could make the void bloom with a large pure white lotus flower. The dark beings that touched the lotus flower even popped up one after another.
As for the nine-headed golden lion,
it was also in great power. 9 heads roared toward the sky,
and then it was spewing out blazing eye-catching beams of light, frost-biting cold, flames rushing to the sky, howling winds, thunder roaring.
The sonorous attack greeted towards the incoming dark beings. They were all young supreme beings, top-tier heavenly prides, and their battle power was even a peerless existence among their peers, and it wasn't difficult for them to fight at a cross-grade level.
There are even all kinds of cards on the body. Even though those dark beings were weird and powerful,
they still died in their hands in droves.
Boom! Just then, divine light rose around Su Chang'e, laws intertwined, and a brilliant golden haze bloomed as if it were the sun, firmly wrapping Su Chang'e. Su Chang'e stepped out with one step, and his body even exuded a sacred and supreme Tao rhythm, as if all laws were inviolable.
His hand grasped the ascendant sword and slashed out with a slanting cut, like a galaxy of sword light. It instantly drowned dozens of dark beings as he incorporated the power of the dragon elephant prison suppression strength into it.
The terrifying sword she even leveled the front. A huge abyss like a spider's web, generally shattered in front of him.
The dark beings under the sword chi had long since turned into ashes. His fingers were as crystalline as jade, and even more radiant runes manifested. With the full power of the saint body bloodline stimulated, a flower of the great Tao was even birthed around him, and there were even divine and demonic silhouettes bowing down and 4 beasts descending. Killing God sword intent, a thought of God. That vast ocean of sword intent was constantly tearing apart the void. Although the breath of these dark beings was weak, their numbers were simply too great, so he decided to use his strongest sword technique, chopping the Tao skill, realizing the great Tao of heaven and earth, and the 10,000 principles of tomorrow, cultivated to great completion. A single thought can break the river of time and turn cause and effect into nothingness. The first stance of the Tao chopping technique, enlightenment, chop. In an instant, a sword light rushed up to the sky, a sword of frost and cold 14 continents, a huge white aura that swallowed the darkness and dazzled, accompanied by unwilling hissing sounds. Those dark forests were like snowflakes, rapidly dissipating and disappearing without a trace in an instant. What kind of sword skill is that? When Wuji Ao Tian saw that sword, he also revealed a shocked and incomparable expression. Their Luaha sword sect was one of the supreme sword Dao inheritance places in the North Netherland Dao region, but that sword of Su Changa's just now was unheard of. He had been practicing swords for more than 10 years and had never seen such a terrifying sword skill. Fairy Yun Gui was also filled with curiosity. She could even instinctively feel that sword skill of Su Changa's looked like it had the intention of enlightening the great Tao, and if she could learn it, it would definitely make her strength rise again. Returning to the sacred land, truly worthy of being the most mysterious power. Such a sword skill, such a divine son. Unconsciously she felt a wave of curiosity towards Su Changa in her heart, and at the same time there was a kind of awe for the strong. If Su Changa had heard this, she would have not been able to help but have a black line on her head. He himself was an outcast, so it was normal to know a little bit of forbidden feats, right? Buzz. Su Changa is like walking leisurely, striking out easily and casually. Those dark beings that give many heavenly prides a headache are even more like chopping vegetables under Su Changa's sword at the moment. There seems to be a stone box on the other side of the blood pool. Su Changa's sight glanced over and noticed the difference in the blood pool. Boom! Right at this moment, a scarlet flame rose up to the sky in that blood pool. The terrifying power of the flames seemed to burn through the void. The dazzling and scorching firelight, moreover, made this ghostly underground palace instantly become warm and genial, and the auspicious energy rose. In particular, there was actually an aura of a great emperor in that flame, adding to the greatness and supremacy. Could that be the Golden Crow Demon Emperor's burning sky demon flame? The 9-headed golden lion trembled. His expression was excited, and even his breathing was a little short. The many celestial pride present also had incomparably hot gazes. Golden Crow Emperor. The great emperor with the strongest mastery of the flame avenue in the demon race is known as the golden flame burning heaven, and all things are destroyed by embers. However, their gazes went back to the white-clothed figure at the very front. Suddenly they were a little disheveled. Yeah. With this pervert here, where else would it be their turn? Chapter 64 Li Han schemes. Fist starts the Great War. Su Changa smiled faintly and said, "Since all of you are so fond of Mr. Su, then Mr. Su will respectfully follow your orders." The crowd heard this with a black line. They wanted to, but they couldn't fight. Wuji Ao Tian. It can be said that Su Changa is scornful. In his Go Zi Jing, Su Changa can be described as the number 1 taboo. Cannot provoke him, absolutely not to provoke. As for the 9-headed golden lion and Luo Qingyue, they were even in Su Changa's control of their lives, and now they were still running to snatch the opportunity? The birthday boy hanged himself and was too long-lived. The closer Su Changa got to the burning sky demon flame, the scorching aura made him feel even more palpitating. This flame is truly extraordinary. It seems like this is that kid Li Han's chance, isn't it? Not bad. There's still something to this leak. The corners of Su Changa's mouth rose, very satisfied. In the future to meet a few more such sons of Qi, to become an immortal is even more within reach. The crowd looked at Su Changa with bated breath. Having collected the fire seeds of the burning sky demon flame, they could only collect some residual divine beast essence blood. It was good that Su Changa gave them a mouthful of soup. Otherwise, they would have made a wasted trip this time. In fact, Su Changa had made another unexpected discovery. It was the fact that there was an alcove next to the fire that was supposed to hold some kind of treasure. But now it was as if it had disappeared out of thin air, and after Su Changa's observation, it should have been taken away, and the traces of movement on the dust were fresh. It should have been taken not long ago. There seems to be only one person who came into this place earlier, Mu Yanxi. Su Changa kept pondering.
Even if Empress Taohua had awakened, how did she enter the ruins so easily? This Taohua Empress might have a big secret. However, Su Chang'e didn't care. To him, it would be nothing more than a toolman later on. Just then, a sound of applause rang out from outside the cave. Gentlemen, it seems that Divine Sun Tzu has solved all our troubles for us. Immediately afterward, Li Han's figure appeared from outside the cave, and he was actually followed by many Heaven's Pride disciples, human races and even demon races, with a powerful aura and a cold face. It was surprising that each of them was the existence of a junior supreme. Li Han had a smile at the corner of his mouth, his chin raised, and he looked at Su Chang'e with a smug expression. We won't talk too much nonsense. Hand over the burning sky demon flame, and spare you from death. Oh, spare my life? Su Chang'e smiled faintly, and his entire aura changed instantly, as if he was a towering monarch. But seeing this, Li Han was not at all vain, only to see him turn to the group of Heavenly Pride disciples behind him and say, "This is a great emperor's chance. Are you going to miss it like this?" He then looked at the crowd of Demon Clan Celestials once again. This secret realm is the Demon Clan's territory. If the greatest opportunity is taken away by Su Chang'e, where is your Demon Clan's face placed? Seeing that the faces of the crowd of Heaven's Pride disciples were still hesitant, he spoke again. Gentlemen, Su Chang'e is certainly powerful, but with so many of us, do we still need to fear him? Wouldn't it be great to get a great emperor's chance and we can still comprehend together? Sure enough, after Li Han had teased them like this, the eyes of the many Heaven's Pride disciples flickered and seemed to be a little shaken. Some even revealed their greed. The great emperor's chance is not comparable to those small fishes and shrimps, which is even more tempting for them. Although it would offend Su Chang'e, it was worth it. Su Chang'e coldly smiled. Li Han deliberately brought so many Heavenly Pride disciples here, thinking that it was to make him a target. Su Chang'e, this place is my Demon Clan's ruins mystery realm. Hand over the inheritance and you'll be spared from death. That's right. How can the inheritance of my demon race be taken away by a human race? Right. If this were to be spread, where would the face of my Demon Clan be placed? Su Chang'e, you killed the royal son of my great Qin ancient dynasty. If you hand over that inheritance, I can still report to the state lord to spare your life. We are of the same human race, so I won't make things difficult for you. If the Chang'e Divine Son divides a portion of his inheritance with me, I, the Wuji Dao sect, will not be involved in this matter. Numerous Heaven's Pride disciples lashed out. The greed in their hearts had been infinitely amplified at this moment, and that legendary great emperor's chance seemed to be within reach. Li Han, on the other hand, wrapped his arms around himself and looked at Su Chang'e with a playful expression. Su Chang'e, what I can't get you can't get either. Now that so many Heaven's Pride disciples have gathered, even if you have the ability to turn the world upside down, you'll have to be planted today. Not just Li Han, but even in the eyes of Fairy Yun Gui and the others, the outcome of this matter was already predetermined. I didn't realize that this time it was Su Chang'e who was put on the spot. People's hearts are too dangerous. I want to go back to the clan. Wuji Aotian couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Su Chang'e was so powerful, and all of them were in constant danger. The Guji Sutra, which needs to be copied a few more times. You all have a point, but with so many of you, how should this chance be divided? Su Chang'e was playful and deliberately pretended to look worried and frightened as she inquired. Ha 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 ha, you don't have to worry about that. Hand over the chance, we have our own measure. Li Han laughed loudly. I see that Divine Son Chang'e is also very conscious, and he will definitely be the one to achieve great things in the future. He laughed incomparably. In his opinion, so what if it was Su Chang'e? In front of so many Heaven's Pride disciples, don't they still have to bow down? At the same time, he was a bit disdainful. What legendary true immortal's talent? It's just a jumper. He still had some small thoughts in his heart. If he could suppress Su Chang'e through this matter in passing, not only would he be able to wipe out his former shame, but he would also be able to weed out a difficult opponent on the road to empire. Some of the demon race celestials also showed disdain. The Thunder Tiger clan's pride scoffed. TSK, 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 a certain yellow-haired lion has actually become a dog of the human clan. It's really a disgrace to our demon clan. Ha 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 ha. A demon that gives the humble human race as a mount doesn't deserve to be my demon race's heavenly pride at all. The nine-headed golden lion that was still eating and watching the show was even more furious. How did the main character become himself when he was just eating a melon? As the heir of the nine-headed golden lion clan, he couldn't beat Su Chang'e, but could he still be afraid of these assholes? But before he could storm out, he saw Su Chang'e walk up to that crowd. He was seen with a smile at the corner of his mouth, his white clothes dancing lightly.
his left hand behind his back, and his right hand placed in front of his belly.
It looks sprightly and confident. You guys can catch it. Just in an instant.
The smile on his face instantly turned into indifference, and there was a divine light flickering in his eyes.
Rune rises. Behind him as slowly appeared an ancient mountain. Seems to have the vision of chaos opening heaven and earth. Subtle and mysterious. Intertwined with the Tao and reason. Boom! Suchanga blasted out with a fist.
And the chaotic light exploded as if a great sun had risen and stars had fallen.
The wind howled and the earth roared. Almost all of them did not expect Suchanga to strike instantly.
A large portion of the Heaven's Pride disciples were stunned by this powerful attack, and some even directly turned into blood foam and disappeared.
Find death. How dare you take a shot at us? Kill him.
Some of the remaining Heaven's Remarks disciples reacted,
and even erupted with a powerful aura,
sacrificing numerous divine weapons and magic treasures to kill Suchanga.
This Suchanga didn't care.
Even more mole crickets are still mole crickets after all.
Chapter 65, The Greatest Divide. The Crushing Stance. Rumble.
The attack of a demon race Heavenly Pride turned into a torrent of hurricanes and was the first to suppress towards Suchanga. He was an heir to the Rift Wind Sparrow clan. The Split Wind Sparrow clan was born with an affinity for wind aura, and if it was combined with wind attribute spells, its manipulation of violent hurricane winds could even destroy indestructible divine gold.
The first. Suchanga was blissfully unconcerned and faintly said,
"This kid strikes so quickly. It looks like he wants to strike early and take advantage of the situation."
In that case, let's make it happen. Suchanga instantly struck out with a palm.
The void trembled and the aura roared. A gigantic palm with a bright golden light that covered the sky came out to suppress it.
Boom! The runes exploded,
and the airwaves spread and swept out in all directions like ripples. The biting hurricane was like encountering an ancient divine mountain.
But it couldn't even resist Suchanga's attack by a single bit. How can that be?
The Split Wind Sparrow clan's Heavenly Pride looked shocked, and he had absolute confidence in his own strength. But now it was unable to shake the other party in the slightest. That violent hurricane was instantly torn apart, turning into wisps of clear wind that dissipated into the heavens and earth.
However,
Suchanga's attack had not weakened in the slightest, and had already landed on that Split Wind Sparrow clan's Heavenly Pride while defeating the opponent's attack.
Bang!
Explosions were accompanied by mournful screams.
Then look at that demon clan's pride. It was actually lying on the ground in a sorry state,
blood spurting from the corner of his mouth, and his entire body's meridians were even shattered.
One move nullified. Nullified?
Some of the Heaven's Pride disciples who were just about to make a move froze in unison.
But Suchanga wouldn't miss this opportunity.
Turning his palm into a fist,
he once again threw a punch. Boom!
The power of the idol within his body roared and hissed, and his powerful strength seemed like it could push across the earth. The fist's aura was astonishing,
illuminating the heavens. Together with the combination of its saint body's bloodline,
the might of this punch could be said to open up the heavens and the earth.
Suchanga.
Numerous Heaven's Pride disciples roared in anger. The huge life and death crisis forced them to burst out their full strength.
All kinds of divine light exploded and secret treasures manifested. The runes intertwined and the five haze dazzled. Two very different forces,
like meteors collapsing into each other.
Rumble.
The void trembled. The aura surged wildly,
and even the middle of the ruins was shaken continuously by this force.
Some of the cultivators who had gathered around would even faint and die from the powerful aftershocks if they didn't offer up their own aura defense.
Cough, cough, cough.
There was the sound of coughing up blood as a figure staggered backwards and out, and some of those with weaker cultivation had long since been turned into pieces. The smoke gradually dispersed, and a huge deep pit appeared in front of the crowd.
Even Wuji Aotian and the others had some heart palpitations.
The impact of this tremendous force even caused the rocks to melt, and even for a period of time, that area was in a kind of vacuum.
Bastard! Li Han looked wretched,
his robes in tatters, and his heart sank completely and utterly. He had to admit that he had still underestimated this divine son of the Return to Origin Holy Land.
One person fought so many of them alone and even gained the upper hand. On the contrary, Suchanga had a breezy look on his face,
his hands behind his back,
white clothes and bundled hair,
with a superb temperament. It was as if he was an immortal who did not fall into the red dust, with a leisurely breath and immortal posture.
It didn't look like it was going through a big battle at all. Instead it looked sacred. Is this the elegance of the divine son of the Guayuan Holy Land?
Fairy Yin Gui's eyes were also filled with different colors as she became more and more curious about Suchanga.
Some of the maiden Tianzhou onlookers also had ripples in their beautiful eyes. Who in the world's young generation has this kind of elegance?
With a hand raised, he dissolved the attacks of several great heavenly prides.
Li Han and the crowd of demon race celestials were even more pale and incomparably ugly. They had come this time, originally wanting to see Su Changa's chance, and by the way, step on Su Changa again, using this to make a name for themselves. As a result, now, it was really a case of being rubbed on the ground after failing to pretend. Gentlemen, at this time, Li Han said in a loud voice, things have come to this, if we still don't use our bottom card, we're going to fail completely. Are you all going to stand by and see such a chance taken away by Su Changa? As Li Han's words fell, the few remaining Heaven's Pride disciples fell into thought. The reason they were able to carry off Su Changa's attack just now was because their own natural strength was extremely powerful. As for the bottom card is definitely there. Originally before was not want to expose, is to want to retain the last strength, strive in the division of opportunity to share some more. But now, as Li Han said, if they didn't use their bottom card yet, they would completely fail and even die. The many Heaven's Pride disciples glanced at each other and all secretly nodded their heads. Rumble. An even more powerful force erupted from their dantian. The pillar of light that rose up to the sky was like a torrent, dazzling to the extreme. There is a supreme destructive divine light. There was majestic and terrifying thunder. There are fires that burn through the void. There are divine weapons that tear through the void. Compared to the previous aura, I don't know how many times more powerful it was. And the divine might stirred, spreading for 10,000 miles. Strike! With Li Han's roar, several great Heaven's Pride disciples had struck out at the same time. Various divine lights intertwined together, and the destructive aura seemed like it was going to shatter everything. That massive attack was even more like a huge mountain of divine light suppressing towards Su Changa. Even if a venerable perfection powerhouse was here, he was afraid that he would only fall with hatred. However, Su Changa saw this, but his blood boiled and he was full of battle spirit, suppressing the invincible and dictating the ages, turning the impossible into certainty. This was the path of the great Tao that he pursued. Boom! Su Changa's eyes were radiant with a divine aura, and the power of sobbing blood around him was as vast as an ocean. The golden runes intertwined and actually formed a magnificent figure, as if it was an immortal king who was proudly looking down on the universe. The holy body has a vision, and the immortal king is in the 9 heavens. The world tree seed in his body was even trembling and swaying, and the not yet matured world power was even fusing with the divine elephant particles in his body. A fist violently blasted out, just like immortal magic shaking the earth. That unrivaled fist seemed to come from the 9 heavens, as if a divine mountain had descended. Just that breath alone couldn't help but make one's body tremble. Click! Boom! At this moment, the various divine abilities and spells erupted by the several Heaven's Pride disciples were like dust and smoke shattering away. Simply unbearable. That supreme punch had even more power to astonish the 9 heavens. A fist shatters the air and beyond. Chapter 66. Why? Because I'm a hanged man. Rumble. Fairy Yun Gui and the others were running their auras, forming a curtain of light to defend against the fallout of the great battle. Hiss! This fellow is really getting more and more perverted. Achieving the 10 violet mansions. Ascending to the mixed heavenly Tao monument. And especially this punch. It even has the meaning of heaven and earth resonating. Wuji Ao Tian's face showed a shocked expression as the shadow Su Changa brought to him increased once again. The supreme fist might that had just dominated the world even made him feel his own insignificance. The extreme power catalyzed by the dragon elephant prison suppressing strength was even more terrifying to him. And if he were to receive a punch himself, he was afraid that he would be wasted even if he didn't die. It seems that you all still don't have enough fire. Why don't I let you guys have it again? Su Changa had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, his white clothes fluttering, his hands behind his back, his face light and breezy. The godlike eyes casually looked down at the many celestial pride that fell to the ground in a sorry state. Su Changa. Li Han endured the pain of the broken meridians in his body and climbed up from the ground with great difficulty. He didn't know why, but he just hated Su Changa's breezy face. The eyes that looked down on him were as if they were looking at an insignificant ant. Who is he? Li Han? The young patriarch of the Return to One sect. In terms of natural talent he was also the top generation. This life should have been his Li Han to shine, become the most dazzling sun, while the other people are only accompanied by the group of stars around him. By what? On what grounds? Why should you be able to achieve this? It clearly belongs to me. Li Han's face was full of grimaces, roaring like a madman, and even his Tao heart collapsed a bit. Su Changa's light was too dazzling. If the other party was given another chance to grow on, then there would only be one brightest star in the starry sky of the ages. Su Changa. Boom! Li Han's right hand operated the power of flames, and a red-colored lotus blossomed in his palm. Like a bloody red lotus, That blood-colored aura even carried berserkness and madness. Su Chang'e, do you think you're going to win? Today, you will die. Li Han didn't hesitate and blasted the blood-colored lotus flower straight towards his dantian. Boom! Scorching and berserk flame power surged out from his body. The flame was like the Nine Spectres' flame, scarlet and bloodthirsty, tyrannical and incomparable. Immediately after that, countless flame runes converged and actually formed a blood-colored silhouette. It was a huge monster with 3 heads and 4 pairs of arms. The face is hideous, with ghostly fangs. The blood-colored flames even set off the monster like a stern ghost from hell. Li Han said in a cold voice, Su Chang'e, it's your honor to force me to use the Karma Flame Red Lotus. Although the backlash power of the flames caused him great pain, the thought of being able to tear Su Chang'e apart right away caused him to face excitement. The Red Lotus of Karma? Su Chang'e had heard of this, and it was a forbidden secret technique of the Guei clan. Take the power of the origin and transform it into the scorching flame karmic fire. It is even more capable of doubling the strength of the cultivator in a short period of time, with the side effect that it comes at the cost of losing the potential for future cultivation. Although extremely insidious, it was also a very bizarre technique. Die! Boom! Li Han pressed his right hand, and the blood-colored shadow behind him instantly launched an attack. The heat waves converged, and a huge wave of flames like a mountain of flames roared and whistled at Su Chang'e. The sound was great, like an ocean of flames, but what was churning on it was not a refreshing lake. It was a burst of fire that was strong enough to burn through the void. Damn! Is Li Han crazy? I'm afraid we'll all be implicated by an attack this next to it. Some of the Heaven's Pride disciples who had fallen to the ground in a state of distress had their colors changed greatly, and they fled in all directions as if they were crawling. Are you kidding me? Li Han's flaming power that exploded with the power of origin was completely even putting his life on the line. Kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of your own. That's just nuts. But Li Han no longer cared so much. Su Chang'e had given him too much shame. Since he was a child, how had he ever suffered such shame? Why isn't Su Chang'e moving? ******. Performing the immovable underworld on top of the battlefield. It's still my brother Su. Some of the Heaven's Pride disciples noticed Su Chang'e's lack of movement and talked about it. Is that absolute confidence? Fairy Yun Gui's beautiful eyes flashed. In the reflection of her eyes, there was a figure in white clothes and bundled hair standing proudly. Black silk flying in white clothes hunting. In front of that 100 feet high flame giant wave was so thin, but yet so firm, only to see him reach his hand into the void. As a sword sound rang out, a green-colored longsword suddenly appeared in his hand. On what grounds? Su Chang'e shook her head and smiled, like looking at a little cutie, generally looking at Li Han, just by virtue of the fact that I'm open. Boom! The extreme sword intent even froze the void, and the raging flames were even frozen in midair, unable to approach Su Chang'e in the slightest. However, if one looked closely, one could notice that the fire that had solidified in midair was still hissing, but it just couldn't get close to the area around Su Chang'e. Sword domain? Woji Ao Tian's face changed greatly. The sword domain was a deeper level rendition of sword intent. Transform the meaning into a domain and stop the momentum. This required a mastery of a sword intent to the point of purity, and it also required an extremely high level of heavenly enlightenment to be able to execute it. But Su Chang'e was so glib that he didn't even realize in that moment that the other party had already unfolded the sword domain. If not for the fact that he also practiced the sword Dao, it would have been really easy to be confused by Su Chang'e. At the same time, he was a little disheveled. Why are you giving me another blow? Does God think I'm not trying hard enough? Woji Ao Tian's heart was stuffed and speechless. Su Chang'e gave him simply one blow after another today. If word got back to that master of his, he'd be drinking again. The eyes once again fell back to the center of the battlefield. That's the full force you used? Su Chang'e's breath was flat. Actually, very average. Swish! A sword light slashed out horizontally from the ascendant sword. The frosty aura of the ages even froze some of the scorching flames while penetrating the huge waves of flames. Li Han snorted coldly. Although his attack was neutralized by his opponent, he didn't care. Only the shadowy figure behind him was seen hammering the ground with its large hands. Boom! 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 A pillar of flaming light shot up into the sky, all charging towards the sword light that Su Chang'e chopped at him. The collision between the sword light and the flame was even more like a sky full of sparks blooming. Almost at the same time, Su Chang'e took a step to leap out with his sword. The figure was constantly prancing and moving in the air, and his stance was even more breathtaking. Swish! Once again, the sword slashed his head. The galaxy-like sword light was like a waterfall of hanging stars. Points of cold stars flashed,
And the vastness of the sword chi had even more of an aura that ran through the universe. Rumble. The sword was powerful and the flames roared. Two distinctly different auras were constantly colliding in this heaven and earth. It's more of a symphony of sword and fire.
A madrigal of sin and punishment. Chapter 67, Beheading Li Han. A storm is about to rise. Boom. However, in front of such a supreme sword chi, that flame shadow actually instantly collapsed. But it wasn't over yet. The sword chi's might didn't decrease and it landed directly on Li Han. In the brilliant sword gas, Li Han's body trembled, as if struck by lightning, and his mouth even sprayed blood wildly, ruthlessly smashing on the ground in the distance. Looking incomparably lousy, he still lost. Li Han's gaze was resentful and filled with unwillingness and shock. He had clearly used secret techniques, but he was still so unbeatable in front of Su Chang'e. The Tao-breaking saint flame within him burned once again, and the condensed flame runes were actually repairing his fleshly body. Yo, looks like there's another good one. Bring it on you. Su Chang'e took a step forward and formed his right hand into a claw towards Li Han's chest. Pust. Blood light filled the air, and the sound of flesh and bone tearing resounded. In the middle of Li Han's chest, the ball of light that looked like a dazzling sun was grabbed out by Su Chang'e. Ah! Ignoring Li Han's heart-rending screams, Su Chang'e dropped her eyes on top of that ball of light. There was even more haze lingering in the white ball of light, and pure white flames were burning and beating. Even though Su Chang'e unleashed his own cultivation to shield it, it still made him feel a burning temperature. That flame rune looked even more ethereal and illusory, and at the moment it was buzzing and trembling, wanting to fly out from Su Chang'e's detachment. In my hands and you still want to leave? Boom! The divine light in Su Chang'e's palm was radiant, and the laws intertwined, forming a Tao shackle that firmly bound him. Immediately after, Su Chang'e unleashed the self-contained heart condensation skill, and the terrifying devouring power continuously refined the Tao-breaking sacred flame. Su Chang Song. Li Han's face changed drastically. His perception of the Tao-breaking sacred flame was getting smaller and smaller. The Tao-breaking sacred flame was considered a divine object, and it was even a ticket to enter the legendary great world of divine flame. Guizong had gone through a lot of trouble to obtain such a mass, but now it had actually been taken away by Su Chang'e. You deserve to die. I'm going to make you die a horrible death when we get out of the returning ruins mysterious realm. Li Han's face was twisted beyond recognition, and his roar of madness and resentment resounded through this heaven and earth. He could be said to hate Su Chang'e to the bone, and his anger made him reckless. Stupid. I wouldn't even put in a hard word at this point if I were you. With your life in my hands, how dare you threaten me? Well, good luck on your journey. Su Chang'e's eyes flashed with a cold aura. Asked himself, he is not a good person. Less skilled than others should be willing to gamble and accept defeat. The long sword was raised high, and the cold aura that flashed out even more caused Li Han to cool down from his head to the soles of his feet. You dare. Li Han's eyes were filled with a look of horror. He hadn't thought that Su Chang'e would dare to make a move to kill him. The returning clan was also considered a powerful force, and he was even the son of the patriarch. If Su Chang'e killed him, wouldn't she be afraid of retaliation from the Gui clan? Buzz. Right at this moment, divine light flashed at Li Han's brow. It was as if there was a terrifying and incomparable divine power rising up, as if it wanted to grind down everything. That was the branding left behind by the returning clan's most powerful person, just to prevent Li Han from suffering a life and death crisis. Ridiculous. Su Chang'e coldly snorted and directly sacrificed the pagoda bestowed by the old ancestor. The last thing he lacked was an undercard. Boom! An even more vast and terrifying might of the extreme Tao spread out, suppressing the void and solidifying space. It only instantly suppressed Li Han's branding power. Swish! The longsword mercilessly chopped down, and Li Han's head flew up high. Li Han is dead. What a heart! Some of the Heaven's Pride disciples couldn't help but gulp their saliva, and their eyes even flashed with a color of gravity and scorn. And when immortal Yun Gui saw Su Chang'e kill Li Han, she couldn't help but see a slight light in her cool eyes. Over the past 10,000 years, I don't know how many heavenly prides died tragically on the Emperor's road. Mercy and hesitation is the biggest taboo. A general will have to be 10,000 bones withered. Not to mention the road to becoming a Taoist? If you want to achieve the great Tao and prove the destiny of heaven, you must tread on dry bones with iron blood. After Su Chang'e refined Li Han's Tao-breaking sacred flame, one of the secret treasures he sacrificed collected all the treasures on Li Han's body. After fighting an elite monster, surely you must lick the bag. Does anyone still want this burning sky demon flame now? Su Chang'e stood with his arms folded, and although his words were extremely calm, they had a strong sense of threat. His eyes swept over the crowd, and wherever his gaze reached,
All of them lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. TSK, 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 it's a tough guy. The nine-headed golden lion's head shrank, its eyes filled with scorn and fear. The young patriarch of the returning one sect was killed when he said so. Luckily he was smarter, or this bogeyman would never have spared him. Very well, when you see Mr. Su in the future, I hope you'll remember more, Su Chang'e said with a bashful smile, then rode the nine-headed golden lion towards the outside of the underground palace. At the same time, he probed out a strand of his divine sense and carefully probed towards the burning sky demon flame. He felt something strange. The Tao-breaking sacred flame and this heaven-burning demon flame actually had a similar aura. The two seem like they come from the same source. There are 3,000 different paths. If the sense were close, it could only mean that they all came from the same place or character. It's a bit interesting. It seems that this Li Han came here for this burning sky demon flame. Maybe there's some secret hidden in it? It's a shame. I should have known to interrogate again. Su Chang'e didn't care much. The big deal was to go back and ask the old ancestors. They had lived a long time and definitely knew more than him. The nine-headed golden lion who heard Su Chang'e muttering to himself was nonplussed. That's so mean. People are dead now actually regret not draining each other's residual value, saying that their demon race is cold. He feels that Su Chang'e is even more of a demon than they are. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, in the void, a group of unfathomable figures stood in the air and were standing guard at the entrance. Those figures were all elders of the major forces, immortal families of the major demon clans, and each figure was incomparably terrifying and could easily burn the sky and boil the sea, tearing apart the void. They were all waiting outside the returning ruins mysteries at the moment, waiting for the disciples of the various clans and powers to return from their trials. However, right at this moment, one of the elders of the returning one sect trembled and his face became incomparably pale. Young patriarch's fate card shattered. Who is it? Just who dares to kill my returning one sect's young patriarch? He then even let out an angry and crazy roar, the blazing divine light raging around him, even more so that the void was distorting, and the mountains and forests below were all shaking violently. Hiss! The young patriarch of the returning one sect is dead? Some people showed a look of disbelief. Li Han's identity was relatively special, although his strength might still be slightly weaker than that of the ones from the returning one clan. But among the many heavenly prides in this trial, he was also considered to be a top-notch existence. Moreover, all the proud disciples like this one had many cards, and they actually died just like that? Who in the world is so powerful? If I find out who it is, I will break him into pieces. The gaze of the elder of the returning one sect was icy cold, and his angry roar was even more penetrating through the universe. Originally, he was still incomparably happy about leading the team this time, becoming the leading elder of a group of heavenly prides. This was something that would bring honor to his face. But now that their young patriarch, the patriarch's youngest son, had died just like that, how should he explain? Thinking of this, his heart was even colder, his angry and furious aura continuously surging out. Could it be that he encountered some unknown danger in the returning ruins' secret realm? In the past, when the returning ruins, the secret realm was opened, people would also lose their lives in it. Cut. Dead is dead. What's so great about it? Doesn't your patriarch still have several sons? That's right. If others can die, can't you people of the returning clan die? Since they dare to enter the returning ruins' secret realm trial, they are rich and famous. Life and death is up to them. If they die inside, it's because they are not as skilled as they are. And if they die, they can only blame themselves for their bad luck. These old human things are just ridiculous, chirpy and unpleasant at all. Those elders of the demon race were all sneering, not hiding the mocking color in their eyes. The demon race and the human race were already at odds, and at this time, when they saw the human race eating turtle, they couldn't be happier. Even those great forces of the human race are also cold-eyed, anyway, and does not concern them with their business. And what do they have to do? But what happened next was about to sweep away many of the forces present. Chapter 68, Shame of the Demon Clan. Too shameful for the demons. Kamiko-sama. After seeing Su Chang'e successfully come out, Yun Xinyan's beautiful eyes rippled. Several times before, when a shocking battle aura erupted in the middle of the ruins, she wanted to rush in and search for Su Chang'e, but just because of Su Chang'e's order, she was afraid of being chastised by Su Chang'e and didn't dare to go. It wasn't until Su Chang'e came out safe and sound that the hanging heart was finally put down. Well, some stinkers organized a crusade. Insignificant. If the other Heaven's Pride disciples heard this, they would probably want to die. Those could all be the top heavenly pride among the contemporary generation. And not to mention being swept away by Su Chang'e alone.
They were actually compared to stinky fish and shrimp. So what are they? It's barely even scum. Suchanga smiled faintly. Alright, this trip to the returning ruins mysterious realm is nearing its end. Now leave with me. Yes. The many disciples of the returning sacred ground bowed to receive the order. During this trip to the secret realm, there was no doubt that Suchanga had left a towering image in their hearts. Suchanga then rode the 9-headed golden lion and led the crowd towards the returning ruins' mysterious boundary. This asshole, really treating me as a mount? If I go out like this, I'll lose my demon big time. If those old things in the clan find out, do I still want to be this heir? Should I pit him on the way? Lift him off the ground, and then I'll run myself? Lion Shoutson was bellyaching in his heart. He is the head of the Golden Lion clan's heir. The future is to become the supreme demon emperor's existence. In the secret realm was treated as a mount even. Now if he gets ridden out, then he's sure to be made a laughing stock. How can you be a majestic demon in the future? But before he could make a move, as if Suchanga had guessed his thoughts, her finger lightly tapped his forehead, and a mysterious sword light didn't enter his sea of consciousness. The god-slaying sword intent was subtle and unpredictable, containing the supreme principles of heaven and earth. Almost no one but him could understand this strand of supreme sword energy. Damn Suchanga! What have you done to me? Lion Shoutson's face turned pale as he roared. Although he was unable to perceive that aura, with his understanding of Suchanga over the past few days, this man is bad to the bone. Anyone who offends him will either die or lose their skin. Nothing, just telling you to behave yourself and not get some bad ideas. Suchanga smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth, his gaze deep and playful, as if he could see through what Lion Shoutson was thinking inside. There's really no special maneuver. It's just that the mind of this demon race is too good to guess, especially this Lion Shoutson. His joy and anger can basically be seen through at once. You can tell by looking closely at the other person's demeanor. When the other person's gaze is dull and his pupils are a little dull, that's a sign that he's up to something small. Humph. Watch out for me to draw a circle and curse you. Lion Shoutson let out a cold snort and immediately examined his divine soul and flesh. But again, he did not find the slightest difference, not even a whiff of strangeness. It was as if Suchanga had gently patted himself, but he always felt that something was wrong. And with his instincts he must have concluded that Suchanga had done something to him. This damned fellow, when we leave the returning ruins' mysterious realm, I will definitely make him look good. Lion Shoutson thought inwardly, but suddenly, a strong sense of guilt and celebration arose within him. But, if Suchanga hadn't brought me into the relics, I wouldn't have been able to obtain so much divine beast essence blood. There are some demon clans that will even play underhanded tricks. On the contrary, Suchanga, come to think of it, this Suchanga is still quite good compared to some of the demons of the demon clan. Besides, with such a perverted talent at such a young age, maybe in the future, we can really open the road to immortality to achieve the legendary immortal Dao fruit? Being an immortal's mount doesn't seem to be anything to be ashamed of as a demon. Lion Shoutson couldn't help but have some strange thoughts welling up in his mind. What's going on? Shouldn't Suchanga treat himself like this and hold a grudge against him? Why is there some sense of worship now? It couldn't be that he had awakened some strange attribute, right? Lion Shoutson shook his big furry head vigorously and decided to weed out the strange feeling. In the twinkling of an eye, they arrived at the entrance to the void passage and then entered it, leaving the returning ruins' mysterious realm. Boom! Blazing divine light blossomed, and the void distorted violently, as if it was traveling through an endless tunnel of time and space. Finally, Suchanga led the crowd out of the returning ruins' mysterious realm. I hope that in the future, we will meet again. There was a silhouette surging in the secret realm, looking at Suchanga's departing back. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tenderness. There was actually a wisp of arcane aura surrounding her. Her aura was like that of a female emperor. Extraordinary. Again, it was like a queen who was mighty over the living world. She was none other than Mu Yinshi, who had awakened her divine soul. Or rather, the Peach Blossom Empress, Hua Qianyu. Outside of the secret land, numerous heavenly pride disciples rejoined the forces they were in. Good. Just be safe and sound. The leading elders of the Guiyuan Holy Land were instantly overjoyed when they saw that the disciples were safe and sound. He had already prepared for the fact that there would definitely be losses this time, as there were disciples who had died in previous years. However, this year it was all of them who were safe and sound, and he also knew that this was thanks to Suchanga. After all, he was the most powerful among them all. However, the many people of the demon race exploded when they saw the 9-headed golden lion that Suchanga was riding. Bold! Suchanga, how dare you use my clan's heir as a mount?
Is this putting my nine-headed golden lion clan out of your sight? Nine-headed golden lion clan old, stout and incomparable, full of long golden hair flying, body chi and blood monstrous, but also shook the void trembling. He was even more red in the face at the moment, pointing at Su Chang'e and cursing, while the eyes of the group of demon race elders behind him were filled with an incomparably odd expression. What's going on? Wasn't this lion Xiaozong shouting and killing Su Chang'e when he was outside the mysteries? Yeah, how come it feels like a different demon when you come out? Lion Xiaozong. Among all the demon clan's heavenly pride this time, his strength was also able to be ranked at the top of the list, and he could be called a young supreme general, but now it was actually used as a mount by the human race, and it was ridden out in a dignified manner? What a fuss! Lion Xiaozong became my mount voluntarily. Did I force him? Besides, it's his honor to be the mount of this divine son. Su Chang'e looked at Lion Xiaozong and faintly said, poor Lion Xiaozong didn't dare to make a sound. Are you kidding me? He had been beaten up before, and something had been done to his divine soul when he came out. What if you die in a heartbeat? Fart! The clan elder of the nine-headed golden lion clan was so angry that his body trembled, and his terrifying chi and blood power pressed horizontally towards Su Chang'e. Xiaozong, tell me, is it possible that he used some despicable means? Although the returning sacred land is mysterious, my nine-headed golden lion clan is definitely not afraid of them either. Although Lion Xiaozong was incomparably stifled, feeling the gazes of the crowd made him want to find a crack in the ground even more. It's a disgrace. He instinctively wanted to say yes. It was Su Chang'e who forced him, but the words came out of his mouth and he couldn't say anything. After all, this trip to the secret realm, because of Su Chang'e he had such a rich harvest. Thinking about it, he rolled his head to the side filled with shame, but in the eyes of the crowd, that would be considered acquiescence. What? The numerous demon clans completely exploded. The heir of the nine-headed golden lion clan had actually become Su Chang'e's mount, or the voluntary kind. The demon race has always been very arrogant, and even more so, they look down on the human race, and the nine-headed golden lion clan is also the royal clan among the demon race. Such behavior was truly a disgrace to the demon clan. Only the clan elder of the nine-headed golden lion clan was furious after seeing Lion Xiaozong's reaction. All the depression, anger, doubts, and incomprehension in his heart all turned into a roar. Roar! Put! It was followed by a violent spurt of old blood. What is this? Lion Xiaozong, the shame of the demon race. Right at this moment, an old man in a black robe, exuding an ice-cold fury, walked towards Su Chang'e and questioned, Su Chang'e, why doesn't the prince of my great Qin ancient dynasty see him come out? Chapter 69, Old Ancestor descends, kills with a snap of his fingers. The black-robed old man's voice was icy cold. He was the leading elder of the great Qin ancient dynasty, and his strength was overwhelmingly strong. A late-stage mighty realm powerhouse. It wasn't even that far away from a saint. Below the saints, all of them were mole crickets, and although there were so many realms in the cultivation world, they were actually only divided into two, saints below and saints above, sage powerhouses, condensing the laws of the holy Tao. Their strength was incomparable. They could easily tear apart the void and destroy a world. They were incredibly strong. He had heard some rumors earlier that a fierce conflict had erupted between the prince of their great Qin ancient dynasty and Su Chang'e, but in the end, Su Chang'e was safe and sound, and their imperial son was nowhere to be found, so he had to speculate that the outcome went to the worst possible place. Su Chang'e, I've heard that the young patriarch of my returning clan disappeared after he finally met with you, but don't say you don't know. At that moment, the leading elder of the returning one sect also suddenly said. He also had an icy expression and stared at Su Chang'e dead in the face. The elders of the many forces whose disciples had disappeared looked at each other and said, my heavenly wolf clan's heavenly pride also met with you before he disappeared, and my split wind sparrow clan, so is the heir to my thunder tiger clan. Su Chang'e, the disappearance of my Wuji Dao sect's disciples has something to do with you as well. They had already heard about what happened in the secret realm, and now they all snapped, questioning Su Chang'e. Speaking of which, Su did meet. Only unfortunately, they're all dead, all of them killed by me. Su Chang'e laughed lightly, his face appearing unperturbed. What? Su Chang'e then admitted so dryly, further causing the surrounding crowd to freeze in unison. It was important to know that all of them present could be considered a party of the top powers, and their strength was extremely terrifying, and Su Chang'e had actually killed the heir disciples of so many powers, and so graciously admitting it. It's so arrogant. The elders of the many forces were stunned. And then they became completely furious. Their terrifying aura pressed across the sky, and their eyes were filled with icy killing intent.
Su Chang'e, you are too unbridled. Killing the royal son of my great Qin ancient dynasty. Could it be that you really think that I won't dare to kill you because you have the shelter of the Guiyuan sacred land? Too arrogant. Previously insulting my Guiyi sect, and now killing my Guiyi sect's young patriarch. Today you will surely die. Damn human race. You have to pay for the life of my demon clan's heavenly pride. Kill him. This son is so brutal and bloodthirsty. He must not be capped. Numerous power elders snapped. Their bodies were surrounded by a fierce aura, and a cold and terrifying aura pressed towards Su Chang'e. You guys are looking for death. Chang'e, that is the divine son of my Guiyuan Holy Land. Do you guys want to make a complete enemy of my Guiyuan Holy Land? With a flash of coldness, the elder of the Guiyuan Holy Land also erupted an incomparably powerful aura to block in front of Su Chang'e. He hadn't expected things to come to this point either. But if these people snapped, he would lay down his own life to protect Su Chang'e. It was important to know that Su Chang'e was valued by the old ancestor of their Guiyuan Holy Land, and was even valued by those two ancient ancestors, and even that distant ancestor. It could be said that Su Chang'e was the future of their Holy Land. Even if he gave up his life, he had to protect Su Chang'e. Kill me? That's ridiculous. Su Chang'e coldly said. The returning ruins mystic realm is full of crises, and since they were unfortunate enough to fall in the midst of it, they can only be blamed for being less skilled than others. Are you only allowed to kill others and no one is allowed to kill you? Besides, I'm standing right here, so what can you do to kill me? Su Chang'e's gaze was bland and incomparable. Even when facing so many powerful figures, he still didn't have the slightest fear or weakness. In fact, he really wasn't worried. When his peers faced off, he alone could suppress all of them. If someone wanted to bully the small with the big, it would have to be handed over to the Guiyuan Holy Land. How dare the Harridan? If this son doesn't die, he will definitely be a big problem for us in the future. That's right. Why don't we decide on this today? Boom! A radiant holy light blossomed, a mysterious radiance rose, and a terrifying aura seemed to be able to tear apart a side of the heavens, especially the sky-charging killing intent of those people, which seemed like they wanted to break Su Chang'e into pieces. It's been thousands of years, and it seems that the mighty name of my Guiyuan sacred land has long been forgotten by the world as well. Right at this moment, a cold snort came from the depths of the firmament. It was like the divine voice of the great Tao, and like a supreme emperor with a heavenly constitution in his mouth. Just that touch of majesty alone had a mysterious and terrifying supreme aura. Rumble! The void twisted and chaotic light dazzled, and even the great Tao of this heaven and earth wailed and trembled. The terrifying pressure of the aura was even more like a great bell shaking everyone's heart and soul, although you can't see the face. But that figure is incomparably great. As soon as it appeared, it was as if it opened up this side of heaven and earth, so that all people can't help but tremble, wanting to kneel down and worship. Its old ancestor Batsong, the lead elder of the Guiyuan Holy Land, looked excited. This was another old of their Guiyuan sacred ground, whose seniority was not below that of the Broken Army ancestor. The strength is also a few points stronger than the Broken Army ancestor, and his character is even a few points stronger than the Broken Army ancestor. However, he was also very emotional. After so many years in the Holy Land, this was the first time he had seen this old ancestor. This first time was still because he had come specifically to stand up for Su Chang'e, worthy of being the Son of God. The many disciples of the returning sacred ground also showed excitement on their faces. However, they weren't overly jealous. After all, there was only one person from the Guiyuan sacred ground who was able to enjoy this treatment. That's the Son of God, Su Chang'e. A bunch of small-minded people. How dare they threaten my Holy Land divine son? You have overstepped your bounds. Old ancestor Batsong's icy voice resounded throughout the universe, and those eyes were even more indifferent. The many power elders who were seen by elder ancestor Batsong were even paler. And even worse, they were even shaken by the aura. They couldn't believe that a disciple had actually lured out this legendary old ancestor Batsong. One must know that when they were still disciples, this old ancestor Batsong was already an old ancestor of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Because he has not been seen in the world for many years, many people speculate that he has long since returned to the world. But today, I didn't expect to see this man of legend in this situation. Elder, rest your anger. Elder, wrong, please, Elder, don't be offended. We were just joking with Lord Godson. The faces of the many power elders turned white, and without their previous strength, they were as soft as chicks. They all knew that the younger generations fight. The older generation should not get involved in it, and if they dared to overstep, the end would be extremely miserable. Do you really think that my Guiyuan Holy Land is a floor tile that you can step on whenever you want? Old ancestor Botsan's voice resounded once more as he flung his sleeve robe. Tao divine light flashed by, like the divine light of the great Tao, and wherever it passed by, it even caused the void to collapse by inches. Wherever the divine light shot, the lives of those originally domineering and overwhelming power elders faded away like ants. No! Return to the Holy Land, you shall not die. You returning origin Holy Lands are so overbearing. Aren't you afraid of setting off our immortal war? Some of the power elders knew that things had come to this point and they had no way out, so they let out harsh threats. So what if it's an immortal battle? I, the Guayuan Sacred Land, have stood for countless years and have never been afraid of anyone. Even if it's that annihilation battle, we are not afraid, not to mention the likes of you and the other curmudgeons. Old ancestor Botsan's words were incomparably overbearing, like a king judging heaven and earth. Put! A bloody light bloomed. Blood flowers bloomed and covered the sky. The Qiankuan trembled and the great Tao wailed. The strong and mighty of many forces fell, as if facing the judgment of the gods, and were executed without mercy. All the people around them froze at the scene. The incomparably strong Baitsong elder ancestor, killing powerful people from various forces with a snap of his fingers. Chapter 70, The Power of the Five Elements. Becoming the World Tree. Gollum. The sound of swallowing spit kept ringing out. The heavens and earth were dead silent, and even more so, they couldn't stop trembling. It was important to know that there were even more forces that traveled to the secret realm of returning ruins. These power elders had wanted to join forces to turn on Su Chang'e, but along with the descent of the Batsan elder ancestor of the Guayuan Sacred Land, they were actually exterminated in unison. And these were all characters that counted as a party of great power. Yet they died so scribblingly. Even the threat of opening the immortal war was moved at the end and still could not escape death. Didn't someone say that this Guayuan Holy Land's old ancestor Batsang had long since departed to the west? The Guayuan Holy Land is hiding too deeply. I don't know how many old ancestors they still have within their ancestral land. Some old men who knew about the deeds of the returning sacred land said in a deep voice, the Holy Land of Return could be far more than just a holy land. During those countless years, I don't know how many amazing and talented people came out, but suddenly one day, those people seem to have disappeared for no apparent reason, and I don't know what world I've gone to. However, the depths of the returning sacred land were still unimaginable to the average person. If those two ancient ancestors and far ancestors of the returning sacred land are still, I'm afraid that it won't even be difficult to lift this northern underworld Dao region. But didn't that ancient ancestor and far ancestor of theirs disappear during the Great War of Extinction? Shut up! If you want to die, don't drag us along. A man's face changed drastically and he hurriedly interrupted. The old ancestor of the Guayuan Holy Land could be right here. And this unafraid thing even cursed them. You think you've lived too long? It's really hard to find an avenue for anything. Chang'e, you're good. Suddenly, old ancestor Batsang gave Su Chang'e a thumbs up. For Su Chang'e, this little guy, the more he looked at him the more he liked him. Facing the threats of the other power's bigwigs without being subdued, he also appeared to be at ease. This was the kind of demeanor their divine son of the returning sacred land should have. Afterwards, elder ancestor Batsang's gaze was icy cold, and his terrifying pressure once again looked at some of the power elders. If I ever find out again that someone is trying to bully me by being big, I wouldn't mind taking a trip to your clan. The many forces present even shivered in unison. Such a powerful old ancestor, going to walk around their forces? After the walk, their power is evened out. Only after the Batsang elder ancestor had once again hidden himself in the void did the crowd let out a long sigh of relief. And there was even more deep awe in their eyes as they looked at Su Chang'e. It seems that this divine son of the Guayuan Holy Land really isn't simple. I also didn't expect to actually have even the legendary old ancestor Batsang intervene on his behalf. This is not something that people like me envy, but that's what makes me feel normal. I'm afraid Su Chang'e is already hard to find an enemy in the younger generation based on his talent alone, right? Alas, with Su Chang'e on the path of the great Tao, there will be no more days for the younger generation to emerge. Many people could not help but look up to the sky and lament. You can't beat them for talent, you have to, and now you can't even beat them for background. If you bully the divine son of the returning sacred land by bullying the small, that would surely usher in a combined beating from several of the old ancestors of the returning sacred land. Just thinking about this couldn't help but give numerous people the creeps. Let's go. This matter is over. It's time to return to the Holy Land. Su Chang'e gave the order. And anyway, it didn't have much to do with him anymore after what had happened. Holy light rose, and a carriage erupted with radiant light. Immediately afterward, the void was torn apart and a huge space corridor appeared between heaven and earth. Rumble. Hurricanes swept by, Floating lights manifested, and a carriage turned into a rainbow. All of them swept towards the void passage. With such a big storm occurring here, I'm afraid that afterward, the northern underworld Dao region will not be peaceful. It's not just the northern underworld Dao domain. I'm afraid that several of the surrounding Dao domains are going to be affected. These elder disciples are all existences among the top forces, but that Su Chang'e really lives up to his name. And I don't know if those sealed forbidden heavenly prides and ancient demons can be defeated. Alas, the great world is coming. Su Chang'e must be that brightest star as well. Numerous heavenly pride disciples and elders lamented. There was no doubt that Su Chang'e had left an extremely thick mark in their hearts. Of course things here are like a storm that sweeps through the great domains. Lord Godson, I just received news that first Saint Sun Yi Lintian and second Saint Sun Bai Shanghui have returned. They have never met with you, Son of God, and I fear they. Yun Xinyan suddenly said with worry. The first Saint Sun? The possessor of the ancient heavy pupil. I'd really like to meet him. Although the second Saint Sun, Bai Shanghui, similarly had a powerful reincarnation physique, it was still inferior to the ancient heavy pupil. The first thing Su Chang'e did when he returned to the origin Holy Land was to rush into closed-door cultivation. Lord Godson is really hard-working, such an outstanding talent and still keeps cultivating diligently. Truly a model for us. That's right, we must learn from Lord Godson with a humble heart. With Su Chang'e's return, the Guoyuan Holy Land, once again, set off a cultivation frenzy. There was no way around it. Su Chang'e had become an incomparably supreme existence in their hearts. Almost an idol in the hearts of every one of their disciples. At the same time within the holy temple of return, Su Chang'e fused the wisp of immortal light obtained in the heaven-asking realm with the heaven-mending god stone fragment, also related to immortality. This heaven-mending god stone fragment also contains a strong power of the 5 elements. If it is nourished through this ray of immortal light, then the potential of this fragment will be infinitely amplified. Then my world tree seed will metamorphose again. Without hesitation Su Chang'e revolved the spiritual chi in his body. And with the heavenly vault spirit gathering formation, the spiritual chi within a 100-mile radius was like going crazy as it madly surged towards the Guoyuan sacred temple. Rumble! Only a light emanating a colorful haze was seen in Su Chang's singer. That dense 5 elements of power was like forming a small world, and was spewing out a fiery and incomparable breath. As Su Chang'e kept compressing it, the radiant mass of light was actually slowly compressed into a round ball. The power of the 5 elements erupted with a vastness that shook the void. Especially that rich flame power is generalizing the other 4 attributes. The flames in the sky are forming a phoenix that covers the sky. The loud and clear phoenix sound was majestic and mysterious. And the body that was filled with divine fire seemed like it could easily tear apart the sky. This was because Su Chang'e had incorporated all of the burning sky demon flame and Tao-breaking sacred flame into it. This vast flame power actually took the initiative to take shape and turned into a heaven-destroying phoenix silhouette. That wisp of flame was like the fire of the origin of heaven and earth. Just a trace of which could ignite everything in heaven and earth. The world tree seed within his body was also erupting with a colorful haze, and there was even a monstrous flame, a phoenix, dazzling and flying around him. If Su Chang'e had collected the other 4 attribute holy relics, he could even refine the rest of the divine beasts. The green dragon, Xuanwu, white tiger, and Qilin. The power of the 5 elements is used to form the tree of the world. Chapter 71 Desperate Choice. The storm arrives. The immortal war will rise. While Su Chang'e was busy cultivating, what happened in the returning ruins mystic realm had swept through the various Dao domains like a storm. The demon race, in particular, appeared to be very nonchalant. The heir of the 9-headed golden lion clan, Lion Xiaosong, has actually become a mount of a human clan. Truly a shame for the demon race. That's right, as a royal among my demon race, to actually submit to a humble human race is simply too ridiculous. I don't think the 9-headed golden lion clan's Lion Xiaosong deserves to be the heir of their clan. Speaking of which, that Su Chang'e is really detestable as well. He actually killed such a demonic pride of mine, and in the end, he even killed my demonic elder. It's really bullying the demons too much. The entire demon race was like a powder keg that had been ignited, and a strong smell of gunpowder erupted everywhere. There were even numerous radicals of the demon race who even called on those great powers to join forces to wage an immortal war against the Guoyuan Holy Land. This matter was not an empty rumor, because those demonic forces whose elders had been beheaded by elder ancestor Bot Song were already joining forces and were secretly discussing something. In an ancient world of the demon race, there were all sorts of demonic beasts gathering here. The rock bird that swallows clouds and spits out mist, the fierce tiger with majestic blood, and even the divine phoenix that is covered in flames. This move by the Guiyuan Holy Land is really bullying the demons too much. Do you really think that my demon race will be treated as a soft persimmon after that great battle? That's right, Su Chang'e of the Guiyuan Holy Land, killing so many of my demon clan's heavenly pride. And in the end, that damned Guiyuan Holy Land's old ancestor beheading the elders of my power without asking. His heart is punishable. Humph. Speak a word of truth. Do you really dare to start an immortal war with the returning sacred land? The person who spoke was a representative of the nine-headed Golden Lion clan. Shut up. Has your nine-headed Golden Lion clan become a spy of the human race? As the royal clan amongst my demon race, you're actually growing others' ambitions. Ridiculous. If you guys aren't afraid to die, then go ahead. Some brainless demons are going to become stepping stones for the returning sacred ground to establish its authority, and I won't stop them. That representative of the nine-headed Golden Lion clan was full of sneers, and to be honest, after listening to Lion Shaozong's narration, their clan instead didn't have much distaste for Su Chang'e. One must know that on this trip to the returning ruins' mysterious realm, if it wasn't for Lion Shaozong dipping into Su Chang'e's light, he wouldn't have obtained so much divine beast essence blood. This divine beast essence blood could be of great use to them, able to rejuvenate their bloodline once again. If Lion Shaozong's bloodline returned to its ancestor again, then the possibility of him achieving Supreme Demon Emperor in the future deepened even more greatly. So in the end, they still owed Su Chang'e a favor. It was important to know that almost all of the people who had messed with Su Chang'e in the returning ruins mystic realm had died, not even leaving behind ashes. And how could they not be happy when the heir of their nine-headed Golden Lion clan was still in good health and had received such heavenly benefits? The nine-headed Golden Lion clan is not worthy of being my demon clan's royal clan as far as I can see. You mean you can be? Then how about coming to fight my clan? The elders of the two major demonic forces blew their beards and glared, and the smell of gunpowder was strong. Shut up! Opening an immortal war with the returning Yuan Holy Land would be the most foolish thing to do. Do you really think that it was just a coincidence that the returning Yuan Holy Land survived that annihilation battle? There's no doubt that Su Chang'e's talent is already unrivaled among the contemporary younger generation. But the ancient celestial pride we sealed may not be his opponent either. In a few more days, Divine Dragon Island and True Phoenix Cave will come out once again. A great world is coming. Only after hearing the words of this aged demon race elder did the voices of the surrounding discussion calm down. There was no doubt that the shock Su Chang'e had brought them was too great. Based on the sweeping momentum of this trip to the returning ruins mystic realm alone, even some of the older generation characters were inferior to him, and there were those who felt sad that with the existence of such a heavenly pride, the great world simply belonged to his stage alone. Su Chang'e was the protagonist in the great world, while the many Heaven's Pride disciples couldn't even be considered supporting characters and could only be counted as insignificant passers-by. Meanwhile, the great Qin ancient dynasty, roar! The silhouette of a true dragon rushed out in the air around and around, as if it was a huge mountain range that covered the sky and crossed the void. There was even a shocking and incomparable killing aura that rose up from within a hall. Su, Chang, Song, rumble, that sitting on top of the dragon chair. The great Qin ancient dynasty's state lord's embroidered robe flung out. The destructive aura was even breaking the void, and it was even making the space disappear by inches. His eyes were incomparably red, and even more blood filled his face. His face was incomparably twisted, as if he had a kind of extreme anger. He would have set up a banquet and waited for his son to return. But I didn't expect to receive a message. Their entire disciples of the great Qin ancient dynasty had actually died. Even that young son of his has died. A terrifying aura mixed with a shocking killing intent continuously swept through the void, and it even made a group of great Qin ancient dynasty's courtiers tremble. They all bowed their heads and turned pale. They had never seen their country lord so angry. The great Qin ancient dynasty's state lord was incomparably angry, but he didn't dare to have the next resort. He knew that with the strength of the great Qin ancient dynasty nowadays it was unable to compete with the returning sacred land. That legendary Batsong ancestor was actually still alive. Then he had to speculate that there were other old ancestors in the Guiyuan Holy Land. If they were to go to war rashly, it was likely to push the great Qin ancient dynasty to the point of no return. How many more hours will it take for the several ancient imperial princes to awaken? Kai, Your Majesty, in less than a month, the first ancient imperial prince will awaken. A courtier of the great Qin ancient dynasty reacted and hurriedly said, A month? Tai Chi, bear with me a little longer. Soon father will be able to avenge you. Don't inform Qin Xilan of this matter first. Let her cultivate well. The great Qin ancient dynasty's state lord commanded again. This daughter of his is not much worse than the ancient prince. If not for his daughter's body, This crown prince position would definitely not be Qin Tai's turn. However, he had learned his lesson and wanted to wait until the first ancient imperial prince awakened, so that the two of them could join forces to jointly suppress Su Chang'e. He had already heard about what happened in the returning ruins mystic realm. So many heavenly prides had joined forces and failed to take down Su Chang'e. Then his daughter alone was not enough. Compared to the great Qin ancient dynasty, the Yi clan was not calm. The Great Hall of the Returning One sect could be described as a mess right now. First, their clan's deacon was beheaded by Su Chang'e, and as a result, the Guiyuan Holy Land forced their Guiyuan clan to apologize in public. Now even their patriarch's son had been beheaded by Su Chang'e. This was even more of a strange shame for a top clan. The first time, it could be said that they had slammed Gui Zhong's face into the ground. Then this time it was completely rubbing their face into the dirt and stomping it into the ground. Patriarch, the Guiyuan Holy Land is bullying people too much. If we don't react this time, will our clan still be able to gain a foothold in this northern underworld Dao region? The outside world has rumored the Guiyuan Holy Land to be divine. After countless years, I see that the Guiyuan Holy Land has long since fallen, and is nothing more than an empty shelf. The Guiyuan Holy Land has already threatened my Yi clan for the second time. It's just time to settle new grudges and old grudges together. The emotions of the many elder disciples of the Returning One sect had been triggered to the peak. It seemed to them that cultivation was only for fighting for a breath of air, and now that they were being suppressed so much by the Guiyuan Holy Land, it made them really unable to swallow this breath. However, the one who was most in trouble was the patriarch of the Returning One sect. His son was beheaded by Su Chang'e, and even that Tao-breaking sacred flame was taken away by the other party. Now that the anger was aroused because of this matter, if he didn't take some measures, the sect would be plunged into an unprecedented crisis. Suddenly, a divine sense came into his mind. His eyes flashed and he let out a long breath. Viciously, he said, "Pass the word to the Guiyuan Holy Land to have Su Chang'e return the Tao-breaking sacred flame and apologize to our clan. Otherwise, my clan will not hesitate to start an immortal war with them." This was an order given by the old ancestor of the Gui clan, which could be said to be exactly the same as what the Guiyuan Holy Land had done before. But what happened after that was far beyond their foreknowledge. Because the Holy Land of Return is not the return of the first sect. The battle for immortality is about to begin. Chapter 72, The War Drums of the Heavens play. The storm clouds rise, and the heavens and earth change. The words of Gui Zhong swept through the northern Hellmouth Dao region like a storm. It's more of a stone's throw. It wasn't just the northern underworld Dao realm, but numerous other Dao realm forces had received the news. They're all waiting. All of them were waiting for the reaction of the returning Holy Land. If the Guiyuan Holy Land really apologized to the Yi clan, then the legend about the most mysterious underbelly of the Guiyuan Holy Land would be broken. And some of the top forces that were hostile to the Guiyuan Holy Land would even join together to take this opportunity to make trouble, destroying it completely and dividing it up. At the same time, within the ancestral land of the returning sacred land, an old figure was sitting here, especially the three figures at the top of that dais. Just a single wisp of breath emanating from it was as if the world was shattered, and a casual glance of the eyes was more than capable of piercing through the ages. The existences hidden in the endless Tao rhythms at that highest place were just three blurred shadows. Their real bodies were not here, just a single wisp of incarnation. Because this world has long been unable to withstand their cultivation, if not controlled properly, the entire lower world will be shattered by their breath. They were none other than the two most mysterious ancient ancestors and far ancestors of the returning origin Holy Land. Returning to the first sect, tens of thousands of years ago it was nothing more than a small sesame-sized sect. It's actually this unbridled, broken army. Chang'e is our hope. Now someone actually dares to threaten the divine son of my Holy Land. How to do it? You should know. The blurry figure at the very top faintly said to the broken army ancestor. Old ancestor broken army's eyes flickered, and he naturally understood what the two ancient ancestors and far ancestors meant. If this matter wasn't resolved with a thunderous solution, their divine son would be constantly targeted on the path of the great Tao in the future. This incident can only be a bloody warning to the world that the older generation dares to meddle. The only thing that greeted them was a thunderous retaliation from the Holy Land of Return. Outside the Guiyuan Holy Land, a brilliant divine light blossomed around Old Man Broken Army as he stepped on top of the sky and said aloud, "Guizong is treasonous and dares to threaten my Holy Land and the Divine Sun. This is a defiance of my Holy Land's majesty. A great crime. My Holy Land will bury you all in the Red Lotus Hell. For all of your lives, never to be reincarnated." After the broken army ancestor finished speaking, he waved his sleeve robe, only to see the void slowly shatter. in which a bloodstained bronze war drum even appeared. This war drum was none other than the heavenly war drum of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Beating this war drum means that the Holy Land of returning to the origin is about to set off a monumental war. It also represents a power that is about to fall into an endless abyss. Boom! 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 The killing aura rushed to the sky and the void trembled. The sound of war drums like thunder spread throughout the entire northern underworld Dao region and even to other Dao regions. Some of the closed-door cultivation old ancestors existed as if they were frightened, climbing out of their coffins one after another, looking at the direction of the northern underworld Dao region with shock in their eyes. This is the war drum of the heavens. I don't know how many years have passed since the drums sounded again. The war drums of the heavens, felling the heavens and devouring the gods. Wherever the drums sound, they are invincible. At this moment, many of the ancient great figures of the Dao realm turned their gazes toward the northern darkness Dao realm. The dragon that has been sleeping for years has awakened. The sound of war drums that shook heaven and earth spread in all directions. Just the sound alone seemed to have an endless killing aura. Countless subordinate forces of the Guiyuan Holy Land were all ready to go. Their armies and strong men had long been ready. Don't look at these forces as tiny, but their number was uncountable. And the power of all the affiliated forces of the Guiyuan sacred land converging was a torrent of annihilation. Rumble! The war drums played again. Immediately afterward, the void trembled, and the endless sky above crumbled, cracking open countless void passages. Endless runes built a bridge. Bang! 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 Suddenly the sound of neat footsteps came from those countless void passages. The divine light shone brightly, and the wind and clouds stirred. The dazzling divine light was like a divine sword that tore through heaven and earth. There were countless soldiers wearing divine armor and holding lance-like swords descending from the void. These are all the Dao armies of the Guiyuan Holy Land. They have fought countless battles over the ages, and they have destroyed an unknown number of Taoist forces. Heaven-eating cavalry guards, answer the call. Heaven-breaking divine armor army, answer the call. The thundering 10,000 guns army, answer the call. Shura warrior heavenly guard, answer the call. Millions of armies, descending in an instant. War flags fluttering. Jingoism, and warlike intent. Divine light exploded and divine beasts roared, as if they were an army of heaven-defying warriors. The order of the Holy Land is our direction. We are willing to go through fire and water for the Holy Land, and where the Holy Land's soldiers point, we will send them to fall into infinite hell. The leader of each army was a supreme saint powerhouse, hissing up to the sky with battle intent, especially when the millions of Dao armies behind them drank in unison. Their might was even more astounding. This is the legendary army of the vast expanse of heaven from the Guiyuan Holy Land. This is the elite of the Dao army. I didn't expect the legend to be true. Many of the forces of the Dao domain sucked in cold air. They had always thought that this army of heaven's extermination had been dead or wounded in that battle of extermination. But I didn't realize there were so many more people. Yet it's not over. The void ripped open once again, and a troop riding dragon beasts and wearing black scale battle armor marched out neatly. That dragon whistling sky destroying guard. Isn't this the Guiyuan Holy Land's forbidden guard-like existence? Why has it come out as well? Everyone's gazes were scornful as they stared at this Dao army with death. The number of this army was not large, only a few tens of thousands of people. But the aura of each and every one of them was surprisingly that of a saintly existence. There were even those who had reached the peak of sainthood. The ferocious beasts they rode under their feet seemed to have immortal beast bloodlines. Their aura was amazing and terrifying. The weapons they held in their hands were actually all clear-colored saint soldiers, and hundreds of their leaders among them had even reached peak great sage cultivation. Dragon-whistling sky-destroying guards listened to the order. What should be done to those who violate my holy land? The man at its head shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The tens of thousands of Dao armies cried out in unison, and their terrifying aura even caused the universe to shatter and the void to wail. But along with the war drums of the heavens playing again, two terrifying whirlpools continued to spin and coalesce in the void. Two shocking auras erupted from them. The emperor's might was overwhelming and domineering. One was dressed in white and the other in a black robe. Terrifying power of the laws continued to bloom around them. Divine light shining brightly, and Dao rhythms rushing into the sky. It's actually two quasi-emperor powerhouses. The scalps of some ancient cultivators were numb. The Guiyuan Holy Land actually casually sent out two quasi-emperor level powerhouses. Just these two paragon emperors alone could sweep away half of the forces. If it is coupled with such a terrifying Taoist army, then, but it's not over. As a loud drumbeat played, ka-ching, the void crumbled inch by inch, and an even more terrifying strand of imperial might swept through the 8 directions, pressing across the heavens. It's an imperial soldier. It's an emperor soldier whose power is at its peak. Could it be that a great emperor is nourishing it?
Many forces had been shocked to the point of numbness. The depths of the Goyuan Holy Land had long since opened their eyes.
Some existences of extremely old generation murmured, has the returning sacred land, which once caused the heavens to change color, finally awakened completely? Chapter 73, 5 top forces declare war. Terrifying underpinnings. Great emperor to return? Good. What a return to the Holy Land. My clan's ancestors once produced great emperors. When were we bullied like this? Sacrifice the battle banner. As the words of the returning one sect leader fell, in the depths of the returning one sect, an ancient bronze pillar stood with a loud bang, and on top of that bronze pillar there was even a war flag speckled with bloodstains. The wind howled, the battle flag flew, and a horrifying killing intent swept through the four directions. Is the Gyi clan also preparing to go head-to-head with the Goyuan Holy Land? This is not a wise move. Indeed, but there is nothing that can be done about it. If this matter is not resolved, the other party's younger generation will never be able to make a name for themselves again. Many ancient great figures were looking in the direction of the northern underworld Dao region. Immortal battles, ambushing corpses for miles and rivers of blood, killing until the sky is dark and the earth is dark, until the other side perishes. And suddenly, in the west extreme Dao region, a terrifying shadow condensed out, pressuring the heavens and roaring the heavens and earth. The Goyuan Holy Land is bullying people too much, killing my Wuji Dao sect's holy son and elders. If you don't give us an explanation, the immortal war, my sect will also accompany you. That voice was even spanning tens of millions of miles across the Dao domain, making people incomparably shrug and tremble with fear. What? The Wuji Dao sect is also going to participate in the immortal war? Many people were a bit confused, not expecting the Wuji Dao sect to launch an immortal war at this time as well. Yet all is not lost. Demon ruins Dao domain. Once again, there were three voices. In an ancient mountain on one side, the fury rushed to the sky. Boom! Pounds of majestic demonic chi continued to surge, and a celestial wolf figure that was strong enough to swallow the sky and devour the moon was hissing and roaring. The returning sacred ground is barbaric and immoral. Immortal battle? My clan takes it. At the same time, on an ancient sky-high tree, the biting hurricane winds kept whistling, and a huge divine bird that covered the sky lifted up the winds through the heavens. A middle-aged man wearing a feathered coat had a murderous intent on his face, and his eyes looked far in the direction of the returning sacred land. Those old things of the demon race have to be afraid of this Goyuan Holy Land. First, he killed the heavenly pride of my split-wind sparrow clan, and then he killed the elders of my clan. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man became even more furious. That celestial pride could be more than simply a celestial pride of the clan. It was also his most beloved son. Moreover, there were already numerous forces in their demon race that had deep grudges with the Goyuan Holy Land, and the human demon war many years ago. Their clan had been beaten by the returning sacred land. Or maybe it was the accumulation of years after this that made them misjudge their strength. Or perhaps there were already three top forces that had announced an immortal war against the Goyuan sacred ground, causing them to want to take advantage of this opportunity to make a clean break. Humph, the debt you owed in the past, you should pay it today. Woo! The eye of the storm was condensed on the giant tree in the sky, and a bronze horn slowly emerged from it, emitting a faint green light around it. The sound of horns, moreover, spread throughout countless Dao domains, iron horses and golden geese, and the battle intent was overwhelming. The fourth party's top power declared war on the returning sacred land. Rumble! Thunder flickered and bloomed above the demon ruins Dao domain's dome again above the demon void Dao prison, and a destructive aura shattered the long sky. Roar! Destructive thunder continued to entwine as a giant tiger that covered the sky coalesced. That thunder rune was even more destructive. Vast chi and blood power swept through the air. It's the top race among the demon races, the Thunder Tiger race. If you offend my Thunder Tiger clan, you will be executed even though you are far away. The heavens and the earth shook and the universe trembled. The five top forces had actually joined forces to declare war on the Goyuan Holy Land. The immortal war that had never been opened for countless epochs had completely erupted in this world. These major powers shouldn't have discussed this, right? It's clearly an immortal battle between the returning sacred ground and the returning sect, so why are they participating as well? The heavenly prides of these forces were all beheaded by Su Changda in the returning ruins' mysterious realm, and in the end, their elders were also annihilated by the opposing party's old ancestor. So I think they're going to use this as a way to make trouble. I have to say that they're playing a really good game. By taking advantage of the fact that the Goyuan Holy Land is waging an immortal war against the Gyi clan, they'll be able to intervene just in time. In this way, they can jointly suppress the Guiyuan Holy Land.
What do you guys say about the 5 forces joining forces to pressure the Guiyuan sacred ground?
Will the Guiyuan sacred ground compromise? Hard to say. Rumor has it that the returning sacred land is even related to the legendary immortal realm. I'm afraid it's more than that. Some ancient great figures kept communicating with their divine thoughts.
At this moment the gazes of countless forces were watching what was happening here.
That terrifying killing power even formed a vast power that covered the sky, like the end was coming. On the other hand, after the Guiyuan Holy Land side saw that the 5 top forces had united to use this as a way to make trouble, they didn't make any big moves. Just a steady stream of armies pouring out from within the void channel, fully loaded and ready to kill and fight.
The returning sacred temple was surprisingly quiet,
and Su Chang'e knew what was on the Holy Land's mind. He didn't say much either.
This immortal war was inevitable.
If the Guiyuan Holy Land chose to compromise, their Holy Land would never rise again, and all he had to do was improve himself.
It became the great chasm of the young generation, the abyss that was out of reach for young prides,
and the insurmountable mountain on the road to empire.
These juniors of the Dao domain are really getting more and more licentious. It seems that my Holy Land has been silent for too long,
causing anyone to want to come and step on us. Chang'e is still trying to cultivate nowadays.
If we can't solve this kind of small matter for him,
what face does my Guiyuan Holy Land have?
Old Ancestor Broken Army said somewhat helplessly.
Now that the many great emperors of my Holy Land are out on the battlefield, I'm afraid that there will be a delay if they are sent back. There is no harm. That little ninny,
the Xian Yu Emperor, is not far from this realm,
and even though I am only an incarnation,
constructing a side of the space-time passageway is not a difficult task.
On the topmost Dao platform, an ancient ancestor faintly said, because it was only an avatar,
he was only 1/10,000th as strong as himself.
As for that distant ancestor, it was very difficult to make a move,
although he could easily collapse this world with a simple move of his finger. But that unknown horrible being will find out where he is.
He wasn't afraid to fight one,
but he was afraid of shattering the heavens and causing everything to return to nothingness.
The waters of the Holy Land of Return are deep.
Not even the Broken Army ancestor knew the exact depths of the Holy Land.
He only knew that in the Flood era,
their Holy Land had already been established, and the person who founded the Holy Land was even more unknown to how far back in time he had to follow. It will take some time for Emperor Xianyu to return.
Ba Song, Broken Army, you two go ahead and personally lead the army. Both of you are at the cultivation level of quasi-emperor perfection.
I believe that these stinking fish and shrimps are no match for you.
Don't worry, the great emperors behind them can't come back. Just that kid Emperor War alone. Those great emperors aren't qualified enough to return if they want to. Hearing the ancient ancestor's explanation,
the Broken Army old ancestor was also a little more at ease in his heart.
Emperor Warrior,
who had also been someone who had come out of their Holy Land,
was even a top existence among the great emperors, because all the great emperors were conquering in a distant and ancient battlefield.
This was a rule that all the powers had jointly established,
but a strong presence in it would be able to step outside of that rule. Not coincidentally, the Holy Land of Return is, if the great emperor behind them wanted to come back,
then they would have to see if they could get past the great emperor of the Guiyuan Holy Land.
Then the number of great emperors? They were the least afraid of the returning Holy Land. Chapter 74 Ancient Sword Formation, Tragic Clash,
Fall of a Paragon Emperor.
Rumble.
The war drums shook the sky and the trumpets sounded.
The Dao armies of the 5 great powers swept towards the Guiyuan sacred ground like a torrent of annihilation. From 5 different directions,
the power of the saints roamed the sky,
and their aura oppressed the world.
Divine birds and beasts that cover the sky.
The figures of a few of them were extremely terrifying. The emperor's might that emanated inadvertently ran through the universe, and the Dao rhythms roared and roared, taking the hearts of the people. Surprisingly, they were all clear quasi-emperor powerhouses.
Hiss!
A full 8 quasi-emperor powerhouses. If a great battle breaks out in the Guiyuan Holy Land, wouldn't it be razed to the ground in an instant? Not quite right.
There seems to be a few places in these Dao armies that can isolate the probing of divine sense.
Maybe there are still hidden quasi-emperor powerhouses, an ancient figure speculated. At the same time,
the allied armies of the 5 major powers had arrived at the world where the returning sacred ground was located.
The Guiyuan Holy Land is brutal and ruthless,
killing our clan's heavenly pride elders,
so it should be destroyed today. Countless years have passed since the Extinction War, and the past glory of the Guiyuan Holy Land will be overthrown by us. The most mysterious power at the bottom? It's time for your ridiculous lies to be exposed.
The powerful figures of the 5 great powers roared up to the sky. They had wanted to intimidate the return to Origin Holy Land a bit before, but now that the five great powers were united, there were countless Dao armies behind them, and there were even several quasi-emperor powerhouses, as well as peerless powerhouses hidden in the shadows. Just this vast torrent was enough to annihilate countless powerful forces. It was not impossible to fight head-on with the Holy Emperor Guiyuan. In their minds, how can they lose when their hands are full of king bombs? Today the Guiyuan Holy Land will be destroyed. Exterminate the returning Yuan. Exterminate the returning Yuan. The Dao armies of the five great powers shouted in unison, their might astounding the heavens and the earth. Boom! But just then, deep in the depths of the Guiyuan Holy Land, a brilliant pillar of light went straight into the sky, and an ancient aura swept in all directions, as if it was connected to the heavens. The wind and clouds are changing, and it's even spinning like a whirlpool. Immediately afterward, even more spell formations coalesced above the nine heavens, tens of thousands of spell formations obscuring the sky. Each spell formation was trembling and roaring in unison, and as the divine light flickered once, an extremely overpowering aura converged in it. This is. The scalps of the several ancient powerhouses who saw this scene were numb, and beads of bean-sized sweat unconsciously seeped out from their foreheads. Who doesn't know the fierce reputation of the Taiku sword formation? Each of the rotating formations above the dome of the sky contained even more sword chi condensed by countless auras. But how much sword chi would that densely packed sword formation spit out? That quantity alone was creepy. 10,000 swords roared in unison, dazzling the world. And wherever the swords reached, they cut down all paths. It's a long way to travel, and the Taiku sword formation is just an appetizer. So please enjoy it. Old Broken Army Ancestor said with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Just the moment his words fell, buzz, the divine aura pierced the eyes, and the golden phalanx of volatile sword chi continuously lingered out. The densely packed sword awnings flashed like cold stars, like stars in the Milky Way. Swish, 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 10,000 swords broke through the air, falling like a meteor shower. The densely packed divine sword was like a judgment from the heavens. Numerous people from the allied forces of the five great powers had not reacted before they were mercilessly cut down by the divine swords condensed by the Swire sword formation. The sound of blood and flesh being penetrated and cries resounded through the mass. Quickly, form a spirit defense formation. Thunder Tiger Clan. Form a Thunder Shield formation. Wuji Dao Sect. It was the pungent smell of blood that woke them up in droves, and they used the top defense formations of their respective forces. Although it wasn't as good as the Swire sword formation, it could at least reduce some casualties. Ridiculous! How dare you offend my Guiyuan Holy Land with such skin? In that case, let them know what the abyss is. Within the Holy Land of Return, some old ancestors had contemptuous smiles on their faces. Old Ancestor Broken Army stood in the void with his hands in the air, and said in a cold voice, "Those who violate my Holy Land will be condemned to infinite hell." As soon as his words fell, a torrent of millions of iron horsemen hissed out. That torrent of annihilation was like a division of heaven-defying forces. With warlike intent and hissing weapons, it crushed towards the five allied armies as if it was spread out across the sky. Old Ancestor Broken Army as well as Old Ancestor Bot Song, and the two quasi-emperor powerhouses were also displaying monstrous coldness, as terrifying Dao rules crushed the void and swept towards the allied forces. Jingo and iron horses, dragon beasts roared, killing intent filled the sky, and heaven and earth roared. The billions of troops from the countless forces of the returning sacred land also marched out in an instant. Under the leadership of the dragon whistling sky-destroying guards, it added to the sweeping momentum, like a giant wave destroying the sky. Seek death. Kill all of the people from the Guiyuan Holy Land. Not one of them will be left behind. An old ancestor existence of the returning one sect roared. This was the best chance for them to wipe out their previous shame, and they naturally wouldn't miss it. The five forces joining forces to deal with the Holy Land of returning to the origin was a rare occurrence even in 10,000 years. So this time, even if they had to pay a great price, they would have to exterminate the return to origin Holy Land. The two sides' Dao armies finally collided. Like the collision of ancient divine beasts, it shook the heavens and earth with a roar. Angry shouts, the sound of weapons exchanging hands, and shouts of murder rang out. The warships that covered the sky each displayed their divine power in the long sky, and the brilliant divine light fell like a sudden rain. The battlefield on the ground was even more tragic. There were foreign beasts and iron horsemen crisscrossing the battlefield, and there were cultivators offering long swords and weapons. Lives perish every moment. Swords and blood flow. This was an extermination battle of billions of living beings, and that biting killing intent swept through an unknown number of Dao domains. The immortal war has only been opened for a short quarter of an hour,
and tens of thousands of lives have been dissipated.
And the pouring blood has formed a river that dyes the sky and the earth a red color.
The mountains collapsed,
The rivers and streams shattered, and the huge forest with trees that towered over the sky was instantly turned into a plain.
rumble, higher above the dome of the sky.
There were even more thunder flashes and chi and blood rushing to the sky.
Terrifying figures fought and conquered in the clouds. Divine light exploded, and countless secret treasures and talismans manifested.
From time to time, there were even powerful figures falling from the sky, heavily smashing into the ground,
forming deep pits, their blood chi dissipating, already dead or alive. As for those quasi-emperor powerhouses, they were fighting in the cosmic universe.
The stars shattered with a single punch,
and a terrifying void storm swept over everything. How huge are those stars?
But in front of these powerhouses it was like dust,
being crumbled and annihilated at will.
Old Ancestor Broken Army and Old Ancestor Botsong had also moved.
A divine aura flickered in his eyes.
When he raised his hand,
thick Tao rules intertwined, and a wisp of Emperor's might was more than enough to overthrow the void of the ages.
Damn! Obviously both are quasi-emperor powerhouses. Why are they so different? The quasi-emperor powerhouses of the 5 immortal forces looked grave.
They were a full 8 quasi-emperors, and in front of the 4 quasi-emperors from the Guiyuan sacred land, they were actually vaguely at a disadvantage. It wasn't that they were too weak, but the quasi-emperor of the Return to Origin Holy Land was too strong. I don't know how much stronger than a normal Paragon Emperor. Each one of them had heavenly means, and there were even numerous secret treasures and weapons, and even some ancient techniques that even they had never seen before. Boom! Just then, a huge light was vastly inspired. Like a stellar explosion, blazing divine light fell like heavenly fire, and even more countless stars were shattered by this aftershock. No! Gone! In the divine light,
the body of a quasi-emperor powerhouse from the returning sect shattered,
dissipated by the terrifying aura split.
The heavens and earth wailed, and even more blood rained down as the vast aura slowly returned to the heavens and earth.
How is that possible? The quasi-emperor powerhouses of the 5 powers had shocked faces as they knew that a quasi-emperor powerhouse would die today. However,
it did not occur to them that this first quasi-emperor powerhouse was actually someone from their camp.
Okay, time for the next one.
Old Ancestor Botsong smiled faintly,
holding a long,
blood-colored blade.
Just the wisp of might emanating alone was terrifying and overwhelming, as if it was able to cut through the void. Chapter 75 Unleashing the Undercard. Revival of the Emperor's Soldier. Half-Immortal's Weapon. Soon, another quasi-emperor powerhouse fell.
It was the quasi-emperor of the Split-Wind Sparrow clan who wanted to fear that he was confident enough in his tornado to try to open his mouth to taunt as the hurricane wrapped the Broken Army Ancestor.
However,
the Broken Army Ancestor seized the opportunity and struck out with a palm the moment he tore apart the hurricane, and the majestic power slapped and shattered his divine soul without even having time to let out a scream.
The battle was grueling,
and the battlefield was like a meat grinder.
There were constantly living beings falling, war horses neighing and blades shattering,
but most of this tragic sight was happening in the allied armies of the 5 powers.
The Tao army of the Guiyuan Holy Land was extremely strong,
and although it had casualties of its own, it had inflicted dozens of times greater casualties on the enemy. The dragon-whistling sky-destroying guard was even more like a breaking spear.
Wherever the iron cavalry passed, no one could stop them and trampled on life. However,
these casualties of the Tao army didn't have much of an impact on them.
After all, their true bottom card was yet to come out.
But in spite of that, the Great War was also very grueling.
The sky shattered,
and there were no clouds for miles, and that extreme power turned everything that was originally in the sky into ashes.
On the cosmic universe, the great battle between the Paragon Emperors continued.
Every time they struck each other they could shatter a large swath of stars, and countless stars were reduced to pieces. There were even pitch-black spatial cracks spreading and shattering in the universe like spider webs.
This power could even sink a side of the Tao domain. Inside the Guiyuan sacred temple, Su Chang'e had also been watching this scene. Is this the immortal war? Su Chang'e's heart was shaken.
Holding the sun and the moon in his hands and picking the stars, turning over his hand to the dry heavens and the earth.
Just the quasi-emperor powerhouse alone was so powerful. If it's a legendary great emperor, a mythical immortal, an immortal emperor, how terrifying is the sight of that great battle going to be? Su Chang'e's body was even more feverish,
and his endpoint was far from being a great emperor, but the legendary immortal emperor.
No,
it should be reaching above the unprecedented immortal emperor.
On the cosmic universe,
even though the 5 great powers had summoned up hidden Paragon Emperor powerhouses, they were still vaguely at a disadvantage. This made them even more annoyed. It was clear that any force would have to perish in front of this powerful force.
But this Guiyuan Holy Land was in the upper hand instead. It can't go on like this. Things have come to a head, and there's no turning back for a long time. A stern aura flashed in the eyes of the Wuji Dao Sect's Paragon Emperor Powerhouse, and he secretly made up his mind inwardly: sacrifice the Imperial Soldier. As his words fell, in the depths of the Wuji Dao Sect, a pillar of light shot up into the sky, and a vast Imperial might covered the sky. A compass emitting a brilliant haze rose into the air. It is engraved with Chenkuan Bagua, like it is made of unknown divine iron, and the might emanating from it is the art of mending the heavens. That's Wuji Dao Sect's imperial weapon, the Chenkuan Bagua compass. This is a compass left behind by the Chenkuan Emperor. It even has a great emperor's formation on it that kills without equal. Countless ancient existences of great powers were all shocked. Was it finally the turn for a collision between emperor soldiers? In the Thunder Tiger Mountain range, a similarly vast imperial might swept out. A huge axe of divine iron and purple gold with white thunder wrapped around it rose into the air. The giant axe was engraved with a fierce tiger totem, and the tiger's mouth was wide open, in which thunder seemed to roar. It's the Thunder Tiger clan's imperial weapon, the thunder whistling skybreaker axe, also crafted with the legendary heavenly divine iron. The Thunder Tiger clan's emperor soldier was once again causing many ancient figures to be startled, but all is not lost. Above the giant tree that reached the sky, strands of hurricane wind constantly surrounded it, as if it was connected to the sky. The storm was like a blade, constantly cutting through space. In the eye of a cloud of hurricane, a green banana fan manifested in it. On top of the banana fan were even the feathers of numerous divine birds, flowing with color and flashing with runes. It's the imperial weapon of the Split-Wind Sparrow clan, Hurricane Fan. This hurricane fan even has the ability to control the wind of heaven and earth. The hurricane whistles. The world is broken. Roar. In the Skywolf ancestral land, wolves howled to the heavens. A wolf-tooth machete slowly emerged. The whole white, more moonlight light, refracted the cold aura is more like to be able to cut through the sky. It's the Skywolf clan's imperial weapon, the Skywolf curved moonblade, that was crafted by the original tooth of the once mighty Skywolf ancestor emperor. There wasn't the slightest movement in the Guei Zone's ancestral land, but the remaining four major forces didn't say anything more because the Guei Zone's bottom card was also their last resort. At this moment, the four imperial armaments came out at the same time, and all of a sudden, the wind and clouds of heaven and earth stirred, and a vast imperial might swept across the endless sky. For emperor soldiers, that's an emperor soldier. I don't know how the Guiyuan Holy Land should respond. Some ancient figures speculated in their hearts that this time, I'm afraid that it would really be hard for the Guiyuan Holy Land to escape. So what if your Guiyuan Sacred Land's underpinnings are no longer strong? Could it be that you can still take out 5 imperial soldiers? The quasi-emperor powerhouse from the Split-Wind Sparrow clan had a sneer on his face. Even if he added in the Heavenly River Emperor's imperial weapon, the Heaven Binding Lock, that Su Changda had obtained earlier, that would still be no more than 3 pieces. The 4 pieces of imperial weapons whistled and vibrated in the firmament, the roiling imperial might pouring down towards the earth, and the majestic power couldn't help but make all the spirits bow down. Is there a shortage of emperor soldiers in my Holy Land? Even if it's above an emperor's weapon, my Holy Land has it. Old ancestor Botsan let out a cold snort and grabbed in the direction of the returning sacred land. A golden chain swam like a long dragon, and the radiant golden light shook the heavens and earth. The spell formation runes around the golden lotus even had the momentum of horizontally suppressing the sky and dome, relentlessly suppressing the heaven and earth. Ridiculous. Even if you have Heaven River Emperor's heaven binding chain, so what? Even if you were to sacrifice 2 more imperial weapons, it would only be 3. The Thunder Tiger clan's quasi-emperor laughed coldly. How can a frog in the bottom of a well know the vastness of the firmament? Palm heavenly jewel. Come! Old broken army ancestor bellowed, his voice sounding like a great bell. Inside the ancestral land of the Guiyuan Sacred Land, a pillar of heavenly light went straight into the 9th heaven, with imperial might pouring out, taking in the hearts of people. Everyone was staring at the colorful haze of light with dead eyes, all of them showing curiosity. Thus, in the eyes of all the people, a divine pearl with a translucent turquoise body, in which a multicolored haze burst forth, appeared. There were even mysterious runes intertwining and flickering within the divine bead, like the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and 10,000 living beings constantly being interpreted. It is more of a rendition of the changing of the sun and the moon, and the exchange of times. What is that? Why do I feel a sense of the heavenly Tao? It seems like it's an existence that's beyond that of an emperor's soldier. Could it be an immortal? Thinking about this, Numerous people were creeped out. Xian was far above great emperors. 9 heavenly Linglong pagodas. Out. However, what shocked the crowd was that an even more volatile force rushed out from within the returning ancestral ground. In the crowd's numb eyes, a divine tower's silhouette manifested in the radiant light. Mysterious runes flickered, laws lingered, and they pressured the heavens. Countless auras surrounded the area like channels of divine light, adding a hint of supremacy. This was precisely the pagoda that the ancestors had previously bestowed upon Su Chang'e, a true half-immortal artifact. Why half a fairy? Beyond the great emperor, without a molded immortal body, he is also a half-immortal. Although this world was suppressed by the laws of the great Tao, and the killing power of a half-immortal's weapon was inferior to that of an emperor's weapon, the power of the mysteries within it was not something that could be compared to that of an emperor's weapon. This is outrageous. 2 half-immortal artifacts? Only that hidden ancient power has them, right? The countless ancient figures watching were filled with stupefaction as the Guiyuan Holy Land once again refreshed their perceptions. Above the 9 heavens, countless thunder flashed, and the violent hurricanes seemed to roar like ferocious beasts, like it's about to kick off a war of destruction. Chapter 76, Returning to the First Sex Dependence? Empress Xian Yu, Emperor Battle. Rumble. Above the cosmic stars and rivers, the extermination war broke out once again. This time the power was even more terrifying. A full 5 emperor artifacts and 2 half-immortal artifacts joined the battle. The divine light continued to explode, and a wave of destruction swept even further towards the universe. Boom, boom, boom. Every collision created a great void storm, and the spatial cracks spread for who knows how many billions of miles. The radiant Milky Way was even cut across the sky by this overwhelming might. Tens of thousands of stars were crumbled into pieces. As for the black and white quasi-emperors of the returning sacred land, they were known as the Black and White Twins, the most adept at the art of combining attacks. With the terrifying power of its palm heavenly bead even having the power to approach the might of a true great emperor. Together, let the 2 of them be as strong as they can still stand up to the 4 of me? One of the remaining quasi-emperor powerhouses from the Guei clan, along with the 3 quasi-emperors from the remaining forces, attacked towards the 2 quasi-emperors from the Guiyuan Holy Land with 2 imperial weapons. Bang! Boom! Click! Thunder exploded, hurricanes roared, and runes shone brightly. 3 powerful wisps of breath intertwined together, and where the terrifying power crossed, even the void rippled. But that black and white double demon had an indifferent face. There was a glow erupting around the white clothes, like a great sun shining, and the black robes had a black mist filling the air, like melting the void. The white light symbolizes hope and new life, and the black light symbolizes death and destruction. One black and one white constantly intermingled, like yin and yang intertwining, interpreting the order of the world. Rumble. The 2 forces further fused, and the majestic power went even further beyond the apex of this world, surprisingly going to reach the legendary emperor's will. As the palm heavenly pearl emitted bursts of divine light, the aura of that massive yin and yang light was even more powerful. It exploded violently, and the terrifying wave slammed down on the powerhouses of the 5 powers. This scene further caused many people from the 5 major powers to turn pale. That power is too strong. Even some saints just perceived it from afar as if they were seeing an ancient beast, causing their hearts to palpitate. The few quasi-emperor powerhouses at the center of the storm were afraid that their deaths were certain. Return to the first sect. If you don't make a move at this time, when will you wait? The Thunder Tiger clan's quasi-emperor powerhouse roared. The moment his words fell, a sudden change occurred. Guiyuan Holy Land, don't be reckless. Boom! Above the 5 forces' armies, a space door slowly opened. Among them slowly stepped out a pale figure with white eyebrows and dry skin. But the aura he exuded was daunting. Vast imperial might pressed across the sky, and even the heavens and earth trembled as the runes fell silent. Not daring to be reckless, it was a great emperor, a true great emperor. Hiss! That's Emperor Guei of the Guei clan? Isn't he rumored to be long dead? Although it is a great emperor, why do I feel that its chi and blood are insufficient and its aura is depleted? Could it be that the returning clan is forcibly renewing its life through secret treasures and immortal medicines? Some ancient figures speculated in their minds. It was reasonable to say that this great emperor had already died many years ago, so why would he still appear here? Great Emperor Guei looked at the yin and yang waves and snorted coldly. Raising that dry arm, his palm opened up, only to see a space in front of him flooded with an inexplicable aura. That was a realm of intent belonging to a great emperor, mastering the power of space. As he shook his hand into a fist, the wave of yin and yang stopped hard, as if it was contained by a solid barrier. Shattered. The instant the words of the great Emperor Guai fell, the Emperor's intent roared, the divine light exploded, and that side of tightly fastened space was actually collapsing layer by layer. Great Emperor Guai is invincible. With Great Emperor Guai here, the Guai Yuan Holy Land will be destroyed today. Kill. Tread down the Guai Yuan Holy Land today. After the appearance of the returning One Emperor, the morale of the allied forces of the five powers was once again strengthened. It was like a giant wave impacting in the direction of the returning sacred land. Kill. Those who violate my holy land will be made to pay the price in blood. The Dao lords of the Guiyuan Holy Land were brazen and valiant, holding blood-stained swords and weapons in their hands, and the two legions once again rushed together. The battle was fought again, and even went to the top, reaching a white heat, insufficient chi and blood, aura depletion, and someone who was about to die dares to come out and act recklessly. Just then, a voice resounded through the heavens and earth. The hideous colors on the faces of the five great powers even froze in unison. It's a cold female voice, but with a commanding tone. It's just like an empress giving an imperial decree. Rumble. 10,000 thunderbolts flashed in the sky, and the wind and clouds were even surging crazily, as if they were dodging a terrifying force. Click. That cosmic void is even slowly cracked, in which there is even more Ling Tian's breath overflowed, and the Tao of that side of the world is wailing and trembling. That crack kept expanding. A hole like a spider's web shattered inexplicably appeared in the void, and the ethereal divine light in it looked like it had been there for eternity. The cracks looked like countless fragments of time and space had scratched through. There was even a figure walking slowly from it. As that figure got closer and closer, this heaven and earth couldn't stop trembling, as if it was extremely fearful of that figure. One could only see that the person's face was covered by hazy divine light, making it impossible to see her appearance, and she was wearing a brocade-colored Chinese dress, with several divine birds and phoenixes woven into the red-gold glazed skirt. The phoenix of the nine heavens was so vivid that it seemed as if it could rush out of her at all times. The aura emanating from her body was like a party of proud female emperors. Even though she had a hot body and a magnificent temperament, no one dared to look at her. Imperial might was not to be blasphemed, and if someone were to glance at it without a second thought, his divine sea would be torn apart without mercy. Da, da, da. It was as if there was a transparent ladder above the dome of the sky, and the Xianyu Empress walked slowly on it, and every time she took a step, there were even more flashes of runes on top of that transparent Xian ladder, as if it was holding up her body. Just that aura alone made it impossible to take offense. Everyone held their breath and looked straight at the slowly moving figure. Her steps were light, but she walked steadily, and with each step, a strand of vast imperial might swept out, and even more great Tao lotus flowers rose. Empress Xianyu, Great Emperor Guiyi's face was grave. Then, as if he had thought of something, his face was sinister. What a return to origin Holy Land! How dare you design me? Indeed, as Empress Xianyu had said, his chi and blood power was very weak, and if it weren't for the many hours of time and effort put in by Guiyi's own, he would have died long ago. Designed on you? Ha! An old man with half of his body buried in the earth should have died a long time ago. Why do you need me to design you? The Xianyu Empress smiled faintly, and even though she couldn't see her features, she could hear the contemptuous disdain in her tone. Imperial authority cannot be insulted. And these words of Empress Xianyu's were even more infuriating to Great Emperor Guiyi. You are but a junior who actually dares to be so reckless. Back in the day, when I became a great emperor, you were just a girl child. Since that's the case, I'll give you a lesson today. Come to imperial battle. Emperor battles, battles between great emperors, would set up forbidden runes in the universe, and the battle would not be considered over until one side had completely fallen. Imperial war? The Xianyu Empress smiled contemptuously. An old man also presumes to open an imperial battle with me? Perhaps. You are not yet aware of the gap with me. Chapter 77, Divine Phoenix shines in the sky. Sword mansion cold and strong. Clash of the great emperors. Boom! The moment the Xianyu Empress words fell, a vast imperial might rocketed up from within her. The phoenix woven into her robes was as if it had come to life, transforming into a reddish-golden silhouette that soared and circled around her. The stars on the endless universes were trembling due to this wisp of breath. That vast power of chi and blood was like a shocking wave, and her strength could be said to be at its peak at this moment. To be able to receive this move from me, you are barely qualified. Boys, tear him up. A clear and harsh phoenix cry rose up to the sky. Several flame phoenixes' high vibration feathers. The void was even stirred up a large flame storm. Divine fire rushed to the sky, burning the heavens and devouring the earth. The brilliant and eye-catching feathers were even filled with extreme destructive power.
and wherever they passed, the void shattered and the stars crumbled. Great Emperor Guai snorted coldly as his terrifying imperial might began to be released. Those star fragments floating in the universe converged towards the Great Emperor Guai like a torrent, and in the end, they even formed a divine rock giant star. However, unlike the life-giving aura emanating from the star before, there was only a rich imperial might and a terrifying destructive power in it. Boom! As Great Emperor Guai once again urged his power, the stars that surrounded him burst out with a vast power. In his opinion, his star belonged to Earth, while the opponent's fiery phoenix belonged to fire. It is the theorem of the 5 elements of the world that Earth overcomes fire. The attacks struck by the two great emperors were like the collision of a divine mountain and a divine beast. The starry universe continuously wailed. And even more so, it set off a vast void storm. But that phoenix shadow had the power to burn the sky. And the flame runes rose, like it could melt the long sky for ages. That one huge star was wrapped in divine fire. And the scorching power even turned it into ashes. How can that be? Great Emperor Guai's face was filled with incredulity. The fire actually melts the melting. This goes against the 5 elements theorem of the Great Tao. The flaming phoenix was even more powerful as it shattered the stars. The divine flame swept through the air. And all dermas were silent. Deceitful. Do you really think you're going to win? Great Emperor Guai reached out and held his hand into the void. The runes trembled, and strands of red aura converged towards his palm like a whirlpool. The blood aura rushed to the sky and the fury was overwhelming. This was the Emperor's weapon of the Great Emperor Guai, the heaven-opening blade, gathering the blood of 10,000 spirits, melting the soul of 10,000 paths, and even melting the ancient bloodstone above. It is said to open heaven and earth, and cut down ghosts and gods. Chop! Great Emperor Guai coldly snorted and slashed his head down with the heaven-opening blade in his hand. A bend of the blood-colored blade even exploded out like opening up the sky. Imperial weapon in the Great Emperor's catalyst is able to completely burst full force. Wei entrapped with the majestic knife gas is even more powerful to the extreme. That wisp of imperial might was even more like a heavenly river pouring down, ruthlessly suppressing everything in heaven and earth. Rumble! The divine fire rushed to the sky, and the blade was cold and fierce. The red golden divine fire dyed the dome of the sky a golden color, like heavenly fire dazzling the earth. In that tumbling flaming golden cloud there were even more channels of blood chi churning, matchless sword awnings, splendid divine phoenixes, constantly exchanging and colliding. Because of the Emperor's soldiers' boost, Great Emperor Guai's attack was several times more powerful than before. The divine phoenix was gradually outmatched, and was mercilessly torn apart by the blade awnings, transforming into a rain of fire falling from the sky. Ha ha ha! With such strength, how dare you speak out of turn? But a mere 9th grade Great Emperor, how dare you speak out of turn? After shattering the Xianyu female emperor's attack, Emperor Guai showed a sneer on his face and laughed coldly. The world's great emperors are divided into 9 grades. The 1st grade is the strongest. The 9th grade is the least. And above the 1st grade is also immortal. Hearing the mockery of the returning emperor, Empress Xianyu had a bit of a headache. She really hated this kind of older generation of great emperors. All of them had odd personalities. Obviously their own breath was disordered. But they still had to be strong and calm. And even had to mock the other party a little. Ugh. And so, this farce, it's time to end. As the words fell, she stretched out her luxuriant jade finger and lightly tapped the void. Click! The void slowly shattered. And even more blazing divine fire overflowed from the cracks. As if there was a world of divine fire hissing and roaring in the cracks. Rumble! The void roared. And the divine fire in the spatial rift was like a huge beast that was crying out to come out. Finally, it was accompanied by a crisp ringing sound. The crack turned into a huge hole. And the glow rushed to the sky, blazing like a brilliant sun, and even more so, causing the temperature of this heaven and earth to rise sharply. Newbie! A phoenix chirping sound rose and fell, and the splendid divine feathers dazzled with the power of extreme flames. The light it emanated alone was blinding and incomparable, like the sun descending into the world. There were even several phoenixes flying in this radiant light, and they were all gathered together, constantly rotating and intertwining, seemingly interpreting the origin of fire on earth. Buzz! Those several phoenixes actually transformed into a divine mirror of red gold with dazzling runes. That's Divine Phoenix Mirror. An ancient figure HR recognized the mirror. The Divine Phoenix Mirror, melted from the original true blood of a phoenix ancestor in the ancient times, was more capable of interpreting the world's fire Tao. Countless years ago, the Guayuan Holy Land also had a great emperor who reigned supreme, and when the Great War of Extinction broke out, that person held the Divine Phoenix Mirror, commanded the Phoenix blazing sun,
and incinerated countless dark beings. Rumor has it that great emperor finally died of exhaustion, leaving behind only this divine phoenix mirror. However, he didn't expect that the divine phoenix mirror had now reappeared, but it had still become Empress Xian Yu's imperial soldier. Perhaps a new legend is about to be born. The divine phoenix mirror was also an extremely dazzling imperial weapon during that great battle, and they even felt their blood boiling when they saw it again. A look of anticipation couldn't help but show in his eyes. Even if you possess this legendary imperial armament, so what? I'll break it with a single slash as usual. You're simply not worthy of holding such an imperial weapon. Great Emperor Gui Yi's face showed a cold expression, but he was also very unconvinced in his heart. He was an 8th grade great emperor, a veteran great emperor of sorts, but his emperor's soldier was a full 5 grades inferior to the other party. I'm not worthy? Empress Xian Yu laughed. She laughed so coldly that even the aura around her dropped drastically, a horrifying chill taking the heart. Alas, this little ninny Xian Yu, but she hates to hear these 3 words. Yeah. At that time, the Diosi of a power had also said that she wasn't qualified, but in the end, they had chased down 10 whole Dao domains and finally beheaded her on the spot. Some of the old ancestors of the Guiyuan Holy Land showed helpless faces. The Xian Yu Empress' talent was strong, but her personality was also extremely fiery. Back then, that great emperor who was the first divine phoenix mirror holder was no other than her brother. She inherited her own brother's long-cherished wish and finally stood out on the emperor road, becoming a supreme emperor. All of this was for her brother's long-cherished wish, including her initiative to travel to the extraterrestrial battlefield in order to become stronger. But now, some people say she is not qualified to hold her brother's imperial weapon. Boom! A shocking flame swept out. It was even more connected to the dome of the sky, and the destructive hot sun even set the darkened universe on fire. There were even countless divine phoenixes crowing and endless divine flames roaring. A raging inferno of flames has descended. Chapter 78 Under the Saints. I am invincible. Above the immortal world. It's too terrifying. Is this an emperor battle? Such a terrifying great battle. I've seen it all today. Some of the great figures of the power were all showing emotion. The cosmic starry sky looked like it had been set on fire, and the dome of the sky was a reddish golden color, like an ocean of flames. Countless phoenix silhouettes cried out in conquest in it. The great battle on the ground continues. The war of arms and the war of legions. The rich smell of blood was everywhere, highlighting the brutality of this great battle. Right at this moment, a white-clothed figure walked out from the Guiyuan Sacred Hall. His eyes were cold and indifferent, and his expression was like an ancient well. Chang'e, go back quickly. I'll be able to solve this trivial matter in a while. Saint Lord Guiyuan landed beside Su Chang'e and said in a cold voice, Holy Lord, Chang'e has an unforgiving request. Speak. The returning Holy Lord frowned slightly. Su Chang'e doesn't cultivate properly. What kind of demands do you want to make at this time? Nagisa also wants to travel to the battlefield. What? This request caused the Holy Lord of Returning Yuan to be a little confused, and thought that he had misheard. You want to travel to the battlefield on your own? Su Chang'e nodded firmly. The system had just released a quest for him to head to the battlefield and kill a sufficient number of the 5 great forces Dao armies, and he would receive another lucky draw. How could he pass up such a good thing? There are bargains to be had, but at the moment he still put on a righteous look, but also can take the opportunity to brush a good sense of it. This matter is due to me, and all the generals of the Holy Land are fighting. As a divine son of the returning sacred land, I should do my part. Seeing that Holy Lord Guiyuan had a difficult look on his face, Su Chang'e once again said, Furthermore, without experiencing the baptism of blood and fire, how can one achieve the path of invincibility? Long Song Yu. Saint Lord Guiyuan was about to say something else when he suddenly received a transmission from an ancient ancestor. With that, his face laughed, but he still nodded. Good. Then you will let the world know what kind of prestige my Holy Land divine son possesses. Chang'e leads the way. He then stepped out of the returning sacred ground alone and headed towards the center of the battlefield. Holy Lord, isn't such an act too reckless? A supreme elder's face showed concern. He knew that there was an old ancestor's meaning in this, but Su Chang'e was the future of their Holy Land, so he still inquired stiffly. Don't worry, the ancient ancestor has already applied a layer of protective secret arts to Chang'e in secret. No one in this world will be able to threaten him. Besides, this great war has always been led by my Holy Land. No one can take liberties. He then looked at the white-robed figure that was fading away and muttered, A new epoch will be dominated by my Guiyuan Holy Land. He saw the light of the future. A white-clothed figure pressed across the heavens, dictating the ages and dominating the world. At the same time,
The allied forces of the five major powers were all at a standstill as they looked towards the white-clothed figure. They were a little surprised and a little puzzled. Looking at the figure in the distance, a figure in snowy clothes had even more of an aura of breaking across the world, was standing with his hands in the air, his eyes indifferent, like a party of gods scrutinizing the mortal world.
There is no in heaven and earth, but he alone. Su Changa's right hand reached into the void,
and a green-colored longsword slowly drew away from the void. The refracted sword awnings were like 10,000 years of frost,
cold and soul-stirring,
only to see Su Changa pointing his longsword straight at the allied forces of the five major powers.
Under the saints, I am invincible. Above the saints, 1 for 1.
With the fall of Su Changa's sentence, heaven and earth were dead silent, and a pin could be heard. The battlefield that had originally been filled with terrifying sounds of killing and shouting seemed to have been frozen at this moment.
What did they hear? Su Changa was actually going to join the fight? He's invincible under a saint? Above the saints. He's 1 for 1? Arrogant. It's simply arrogant. Son of God.
All of the Dao armies and cultivators in the Guiyuan Holy Land had almost all of their gazes on Su Changa's side. They were all warriors trained by the returning sacred land. And they only knew that this great battle was because the rest of the forces were threatening the divine son of their sacred land. But now they had met the cause of this great battle, which was the divine son of the returning sacred land, with such vigor. If he did not die young in the future, he would definitely be an existence that surpassed legends. Accompanied by Su Changa's appearance, the army of the Guiyuan sacred grounds aura shook up even more, and their battle intent was monstrous. Their divine son had personally come out to meet them, so what did they have to fear? The divine son is peerless. The Holy Land will win. Suddenly, a man in the army of the returning sacred land yelled up to the sky. It was even more of a hit, driving a cry. The divine son is peerless. The Holy Land will win. The divine son is peerless. The Holy Land will win. The killing fury rushed to the sky. The iron cavalry roared, and the radiance of the blazing sun above the dome of the sky even shone above the army of the Guiyuan sacred ground. Their long gorges and sharp blades are refracted red gold hot sun, the interweaving of blood and fire, more like an undefeated division. Seek death. A holy lord powerhouse from the returning one's face was furious, and he even raised his hand and blasted out a palm, as he was prepared to kill Su Changa with a thunderbolt, wanting to use this to demoralize the return to origin Holy Land. But just as that sky-blanketing giant palm was about to suppress Su Changa, buzz! A vast divine light surged out like a white-bearded old Taoist sitting on top of a futon. It was impossible to see his shadow, just flexing his fingers. Boom! Vast divine might burst out. A generation of Holy Lord powerhouses actually turned into pieces and dissipated. This scene even stunned the people present. That power had far exceeded the scope of their understanding, and it could be said that the Saint Lord powerhouse that had instantly beheaded, it was completely obliterating the other party. And even the other party's destiny karma was turned into a blank. Su Changa's brain was also a bit confused, and he didn't react for a moment, until an old voice rang out in his mind. I can't intervene too much in this realm. For 10,000 years, I can only release this faint trace of power. You must become strong as soon as possible. The immortal world is but the starting point. I will be waiting for you in a higher place. It wasn't until a good while later that the arcane intent slowly disappeared. It was very strange. Not like a voice coming out. Like the mysterious words had appeared out of nowhere in his head and then coalesced to form this passage. The immortal world is but the starting point? Su Changa had a bit of a headache. It seemed that this world was even more expansive than he thought. Bastard! You Guiyuan sacred lands are really good at this. To actually dare to design a trap to kill my sect's holy lord. The patriarch of the returning one sect was even more furious. A holy lord powerhouse had actually died so unexplainedly. In fact, Su Changa was also a bit puzzled. But he still smiled faintly. This divine son only wants to say, what else can you five powers do besides bullying the small with the big? Younger generation, you guys feel free to get on. Su Changa held his sword in his right hand and put his longsword behind his back. His eyes swept the circle of the allied forces of the five powers and indifferently said, no, it should be under the saints. You guys go on as you please. I'm invincible. Feel free to do as you please. At this moment, a gust of wind blew by, and it even whipped Su Changa's white robe up high. The indifferent tone matched its powerful confidence. Like an earthly sword immortal,